In the bright and spacious plaza near the school, the principal's voice could be heard as he confidently addressed his students with important words of encouragement and guidance. Over the course of 3 years of study, they had mastered a vast amount of complex theory and practical material, enabling them to confidently call themselves professionals. On that day, they were about to choose a profession that would shape the rest of their lives, influence their future, and define their personal paths. Lu Yun didn't want to say anything unnecessary and sincerely hoped that the students would achieve the same great success as Su Qianxing, an 80th level sacred mage. Complete silence reigned all around, as everyone present listened intently to the director, without being distracted by idle chatter or any other noise. Lin Moyu, finally, after many years of diligent study and constant effort, would be able to switch to a completely different profession. The world resembled a game. It contained countless dungeons, secret kingdoms, and terrifying monsters lurking in the darkest corners of the dimension. Players who had changed their class gained experience by exploring dungeons and defeating various monsters and demons to level up. The most popular class was the warrior, followed by the support class which helped the team, and lastly, the healing class. All of them could be divided into 5 tiers: low, medium, high, rare, and legendary. The latter had not been seen in the city of Xinhai for over 10 years. The profession change ceremony was officially opened by the school's administrators under the watchful eyes of the students, who were awaiting the determination of their futures. His classmate Gao Yang asked what specific profession the protagonist would like to choose for himself, since his future and the path ahead depended on it. Without waiting for an answer, he shared that he would like to become a warrior, since he believed his strong physique would make him a good knight. The other students, however, didn't know how to interact with Lin Moyu at all, because he almost never answered questions and kept to himself. In fact, that was exactly the case, because the young man had no love for idle chatter, preferring silence, peace, and his own thoughts. Zhang Qian, a 52nd level magic formation master, was also present in the hall, closely observing the class change ceremony. The hero was shocked that he had come, since this was a rare profession that could assist the team, known as a support. Students whose names were called in the hall were to approach the magic circle to undergo the profession determination procedure. The very first student to pass through the magic circle was assigned the profession of farmer, which surprised the other students. This is an industry essential to the population's livelihood, providing food and the basic resources needed for daily life. Farming wasn't the worst option. In the future, he could become a master farmer or even reach an even higher level of development. The next student received the same profession as his father, head chef, so it was safe to say he would carry on the older generation's legacy. Meanwhile, the administrators were conferring among themselves as they realized that this year's list of assigned professions did not include a single rare specialty. For many years, the school hadn't produced anyone of that caliber, and they sincerely hoped to see at least one top-tier graduate. Next up was Xiao Shui. She was the protagonist's rival and had excellent grades and a high reputation among the faculty and her classmates at the school. The two of them were considered the school's top students, but the young man was always one step ahead, outperforming his rival in both academics and practical skills. In the master's opinion, the girl was quite attractive and had every chance of succeeding and reaching a high level in her future profession. Her intellectual abilities were twice those of an average person, and she could very well become a high-level mage in the future. As they drew closer, they sensed a tension in the air, for something extraordinary was about to happen right before their eyes, something capable of changing their future. It turned out that the student had been granted a rare profession, and an anomalous magical phenomenon immediately began to swirl around her, astonishing everyone present in the hall. An extraordinary level of elemental magic filled her body, infusing every cell with powerful energy that dramatically increased her strength and allowed her to experience a new level of control over her abilities. Everyone else was amazed that she had managed to obtain such a rare and prestigious specialty, one that opened up enormous possibilities for the future. Bowing slightly, the student politely thanked the professors for their words, as they had highly praised her abilities and the rare profession she had attained. The whole situation was truly a unique occurrence, and this time she had actually managed to outshine the young man, surpassing him in the specialization she had received. The chatter around them died down, because Lin Moyu was next, and everyone was waiting with bated breath for his result. The young man calmly climbed the stairs to the magic circle, showing no emotion and remaining completely focused on the moment. The girl herself watched him closely, for her standing among her peers and her future status at the school were at stake. The master concluded that there was nothing special about the student except for his remarkable composure, which set him apart from all the other students at the school. However, the principal assured him that this very student ranked first in the school in terms of academic performance and overall learning outcomes, which confirmed his leadership among the students. To himself, the man hoped the young man would receive what he deserved, for he considered his potential to be very high and worthy of recognition. Everything around him began to glow with a strange light that enveloped the space and made the air tremble with an inexplicable energy, and he continued to observe the situation. The sky was overcast with black clouds, but no rain was expected, and he continued to observe the anomaly in search of an explanation for the unusual phenomenon. The master saw that an anomaly was occurring, and he watched closely as the phenomenon altered the reality around him, trying to find an explanation for the unusual event that was still unfolding. No one understood what the probability might be of another rare class appearing, and he hadn't expected such a rarity to appear again in this world, which surprised him. Shu didn't want to lose it all, and prayed that nothing surprising would happen. She was deeply afraid of the unknown phenomenon that continued to affect reality. One of the students noticed a patch of sky above where there were no clouds and observed that the sky remained clear only there, and the light seemed unusual to him, so he stopped. However, silhouettes of unfamiliar figures, perhaps even monsters, were visible there, moving through the misty gap in the sky and causing him great unease. Indeed, a multitude of skeletons appeared behind the black clouds, slowly emerging from the darkness and surrounding the space above the territory where silence reigned. And this evoked a sense of impending disaster in everyone who witnessed it. Everyone was terrified, for what they saw caused them to freeze in place, overcome by a bone-chilling fear and utter uncertainty in the face of what was approaching from the dark sky. But there was nothing they could do about it. It was as if the army obeyed only one master and remained a silent force, awaiting orders in the shadows above the terrified people. The hero continued to stand in the middle of the magic circle, motionless, watching as the space around him shifted and the tension gradually mounted to its limit. Shu wasn't happy about what had happened either, but she tried to convince herself that it was just an anomalous phenomenon, and she didn't want to believe that it could escalate into something far more dangerous for everyone. The ritual was drawing to a close, and the young man was about to come to his senses, feeling the magical energy gradually dissipate and bring his consciousness back to the familiar reality around him. As a result, Moyui acquired the unique hidden profession of a necromancer, which granted him access to forbidden magic and the power to command the dead, changing his fate forever and irrevocably. This meant only one thing. The young man was the only one in the world with this specialty, and now his path was becoming unpredictable and fraught with both danger and great power that no one else possessed. It turned out that as long as the young man remained alive, there could be no other necromancer. The profession had even entered the realm of legend, and this made his life even more precious and dangerous to the entire world around him. Everyone around him began to discuss him, and the buzz of conversation only grew louder, filling the air with a murmur of astonishment and fear at the new legendary power that had just manifested before their very eyes. The hero himself had not expected anything like this to happen at all, and he stood there bewildered, trying to come to terms with the new reality that had suddenly changed his life forever. The master approached him and asked him to stop, looking intently into his eyes and trying to gauge the young man's true state of mind after the ritual had ended. The presence of such a respected gentleman by his side only added even greater significance to the event, causing everyone around to feel even more tension and realize the full gravity of what had just happened. Mr. Zhang had never seen such professions before and wanted to assess the young man's skills, carefully analyzing the abilities he had demonstrated and trying to find any explanations for this phenomenon that he was familiar with. Thus, he was able to summon a first-level skeleton warrior, and this ability alone attested to the rare power of his new profession and his potential for future development. He had a high intelligence score, which meant that his profession belonged to the mage class rather than the physical classes, making him even more unique among everyone present. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to test his skeleton summoning skill and concentrated, channeling the magic that was supposed to summon the first creature created by his new power. Those present noticed that the creature resembled those that had previously appeared in the clouds, which further reinforced their suspicions about a connection between the anomaly and his new power. Without hesitation, Master Zhang attacked the creature to see what would happen next, closely observing its reaction and the limits of its endurance. The master had to decide whether he wanted the skeleton to strike back, carefully assessing the situation and the consequences of his next command for his control over the creature. Without hesitation, Moyu rejected the request, maintaining full control over the skeleton and preventing it from acting on its own in response to the master's attack. As the young man leveled up, his pet was also supposed to grow stronger, so it would become a serious opponent capable of turning the tide of any battle in a matter of moments. In conclusion, the master advised him to work diligently to reach the pinnacle, emphasizing that only constant effort and discipline would lead him to true strength and recognition. Lin Moyu decided to continue on the path he had been following without stopping and keeping in mind the new opportunities and the responsibility that now rested on his shoulders. Unexpectedly, a classmate asked permission to touch the skeleton, cautiously approaching it and making no attempt to hide his curious gaze at the strange creature. In his opinion, the creature did not look strong, but rather fragile, which led him to underestimate its potential and fail to notice the hidden danger in its magical nature. Gao Yang was next in line to change his profession, and everyone watched him closely, waiting to see what the outcome of his ritual would be and what power he would gain. It was then that the player realized that items that had already entered his summoning space and were summoned again did not drain his intelligence, and this discovery significantly altered his future development strategy. The capacity of the space was supposed to increase as the young man's level rose, opening up more opportunities for him to store creatures and items in his own arsenal. While changing his specialization, Lin felt as though he were seeing a true necromancer, sensing his presence through the flow of magic and grasping the depth of power unfolding before him at that moment. One day, he too might reach a level where he could slay dragons with a single strike if he continued to develop his abilities and did not stray from his chosen path of power. Gao Yang had obtained the Sword and Shield Knight class and was confident that in the future, he and the player would conquer dungeons together, overcoming dangerous enemies and claiming new victories. Regardless of one's specialty, the school offered additional advanced training courses, and an event for newcomers was scheduled to help them adapt more quickly to the new world. There were supposed to be monsters ranging from level 1 to level 8, so the difficulty wasn't high, but even such challenges required attention and caution from all participants. Shu wanted to face her rival, Lin Moyu, in the final exam to finally determine which of them was better and prove her superiority in a fair duel in front of everyone. It became clear that the girl had no intention of admitting defeat, stubbornly clinging to her confidence and refusing to let doubts break her resolve. After a while, the young man returned home, where it was quiet and cozy, allowing him to relax from the tension and events of the day. Looking at a photograph of his grandmother and sister, he spoke to them, even though they couldn't hear him, as if trying to find comfort in his memories and a silent connection to the past. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, breaking the silence, and the sharp sound made him instantly alert, for the peace of his home had suddenly vanished into the unknown. The principal stood in the doorway and explained that, in his opinion, Moyu should be the first to receive this essential item, since his potential required faster development and special support. Last year, Mohan's sister received an offer from the academy, which was a significant event for the family, and opened the door to her further development and new opportunities. Therefore, the man promised to look after his brother, since she did not want to accept the offer without his consent, and this was meant to reassure her that she had made the right decision. So the hero needed to get a good night's rest before tomorrow's expedition into the dungeon, knowing that trials lay ahead that would require his utmost concentration and strength. When the doors closed, the system sent an urgent message stating that it had begun to load, and this sparked a new sense of anxiety and anticipation of unknown changes within him. Moyu read the congratulations on unlocking the Necromancer class, along with descriptions of its unique skills, which helped him better understand the scope of the power he'd gained and its potential. A damage transfer technique had also been added, allowing the mage to redirect damage onto an opponent by using his own energy to deflect the damage and enhance his counterattack. The guy decided to summon a skeleton warrior, for which he lost 10 intelligence points, a loss that immediately affected his stats and forced him to be more careful about his next moves. The first thing the hero did was familiarize himself with his pet's stats, carefully studying its parameters, abilities, and potential for further development in battle. After crunching the numbers, it became clear that his skills had increased fivefold, and combined with his damage-dealing technique, Moyu could become invincible if he continued to develop his potential correctly. The next day, the students gathered near the beginner's dungeon, listening intently to the senior mentors and preparing for a dangerous trial. Gao was annoyed because the young man stubbornly refused to respond to his offer to team up and continued to silently ignore everything he said. The girl also supported his position, believing that there was no point in forming a team, since dungeons below level 10 could easily be cleared alone. Approaching them, the professor explained that, apart from the two leaders, everyone else would definitely need help, so they wouldn't be able to complete the trial on their own. Shu was supposed to enroll in the academy, so as an elemental mage, she needed to level up quickly, whereas almost nothing was known about Moyu's combat prowess. Indeed, at that time, the students were terrified every time they saw his eerie skeleton pet standing beside him, silently accompanying their master. The hero announced that he also wanted to enroll in the academy and take the exams, so he planned to seriously focus on his own training in the near future. In that case, he would have to raise his level to the 12th, and after the trial, not drop below the 15th, which was extremely difficult. The toughest monster in the dungeon was level 8, and aside from the levels, there were many other important things that needed to be figured out before graduation. Mui was quite confident in herself and in her secret profession, which she carefully concealed from the other students and teachers at the academy. As she embarked on the trial, the girl wanted to find out which of them would level up faster and prove their superiority. Meanwhile, the hero didn't even understand where her intense love of competition and constant comparison of strengths came from. Deep within the dungeon, the young man wanted to summon 4 more skeletons to significantly boost his combat power and better control the dangerous situation. Holding his staff out in front of him, he acted quickly and confidently, precisely channeling magical energy to summon new creatures from the depths of the dungeon. His minions immediately appeared ahead of him and were ordered to find all the monsters and mercilessly destroy them, clearing the path through the dark dungeon. The first to appear in their path was a long-eared hare, which didn't even have time to react and was quickly and mercilessly destroyed by the skeletons. Thus, for every monster destroyed, the master gained 1% experience, gradually increasing his level in the dungeon. This strategy proved quite effective, and he decided to continue in the same vein, gradually building up his strength and experience. His stats improved, and he was able to summon 2 more skeletons, bringing their total number to 8 combat companions. As a result, the hero was able to quickly eliminate the monsters he encountered during the trial, thanks to the coordinated actions of his skeletons. Later, a new feature was unlocked, allowing him to track the location of his pets using a map, which made it much easier to keep control of them in the dungeon. A rustling sound came from behind, and it became clear that they had missed one creature, so Moyu decided to test his new skill in combat right away. The flame of the soul engulfed the beast and held it in the position in which it had been trying to attack, completely immobilizing it. With that level of skill, the young man could have destroyed it with a single blow, since spiritual attacks were no match at all for his physical strength. Even without the talent bonus, Moyu possessed legendary-level skills, which made him extremely dangerous and unique among the other disciples. His plan continued to work successfully, allowing him to summon many more disciples and significantly boost his combat power. The dungeon quest was supposed to last 12 hours, 4 of which had already passed, and during that time, the young man had managed to raise his level to 4. The head of the Zhao family came to watch his daughter at work to assess her progress and confirm her diligence and abilities. He felt sad because he had been so busy that he couldn't attend her important ceremony, which made him feel somewhat guilty. The man had confidence in his daughter, for she had a rather stubborn nature and always persistently achieved her goals without backing down. The professor then explained that while no one could match her rate of leveling up, she wouldn't be able to enroll in the academy unless she reached a certain threshold. After everyone entered the dungeon, the countdown began, and when the time ran out, everyone without exception would automatically leave this dimension. They also discussed who had received a hidden profession and how his sister could have become his mentor if he had been attending a higher education institution. The maximum distance a skeleton could travel from its master was 500 meters, and within that radius, it could fight freely. By that time, nearly 7 hours had passed, and the young man still hadn't encountered an 8th-level monster, continuing his steady progress through the dungeon. Besides, he wasn't entirely sure how strong his opponent would be, so he remained cautious and carefully assessed every situation. Suddenly, someone ahead of him struck like the wind, instantly closing the distance and forcing the hero to abruptly change his combat stance, leaving him no time to react. Quickly regaining his bearings, Moyui used his passive skill to deflect the blow, instantly redirecting the enemy's force back at the attacker while maintaining complete control. It became clear that standing before him was that very 8th-level monster, whose presence had immediately changed the atmosphere of the dungeon, making it tense and dangerous. The hero wanted to see how this might play out, since his pets had already reached a good level of development and were demonstrating significant combat potential. The first one charged in, but it was to no avail, as the enemy easily dodged and instantly parried the attack. The others joined in, trying to increase their combined attack power, but the enemy remained too fast and too skilled. It would have taken more skeletons to destroy this monster, but in that case the master's leveling speed would have slowed significantly due to the distribution of experience. Earlier, while passing through the dungeon, he had seen hundreds of similar trees, creating a monotonous yet dangerous landscape all around. But the fact that he had stumbled upon this very monster seemed like a stroke of luck, opening up new opportunities for rapid progression and gaining experience. Outside, the professors were amazed that anyone had managed to escape the dungeon at all, since its exit was carefully guarded by dangerous, high-level monsters. As it turned out later, Moyu had destroyed all the monsters in his path and was thus able to leave the dungeon unhindered. The stunned teacher was speechless, as he was left speechless by how rapidly his student had advanced in his level of development. He couldn't figure out to himself how this had happened, since this was the first time such a situation had occurred in his life, and it had completely thrown him off balance. Later, he agreed to sign the young man's application to travel to the suburbs, but first the young man needed to get some rest and regain his strength. The head of the Zhao family wanted an explanation from the principal, as did everyone else present, demanding a clear answer regarding the unexpected events. Then Lu Yun quietly revealed that the student had managed to defeat all the 8th-level monsters, which astonished everyone present. If you thought about it carefully, he was a level above the rest, since no one had seen just how strong his legendary abilities truly were. In the principal's opinion, the boy had a brilliant future ahead of him, and if he enrolled in the academy, he would undoubtedly face many serious challenges. Lu Yun explained to the head of the Zhao family that the young man and his daughter had been competing against each other throughout their school years, taking turns occupying first and second place in the rankings. While resting, the hero calculated that the number of skeletons he had summoned had reached 24. And it seemed as though it should have taken much longer. As she emerged from the dungeon, Xiao Shui was certain she had taken first place, having reached level 5 and significantly outpaced the other participants in the trial. Her expression changed the moment she saw Moyu standing before her, calmly resting after the trial and looking not the least bit tired. Surprised, the girl couldn't believe how her rival had reached the 7th level so quickly. After all, his progress seemed almost unreal and exceeded all expectations. Her father, who was standing by his car and closely watching her reaction after she emerged from the dungeon, snapped her out of her thoughts. They talked about how she had been competing with her classmate for the past 3 years, constantly striving to outperform him in both her studies and the trials. Quite angry, Shui went on to say that she wasn't ready to lose to that fool and was determined to see it through to the end, refusing to admit defeat. Upon learning that he had come out 2 hours before her, the girl couldn't believe her ears and was completely stunned by what she had heard. Meanwhile, Gao Yang approached the young man, begging him to explain his strategy and actions in the dungeon, trying to understand his approach to combat, to get him to leave him alone as soon as possible. Moyu said he would explain everything later and went back to his business without further explanation. The next day, when Gao was waiting for him at the school gates, the teacher told him that the student wouldn't be coming because he had left town on business. So he immediately realized he'd been deceived and felt a strong sense of irritation, realizing that his hopes and expectations had been in vain. At that moment, the hero was at the Imperial Stock Exchange, closely studying the market and searching for profitable deals among the numerous merchants and their offers, considering opportunities for quick profits. His identity check had been completed, and he was allowed to cross the border, after which he calmly continued on his way to the next location. In addition, he wanted to see if a good quest had been prepared for him, and whether the difficulty matched the reward promised for its completion. Thus, the trials were divided into normal, terrible, and hellish, and some of them were impossible to complete without a strong team of experienced participants. The hellish difficulty level was impossible for a mere professional to complete, as it required extraordinary strength, experience, and seamless teamwork. Therefore, the hero realized that he was not yet ready to take on such a task, and decided to first strengthen his abilities before facing difficult trials. The knight guarding the gate couldn't understand which school had granted the student permission to leave, since such decisions usually required official confirmation. But once the pass was activated, Moyu was able to leave the city without incident, though he had to keep in mind that many dangerous monsters roamed beyond its borders. The situation was no joke, for there was a stark contrast between the city and its surroundings. From his very first steps, he could hear the sounds of beasts and smell the scent of blood. He hadn't even gone a few meters when a creature appeared behind him, silently tracking his movements and preparing for a sudden attack from the darkness. The monster calmly watched the resident from the shadows, closely studying his movements and waiting for the right moment to strike. Spotting it out of the corner of his eye, the master ordered his pet to destroy the enemy, instantly triggering its combat response without the slightest delay. He understood that for a 10th level goblin, his upgraded skeleton should be more than enough to end the fight quickly and decisively. So he stepped forward, instantly seizing the initiative and opening the battle with a decisive attack aimed at completely overwhelming his opponent. The monster hadn't expected such power from the young man and was shocked by the sudden onslaught, which completely disrupted its battle strategy. As a result, it called on its companions for help, since the strength of a level 10 monster turned out to be significantly greater than it had initially anticipated. Moyui was confident that he could easily have reached the 15th level before the exam if he had continued to follow his development strategy. Before entering the academy, his sister was at level 16, demonstrating steady progress and outpacing most of her peers in the development of her magical abilities. Therefore, his greatest desire was to also enroll in the academy to prove his worth and surpass his previous achievements. Having quickly reached level 10, the young man didn't expect that his talent and skills would also improve alongside the development of his skeleton's levels and combat abilities. It later became clear that his bronze pets also gained active abilities that allowed them to fight more effectively and support their master. It seemed that with the help of the new skeletons, he could try to advance further, gradually expanding his capabilities in the dungeon. All the creatures in the vicinity at that moment were destroyed, leaving behind only silence and a desolate landscape. As he pressed forward, he came under attack, forcing him to instantly change his course and go on the defensive. The young man quickly dealt damage to his opponents, using his skill to redirect the force of their attack back at them and turn the tide of battle. He didn't know exactly who was ahead of him, so he proceeded cautiously, carefully assessing every movement of the stranger in front of him. Judging by the nature of their attack, he could tell that this warrior was an archer. The stranger quickly ran past him, fleeing with all her might and trying to get as far away from the danger behind her as possible. Behind her were the very archers who were relentlessly pursuing her, giving her not the slightest chance to rest or escape. Moyu saw that they were running in the wrong direction, and if that was the case, they would never catch up to her, even if they continued the pursuit. So they turned to the young man to ask for information about the man who had been dressed all in black and had quickly disappeared from view. Returning to them, the hero reported that he had already struck the man with an arrow, and for doing so, they should at least apologize to the victim. The strangers had seen that even when the arrow struck him, he was unharmed and continued moving forward without showing the slightest sign of pain. The hero didn't want to discuss the matter with them, avoiding any explanations and trying to quickly change the subject so as not to revisit unpleasant memories. The main thing the warriors saw there was a skeleton standing nearby, watching everything motionlessly, instilling fear and astonishment in them with its eerie presence on the battlefield. Indeed, it was as if he were the young man's guardian, always staying close by and watching intently for danger, as if protecting him from any threats. In their opinion, the young man was not as simple as he seemed, for his behavior, composure, and strange confidence in difficult situations hinted at hidden strength and experience they were unaware of. Another comrade, however, suggested leaving the hero alone and moving on, realizing that intervening could be dangerous, and that it was better to avoid conflict and continue on their way without taking unnecessary risks. They realized that the situation could take a very unfavorable turn for them, since any carelessness could provoke a dangerous situation that would jeopardize their lives and safety. Therefore, after leaving the scene, the warriors went on their way, carefully moving away from the dangerous situation and leaving the strange hero and the eerie skeleton behind to avoid the possible consequences of a confrontation. The hero hoped that their perseverance would be rewarded, for he believed that persistence and dedication to the cause would ultimately lead to well-deserved recognition and a better future for all of them. So after reaching level 10, the effort required to advance tripled, forcing him to put in much more effort and spend more time on his development. Nothing else mattered. Moyu wanted to defeat 500 goblins to advance to the next stage, focusing solely on his goal and ignoring fatigue, danger, or any obstacles in his path. Time was short, so he didn't want to turn back, realizing that every minute lost could cost him the chance to reach his goal and complete his mission on time. Driven by his desire to enroll in the academy, the young man knew he had to work harder than everyone else, constantly honing his skills and denying himself rest in order to achieve the desired result. Judging by the pace at which he was walking, he could reach level 13, but getting to level 15 would be problematic, since the increasing difficulty required significantly more time, effort, and preparation. Sitting by the campfire, the hero pondered how his sister had managed to pull this off, constantly running through possible scenarios in his head and trying to understand her true motives and hidden intentions. Perhaps she had teamed up with someone, but that time she had returned with serious injuries, which made the hero think about the dangers of her journey and the difficulties she might have faced. The next day, he decided to go and take a look inside the city's mines, hoping to find answers to his questions there and learn more about what was really happening underground. Night fell quickly, and the sound of footsteps in the distance made him wary. He listened intently to every sound in the darkness, bracing himself for possible danger. Moyu suspected that someone else had come to level up, so he peered intently into the darkness, trying to figure out the stranger's intentions and assess the potential threat to himself. It turned out to be the same stranger who had run past earlier, and her reappearance once again made Moyu wary and curious as to why she had returned at this particular time and to this specific place. The girl asked for something to eat, looking tired after her long journey, and watched him intently, as if hoping he wouldn't refuse to offer her a simple favor. Her eyes lit up when she saw something edible in her hands, and she immediately perked up, feeling relief and joy after a long period of hunger and an exhausting journey. The hero immediately noticed that the girl was hungry, noticing her emaciated appearance and the way she gazed greedily at the food, as if she hadn't been able to eat properly in a long time. As her jaws chewed the piece of food rapidly, she didn't take her eyes off it, as if afraid it would disappear, and tried to satisfy her intense hunger as quickly as possible after her long ordeal. After he shared what he had with her, the stranger thanked him, sincerely acknowledging his kindness and support, which had helped her regain her strength after the arduous journey and feel a little more at ease. When asked his name, he didn't answer, remaining silent and cautious, as if he didn't want to reveal his identity to the stranger and was avoiding unnecessary conversation. Then she realized that the hero didn't want to speak, and respecting his silence, decided not to press him for an answer, watching him with quiet curiosity. So she decided to find out something in another way, namely by using mind-reading techniques, trying to carefully penetrate his thoughts to glean at least a little information about his true identity and intentions. Suddenly, she quickly backed off, having learned nothing of note, as if she had stumbled upon a void in his mind, which made her ponder his true nature even more. The girl knew only the young man's name and a profession she'd never heard of, and this only fueled her curiosity further, making her wonder what he actually did for a living. She recalled seeing a skeleton next to him that afternoon, one he might have summoned himself, and this thought made her wary and caused her to rethink everything she had already learned about him. Still, she couldn't make sense of his silence, since he didn't seem like the type to have any flaws, and this confused her even more, forcing her to look for other explanations for his behavior. Suddenly, Moyui asked why she had come to that conclusion, looking at her intently and trying to understand the logic behind her actions and the reasons that had led her to make such assumptions about him. But he asked why again, repeating himself as if to prevent her from evading the question and insisting on an explanation of her words without any changes to her wording. The girl explained that the reading hadn't worked because she was wearing an amulet, so someone who wasn't at a higher level than her couldn't learn anything about her or her intentions. So she suggested he try again, as if testing his persistence and abilities, closely watching his reaction and waiting to see if he would agree to another attempt. The young man used a technique to try to learn at least something, focusing all his attention and energy on attempting to penetrate the girl's hidden information and understand her true nature. As a result, he discovered that the stranger's name was Ning and that she was a level 19 assassin, which explained her confidence, skills, and cautious behavior during their encounter. A noise nearby caught their attention, causing both of them to become alert and instantly stop talking, listening intently for every sound in the darkness. It was the very same warriors they had encountered earlier, reappearing as they approached cautiously and scanned the area intently, as if anticipating another encounter or a new threat. Ning explained that she had been pursued for quite some time, several days, and that she had been constantly changing her route, trying to shake off those who were relentlessly following her trail. So she decided to keep going, hoping to meet the necromancer again, whom she considered the key to many answers and a possible solution to her problems. In the blink of an eye, an arrow whizzed past her body, narrowly missing her and forcing her to jump sharply to the side and instantly go on high alert, closely watching the direction of the attack. The attack was unexpected, so they went on high alert, instantly taking up defensive positions and peering intently into the darkness from which the next danger might emerge. Everything indicated that their enemies were drawing closer. The sounds of footsteps were becoming clearer, and the tension in the air was mounting with every passing second, forcing them to prepare for a confrontation. The situation was dire, and Ning understood exactly what was about to happen. She realized the gravity of the threat and prepared for a possible battle that could determine their future fate. The young man stood there analyzing the attack, realizing that the arrow had been fired to pinpoint the target, and closely tracked the arrow's trajectory, trying to determine the enemy's location. It seemed that the enemies had come prepared, for their actions were coordinated and well thought out, as if they knew the terrain in advance and had been expecting such a situation. One of them was even perched in a tree, lying in wait, closely watching every movement below and waiting for the right moment to strike suddenly. As they assessed the young men, they noticed that the assassin and the one who had summoned the undead made a good pair, as if they viewed them as a dangerous duo, capable of causing serious trouble for anyone who stood in their way. Ning told him that he meant nothing to her and suggested they part ways amicably, trying to avoid further conflict and quickly put an end to this dangerous situation. A day earlier, the enemy might have considered her proposal, but at that moment he refused, unwilling to compromise and insisting on his decision to continue the pursuit. The girl explained that while she would distract them, Moyu should be able to escape, using that time to break away from his pursuers and avoid a dangerous confrontation. She also assured him that there was no need to worry about her, since her element was the night, and she felt confident in the darkness, using it to her advantage against any enemies. Furthermore, Ning had been struck by an arrow, so she couldn't hide. She was forced to remain in the open despite the pain and danger, continuing to keep the enemies at bay. A long night lay ahead, so the enemies didn't want to waste time talking. They immediately sprang into action, preparing to use the darkness as their main advantage in the fight. According to the leader, the young men were supposed to die that day, for he was convinced of his group's superiority and left them not a single chance of survival or escape. When they launched a light device into the sky, everything around them became visible, and the darkness dissipated abruptly, revealing the hidden silhouettes of the enemies and changing the course of the battle. With this aid, it was easy to increase the casting speed of spells against darkness, which gave a significant advantage in battle, allowing them to react more quickly to the enemy's actions and control the battlefield. Ning refused to give up and advanced toward them confidently, despite her injuries and the enemy's numerical superiority, maintaining her composure and fighting spirit until the very end. However, her opponents were no pushovers either. They acted in a coordinated and experienced manner, reacting quickly to her every move and leaving no gaps in their defense. Moyu decided not to flee but to help the young lady, realizing that running away would not solve the problem and that together they had a better chance of standing their ground against their numerous enemies. Calling his pet, he ordered it to charge forward and destroy the enemies, and it immediately rushed into battle, tearing through the enemy ranks and sowing chaos among them. For their part, the enemies didn't even believe in the skeleton's strength. They mocked him, viewing him as a weak opponent who could easily be destroyed without much effort. An enemy hurled a fireball at the hero, trying to reduce him to ashes, hoping to end the fight with a single powerful blow and destroy him before he could even react. The girl tried to save the young man, reacting quickly to the danger and shielding him from the attack, using all her strength to give him a chance to survive. Meanwhile, the enemy's spiritual thread entangled her legs, preventing her from moving, and she found herself trapped, forced to struggle against the constraint that held her back. 3 arrows fired from the treetop were rapidly approaching, slicing through the air and posing a deadly threat to everyone on the battlefield. 9 was disappointed that she could be defeated so quickly, realizing just how overwhelming her opponent's advantage was and how little time she had left to put up a fight. A sudden shockwave threw her away from the young man, breaking their connection and causing both of them to lose control of the situation for a moment in the heat of battle. In shock, she watched as a fireball crashed down on him, unable to intervene and feeling powerless in the face of the relentless attack that threatened his life. Suddenly, skeletons appeared from all sides, surrounding the battlefield and slowly tightening the ring around the opponents, which drastically shifted the balance of power in the clash. It was they who came to their master's aid and defense, reacting swiftly to the threat and joining the fray to drive back the enemies and create a safe space for him. These mighty and fearsome creatures carried out Moyu's orders, attacking the enemies without hesitation and coordinating their actions precisely, obeying his will in the heat of battle. The enemies did not expect this at all, and their confidence quickly gave way to confusion when the situation suddenly spiraled out of their control. The skeletons were quite formidable opponents, for they acted in unison, knew no fear, and relentlessly pressed the enemy, using their numerical superiority and discipline to their advantage. The creatures themselves wouldn't even let them catch their breath, attacking constantly without pause and forcing the enemies to retreat under the relentless onslaught and grueling pressure of the battle. The mage couldn't believe what had happened, since he could see that the player was at level 10, and this completely contradicted his expectations regarding such a sudden and strong resistance in battle. It would seem that his level 21 should have been more than enough, but his body trembled as if his inner fear and tension still outweighed his combat experience and abilities. Their skills proved useless against the young man, and the skeletons themselves possessed high stats, making them extremely difficult opponents. Nevertheless, one of them remained perched in the tree, closely watching the course of the battle and waiting for the right moment to intervene again and strike from a distance. The second stood on the ground, looking around to block any attack, closely watching the skeleton's movements and trying to react in time to any threat. Their leader was powerless to act as he was deeply frightened and confused, unable to understand how the situation had so quickly spiraled out of his control and turned against him. Moyu's vast army of skeletons was closing in on them from the front, gradually surrounding the enemies and forcing them to retreat under the onslaught of these merciless and tireless creatures. They surrounded the enemies on all sides to prevent them from escaping, gradually tightening the ring and cutting off any possible routes of retreat or escape. Ning couldn't believe how the hero could be so strong with such pets, for their power and numbers far surpassed anything she had ever seen before. Indeed, there were so many of them that it was hard to count them, as skeletons continued to appear one after another, completely filling the space around the battlefield. Moyu himself behaved quite calmly and quietly, as if everything happening around him were a routine matter that didn't cause him the slightest bit of anxiety or fear. The girl watched him, trying to figure out what was going on inside him and understand why he remained so calm even in the heat of a dangerous battle. When the young man opened his eyes, they were just like those of his pets, indicating that he could control them and maintain a special connection with them even during battle. The stats showed that the player could summon 44 skeletons out of 100, demonstrating the limits of his current power and his potential for further development and leveling up. With each attempt, his passive and active skills grew stronger, triggering buffs that gradually made him more powerful and allowed him to control the battle more effectively. Meanwhile, the opponent managed to activate his defensive sphere at the very moment when a dangerous attack had almost reached its target and could have completely changed the outcome of the battle. The creature slowly approached him through the thick fog, perhaps shattering the defense that just a few seconds ago had seemed absolutely impenetrable and reliable. In the blink of an eye, everything shattered into tiny fragments that rained chaotically down on the ground around him and vanished into the thick darkness of the night sky. Chaos and the tension of battle reigned all around, where every careless move could be the last amid the roar of explosions, screams, and the ceaseless clash of forces. The mage wanted to unleash his most powerful attack in their direction, hoping to break through the enemy's defenses with a single strike and decisively turn the tide of the battle. Fire attacks and weapons swirled through the air, creating deadly chaos all around, in which every second could decide the fate of everyone involved. One of the skeletons destroyed its opponents with a single powerful blow, leaving behind only the shards of weapons and traces of the recent battle. Their agility score was only 1,000 points, which was significantly lower than that of the skeletons, who moved with extraordinary speed and were nearly impossible to track. There was nowhere left to run, so all they could do was fight to the bitter end, trying to survive amid the dangerous chaos of the brutal confrontation. The hero couldn't understand why the enemy hadn't used the defensive sphere earlier, since it could have saved him from a devastating attack and changed the outcome of the battle. This was one of a warrior's core skills, as the shield activated briefly at maximum strength and allowed him to withstand even the most dangerous attacks. No one understood why the skeletons were so terrifying, and if he had known their true power earlier, he would never have dared to approach them. The master ordered his pets to immediately block him and prevent him from escaping, gradually tightening the encirclement from all possible sides. After some thought, he concluded that he simply could not let them escape, as that could lead to even more dangerous consequences in the future. All he could hear around him were the voices of his enemies, desperately pleading for help as they tried to save themselves amid the chaos of a brutal and merciless battle. The defenses could only hold out for a minute, so at that moment their time was almost up, leaving them in mortal danger. Their opponent was surrounded by creatures that were closing in with every passing second, gradually closing in and leaving no chance of escape. In her mind, the sister kept telling herself that her brother couldn't afford to die, because the future of their entire family depended on him. The girl, however, saw that none of the enemies had even moved, remaining completely calm, as if confident in their absolute superiority in this situation. After their deaths, all their belongings went to the hero, so he wanted to carefully examine the spoils and find out exactly what they had been carrying. Stepping closer, he carefully examined the sword, shield, and other items, assessing their quality and potential usefulness in future battles. Ning concluded that such equipment usually dropped after battles with orcs, who were renowned for their strength and use of heavy combat gear. In this level 20 dungeon, located far from the city limits, the three of them were always there, exploring the dark corridors and dangerous depths. The young man was also holding a scroll that could be used to enhance skills he had already learned, opening up new possibilities for further development of his abilities. The girl suggested selling it, but it wasn't as expensive as other high-quality items, so the decision remained a point of debate for the entire group. To use it, Ning said, one had to hold the scroll in one's hands and recite the activation words, after which its power was supposed to manifest. When the hero spoke the activation words, nothing changed, and the scroll remained motionless as if it weren't reacting at all to the attempt to use it. In her opinion, he had spoken too quietly, so he needed to say the words louder for the scroll to finally respond and activate its power. Moyu himself understood that to control the scroll, one had to use spiritual power, channeling it through one's own will to activate its hidden properties. The girl couldn't figure out how he had learned that information, since only a handful of experienced practitioners knew of such methods for using the scroll. With the help of this item, the young man was able to acquire a new skill that significantly enhanced his combat capabilities and paved the way for further development. It didn't seem particularly powerful, but if calculated correctly, its radius could increase to 10 meters after being amplified, making it far more dangerous. Thus, thanks to this skill, the hero was able to eliminate enemies one by one, gradually clearing the battlefield and turning the tide of battle in his favor. Because of his profession, all his techniques were tied to spiritual power, which allowed him to effectively channel energy and create powerful combat moves. Ning wondered why, despite having such a pleasant voice, he remained silent all the time, as if deliberately avoiding conversation and keeping his thoughts to himself. The boy himself could see that the girl was different from everyone else at school, standing out for her manners, her behavior, and her unusual perspective on things. In response, he remarked that she too had a pleasant voice, which slightly embarrassed her, causing her to look away and fall silent for a moment. Holding out the chest, she wanted to give it to him as a thank you for saving her, sincerely expressing her gratitude for his rescue in that dangerous situation. Inside was a mid-level scroll that could be worth $1 million on the market, as it was a rather expensive and rare item of great value. Most likely she had been hunted for this very item, but she gave it away so easily, as if unaware of its true value and the danger it posed. Ning explained that she had found a treasure chest in the orcs' hideout, where various items had been left behind after battles and chaotic skirmishes. Upon opening it, The girl took out a scroll, carefully examining its contents and trying to understand its true purpose. Her enemies wanted to take it, even though, in her opinion, it wasn't worth that much, so she didn't understand why they had gone to such lengths to escape and pursue her. After 2 days on the run, the warriors were still determined to find her, continuing their relentless search and refusing to give up hope of tracking her down. Besides, there was no need to worry, because if she were under a deadly attack, she would automatically be teleported to a safe place, saving her from certain death. To himself, the young man realized that his new acquaintance not only came from a good family but was also apparently so well protected by artifacts or skills that she could be considered nearly immortal. In the end, Ning wanted to trade the item for something edible, since she was quite hungry and wanted to satisfy her hunger as quickly as possible. So he gave her a baked potato he had with him, so she could quickly satisfy her hunger after the exhausting events. Sitting next to him, his friend asked where he wanted to enroll, and upon hearing about the Xiangjing Academy, she thought it was a good place for learning and personal growth. She also reminded him that if he enrolled there, he would definitely need to appeal to the deity to receive a blessing and begin his studies. On the first summon, the reward was doubled, so he needed to try his best to make the most of this opportunity and obtain more resources. Depending on how many points he earned, they could come in handy in the future for his development, raising his status and gaining access to rare opportunities. After such an important conversation, the girl fell asleep beside him, gradually calming down and allowing herself to rest after a stressful day. Meanwhile, the young man was busy restoring his spiritual strength, intently purifying his inner state, and gradually replenishing the energy he had expended. The next morning, not yet fully awake, she asked for a snack, barely opening her eyes and trying to gather her thoughts after her sleep. He gave her 2 potatoes and he saw her ask for more, her appetite still unsatisfied after an exhausting day and a night's rest. However, he didn't have anything else, so he simply spread his hands, explaining that his supplies had run out completely after their previous meal. After saying goodbye, Ning told him she had to go because she needed to level up, continuing on her path of growth and training. She added that her companion should hurry to catch up with her, because next time she would already be at the top, far ahead of him in her own development. The hero himself decided to test his new skill in combat to gauge its true power and limits in a real-world situation. Ahead of him lay the one who had previously tried to harm them, now powerless after a defeat that had forever changed the course of their confrontation. The explosion engulfed the entire area, illuminating it with a bright, blinding light that spread in all directions and made everything around it hold its breath, filling the space with an eerie silence. The player's technique worked well, just as he had expected, and the result fully matched his calculations, allowing him to feel confident in the correctness of his chosen battle strategy. After enhancing the talent, the blast radius increased by 360 degrees, which completely transformed its effectiveness in combat and affected the entire area of effect. As a result, the young man decided to explore the dungeon even more thoroughly, to examine each level more closely, and not miss a single hidden danger or valuable find. Now that the skeleton's level had risen to bronze, he had to spend 70 points of spiritual energy to summon one, which significantly complicated the process of summoning them during combat. As he drew closer, he could hear the sound of conversation. Most likely, this was the entrance to the mines, where workers were discussing their daily tasks and preparing for new, deeper excavations. The warriors were discussing the difficulty of the trial and forming teams, debating possible tactics, the strengths of potential allies, and the risks of the upcoming challenge. When the young man approached, everyone fell silent, eyeing him with wariness and curiosity, as if trying to gauge his strength and intentions even before he spoke or made a move. The available levels weren't insanely difficult, but even on the normal difficulty, there were monsters that were much stronger than those outside, forcing even experienced warriors to act cautiously and with full concentration. The warriors asked if the young man was a conscript with a skeleton by his side, scrutinizing his figure closely and trying to understand where he got such strange and unusual power. The technique had no effect on those wearing the protective talisman, as the magical barrier completely neutralized its power, preventing any energy from penetrating inside and causing harm. Many of those present asked Moyu to join them, as they had witnessed his power and realized that with such an ally, their chances of success would increase significantly in the trials ahead. However, he wanted nothing more than to work alone, avoiding any alliances and relying solely on his own strength to achieve his goals without outside help. This system asked the player to confirm his choice of the horrible difficulty level, warning him of extreme risks and possible consequences that could significantly affect his future progress in the game. Without hesitation, the young man agreed, accepting the challenge without a second thought and fully aware of the risks that might lie ahead on this difficult path. The players and teams were shocked by his choice and by the fact that he set out alone, as no one had expected such courage and reckless confidence in tackling the trial solo. So they decided to stay put and wait for him to emerge from the dungeon, keeping watch at the entrance and discussing among themselves his chances of survival. Inside the mines there was a strong smell of blood, and by all accounts the monsters found him quickly, beginning their pursuit before he had even had a chance to fully explore the first passages. As expected, the creature's stats were several times higher than normal, making it extremely dangerous and nearly invulnerable to standard attacks. Level 14 warriors had a physique rating in the 300 to 400 range, falling completely short of the elite creatures who surpassed them in strength, endurance, and combat capabilities. In terms of spiritual strength, however, they were certainly on par with his disciples, demonstrating a stable level of energy and control that allowed them to maintain their composure in challenging combat situations. So the battle began quickly, without hesitation or preparation, turning the surrounding area into a chaos of blows, magic, and screams, all merging into a continuous whirlwind of combat. Killing a single monster yielded a great deal of experience, and it was possible to level up quickly if one fought effectively and didn't miss opportunities in battles against stronger enemies. It took 12 seconds to defeat one, so the young man had to act quickly to keep up with the waves of enemies and prevent them from surrounding him in the confined space. The order to the skeletons was clear: leave no corner of the dungeon untouched, thoroughly combing every passage and identifying any hidden threats or enemies. They moved swiftly, and even this plan surprised Moyu, for the coordination of their actions exceeded his expectations and demonstrated a high level of control over his subordinates. In just 5 minutes, he reached the 11th level, and after that his spiritual power was fully restored, allowing him to resume the battle immediately, without the slightest delay. After reaching the 10th level, the player's stats increased much faster, allowing him to rapidly grow in strength and more effectively confront increasingly complex enemies. Previously, the increase had been up to 10 points, but by then it had reached 20. His spiritual power had increased by 100, which significantly boosted his stamina and combat potential in the dungeon. The pet's base stats rose by 200 points thanks to a tenfold increase, which dramatically boosted its combat effectiveness and made it significantly more dangerous in battle. The problem was that his only skill, Soul Flame, hadn't improved, remaining at its base level despite all his attempts to enhance it. Perhaps if Ning had been there, she could have pointed out this detail to him, helping him understand the skill's nuances more quickly and avoid unnecessary mistakes in its development. Ahead, the air surged, whipping up all the dust and revealing a dark passageway, forcing small pebbles to roll aside under the pressure of an invisible current. An elite-class Wolf King appeared before Moyu, its figure radiating a menacing power that made the air around it tense with its presence. It was terrifying to imagine what kind of stats a stronger boss must have, since even this opponent already looked extremely dangerous and nearly invincible. Gathering his warriors, the young man ordered them to charge, compelling them to attack the enemy simultaneously and press in on him from all sides without the slightest pause. Given their physiques, they could barely withstand his roar, which pressed down on them like a heavy wave of energy, causing them to lose their balance and concentration in battle. Everything happened quite quickly and was filled with chaos, where every moment brought new blows, shouts, and sudden movements, all blending into a chaotic melee. The larger the enemy, the easier it was for his army of skeletons to attack, since a massive target allowed them to surround it more effectively and strike from different sides. The attacks were powerful, but they lacked efficiency, which meant they didn't always achieve maximum effectiveness and lost some of their potential in battle. Realizing who he was up against, the enemy began to flee, trying to break away from pursuit as quickly as possible and avoid inevitable defeat in battle. Seeing the enemy's reaction, the master ordered all his subordinates to retreat, instructing them to immediately break contact and take up safe positions. Another creature also appeared ahead, a mine wolf, which slowly emerged from the darkness, warily assessing the space before it. Its individual stats weren't particularly high, but there were over 100 of them, making it a dangerous threat due to its sheer numbers and constant pressure in battle. However, Moyui was a necromancer, not as simple as the others, for his abilities allowed him to control the battlefield and resurrect fallen enemies as his allies. After eliminating his opponents, he finally decided to blow up the entire area, casting a spell that engulfed the space in a powerful wave of destruction. Thanks to the amplification, the damage from the explosion reached 100%, and the result was staggering. It completely obliterated everything within its radius and left behind a devastated zone. Feeling his superiority over everyone, the young man seemed to be taunting the creatures as he moved forward confidently, demonstrating complete control over the situation on the battlefield. Thus, he reached level 11, a good result that confirmed the effectiveness of his actions and his rapid progress in character development. He was also disappointed that the Wolf King had dealt only 15,000 damage, no more than ordinary creatures, which clearly fell short of his expectations for such a powerful enemy. Nevertheless, the loot was decent, and among the spoils were useful items that could significantly enhance his further development and combat capabilities. For now, he could continue clearing the dungeon and might even reach the final boss if he moved quickly enough and didn't slow down his progress through the dungeon. In the future, if he decided to clear a hell-level dungeon, this experience would come in handy, helping him better assess risks and act more effectively in the most dangerous conditions. The run took about an hour, and he managed to level up so quickly that it surprised even those who were watching his progress from the sidelines. Upon seeing the Goblin King, Moyu decided that by defeating him, he could reach level 12, counting on a significant experience boost after such a difficult battle. Of course, it was clear that the final boss's stats were far superior to those of his skeletons, making him a much more dangerous opponent in any fight. Without waiting for them to attack him, the creature struck first, rapidly closing the distance and delivering a powerful blow that disrupted the initial fighting range. The situation changed abruptly and took a turn for the worse, forcing him to quickly adapt to the new circumstances and revise his original plan of action. The aura was so powerful that it crushed two of his minions, causing them to lose their balance and barely hold their ground under the onslaught of an invisible but extremely heavy force. As a result, Moyu lost two skeletons at once, which was a significant drain on his strength in the current battle, and forced him to act more cautiously. His stats were rather weak. With a physical strength of 120 points, he stood no chance against the Goblin King, who had 3,000, creating a huge power gap between them. It seemed that the player had discovered his weak spot, realizing exactly where his strategy and strength were failing him in the face of such powerful opponents. The monster's stats were quite impressive, and the situation was escalating, as each of its actions became increasingly threatening to the player and his subordinates. It seemed as though the skeletons were no match for this creature at all, as it easily broke through their ranks and ignored most attacks without any noticeable effort. The situation could only turn around because Moyu had not just one skeleton, but an entire army that could outnumber the enemy and gradually wear it down in battle. The young man was confident that with the help of his pets, he could defeat the enemy by relying on their coordinated attacks and his own control of the battlefield. If it came to that, his army could wear him down to death with continuous marches, grueling battles, and a constant lack of rest, which would gradually sap the troops' strength. The battle was intense enough to leave none of the participants with even the slightest choice, forcing everyone to push themselves to the limit, reacting quickly and with no room for error at critical moments. The enemy repelled the skeletons more effectively than the Wolf King did with his howl, using it as a powerful wave of sound energy that scattered the skeletons, causing them to lose their balance and crumble. Some of the hero's followers began scattering in all directions, fleeing out of fear and panic as they tried to find cover far from the danger. However, the hero ordered them to return to stop the creature, loudly calling them back and compelling them to gather together, to organize their defense and prevent the enemy from dividing their forces. The flame of the soul bursting from the opponent's jaws weakened the enemy's spiritual power, draining his inner energy and gradually destroying his ability to resist. In that case, the young man knew he had to turn the situation to his advantage, closely watching how events unfolded and looking for the slightest opportunity to strike decisively at the crucial moment. The plan he had in mind was designed to work under any circumstances, since every step he took had been thought out in advance and aimed at achieving success, even in the most difficult situations. As a result, Moyu managed to defeat the Goblin King and earned 40,000 experience points, which allowed him to significantly improve his skills, increase his strength, and unlock new abilities. By that time, his level had risen to 12 thanks to numerous victories in battle, accumulated experience, and the constant refinement of his combat skills through challenging trials. Although the necromancer was classified as a mage, his abilities differed from those of other mages. There was no cooldown, as he could continuously summon and control creatures. The core, which he had also received as a reward, could be exchanged for gold coins, making it a valuable item with high market value that could significantly improve his financial prospects in the future. After the refresh, his strength was restored, so the master could summon more skeletons, quickly replenishing his army of the undead and continuing to control the battlefield without a long pause. It was time to leave the dungeon, for the trial was over, and the path back lay open before him, allowing him to leave the dark corridors and return to the outside world. None of those standing there had expected the young man to emerge alive, for the dangers of the dungeon seemed too great even for experienced warriors who had previously lost comrades there. They marveled at his skill and above all at his age, for the apprentice was young, yet already possessed rare skills and abilities, usually found only in experienced and powerful adventurers. The hero also wanted to enter the dungeon once more when it became active, and afterward to meditate and gather his thoughts in order to restore his inner peace. Sitting under a tree, he reflected on everything that had happened, recalling the dangerous battles, his decisions, and the hardships he had endured, which had gradually changed his outlook. The explosion was a powerful skill for group attacks. Moreover, the flame of the soul could not only stop an enemy's attack, but also intimidate them. 12 hours later, his spiritual power had almost fully recovered, and he was able to summon 4 more skeletons, which significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. The people nearby seemed quite experienced and well-trained, demonstrating confidence in their own abilities, coordinated actions, and a readiness for dangerous trials. The image of the girl he had recently met kept running through his mind, for her gaze, voice, and demeanor had made a strong impression on him, causing him to return in his thoughts to that encounter again and again. He was also curious about how she was doing and where she was, because ever since their meeting he hadn't stopped thinking about her, worrying about her safety, and hoping to see her again soon. The warriors chatted about their guilds and wouldn't let each other get the last word, constantly boasting about their own achievements, the strength of their allies, and their successes in battle. Their leader was finishing up a mission in the dungeon, so they couldn't go inside until he was done. They waited outside, keeping a close eye on the situation so they'd be ready to act immediately. Unable to withstand the tension, he attacked the rest of his opponents, charging abruptly into battle and trying to force his way through the enemies who continued to press in on him from all sides. The impact sent him flying to the side, and a cloud of dust rose, instantly filling the space around him, obscuring the battlefield and making it difficult to see his opponent's next moves. As a result, the opponent was defeated and left this world, having exhausted his last reserves of strength after an exhausting confrontation that finally determined the victor and put an end to a long and brutal conflict. The guild leader didn't even consider that he had killed a player, so he proposed taking revenge on their guild, believing his actions were justified and seeking to definitively crush any resistance from his rivals. Overhearing their conversation, Moyui didn't understand what was happening, for the speaker's words sounded confusing and concealed events he had previously known nothing about, making it impossible for him to grasp their true meaning right away. Another participant explained that they wanted to get their hands on the Goblin King's crystal, which was a rare resource, so they had seized it, intending to use the valuable item to strengthen their own guild. It turned out that their leader had gone there to carry out a mission and had ordered that no one be allowed in, strictly warning his subordinates to guard the entrance and not let outsiders interfere with the mission. At that point, no one could complete it, though to some it seemed like madness, since the quest appeared too difficult and dangerous even for experienced warriors. The young man concluded that only a fool would agree to such a thing, since the risk was too great and the chances of a successful outcome seemed almost zero. The core was needed so that the alchemist could transform it into the Goblin King's ring, using the material's rare energy to create an artifact that would be of great value and empower its owner. It possessed quite powerful stats, and was a true treasure for a novice, capable of significantly boosting combat capabilities and providing an advantage in the first serious encounters with stronger opponents. It was said that their leader wanted to take over the Shangjing Academy, which was why he was so eager to obtain this item. But he lacked the resources, so he was looking for any opportunity to strengthen his guild and expand his influence in the region. Muyi decided that no guild would be able to stop him from leveling up, for he was confident in his own abilities and planned to continue his development regardless of external obstacles or the ambitions of others. The organization was inside, but they didn't realize what a fool had walked in among them. At first, they took his appearance as a coincidence and underestimated the potential threat posed by his presence. On the other hand, the young man behaved quite confidently and openly, making no secret of his intentions and calmly assessing his surroundings as if he were in complete control of the situation despite the tense atmosphere. But then he couldn't stand their insolence anymore and ordered them to step aside and not interfere with his leveling up, making it abundantly clear that he wasn't going to tolerate their provocations. The men treated him like a little kid who just wanted to play, underestimating his seriousness and strength and viewing his presence as nothing more than a passing amusement. Barely holding himself back, the player repeated once more that they should step aside, demanding in a tense voice that they clear the way for him and not hinder his further development and progress. The problem was that his opponents had never heard of the necromancer class, so they didn't realize the true danger of his abilities and underestimated the power of the creatures he summoned in battle. The spectators, however, begged him not to leave, because the guild had no regard for people or their lives. It had already proven its cruelty in conflicts and its ruthless attitude toward anyone who stood in its way on more than one occasion. The leader's assistant looked at Moyui and couldn't understand why his gaze was so terrifying, for in the young man's eyes, one could sense a cold confidence and strength that evoked a subconscious fear even in experienced warriors. So he warned that if the young man took another step, he would be struck in return, hoping to dampen his resolve and force him to retreat with this direct warning of an inevitable counterattack. Ignoring the warning, the mage made a slight, barely noticeable movement that looked almost accidental, but was in fact part of his premeditated plan to quickly cast a spell at the right moment. To protect his own life, the guild assistant ordered him to be eliminated, reacting swiftly to the threat and trying to preempt his actions, leaving him not the slightest chance to escape or offer any resistance. The problem was that they hadn't noticed the guy's pet, which had remained unnoticed nearby and could change the course of events at any moment by suddenly appearing in the fight. The shield, which had withstood the attacks of 5 novices, began to crack, gradually losing its integrity under the relentless pressure of blows that grew stronger with each successive attack from the opponents. If there had been one more attack like that, the shield would have been destroyed, for its defensive power was nearly exhausted, and any additional blow could have finally breached the defense and shattered its protection. Without waiting for that to happen, the enemy used a ring of fire for defense, instantly creating a blazing barrier around himself that was meant to hold back the advance and repel further enemy attacks. As soon as he came to, he realized he had managed to survive. Understanding that only a stroke of luck and his quick reflexes had saved him from a fatal blow and allowed him to stay alive in that battle. The goal was to destroy the creature and tear it to pieces, completely eliminating the threat and leaving it no chance of recovery or further resistance. However, the knight did not know that he had taken the wrong path, one that would ultimately lead to his end, for every step he took only led him deeper into a trap from which there was no escape. Perhaps this thought still crossed his mind. If he killed Moyu, the skeleton would disappear as well, since he assumed that control over summoned creatures depended entirely on the life of their master. Even at that moment, the guild couldn't grasp that fighting him was unnecessary. They had underestimated his strength and failed to realize that a conflict with him would only lead to unnecessary casualties and defeat. The spectators urged the young man to flee and save his life, as they understood that the situation was growing increasingly dangerous, and any delay could cost him his last chance at survival. However, he reached out his hand and summoned several more pets to his aid, instantly strengthening his position on the battlefield and preparing to repel his enemies with the help of his new allies. Defending their master, they acted on command, carrying out every order without hesitation, and forming a living shield between him and the enemies to repel any threat and buy time for a counterattack. Panic and confusion were evident in the enemy's eyes, for they had not expected such a rapid turn of events or the loss of control over the situation, which forced them to act chaotically and without a coordinated plan. At that moment, the guild realized that there were many skeletons, and their numbers far exceeded expectations, causing the situation to rapidly spiral out of control and become increasingly dangerous. There was nothing left to do but continue the battle, for retreat was impossible, and everyone was forced to stand their ground until the end, relying solely on their own strength and remaining stamina. Then the leader cast the skill Dance of the Fire Serpents, available only to level 20 mages, unleashing ribbons of flame around him that moved chaotically and burned everything in their path. Even experienced masters could not always control it, so the hero was forced to accept defeat, for the skill's power exceeded his current capabilities and required a much higher level of control and experience. When the army of skeletons collided with the machine, flames erupted all around, engulfing the area in bright flashes that mingled with the shadows of the undead, creating a chaotic battlefield. The disciples, paying no heed to anything, continued to advance on their enemies, undeterred by the pressure of the attacks and confidently carrying out their master's orders. It was at that very moment that the guild leader realized just how much he had overestimated his power, coming to terms with the fact that the situation had spiraled out of control and his forces were no longer a match for the actual level of the threat. Pulling himself together, the leader ordered the knights to regroup and demonstrate their strength in order to turn the tide of battle, force the enemy to retreat under the onslaught, and consolidate their positions on the battlefield. Their stats instantly increased, making them stronger, more resilient, and significantly more dangerous to any opponent. The experienced guild worked in a coordinated and organized manner, clearly dividing responsibilities among all members and quickly responding to any changes while carrying out dangerous missions. Moy asked the residents to move as far away from the center of the action as possible to keep them out of harm's way and prevent any accidental casualties as the situation unfolded. Soon the flame of the soul skill flared in his hands, filling the space around him with a bright glow and radiating a power that struck fear into everyone present. It surged toward his opponents, engulfing them in blazing tongues of flame and inflicting unbearable pain from which they could find no escape. As one would expect from a guild member, neither defensive skills nor items nor desperate attempts at resistance helped him avoid his inevitable defeat. The leader didn't know what to do in that situation, since every possible decision seemed risky and could lead to even more serious consequences for everyone. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake the thought that he had no right to lose to an ordinary young man who seemed significantly weaker and less experienced than he was. The hero ordered the skeletons to focus on a single person in order to quickly crush his resistance and prevent his opponents from coordinating their next moves. A defensive barrier had been activated up ahead, but it did absolutely nothing to hold back the onslaught, as the attacks passed right through it without any noticeable reduction in their destructive power. The man could no longer hold out against such a horde of skeletons, which attacked relentlessly from all sides and gradually sapped his strength and endurance. His cry for help rang out across the entire area, echoing between the buildings and causing panic among those who were still nearby. Only later, when the trainees broke through the shield, did everything become clear. The defense had been completely breached and the situation had finally spiraled out of control. No one was able to save the organization's member from certain death, for events unfolded too rapidly and the enemy's forces completely overwhelmed any attempts at resistance. It all ended in an instant as events unfolded so quickly that none of those present had time to realize exactly how the final outcome had come about. The leader wanted to flee because he finally realized he couldn't handle the situation, and the enemy significantly outmatched him in strength and capabilities. However, the hero himself realized that this thought had come too late, for the situation had already spiraled completely out of control, and there was no way to retreat. After that, as usual, he used his explosion technique, instantly unleashing destructive energy that obliterated everything around him and changed the course of the battle. Knights are by nature quite resilient, but after such a blow, none of them could survive, for the destruction was too vast and deadly. Of course, they tried to flee, but it was all in vain, as any escape route was quickly cut off, leaving them with no chance of survival. The leader was unable to protect his guild members in the president's absence, causing the situation to quickly spiral out of control and leading to dire consequences. However, he himself also perished alongside them on that battlefield, unable to change the course of events and becoming part of the battle's tragic conclusion. The young man is pleased that he was able to protect himself and those around him, stopping the threat and proving that his strength is capable of saving lives in critical moments. With only a slight smudge on his face, he calmly wiped it away with his hand, as if such a minor stain were of no consequence after the battle they had just endured. The entrance to the dungeon opened, slowly parting the stone slabs and revealing a dark passageway from which a chill blew, carrying a sense of ancient danger. As he stepped inside, he heard only explosions ringing out behind him, gradually drowning out the noise of the outside world and cutting off his path back. Everyone was dead, and not even their bodies remained. Whoever had done this knew no mercy and acted cold-bloodedly and ruthlessly, as if erasing every trace of the battle. People understood that the guild would certainly not turn a blind eye to such a thing, but would be ready to destroy everyone involved without any hesitation or mercy. After a while, as expected, the guild president emerged from the dungeon, calmly surveying the surrounding area now that the mission was complete. Looking around, he couldn't figure out where everyone had gone, since a battle had raged here just a short while ago and everything was supposed to be completely under control. So he ordered a signal to be sent so that his subordinates would hear him and immediately returned to the assembly point for further instructions. The president realized that no one could have simply walked away, and that without a doubt, something had happened during his absence. So he began to carefully assess the situation and look for signs of what had occurred. So after gathering the remaining men, he set off away from that ominous place, trying to leave the danger behind as quickly as possible and regain control of the situation. After a while, the young man was on a quest to level up, intently defeating enemies and gradually strengthening his skills and power. He searched for the crystal that was supposed to have fallen from the Goblin King, but found nothing, even after thoroughly searching the battlefield and every shard in the vicinity. Instead, he obtained a book that could be used with the soul flame and explosion spells, opening up new possibilities for controlling destructive power. Immediately after reaching level 14, the young man wanted to advance to level 15, but doing so required clearing several dungeons which demanded much more effort and risk. To be accepted into the academy, all he needed to do was reach level 16, which would grant him access to training and new opportunities for growth. Upon exiting the mine, Moyu saw that everyone had left and no one remained nearby, so silence and emptiness reigned all around after the events that had just taken place. The next day, Xiao Shui reached the 10th level, rapidly increasing her strength after a series of successful battles and completed quests. Her attention was drawn to a classmate standing ahead of her, calmly amidst the crowd and seemingly oblivious to her gaze. Even at that moment, the girl was determined not to let him get ahead of her and to be the first to step forward, focusing all her attention on her own advantage. After the meditation, the player had 72 skeletons remaining, who continued to follow his orders and awaited further instructions. He kept searching for that rare item, but all his efforts proved futile, as no traces of the object he needed were ever found. Most likely, the guy didn't want to kill so many monsters, but there was nothing he could do about it since he needed to level up for further progression. For 12 hours straight, he didn't leave the dungeon, constantly pushing deeper and defeating enemies to gain the necessary experience as quickly as possible. Later, the number of his skeletons increased by 4, and their stats improved, but the problem was that their skills remained the same, which meant their effectiveness didn't increase. As he drew closer, Shui came into view. After greeting him, she calmly stopped beside him, waiting for his reply. The girl was only interested in what level the boy was at, since she wanted to compare his progress with her own and understand how far ahead of her he was. But when she heard the number 14, she couldn't believe her eyes or ears. She hadn't expected him to reach that level so quickly. The gap between them was several levels, and Shu couldn't even fathom what he'd been doing to progress so rapidly. His progress seemed almost unbelievable to her. Turning around, she declared loudly that she wouldn't accept defeat and would definitely take first place, demonstrating her determination and confidence in her own abilities. For a whole hour, the girls searched for a new team, carefully observing the players and assessing their potential for future joint missions. One run through the mine wasn't enough to boost his stats, so he had to return there again and again to gradually hone his skills. Moyu couldn't understand why she was in such a hurry that she wouldn't even give him a chance to talk properly, constantly walking away and avoiding any delays. Over the next hour, the girl continued to tackle the challenges, stubbornly overcoming obstacles and not stopping even as the tasks grew increasingly difficult. By the time she reached the 12th trial, her body was clearly exhausted and weary, but she still kept going, refusing to let herself stop. In fact, she later admitted to the young man that she had felt so exhausted she couldn't even move a finger, barely able to stand after the trials. It was then that the young man reproached himself for not letting her take first place on the exam, realizing just how much that might have affected her confidence and her results. In order for the girl to enroll in the academy, she had to navigate dungeons of a terrifying difficulty, overcoming extremely powerful monsters and constantly risking her own life. However, Shu had neither a team nor high enough stats to enter dungeons of that level, which made every step she took extremely risky. In response, the hero asked why she had ignored the dungeon's cooldown period, since it was crucial for safely clearing the dungeon and preparing for future attempts. He had absolutely no idea what she was thinking and couldn't fathom her true motives or state of mind, even though he had been watching her from a distance in complete silence the whole time. The girl agreed to answer the question only after her classmate complimented her on her appearance and personality, which immediately changed her mood and attitude toward the conversation. Not catching her joke, Shui held out the object and explained that the recovery talisman allowed her to make up for lost time and regain her strength more quickly after difficult situations. The item was truly beautiful and useful, as it combined aesthetic appeal with practical functionality, helping its owner in various situations and significantly easing her daily tasks. Her father had given it to her as a gift, but at the time she had sensed disappointment in his voice, since the item was too valuable and burdensome for their family, even though he had wanted to help her. With only 2 days left to level up, the girl had to use every opportunity and all her strength, focusing on training and risky missions to make it in time for the deadline. The young man saw how she was suffering and worrying, but didn't dare to get any closer, realizing that her emotional state was too fragile and required time and space. So he decided to help by assuring her that she didn't need to do anything else, and that he would take on some of her responsibilities himself so she could get some rest. In return, the girl was willing to share her talisman with him, and then they could use it together, joining forces and supporting each other through difficult trials. Before the trial began, they needed to rest for a few hours to regain their strength, gather their thoughts, and prepare for the difficult tasks that lay ahead. Their spiritual strength was gradually restored thanks to calmness, concentration, and inner harmony, which allowed them to regain their balance and strengthen their state of being after the grueling trials. The 2 hours flew by very quickly, and the team headed toward the entrance, feeling tired after their intense work and discussing the project's next steps following the conclusion of their meeting at the office. As the hero opened the portal, he selected the level at which the trial was to take place, carefully weighing the difficulty and consequences of his choice before embarking on a dangerous adventure in an unknown world. Shu was startled when she saw a terrifying difficulty level appear on their panel, realizing that an extremely dangerous trial lay ahead of them. Thoughts flashed through her mind that perhaps the guy had made a mistake and accidentally pressed the wrong button, causing the difficulty level to change to something much more dangerous than they had expected. However, he said calmly and confidently that she should always stay by his side, as if trying to reassure her and show that together they could overcome any difficulties that lay ahead. The girl thought that if she tried to run away, she wouldn't survive, and jokes were out of place, so she focused intently on the situation, fully aware of the danger they were in. He saw that she wasn't taking a single step forward and realized she was afraid, so he decided to support her with his gaze and calm words to help her overcome her fear of the unknown. Inside the dungeon, the monsters couldn't harm the skeletons at all, since their blows were powerless against the bone armor, which remained unbreakable even after the strongest attacks. Shui could only guess what her companion was thinking, closely observing his behavior and trying to understand his hidden intentions and true feelings in this tense situation. Very soon, when they reached their destination, her eyes widened in surprise, for an unexpected and impressive sight unfolded before her, surpassing all her expectations. Standing before them was that very leader, twice the usual size, radiating a menacing power and causing everyone present to freeze in tension before the inevitable clash. Meanwhile, the hero was already preparing his attack so as not to waste any time, focusing all his energy on a decisive strike that was meant to change the course of the upcoming battle. Attempts to fight as they had before were a waste of time, so using explosive techniques was the best solution, allowing them to quickly destroy the enemy and turn the tide of battle in their favor. In the blink of an eye, the girl's experience increased by 30%, which immediately gave her a noticeable boost in strength and confidence in her own abilities during the trials that followed. The girl had absolutely no idea what was happening before her. She simply stood there watching, trying to make sense of the chaotic sequence of events and find at least some logic in it. Earlier, she had assembled a team of 3 people who had taken 20 minutes to kill that wolf, yet Moyu had destroyed it in seconds, demonstrating incredible strength. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it, for the power she witnessed contradicted all her previous experience and notions about a fighter's capabilities. As they moved on, her friends stayed close by so they wouldn't bump into anyone, peering intently into the darkness ahead and trying to remain unnoticed amid the dangerous corridors of the dungeon. Only 10 minutes had passed since they entered the dungeon, and they had already reached their main enemy, overcoming obstacles with unexpected speed and confidence in their abilities. It used to take her and her team at least an hour to cover this distance, but now they had made it much faster thanks to their new abilities and coordinated actions. Using the explosion technique once again, the necromancer acted quickly and according to plan, methodically eliminating enemies and maintaining control of the situation to leave no room for error or a counterattack. By that time, the young man had already managed to reach level 15, quickly gaining experience in battle and becoming significantly stronger than at the start of his journey. There was a fairly large gap in strength and experience between him and his girlfriend, which meant she often couldn't keep up with his pace of progress and decisions. After defeating the Goblin King, they received a staff as a reward, one that glowed with a strange light and promised new opportunities to enhance their magical abilities and prepare for future battles. Shu knew that such an item was the best weapon for mages up to level 20, as it significantly boosted magical attacks and opened up new possibilities in battle. Therefore, without hesitation, the hero handed the item to her, realizing that it would be far more useful to her in future battles and help her develop her powers more quickly. In fact, he didn't care for staffs. Instead, he held the Goblin King's spellbook in his hands, which suited his fighting style much better and allowed him to use his magical abilities more effectively. No one had ever seen such a valuable item, for it radiated a rare magical power and looked so unique that even experienced travelers couldn't hide their surprise. By that time, although the team had lost a little experience with the mage's help, he was set to reach level 16, which significantly increased their chances of success in the upcoming trials. Approaching the goblin, the young man apologized for having to kill it yet again, realizing that this was simply part of the dungeon's brutal rules and a necessity for survival. He didn't care whether the monster understood him or not. After all, he acted purely out of cold calculation and focused on achieving his goal in this dangerous world. The girl didn't understand his actions and found them strange. She watched him with a mixture of surprise and wariness, unable to find an explanation for his behavior. However, these feelings were compounded by a growing fondness for her classmate, a sentiment she herself didn't fully understand, which made her attitude even more confusing and contradictory. As they opened the portal, they had to continue following the plan strictly, without deviating from the prescribed actions, to ensure they successfully passed the trial and avoided unforeseen risks. The team felt quite confident and not at all tired, maintaining a fighting spirit and readiness for further trials, as if the previous battles had only strengthened them. By that time, the second round of their trial was beginning, which promised to be significantly more difficult and required the team to maintain maximum focus and coordinated actions. The process repeated itself over and over until they reached their fifth run through the dungeon, where the group was already operating with much greater confidence, having gained experience and honed every move until it became second nature. The girl realized that she was very close to her goal and would be able to enroll in the academy once she reached the necessary level of training and self-confidence to pass the selection process. She also asked her companion if he'd like to try for first place in the provincial championship, closely watching his reaction and trying to understand his true ambitions. As a result, he could score a lot of points, which would be a good result for admission to the academy, significantly increasing his chances of being accepted and continuing his education. The grand prize was admission to the Creative Workshop, an academy where the best of the best were selected, giving them the opportunity to develop their talents under the guidance of experienced mentors. Shue intuitively felt that her friend could be the next one to study there, as his abilities and rapid progress clearly set him apart from the other candidates. His sister was studying at the Shangjing Academy, but if such an opportunity presented itself, it was worth a try, as it would open up new possibilities for growth and achieving great results in the future. That day, Gao Yang was only at the 11th level, which was too low for everything that followed, so he had to rely more on caution and wits than on strength. Moyu offered to take him onto the team, thereby helping him develop faster and gain experience in challenging trials alongside stronger allies. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the guild. The leader couldn't understand how they'd come up with the idea of blocking the dungeon, criticizing the decision as too risky and ill-conceived, which could have serious consequences. The president couldn't go anywhere for several days since he needed to reach level 16 to enroll in the academy, so he used this time to train and hone his skills. His son quickly figured everything out, but he wondered where Zhao had gone, the man who had been waiting for him near the mine, since his absence was causing him concern. As it turned out, the man had already sent a special agent there to find out what had happened and who had dared to attack his guild, so he could quickly get to the bottom of the situation. The group approached their classmate, watching his actions and quietly discussing among themselves the situation in the classroom and during the lesson while they were on break, keeping a close eye on what was happening. Smiling, he wanted to point out that they were together, but the girl quickly covered his mouth so he wouldn't have time to say anything, and the tension between them remained. They asked Gao not to look for the team until they had composed themselves, because they wanted to show him a place that, in their opinion, could change his attitude toward everything. The student was shocked, but at the same time happy that he would be able to enroll in a university, since this opened up new opportunities and prospects for his future life and development. He was ready to do whatever his friends told him, just to improve his skills, putting in maximum effort every day to develop his abilities faster and achieve the desired result. The girl asked him to stay silent and say nothing, as she was afraid that unnecessary words might ruin the situation and draw unwanted attention to what was happening between them. After convincing her, Gao had to remain silent for 10 hours in return, keeping his promise in silence and observing what was happening around him without interfering in others' conversations. So he set off to face the monsters just as the group was about to take a break, deciding to act on his own and not wait for the others, in order to test his own strength and gain new combat experience. Everything happened so quickly and confusingly, as if events were following one another without pause, leaving behind only a sense of chaos and jumbled impressions in the minds of the observers. Gao Yang darted off to the side, leaving them behind and quickly moving away from the group so he could handle the situation on his own and avoid dragging others into the dangerous events unfolding nearby. The girl was displeased with his behavior, which annoyed her, since she felt he was acting too impulsively and wasn't considering the consequences of his actions in the situation that had developed between them. 10 hours later, they were all standing together at the entrance to the cave, carefully examining the dark opening and preparing for possible dangers inside, where the unknown might lurk. His reaction was the same as the girl's had been earlier. He, too, expressed dissatisfaction and irritation at a situation that brought back emotions and behaviors he was already familiar with from others. Frightened by the level Moyu had chosen, he didn't stray a step from them, staying close and watching their every move carefully so as not to be left alone to face the danger. Assuming a fighting stance, the hero swept away everything in front of him, using a sharp movement to destroy obstacles in his path and clearing a path for himself to move forward without delay. Surprised by his attack, Gao couldn't believe what had happened. It all happened too quickly and unexpectedly, causing him to lose control of the situation and his own thoughts for a moment. Falling to his knees, he begged his comrades to take him on future missions, sincerely assuring them of his loyalty and his desire to prove his worth in their joint dangerous missions. The warrior class was completely ineffective against such a necromancer, as his power and abilities completely overpowered any attempts at resistance, rendering them useless. Asking him to let go of his leg, Moyu was willing to accept him into the group if he could prove his worth and not cause any trouble on future dangerous missions. The next step was to wait for the exam to begin, preparing carefully and observing those around him so as not to miss a single detail and to focus as much as possible on the upcoming test. The professor waited for the children to return from the dungeons, keeping a close eye on the time and worrying about their safety, since every minute of delay could mean danger for them. The school's administration was also eagerly awaiting the results of the test, as they would determine the future of student admissions and the institution's overall reputation among other schools. Muyi and Zhui wanted to take the entrance exam at Shangjing University, but, in the director's opinion, reaching the 16th level would be difficult for them, given their current level of training and experience. Silhouettes could be seen ahead, signaling their return, slowly approaching through the fog and darkness, creating a tense sense of anticipation among those watching their progress from afar. Zhu Zhen was a gladiator who had reached the 12th level, having earned it through years of training, numerous battles, and an unshakable will to win in the arena against the strongest opponents. Following him was Wang Ming, a high school classmate with a 13 rating, who had demonstrated steady progress in her skills and was confidently advancing among the participants in the trial. According to the professors, the grade meant nothing. What mattered most were the test results, which objectively demonstrated each student's true level of preparation and their ability to complete tasks without errors. The problem was that Shui, Moyu, and Gao hadn't returned, causing growing concern among those who were waiting for them and didn't know the reasons for their prolonged absence. When they came into view on the horizon, the principal was relieved to see that the students were all right, as their return confirmed that the trial had ended without serious casualties or danger. The statistics showed that Gao Yang had leveled up to level 12, while Shu had reached level 15, indicating a significant difference in their development and preparation during the trial. Their chances of being admitted to the Shangjing Academy were at least 80%. The students had performed well, demonstrating consistent results. The most important member of their trio was the necromancer, who was the only one to reach the 16th rank, making him significantly stronger than the others and establishing his key role in all their actions and successes. All the teachers present, including the headmaster, stood in shock, unable to react any other way, for what they had witnessed exceeded their expectations and completely defied their usual understanding. The weapon in his hands belonged to the Goblin King. The chance of it dropping was negligible, and gathering the items was no easy task, as every battle demanded maximum caution, strength, and a strategic approach from the participants. When everyone had gathered on the bus, they set off back to school, having completed the trial and returning to their familiar academic environment after the intense events and experiences they had just gone through. The students needed to rest, as an exam awaited them early the next morning, one that would require maximum concentration, fresh energy, and complete readiness for complex tasks and challenges. The next morning, Moyu was full of energy, with 100 skeletons in reserve in top form, and confidently ready for any trials and new challenges that lay ahead. Gao spotted his friend in the room and called him over to discuss their next steps and prepare together for the upcoming trials that awaited them in the near future. A friend also noticed him. Her eyes lit up even more, for she had immediately sensed his presence and couldn't hide her interest and excitement. They supported each other before the important exam, sharing words of confidence and comfort to help each other overcome their nerves and focus as much as possible. In addition, the friends agreed to meet at the Xinjiang Academy to continue their studies together, exchange experiences, and support one another through the new challenges that lay ahead. During the exam, anyone could crush a teleportation stone to move to the observation room if danger arose or if they needed to end the test. The young man estimated that there were more than 10,000 candidates, as the crowd around him was so large and dense that it gave the impression of an endless number of participants. The professors asked all candidates to listen carefully to the exam rules. Violators were immediately disqualified, underscoring the strictness of the selection process and the need for full compliance with the requirements. Some students didn't understand why they weren't allowed to ask questions. Perhaps someone might not have understood something, but the rules remained strict to ensure a level playing field for all exam participants. He was immediately moved to an observation room where he could monitor the progress of the exam and assess the performance of other participants in a safe environment without taking any further part in the exam. As a result, all subsequent students spoke to themselves silently, trying to focus and calm down before their turn to avoid making mistakes. The Tower of Trials organized various exam scenarios for different professions, creating unique conditions for each candidate to test their skills as accurately as possible. For the main combat class, a combat situation as close as possible to real battle had to be staged to test each participant's reaction, endurance, and combat skills. But for another class, those who assisted the team, the support class, non-combat scenarios were prepared, designed to test their support capabilities, strategic thinking, and ability to act effectively without direct combat. Various tasks with varying degrees of difficulty were designed to yield different point values. These results constituted their test scores, which could be used by institutions of higher education. The professor's final remarks concerned the equipment they were carrying. It could be used as usual, and he emphasized that it was completely safe for everyday use. All candidates taking the exam were to line up to enter the testing area one by one, maintaining order and avoiding chaos among the large number of participants. The hero was right. The testing tower was exactly the same as it had been during practice, and they would be sent to their respective rooms corresponding to their professions, where each participant could continue their training in familiar surroundings. The examiners closely observed the student, who had been granted the new profession of necromancer. This was the mage they wanted to evaluate to assess his abilities and gauge his potential for further training. Therefore, they decided to pit him against monsters of the same type that were 2 levels higher than him, in accordance with the rules for the rare rank, to test his true strength, endurance, and ability to adapt to more challenging combat conditions. Upon entering his room, the young man saw a magical level creature standing before him, ready for battle, and to test his skills in a real dangerous situation. A light barrier blocked detection devices, and there was no way to determine the opponent's rank or attributes, forcing the student to rely solely on his own experience and intuition. However, this made no difference to him. The flame of his soul filled his body, imparting confidence and strength that completely dispelled his fear and doubts about the upcoming battle. The opponent standing before him vanished in the blink of an eye, flying several meters away from the point of attack, unable to react to the sudden force of the blow and losing his balance in midair. The stunned professors couldn't understand how Moyui had managed to complete the exam so quickly, since his result far exceeded expectations and contradicted their preliminary assessments of his level of preparation. It took him a mere half-second to complete the test, demonstrating incredible reaction speed and complete control over the situation. The judges sat in the observation room, unsure what to do with a student who, without any difficulty, was destroying the most dangerous monsters in literally seconds. The tests for rare professions couldn't measure his true strength, so the judges decided to allow the student to take the exam for a legendary level profession. If he passed this test flawlessly and exceeded the professor's expectations, they were ready to personally award him a full 1,000 points. Suddenly, a new level 20 monster appeared before the young man, its immense aura weighing heavily on everyone present and forcing the judges into nervous silence. Soul Flame was that very dangerous skill that mercilessly destroyed everything around it, leaving enemies no chance of survival. Even at that moment, the school administrators couldn't believe that everything was happening so quickly, as if the student had surpassed the limits of human capability. Therefore, the professors decided not to hold this exam anymore and to immediately advance the young man to the second stage of the trial because of his incredible power. The girl watched the scores on the screen closely and was completely certain that her classmate would take first place without any difficulty. However, only one student was dissatisfied that he had failed to place even in the top 3 of the rankings. The second stage of the exam was set to begin with the main combat specialties, and the candidates could choose the difficulty level of their test on their own. In case of danger, a student could loudly declare that they were giving up, at which point the test would immediately end for them, and the scoring would be suspended. Jihao decided to choose the hellish difficulty level, fully confident in his abilities and determined to take first place at any cost. Mages are generally not strong in close combat and rarely able to defeat a monster on their own, but Shui still sincerely believed in her abilities. Next was the rogue class, also a rare one, with good combat skills that allowed her to choose even the most difficult trial level. The professors were most interested only in the necromancer and which difficulty level he would choose for his trial. The hero carefully studied the information and realized that this round tested the duration of the battle, and even 30 minutes would be difficult for anyone to endure. However, he was an exception among the rest and, without hesitation, chose the hellish difficulty level to complete the trial. Lao Lu, one of the instructors, would have been over the moon if Moyu had managed to win this difficult and intense battle. And so the trial began quickly and without delay, immediately plunging the participants into a tense atmosphere of struggle and risk. For the young man, this monster turned out to be too weak, so there was no doubt about his victory and successful completion of the trial. Summoning his skeleton warriors, he immediately gave the order, and they rushed at the enemy, surrounding it on all sides. After destroying one monster, the second was supposed to appear in 5 seconds, and the 2 students would certainly have been able to handle the next wave without much difficulty. The examiners stood there, stunned and bewildered, realizing that the new profession had turned out to be far more powerful than they could have ever imagined. Candidate Jihao was in despair and didn't know how to properly pace himself to endure the trial until the end. Meanwhile, in his room, Moyu sat down against the wall to rest and calmly ate a sweet potato, regaining his strength. It was then that it became clear that such trials were not difficult at all for the apprentice, and he was passing them with extraordinary ease. The berserker himself, having slain 50 monsters, was exhausted but still held out hope of taking first place in the rankings. Of all the participants, nearly 3,000 were injured and voluntarily withdrew from the exam, forcing many contestants to leave the arena immediately. So according to the tournament standings, Moyu took first place, while Wang Jihao ended up in fourth place, losing out to stronger opponents. No one could figure out how he managed to exceed the set limit, and the situation defied any logical explanation, even for experienced judges. It turned out that the young man had managed to defeat 301 monsters without wasting extra time on each individual kill, and by acting as efficiently as possible. Earlier, Su Jianxin, who was considered exceptionally talented, had scored 700 points at that stage, while the student himself managed to score 750. Ahead of them lay the third trial, which had to be completed in exactly 30 minutes without any delays or mistakes. Boss-level monsters faced off against the participant one-on-one, and the goal of this stage was to test the student's limits under the most challenging conditions. Without hesitation, Moyui chose the Hell difficulty level again, and even creatures of a terrifying level were no match for the one standing before them. The hero realized that the professors wouldn't have sent a real creature of such a high level to face them, so he felt a slight disappointment due to the limitations of the test. The exam consisted of 5 stages, so hopes for the last 2 remained incredibly high and sustained the participants until the very end of the trial. All the students carried out their task with careful and intense focus, quickly and seamlessly eliminating opponents on their path to victory. Mages, berserkers, and rogues, all without exception, took part in the battle, demonstrating their unique combat skills. However, as always, the hero managed to strike the monster with a single precise blow and instantly destroy it, leaving it not a single chance. The professors realized they had seriously underestimated his combat prowess and decided to wait until the 5th stage, where they could face the provincial champion. The tournament standings remained unchanged, and the young man held firmly on to first place, not yielding to a single opponent. The next challenge was that the difficulty increased with each round, as did the level of danger, forcing the participants to act with ever greater caution. The choice was entirely up to the candidates, to continue fighting to the end or to give up and withdraw from the competition. With their scores, getting into the university's top 100 would have been no problem, but they all decided to continue the exam until the very end. Each of them would face 10 waves of monster attacks, with 10 enemies in each wave, for a total of 100. The final wave was to consist of boss-level monsters, so they had to defeat them all to pass the stage and earn the maximum number of trial points. All the monsters stood before the students. Their power was immense, and a powerful aura spread throughout the area, weighing heavily on every participant in the trial. This time, everything depended on how the candidates handled the task, and the leaders were confident that Moyui would pass even such a test with ease. Taking up a fighting stance and waiting for his opponents, the young man asked his pet to stretch its muscles, since he would soon have to act quickly and destroy everything in his path. In his opinion, 3 skeletons should have been enough to finish the job, but he remained cautious nonetheless, taking his time in the darkness and sticking to his plan. The flame of his soul ignited the moment the creatures came into view, and he instantly focused, preparing for battle, sensing their presence in every movement of the darkness. Such an attack destroyed everything in its path, shattering any resistance and leaving behind only ashes and silence in a complete, absolute wave of destruction that left no chance for survival. Some of the professors could no longer control themselves because they didn't know what else the guy might do next, and this made them feel anxious and bewildered. My mind understood that nothing could be as exciting as going down into the dungeon for the first time, not knowing what to expect, and I felt a quiet thrill at the prospect of the unknown. All those who couldn't bear to watch him decided to shift their attention to the other students, trying to find among them more predictable and calm subjects for their analysis. The elemental mage used a group attack, as that was her strong suit, and she confidently directed her power at several enemies at once, controlling the battlefield. Meanwhile, Jihao also got caught up in the excitement and destroyed the creatures heading toward him, not letting a single one get close and maintaining complete control over the situation. The students who had failed the trial watched them and were terrified by the sheer number of monsters that kept surging forward in waves, forcing them to retreat. Gao Yang boasted that he knew Moyu well and wanted to tell the story of how he managed to kill a terrifyingly powerful boss in a single second, drawing the attention of everyone around him. At that moment, only 5 students from the school were taking part in the exam, but each of them demonstrated exceptional strength and composure in the face of difficult trials. 4 of them fought so fiercely that they could no longer feel their own bodies from exhaustion, while only one hero sat and rested, calmly enjoying his potatoes amid the surrounding chaos. Feng Shu, who was a swordsman, finally began to demonstrate his strength. He knew the rules well and was ready to confidently fight for first place in this trial. As for Wang Jihao, it was clear that he was on the verge of losing his mind from the tension and constant battles. His battlefield was ruled by nothing but chaos and confusion, where every move seemed unpredictable, and the situation changed every second without any logic. Finally, the young man waited for the last wave of monsters. He was tired of sitting by the wall and stood up with relief, preparing for the final battle. The 4th stage was over with only 5 people remaining, so the organizers were ready to release the rankings and announce the results of this trial. In first place, as always, was Lin Moyu, but she herself had dropped 1 spot, falling behind the other participants in the overall trial rankings. The students chatted and placed bets on whether any of them would make it through the next and final stage, discussing each participant's chances. Everyone knew that the 5th stage was the most crucial part of the exam, since it was this stage that would finally settle everything and determine the strongest among the participants. For the top 5, it was no longer a challenge to enroll in the Shangjing Academy and continue their studies there, as their results guaranteed them a place among the elite students. The 2 girls on the battlefield were desperate to get in, so they were ready to fight to the end, despite their fatigue and the danger. In the final round, everyone had to perform at a high level. Otherwise, they would be removed from the student roster and barred from re-entering the selection process. The companions realized that the end was near, and they mentally prepared themselves for the best, ready to accept whatever the outcome of the final test might be. Each of them was about to be transported to a special realm where various creatures appeared in great numbers. The first wave alone numbered over 100 opponents. Everyone had to find their own attack rhythm and closely monitor the changes in their scores, and only they knew the rules for calculating the scores, rules that even the examiners were unaware of. When the students were about to enter the combat zone, the head professor could only see the changes in their scores, so they were free to use any items they had on them. A scoreboard immediately appeared before them, showing what each person had, and forcing the students to quickly assess their positions and capabilities. The protagonist found himself in his room and sensed a strong smell of death emanating from it. Everything looked as if a brutal war had recently taken place there. Most likely this was done so they could get a sense in advance of what was to come on the actual battlefield. The monsters had only a level. No other characteristics were known, so every battle required the utmost caution and quick adaptation. Hearing the creatures scream, the hero thought that such a sound might attract their kind, and he warily braced himself for a possible new wave of enemies. The enemy's body didn't seem that weak, so he wasn't able to destroy it on the first try, and the fight dragged on longer than he'd expected. To himself, Moyui was certain that the second attack would end it all, and he was already planning his next precise strike, with no room for error. An explosion rang out across the area, and using this tactic, he cleared all the dungeons, leaving his enemies not a single chance of survival. The young man's score was staggering, 4,000 points, which immediately set him apart from all the other participants in the trial. To eliminate everyone else, the young man decided to wait until they came to him on their own, remaining calmly in the center of the battlefield. A corpse lying in the middle of the battlefield could exist for only 10 seconds before vanishing without a trace. It seemed the necromancer had to change his plan, as the situation wasn't unfolding as he'd expected. In his opinion, 10 skeletons should have been enough to gather all the other creatures, control the battlefield, and gradually destroy any resistance from his opponents. The battle continued. Everyone was curious to see how the decisive stage of the exam would end, and everyone watched the events unfold closely, awaiting the outcome. By that time, Moyui had already managed to destroy all the monsters in that dimension, finishing the battle faster than most of the other participants and establishing complete control over the area. Chaos reigned around him, evidence of the numerous explosions he had caused, turning the space into a devastated arena after a fierce and unrelenting battle. His points in the tournament standings were rising rapidly. No one could see or understand what was happening to him. Only the rapid rise in his score caused astonishment. The examiners tried to figure out what his profession was and whether there was any limit to its power, since his capabilities seemed almost limitless. The hero showed no signs of fatigue. He merely wondered whether he needed to wait another minute for the next wave of enemies to appear, preparing for his next attack without the slightest hint of exhaustion. Suddenly, meteorites began flying overhead, illuminating the entire surrounding area, and each impact left behind flashes of light and destruction on the battlefield. However, it became clear that these were new creatures, but the skeletons could easily block the attack, holding their ground and preventing the enemies from breaking through their defenses. The orc mage only he could unleash such a rain of fire to reach the enemy, covering the battlefield in flames and forcing the foes to retreat under relentless pressure. Completely unfazed, the hero rejoiced at finally being able to let loose against such a large number of enemies on the battlefield, feeling exhilarated and ready for a long, unrelenting battle. A multitude of monsters appeared on the scene, drawing ever closer to their positions, moving chaotically and threatening anyone nearby in the darkness, heightening the tension all around. The skeletons, ready to defend their master, stood against them. They instantly took up battle positions, raised their rusty weapons, fearlessly repelled attacks in the darkness, and did not retreat. There were indeed many of them, and their strength was even greater, forcing the skeletons to hold their defenses on all sides, withstanding the enemy's furious onslaught in a relentless battle. Behind them walked a young man who commanded his army, closely observing the course of the battle and issuing brief orders, directing the skeletons to the most vulnerable sections of the front. The enemies didn't stand a chance against them, for the army's sheer numbers and coordination gradually broke their resistance, leaving no room for retreat or escape. After defeating many of them, the hero activated an explosive device that instantly engulfed the battlefield in a powerful wave of energy, destroying the remaining enemies and shattering their formation from a distance. Everything around him burst into flames in an instant, engulfing the battlefield in a bright blaze that spread in all directions and transformed the night into a chaotic spectacle of destruction and heat. His stats increased by 6,000 points, meaning he had killed 120 monsters in a single second, demonstrating extraordinary attack efficiency and a rapid surge in combat power in the heat of battle. The profession may have even surpassed the legendary tier and was on par with other professions, demonstrating unique abilities and power that set it apart among the rarest combat paths. The stench of death in the area grew stronger with every passing minute, gradually filling the space with a thick aura of doom that weighed heavily on everyone present and made the battle increasingly dangerous. There were no fewer than 40 groups of orcs all around, moving chaotically across the area, gradually tightening the ring and preparing for a massive assault on the enemy's positions. The monsters' levels had risen and their numbers had doubled. Judging by the difficulty level, it would be hard for other classes to complete this stage, as the enemies were becoming increasingly aggressive and resilient. In the history of the exams, only one person had ever completed the 5th stage in its entirety, and that happened 100 years ago, a fact that underscores its exceptional difficulty and the nearly insurmountable nature of the challenge. If his power had truly awakened, it would be a great discovery for humanity, for a genius who had unlocked his talent could revolutionize our understanding of the limits of human potential and the development of abilities. The young man's overall score exceeded that of his classmates by several times, demonstrating a significant superiority in strength and experience, which made him stand out vividly among all the participants in the trial. Everyone watched as Moyu advanced to the second round and killed 200 monsters in a matter of seconds, demonstrating incredible reaction speed and absolute dominance over the waves of enemies. The capital of the Shenjia Empire was quite quiet, and this atmosphere only heightened the tension, as the unusual silence made people anticipate the approach of important or dangerous events. The Tower of True Body Trials was one of the city's 3 great towers, symbolizing power and status, and served as a place to test the potential of the Empire's strongest warriors. The wind picked up and swirled across the grounds, gathering strength, whipping up dust, and creating a sense that something powerful and uncontrollable was approaching, altering the atmosphere around them. Everything happening around them was strange and unfamiliar, instilling a sense of anxiety and uncertainty in those present, as if reality were gradually losing its familiar contours and becoming chaotic. Protective beams surrounded the tower, preventing anyone from getting through and creating a dense energy barrier that repelled anyone who tried to approach the structure. However, on the other side, dark forces were already closing in on the structure, slowly advancing through the shadows and silence, preparing to breach the defenses and attack the tower. The monster engulfed the entire surrounding space, turning it into darkness that swallowed light and sound, creating a sense of complete isolation and hopelessness for everyone present. They wanted to train in the city's main towers to test their skills at more challenging levels and gradually improve their combat prowess under real-world conditions. The plan was quite risky and dangerous for everyone inside, as it involved risky actions that could lead to massive consequences in the event of even the slightest mistake. Unexpectedly, monsters from the abyss decided to attack the city, suddenly breaching the defenses and causing panic among the residents, who were unprepared for such a rapid invasion. Their speed was too great, and their target was the children still inside the building, forcing the defenders to act instantly to stop the threat in time. Everything around them was destroyed. The creatures managed to infiltrate the system, and the ground within the tower had originally been chosen from the abyss, which worked to their advantage, allowing them to spread chaos and destruction inside more quickly. Bai Yuan, Emperor Shenxia, asked how long it would take to fix everything, carefully assessing the extent of the damage and the possible ways to restore order to the system. The young man inside didn't understand why all the monsters had suddenly vanished from sight. He looked warily around him, as if expecting a new wave of attacks or a hidden threat. Footsteps could be heard approaching from behind, slowly and steadily closing the distance, causing the tension to rise with every passing second in the surrounding silence. It turned out that the family had found themselves in such an unsuitable and dangerous place that every moment could pose a threat, forcing them to be cautious and keep a close watch on their surroundings. The brother didn't understand what was happening and shared his thoughts with his sister, trying to find an explanation for what was going on and figure out how to proceed in this situation. The other participants in the challenge also couldn't fathom what lay ahead, feeling a growing sense of uncertainty and tense anticipation of what would happen next. Before everyone present in that space, a mighty figure appeared in the sky, looming over the scene and causing alarm and astonishment among those present. Monarch Bay addressed the warriors, intending to inform them of important matters, prepare them for further actions, and clearly convey the gravity of the situation. The professors, too, did not know why the sovereign had appeared before them and suspected that something dangerous had occurred in the space. They carefully analyzed the situation and prepared for possible consequences. He then announced that demons from the abyss had invaded the battlefield and were targeting the children, warning everyone of the critical threat and the need for an immediate response. For some time, they had to defend themselves, since no one knew the enemy's plans, which forced everyone to act cautiously, expecting a possible attack at any moment. The chieftain believed that as long as they remained united, the invading forces would be unable to harm anyone, for their coordinated defense and mutual support gave them the upper hand in the confrontation. Armed with swords and weapons, the students were ready for war among themselves, demonstrating determination and combat focus in the face of the inevitable clash amid a tense atmosphere. The leaders boosted the morale of all the disciples inside, encouraging them with words and actions to strengthen their confidence and readiness for the trials ahead. Moyu understood that the weakest monsters of the abyss were level 70, but if the monarch had assured them they could stand up to them, then that was the case, and he trusted that decision as he prepared for battle. The professors knew that the demons wanted to destroy the geniuses undergoing the 5th stage so that they would have no future in the empire. Therefore, they understood the seriousness of the threat and the need to protect the participants. The leader also ordered a message to be relayed to everyone else outside. They were not to panic and were to trust the emperor, maintaining calm and discipline even in a difficult situation. The enemy's blood moon began to take effect, spreading their power, amplifying the enemy's energy, and making their attacks even more dangerous and destructive on the battlefield. Indeed, the demon declared that the empire would have no future and would be instantly destroyed, speaking with cold certainty and showing complete disregard for the resistance. All this time, they had believed they could kill the participants, but unfortunately, not everyone was able to taste victory, for the resistance proved stronger than they had expected. A level 19 monster was approaching them. Its body was corrupted by the abyss, radiating a dark aura that intensified the fear and tension among those nearby. One of the students recalled that there was a restriction in the combat zone, so the creature was capped at the maximum allowed level, which allowed it to remain within the rules of the trial despite its power. The problem was that their numbers were growing by the second, gradually filling the space around them and making it difficult to hold back their advance. Mui assured his sister that it wouldn't be easy, but they were ready to handle anything, remaining determined and confident in their abilities as they faced the trials ahead. Enhanced elite-level monsters could be the same as the terrifying ones in the dungeon, since their strength and aggression far surpassed those of ordinary creatures and posed a serious threat. If, however, they were imbued with the power of the abyss and had mutated, he wondered whether he could gain experience from them, since he analyzed every battle as an opportunity for growth and improvement. Their opponents continued to taunt them, completely unaware of their opponent's strength, and didn't even notice how the situation was gradually shifting in their opponent's favor during the battle, causing them to lose strength. Jihao had absolutely no faith that they could win, and he continued to doubt even as the situation on the battlefield began to shift dramatically and grow increasingly tense. However, everyone else was more optimistic and had already prepared for battle, discussing tactics and troop dispositions, confidently awaiting the inevitable clash with the enemy. Only Moyu felt confident and showed no signs of panic, calmly assessing the situation around him and realizing that an advantage could emerge at the most unexpected moment. His sister couldn't understand what her younger brother was doing or why he was moving forward so quickly. She couldn't keep up with his actions and shifts in mood and was trying to figure out his intentions. Moy himself ordered her to turn back. It was dangerous ahead, and he didn't want her to risk her life in a situation that was rapidly becoming increasingly threatening. However, she refused to obey, and the hero told himself that she wouldn't get in his way, so he decided to act on his own, ignoring her stubbornness and emotions at that moment. Not even the person closest to him knew what the profession of a necromancer entailed or why there were so many skeletons with him, and no one could imagine the power hidden within this dark magic. It remained a mystery. They looked at each other and remained silent, neither daring to be the first to break the silence hanging between them, as if each were waiting for the other to make a move. The combatants were not afraid to attack and were ready to die to save everyone, holding their ground until their last breath and refusing to retreat even under enemy pressure. The demons spotted the young man who had stepped forward first and wanted to take him to the king's lair, sensing his strength and potential as valuable prey for their master. The young man said nothing, but calmly continued to approach, showing no fear and seemingly ignoring the threat that grew with every step he took. 50 meters, that was the distance at which the explosive technique was most effective, allowing for the most precise strike on the target without losing the blast wave's power. That is precisely why, once the necessary distance had been established between them, the young man stopped, carefully assessing his opponent's position and preparing to seize the moment for the most effective attack. He caused bewilderment and confusion among everyone present, for his calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of battle and baffled even experienced warriors. The skeletons obeyed their master and were ready to attack, carrying out his every command without hesitation and moving toward the enemy with cold precision. No one could understand how it was possible to summon so many creatures at once, for such power was beyond their comprehension and terrifying in its sheer scale. The summoned skeletons were much faster than the ones he had previously specialized in. They moved with unexpected agility and coordination, causing their opponents to lose their advantage in battle. A ferocious blow thundered across the battlefield, heralding the start of the battle and shattering the silence, forcing everyone present to instantly focus and prepare for the clash. The monsters closed in and launched their attack, moving with terrifying speed and power, forcing even experienced warriors to brace themselves to repel the first strike. The monster's strength was likely around 3,000, and this estimate made everyone seriously consider the scale of the threat and the need for quick decisions in battle. To withstand all the attacks, a character's strength had to be 3,500, but for the explosion skill, the higher the stats, the better, since increased strength directly amplified the destructive effect. It was only later that they discovered they could gain experience by killing an enemy, and this discovery completely changed their understanding of combat and the development of their own strength. Of course, it wasn't much, but it was better than nothing, since even a slight gain in experience gradually brought them closer to new levels of strength and capabilities. Ahead of them, they could see the bodies of the advancing creatures exploding, leaving behind a wave of destruction and chaos that momentarily halted the enemy's advance. None of those present could make sense of what had happened or what was happening, for events were unfolding too rapidly and chaotically, leaving only confusion and unanswered questions. They stood aside, simply watching the flames engulf the battlefield, their eerie reflections dancing in their eyes. It was only then that Jihao realized just how powerful the young man was, and he wanted to master his craft, realizing that such power could radically change his own path and future. The demon himself could not believe that a single young man could activate such a technique, for its scale and destructive power exceeded his conception of what mortal beings were capable of. Their king was already in a bad mood, and after that he grew even more irritated, responding with harsh orders and increasing the pressure on his subordinates due to the setbacks on the battlefield. The chaos raging all around only intensified, engulfing more and more territory and fueling panic among those trying to maintain control of the situation. More and more monsters emerged from the blood-red moon to destroy Moyu, filling the space around him with waves of dark energy and a ceaseless roar. Finally, the young man witnessed what should have happened much earlier, and this moment became decisive for him in the entire chain of events unfolding around him. No one knew what to do. They were relying on Moyu's strength and plan, pinning their last hope on his ability to turn the tide of battle. A blood-red moon hung in the sky, but there wasn't a single cloud in sight, only the crimson glow of the monster's auras, spreading throughout the space and giving the sky an ominous hue. At that moment, the Lord of the Abyss appeared. His appearance was terrifying and struck a chill of dread into everyone who saw his figure on the battlefield. There was nothing left to do but unleash another burst of flames, for there was no other way to halt the enemy's advance in this critical situation. The monster screamed with all its might. Its plan had collapsed in a matter of minutes, as all its efforts proved futile against the enemy's unexpected power. However, a single blow did not completely destroy the demon, and although it had sustained serious damage, it still retained some strength and tried to hold its ground in battle. The technique was so powerful that it began to burn his soul. There was not a single profession on earth that could withstand it, for its destructive power surpassed everything known in this world and left no chance for defense. The hero continued to stride forward, undeterred even by the most dangerous threats, confidently advancing toward his goal through the chaos of battle. The demon hadn't even expected Moyu to be so self-assured and pose such a great threat, for his calmness and determination completely shattered the notion of mortal weakness. Around the tower stood the monarch with his aides, watching the events unfold with rapt attention and preparing to intervene if necessary. They watched in shock as the intervention of otherworldly forces weakened everything around them, altering the very structure of space and causing chaos in reality. There was even a thought that all the candidates inside had perished, since no signs of life were coming from within, and the situation seemed hopeless. But the monarch sensed the breath of many people, and the demon himself had grown significantly weaker, which meant he was wounded and had lost control of the situation inside the battlefield. The opponents used their power to shatter the rules of the battlefield, attempting to alter the very conditions of the battle in their favor and disrupt the established balance. Not even the High Ones could enter that realm, and could anyone truly harm him? This made everyone doubt even more the reality of what was happening inside. The chaos inside was even greater. The demon could barely control his army, losing influence over his subordinates and causing them to act chaotically and unpredictably. He had no choice but to order them to advance faster and kill the students, intensifying the pressure and throwing his forces into a final desperate attack. Some of the children were so terrified that they couldn't take a single step, freezing in place out of fear and unable to muster the strength to flee or resist. After refining her explosive technique, the range increased to 20 meters, and the damage reached 150%, which significantly boosted its effectiveness in combat. If things continued this way, Moyu would have a chance to act precisely when the situation reached a critical point and the most advantageous opportunity for a strike presented itself. The young man's rank gradually rose, and at that very moment, a new, more powerful aura enveloped his body, radiating palpable magical energy around him. None of those present understood who exactly this man was or what his unique profession was that set him apart from everyone else in that place. The creatures could not even get close to him because an invisible yet extremely powerful protective force formed around him, repelling anyone who tried to approach. The demon knew the young man's name and slowly said that he remembered him from long ago, when they had already met, an encounter that had left a deep impression on his memory. He decided to wait until the hero approached him on his own, while keeping a counterattack at the ready so that he could react instantly to the slightest movement of his opponent at any moment. The battlefield gradually returned to its former state, and the children watching were pleasantly stunned by what they had seen, unable to believe their eyes or what had just happened. The abyssal creature was finally destroyed, and its dark energy dissipated into the air, leaving behind only silence, which gradually filled the desolate battlefield. City officials inquired about how the participants were feeling after the events they had just experienced, whether they had sustained any serious injuries, and whether they would be able to recover quickly. Everyone had survived, and there was not a single wounded or injured person among them, which brought a sense of relief and security to all after what they had been through. Just to be safe, the monarch decided to teleport the participants back to a safe place and then return to what remained on the battlefield to assess its condition. The sister slowly approached her brother and anxiously asked how he was feeling, carefully examining him to make sure he was all right after what had happened. The leader appeared before them and calmly announced that the results of the test would be announced later, after a final review of all the data and a summary of the findings. None of them could have defeated the orcs on their own, and it was only because Moyui was there that the situation did not end in tragedy and they were able to avoid defeat. Therefore, the children were taken back to the waiting room and asked to wait patiently for their evaluations, while the final tally of the results and verification of all metrics were underway. The main results of the combat test consisted of two parts, a basic portion and an evaluation portion, the latter of which had to be flawless in order to gain admission to the country's top universities. It is unknown what happened on the battlefield, and no one could bear the suspense of waiting to see the necromancer's score, which could alter the future fate of all the test participants. Muyi raised questions in everyone's minds, but above all, he inspired sincere admiration, for his appearance and actions left behind a sense of mystery and power that was difficult to put into words. Necromancer was a relatively new and mysterious profession that had emerged in the city of Sihai in Jiangning province, evoking fear, curiosity, and a multitude of questions among the residents. No one expected him to be able to change the entire course of events so radically, influencing the outcome of the battle and forcing everyone to reconsider their perceptions of his true capabilities. Calm and determined, this strong young man had everything it took to be at the top, and his profession was so powerful that it was capable of awakening a unique talent within him that set him apart from the rest. It was difficult to evaluate him that year, as Moyu had outperformed all the other participants, far exceeding the expectations of his mentors and observers. The tournament standings showed that the hero took first place and received an excellent rating, confirming his status as the strongest participant in the trial among all those present. The principal was delighted that his school now had a provincial champion, as this enhanced the school's prestige and drew attention to its students and academic programs. The girl also sincerely congratulated him and was openly proud of him, rejoicing in his achievements and the fact that he had managed to prove himself among the best competitors. In response, he merely thanked her curtly, which raised even more questions for her, since his reserved reaction was completely out of line with such a significant achievement. She couldn't understand at all why he never smiled, which seemed rather strange for a man of his age and success, and this only heightened her curiosity about his true character. Xiao Shui took second place, and her father was over the moon, as his daughter's achievement was a source of great pride for him and confirmation of her talent. Wang Jihao received the lowest score of all and ended up in last place in the rankings, which was a serious blow to him and a reason to reevaluate his actions. As a result, none of the top universities showed any interest in admitting him, which further underscored the severity of his failure on the exam. Completely disagreeing with these results, the young man became angry, as he considered the score unfair and a misrepresentation of his true abilities and efforts. Consequently, he broke the rules and was escorted out of the waiting room, as his emotional reaction went beyond what was permissible and disrupted order during the announcement of the results. The examiners loudly announced that Lin Moyu had become that year's provincial champion, confirming his first-place finish among all participants and concluding the official announcement of the exam results. His comrades and friends rejoiced immensely for him, sincerely congratulating him on his victory and making no secret of their admiration for his achievement, which came as a surprise to everyone and left a lasting impression. Suddenly, an order arrived from the empire, and everyone immediately held their breath, feeling the tension and uncertainty about what consequences this decree would bring for everyone present. Soon news spread that Lin Moyu had also become the empire's national champion, which further highlighted his exceptional talent and caused widespread astonishment among those present. Lu Yun could not believe his ears or that his protege had reached such heights, for this surpassed all his previous expectations and notions of the student's potential. Overjoyed, the man began to dance and laugh loudly, unable to contain his emotions and sincerely rejoicing in an achievement that had surpassed even his wildest expectations. The residents were eager to send their children to the very same school where the champion had studied, hoping that there they would have the same opportunities and achieve similar successes. The other exam participants approached the young man and thanked him for saving their lives, for without his intervention they might have perished during the trial, which would have changed their destinies forever. So they agreed to meet at school and have dinner together to celebrate the end of the exam and get to know each other better after what they'd been through. Shu explained that her classmate wasn't very talkative and had spoken no more than 10 sentences in 3 years of school, which is why he was considered very quiet and aloof. When a sound came from his mouth, everyone present stood there bewildered, not understanding exactly what had just happened or how to react to such an unexpected change in his behavior. Then everyone began to smile at their own funny reaction to him, realizing that their earlier surprise had been an overreaction. And this brought a sense of relief to everyone. Back at home, the protagonist told his grandmother in the photograph that he would have to leave for the academy very soon, as if speaking to her in the hope of gaining support and inner confidence. His silence was broken by a knock on the front door, which made him alert and distracted him from his thoughts, since he wasn't expecting any visitors at that time. The school principal was standing in the doorway, which was quite strange since his appearance at a student's home seemed unexpected and raised many questions for the protagonist about the true reason for the visit. Behind him stood an unknown man who silently observed the situation, his presence only heightening the sense of mystery and tension in this unexpected encounter. Reading the shadows, Moyu noticed a frightening aura that enveloped the space around him so tightly that it seemed as if it were taking his breath away and stifling any hope of peace. As he prepared to attack, the young man immediately called on his pet for help, realizing that without him, he might not be able to handle the danger that was closing in with every passing second. Monarch Bai, stepping into the light, appreciated his student's quick reaction, noting his attentiveness and ability to respond instantly to danger at a critical moment. The young man stood there in shock at the presence of such a great figure in his home, unable to believe that such an influential and powerful person was actually standing before him. It turned out he had come to speak with the young man in person about the Shangjing Academy, wishing to discuss admission and future studies. The protagonist was calm, level-headed, and possessed excellent instincts that allowed him to quickly assess the situation and make precise decisions without letting his emotions get in the way. The principal explained that the student's older sister had left last year to attend school, and he had been living alone at home managing his daily challenges on his own. To himself, the man considered it an amazing find to encounter a genius like him, capable of exceeding expectations and astonishing with his potential. The monarch was also interested in the answer regarding the skeleton and how he used it in battle, carefully analyzing every detail of his technique and tactics. The young man was puzzled by the fact that no one but him had ever seen the profiles of the students before, which made him reflect on the uniqueness of his own abilities. Therefore, he said that his talent lay in his ability to refine and develop all his skills, gradually raising his strength and capabilities to a new level. Monarch Bai was there for 2 reasons. The first was to present an award to the Shangjing Academy, and the second was to take him there for training and to develop his potential. The Academy's trial was to take place soon. Details of it could only be learned after agreeing to participate, which added an air of mystery and suspense to the event. The young man began to mentally analyze the situation, weighing all the risks and opportunities, so that he could ultimately confidently announce his decision. After weighing all the pros and cons, Moyui declared that he was ready to take the exam, fully aware of the responsibility and possible consequences of his choice. In that case, the monarch was prepared to present him with an award for becoming the national champion, recognizing his achievements and exceptional abilities. The first reward was an additional 100,000 points, which were valued even higher than gold at the academy, opening up new opportunities for his development and access to resources. The second prize was a scroll of beginner and intermediate level skills, which could significantly enhance the young man's combat capabilities and expand his arsenal of techniques. The third reward was an additional honor based on his performance in the combat arena, the Shada qualification, confirming his high level of training. This was extremely valuable for entering the tower, especially for the first time, so the student had to be well prepared to withstand the trials and make the most of the experience. The young man had to pack his belongings so that the monarch could take him to the academy, preparing for a new stage in his life and the unknown trials that lay ahead. The director saw his student off, feeling proud of him, proud of his achievements, and confident that his journey was only just beginning. It was quite dark outside, so no one could see them, allowing them to leave the grounds unnoticed and avoid unnecessary attention. The emperor and Moyu stood next to the gates of the Xiangjing Academy, surveying the surroundings and sensing the significance of the moment before entering. The gate was both a portal and a weapon, and even if the supreme leader acted recklessly, he would have to pay a very high price for any mistake. He was also shown the room where he was to stay to rest until the next morning, regaining his strength before the upcoming trials and training. His neighbor had no idea who his new roommate was, especially since the emperor himself had escorted him to the room and treated him with such respect. It was only later that he realized it was the well-known champion Lin Moyu, whom almost all the students and instructors at the academy had been talking about lately. The academy offered several room options for the protagonist to choose from, and the cost of staying in each one depended on its level of comfort. The selection was quite extensive, and the most expensive rooms looked particularly appealing, offering a high level of comfort and additional perks for residents. The young man decided to save his points and chose a single room, considering this option the most practical and cost-effective for his future studies. His neighbor thought the young man wasn't skimping at all and simply didn't know how difficult it was to earn points at the academy, even for the most diligent and capable students. After inspecting the room, the young man was pleased with his choice, as it was neat, comfortable, and fully met his expectations. When the card was activated, the stranger couldn't understand where he'd gotten so many credits, hundreds of thousands, which most students couldn't earn even over the course of years of study. Mike calmly explained that it was a reward for the title of national champion, which he had received after his victory and in recognition of his exceptional abilities. The most important task for the next day was to buy a communication device so he could easily communicate and stay in touch with his mentors and other students at the academy. As one would expect from the academy, all the students were hard at work, even at night, training relentlessly and honing their skills without rest. The next morning, the young man began meditating, focusing his mind and restoring his inner energy before the new challenges at the academy. When the doorbell rang, Moyu peeked out to see who it was and was surprised he hadn't expected to see someone like that so early and in a place like this. Standing before him was the very same girl from the forest whom he had saved, and her appearance caused him a slight surprise and wariness due to the unexpected encounter. She wanted to have breakfast with him and then show him around the academy so he could better familiarize himself with the campus and its rules. The cafeteria offered an incredible variety of dishes to choose from, and even the academy's most experienced students were amazed by the variety and quality. The protagonist decided to pay with credits, but his friend informed him that everyone paid with money wherever it was permitted, and credits were used only for special expenses. Mui frankly admitted that he had no money, and that academic points were his only means of payment. They spent only 5 credits on breakfast, which seemed very little to him, given the overall value and difficulty of obtaining resources at the academy. Staring at the screen in shock, Ning didn't know where he'd gotten so many points from, since such a large amount seemed almost impossible for an ordinary student. Once she had regained her composure, she told him not to waste his resources on such simple things, emphasizing the importance of conserving resources at the academy. Deciding to make her happy, the young man presented her with the Goblin King's crystal core, a rare trophy that attested to his strength and ability to defeat dangerous creatures. Its value exceeded 1 million gold coins, a testament to the item's extraordinary rarity and worth throughout the world. Moy knew of the core's value and decided that it should end up in the hands of a good family who could use its power wisely and prevent any misuse. For the next few hours, they wandered around the grounds, surveying their surroundings and carefully examining every corner of the academy and its numerous academic buildings. The problem was that the young man couldn't find the slightest bit of information about his sister, which caused him anxiety and compelled him to continue searching for answers. There was a possibility that the information had been concealed and that she might have enrolled in a specialized college, such as a seminary, where information about students was strictly restricted. Ning asked him not to worry and assured him that his sister was definitely all right, trying to calm him down and ease his tension. As she entered the lecture hall, the young woman announced that she had brought the national champion with her, sparking a wave of surprise and interest among those present. Zhang Dao was the first to approach and introduce herself to him. She was a level 23 elven knight, which attested to her considerable combat experience and strength. Sitting in front of them was another student who was mocking the hero's rank, making no attempt to hide his arrogance and expressing doubt about the hero's true abilities. Her friend immediately came to his defense, believing that such an attitude was unacceptable and that such behavior should not be tolerated under any circumstances. Zhen continued, saying that for his team, such champions were nothing more than unnecessary dead weight that constantly hindered their progress and prevented them from achieving true victory in the game. He also warned the young man not to think he could get away with doing whatever he wanted without consequences or accountability for his own actions. He was taken on probation, and during those days, Zhen categorically refused to hear anything about him, completely avoiding any conversations or mentions of him. Mr. Rui came to the conclusion that even his sister had never behaved as proudly and arrogantly as the stranger he had just met in this situation. No one could understand the anger directed at the young man, for no one could explain the reasons behind such a sharp and unexpected reaction, which had arisen for no apparent reason. Tao's sister quickly stopped the young man so that in a fit of anger, he wouldn't harm anyone or make the situation even worse with his rash actions. As a result, he promised to show everyone who he really was and to prove his strength and significance through his future actions and achievements. The girl quietly turned to Moyu and told him that they were to meet at 9 o'clock in the morning to discuss important matters and coordinate their future plans. Ning took her companion with her to continue working on the tasks they hadn't finished earlier, and she was determined to quickly complete all their planned tasks without any further delays. Approaching Zhen, Dao quietly said that the young man had been brought by the emperor himself, to which he calmly replied that he had taken his brother's place and must now take responsibility for it. His profession as a necromancer was something new. After all, such abilities appeared every year, but they were usually considered practically useless and rarely brought any real benefit. Ning asked the hero not to worry about the student, and she herself decided to go buy him some healing potions, as well as an item to help them stay in touch in the future. Smiling, she walked into the store, where after chatting amiably with the clerk, she selected the necessary items and everything she needed for her tasks, not forgetting a single detail. The guy was wearing a smartwatch so his girlfriend could call or text him at any time to stay in quick contact with him. But first, she needed to add him as a friend so they could exchange messages and stay in constant contact with each other without any interruptions. The day was drawing to a close, and they decided to meet later at the challenge to continue what they'd started and test their skills in the next stage. The hero understood that he had to prepare well for the exam, since his future success depended on it, so he decided to take his studies seriously. In his room, he used the scrolls and trained diligently, which allowed him to gradually improve his skills and better prepare for the upcoming trials. After that, the range increased to 50 meters, and the slowdown effect reached 50%, which significantly improved his control over the situation. At that point, his techniques could be divided into summoning, attack, and curse, and all of them were very important to his fighting style and overall effectiveness in battle. In the future, Moyu hoped to master many other skills as well, to expand his capabilities, become stronger, and be better prepared for any challenges. The next morning, his girlfriend woke him up. She had been patiently waiting for breakfast and wanted to start the new day together with a calm conversation and some planning. The main warning for all students was not to get in each other's way after teleportation, to remain calm, and to quickly assess the situation to avoid chaos and danger. They prepared carefully for the exam, thoroughly reviewing the material, practicing their skills, and trying to cover all possible questions in order to achieve the best possible results. Everyone present was asked to introduce themselves and describe their profession so that everyone could better understand each other's abilities and assess their experience and role in future tasks. The first to speak were Mao Yu, the Elven Elder, and Duan Gao, the Prophet, who calmly stepped forward and began their speeches before everyone present. Li Zhen, a warlock, possessed a rare profession that set him apart from the rest, as his abilities were unusual and inspired both respect and wariness. All subsequent participants continued to introduce their specialties, calmly stepping forward one by one to describe their skills and roles in the common cause. Ning was the last to speak. Possessing the traits of a shadow assassin, she introduced herself calmly, demonstrating restraint and confidence in her rare skills. During the trial, they would have to work together. Otherwise, serious difficulties and dangerous consequences could arise, making it difficult for each of them to complete the task. The two academies were to initiate their teleportation, coordinating their actions so that all participants would be transported simultaneously to the trial site without delay. All the participants stood before the tower, whose mighty power could be felt all around and rose several meters into the air, evoking both alarm and awe among those present. As it turned out, the Shensha Tower had always been nearby, remaining hidden from ordinary view and revealing its location only to the chosen few. The power of this structure quickly transported the students to where they needed to be, instantly moving them to the designated test area without any delay. Thus, they found themselves at the Mermaid Lake, where the calm water's surface and the mysterious atmosphere immediately put them on guard before the trial began. First, to learn their task, the young men had to touch the stone standing before them, which revealed each person's individual challenge. As it turned out, only the top 3 teams would receive a reward, so all participants had to compete with the utmost seriousness, making no mistakes. The dungeon was located in the center of the island, hidden from prying eyes by dense vegetation and ancient protective spells guarding its entrance. Tao hadn't expected the challenge to take place in this particular location, although she had extensive experience in such situations and usually adapted quickly to any conditions. A special item could be crafted from mermaid tears, which was very useful. The island lay beyond the boundaries of this dimension, and only 3 such tears fell each year. In addition to students from their empire, students from other countries also came to the island to take part in the trial and compete for valuable rewards. There were about 10 teams at Qianlong Academy. Their team was the second one, so they had to compete not only against their own students, but also against other groups, which made the trial significantly more difficult. To avoid encountering outsiders, they had to guard the doors carefully, keeping a close watch on any movements and not letting anyone sneak inside unnoticed. In turn, in the event of a conflict, each student had to do everything possible to stay alive, using their skills, caution, and quick reflexes to survive. The young man asked his girlfriend not to worry, assuring her that everything would be fine and that he would definitely overcome any difficulties that might arise. The entire team of participants was ready to land on Mermaid Island, intently preparing for the upcoming challenge and understanding the importance of every step. The prophet who was with them provided great support, honing each person's skills with his predictions and advice, which helped them act more effectively in difficult situations. So Moyui wondered what the effect would be if he applied this to a skeleton warrior, trying to understand how it would affect its strength and combat capabilities. When the students saw him, they were quite frightened, but Ning asked them not to worry, trying to calm them down and keep the situation under control. Approaching the prophet, the young man asked for help for his protege, hoping to receive advice and support to improve his condition and further his development. Perhaps Moyu's talent was simply too great, and Duan's skills depended directly on it, which is why their results and progress differed significantly under such circumstances. Zhen muttered that the skeleton was just as useful as its master, hinting at their equal ineffectiveness in the current situation. None of those present had any idea of the power of the duo hidden within them, which remained unnoticed until the moment it was able to fully manifest itself. The warlock couldn't stand a single moment of peace, and with wild fury, constantly pounced on the young man, launching rapid attacks and giving him no time to defend himself. However, the captain immediately stopped him, sternly declaring that they must first give their enemies a worthy fight, and only after the trial was over would there be a discussion. After the hero summoned his skeleton, everyone around could feel its powerful and eerie aura, literally breathing down their necks, instilling fear and tension. At that moment, the trial finally began, and without the slightest hesitation, they set off for a distant island where dangerous enemies and fierce battles already awaited them. The main objective for the entire team was the mermaid's precious tear, so they had to act extremely quickly, decisively, and without making any mistakes during their search. If, during an encounter with monsters, anyone felt unable to fight and resist the enemy, it was much better for them to avoid dangerous confrontations altogether. Right before them lay a vast lake with crystal clear blue water, its surface shimmering peacefully under the bright rays of the warm evening sun. Just a few moments later, a massive level 19 monster emerged from the dark depths of the lake, its terrifying appearance instantly striking fear into everyone nearby. Without the slightest hesitation, the leader launched a swift attack to quickly resolve the dangerous situation and definitively destroy the mighty foe. 9 immediately joined her, attacking the enemy from the other side to apply pressure and coordinate a coordinated assault. Having thus eliminated it, the team captain received a fish scale as a trophy and valuable experience that strengthened her skills and prepared her for future battles. By that time, level 21 creatures had already begun to appear, and at that pace, it would take them at least 3 hours to reach their destination. Things were moving too slowly for the team. They could no longer afford to spend that much time on each opponent, so Meow decided to hold off the enemies while the rest moved on. By summoning a powerful gust of wind that swirled across the entire area, she was able to completely block the enemy's path, preventing them from advancing. The creatures were everywhere, filling every corner of the island and relentlessly tracking down their potential prey, moving chaotically and aggressively. After about 20 minutes, the captain saw that the creatures were still relentlessly pursuing them, keeping pace and posing a constant threat. There were too many of them, so they wouldn't be able to confront all of them at once, especially given the opponent's superior combat strength. If they attacked head-on, they would most likely find themselves surrounded and in mortal danger. But even a cautious route would take at least an hour. Finally, Moyu joined them and reported that he had arrived just in time and was ready to support the team as they pressed forward. Even at that moment, Zhen didn't take him seriously, constantly laughing and treating the situation lightly as if it were all just a game. Meanwhile, the hero explained that he planned to use his skeletons to lure out the enemies and thus divide their forces for a safer attack. The captain decided to leave this part of the plan to the young man, entrusting him with the crucial role of distracting the enemies. In the blink of an eye, the warrior charged forward, stunning everyone with his incredible speed, which left his opponents unable to even react to his movements. The path was completely cleared, so the team was able to move on calmly, without fear of sudden attacks or ambushes from the enemies. The group quickly moved to another location thanks to the young man and his pet, who ensured they had a safe and swift passage through the dangerous territory. The warlock couldn't calm down and kept asking why they hadn't done this from the start. After all, they would have been at the top of the mountain long ago if they had. Turning to him, Moyu demanded that he shut up immediately and not say another word, so as not to interfere with the mission or distract the team. The tension within the team grew even more, but just then, Mao shouted loudly that they needed to run immediately to escape the sudden attack and save their lives. Hundreds of high-ranking monsters suddenly attacked them, surrounding them on all sides and forcing the team to instantly switch to a defensive stance. The enemy was from Country U and possessed the unique ability to summon Shikigami, using them in battle as powerful allies to enhance their attacks. The team faced yet another obstacle they had to overcome to have any chance of completing their mission and eliminating the primary target without unnecessary casualties. Some even speculated that the enemy might be able to summon ancient gods, which made the situation even more dangerous and unpredictable for the team. The creatures were truly terrifying and constantly tried to prevent them from climbing the mountain, attacking and blocking any possible paths forward. The Kingdom of Yu was determined to be the first to obtain the mermaid's tears, so it spared no effort, deploying its strongest warriors and leveraging its tactical advantages to stay ahead of its rivals. They spent a fortune on this mage, as his profession remained extremely rare, and his unique abilities were considered too valuable to lose. Moyui's plan was put into action, and once again he had to summon his pets to help hold back the enemies and give the team a chance to move forward. Darting off in the opposite direction, the skeleton ran quickly, deliberately drawing some of the creatures after him to distract them from the main group and break their ranks. The young man realized there was no point in using his explosive technique right now, so he decided to save it for a special occasion when the situation became truly critical. All the team members supported him and were pleased that they had managed to repel such a large army while preserving their own strength and maintaining their advantage. So, it turned out that by summoning his skeletons, Moyu had effectively saved the entire group, distracting the enemies and giving his allies a chance to retreat safely. Next time, they would also like to put him to the test, counting on his support and unique abilities, which had already saved the team more than once. The mage from the country of Wu didn't understand why the creatures were constantly following him, as if pursuing a target, and even occasionally nearly tried to attack him. The archers took their positions, waiting intently for the right moment and preparing a powerful counterattack to halt the enemy's advance. Hundreds of arrows flew across the sky, their tips glinting in the sun, creating the impression of a continuous, deadly rain covering the battlefield. The other team activated a protective field, trying to stay safe and withstand the onslaught of enemies who were continuously attacking their positions. The confrontation had begun, and even then, Ning was not at all afraid of her comrades' skeletons, calmly continuing the fight alongside them without the slightest hesitation. The leaders realized that chaos reigned within the teams and that they needed to reorganize them urgently so that everything would once again function in a coordinated manner and according to plan. Meanwhile, Zhen approached the captain and informed him that he would like to transfer to another team, believing this to be the best decision for his future development. Everyone around him was shocked by this announcement and asked him to think it over carefully, weighing all the consequences of such a decision for himself and for the team. However, he had only one condition. If they wanted him to stay, Mo Yui would have to leave the team, which caused even more tension among the members. The young man was overly confident and believed that the captain would inevitably take his side and definitely keep him on the team, disregarding other options. But Sister Dao weighed all the pros and cons and announced loudly and confidently that Zhen was leaving their team, bringing his participation in the challenge to a definitive end. The stunned necromancer stood there with his mouth agape, unable to comprehend what was happening around him. He couldn't utter a word and was paralyzed by the horror of what he had witnessed. He thought that if he left, there would be no point in them continuing the trial, since without him, the team would lose the extra strength that had helped them overcome the most difficult stages of their journey. Zhen had forgotten her role as a leader. As an elven knight, she had her own convictions and principles, so she couldn't do what was asked of her, even if it was important to the others. After leaving his team, the young man asked them not to regret his decision later, since he had made his choice consciously and didn't want anyone to hold a grudge against him in the future. Moyu understood that they had wasted a lot of time, so he asked them to keep moving forward, not dwelling on past mistakes and focusing only on the challenges ahead. Ning reassured the flustered leader that they would manage everything, even if the path ahead was difficult and full of dangers, because the team remained united and ready to support one another until the very end. The rest of the participants also decided to follow their lead, trusting their guide's decisions and agreeing to stick to the plan so as not to waste their energy and to preserve their chance of successfully completing the mission. As long as the hero was with them, no danger threatened them, and they could move forward with greater peace of mind, knowing that his presence protected them from unexpected attacks and possible traps along the way. The rest of the team was already ahead, so they needed to catch up to them as quickly as possible, picking up the pace and wasting no time, so as not to fall even further behind and lose contact with the main group. They saw that Shenxia's men were returning to combat readiness, quickly taking up their positions and checking their weapons, as if preparing for a new attack. Some refused to let the people from the state of Wu intimidate the Moyu team, so they remained on high alert and demonstrated their determination to protect their comrades, refusing to let the enemy instill fear in them. Even Zhen appeared there, playing for his new team, closely observing the situation and acting calmly, as if his past no longer mattered in this confrontation. A massive monster lunged at them, and everyone tensed up, instantly preparing for battle, feeling fear and adrenaline mix as each movement became as focused and precise as possible in the face of the inevitable clash. Sister Dao was also worried that they wouldn't be able to handle it, since the situation seemed too complicated and every mistake could cost them the battle. The hero, however, took charge and once again sent the skeletons into battle, commanding them with cool confidence and using them as the first wave of the attack to hold back the enemy and buy the team some time. The soldiers rushed toward the enemy, instantly annihilating them, acting in perfect unison and without hesitation, as if every one of their movements had been rehearsed to perfection, leaving the enemy not a single chance to resist. Even his own team was left bewildered and stunned, not to mention the others who couldn't believe what had just happened and momentarily lost the ability to react appropriately to the events unfolding around them. No one understood the mastery he possessed or how much strength he concealed within himself, for his abilities manifested only at critical moments. Another group decided to defend the passage and prevent the others from moving forward, taking up defensive positions and preparing to repel any attempts to break through in order to maintain control over this key section of the path. The young man felt confident, acting decisively and in an organized manner as he chose a terrifying level, as if he had calculated all possible consequences in advance and was ready for the most difficult trials without the slightest hesitation. Everything was happening quickly all around him. The challenges intensified with every passing minute, forcing the participants to act even more cautiously and quickly, since any delay could lead to defeat. All the teams were ready to give it their all just to get their hands on the mermaid's tears, since this artifact was considered extremely valuable and capable of changing their fate. Tao's group had already moved to another location, mulling over their next steps, carefully analyzing the situation around them and trying to find the best path forward. The hero was lost in his thoughts and rarely shared them with those around him, keeping his inner feelings to himself and opening up only in exceptional cases when it was truly necessary for the common cause. Zhang Dao watched him closely, trusting him on the one hand, but on the other hand not believing in such power, which seemed too unusual and even a little frightening in its scale and unpredictability. Ning reassured her again not to worry, because the young man's skeletons were strong and held their ground well, allowing them to plan their next moves more calmly without fear of sudden enemy attacks. Miao stayed put to monitor the situation, keeping a close eye on everything around her and standing ready to intervene at any moment if events began to spiral out of control or a new threat emerged. The system informed them that they were to kill the mermaid and her warriors, clearly defining the objective and forcing the team to focus on preparing for the upcoming battle. They were frightened because their opponents were bound to be quite strong, which forced them to brace themselves and seriously reconsider their tactics ahead of the inevitable clash. An elite-level monster emerged from the water before them, filling the space around it with its presence and forcing everyone to instantly pull themselves together, realizing that the battle promised to be extremely dangerous. The hero urged them not to stop and to move decisively toward their goal, keeping everyone focused on the task at hand and not allowing fear or doubt to distract them from their primary objective. His skeleton destroyed the creature in the blink of an eye, though even for a perfect team, such an action would have taken at least a minute or two, demonstrating incredible speed and strength that stunned everyone present. The captain instructed them to follow her orders precisely, as they needed to make up for lost time by quickly regaining their pace. The young man's warriors followed them, eliminating every opponent that crossed their path, not giving a single enemy a chance to get close or hinder the team's advance. For the first time, the woman navigated the dungeon's trials with such ease, as if it were a familiar environment to her, surprising even herself with her confidence and swift actions, without the slightest hesitation. The rest of the group also realized there was nothing they needed to do. They simply watched the situation unfold and waited for the moment when it would become clear exactly how to proceed without taking unnecessary risks. After covering the first stretch, the young men saw that there was no path, but no monsters appeared either, so they cautiously moved forward, trying to figure out what awaited them in the next section of the dungeon. Glancing down at the smooth water, Ning realized that a boss was most likely hiding there. She peered intently at the surface, feeling the tension as she awaited the enemy's emergence from the depths. Indeed, its stats were higher than those of the Goblin King, and since skeletons had a strength cap of 2,700, this made it extremely dangerous. Sister Dao decided to take on the enemy herself and try to deal with him. But the hero wouldn't let her. He quickly intervened and took the initiative into his own hands to avoid unnecessary risk to the team. When he called out to his subordinates, they already knew what to do without their master's orders, instantly taking up their positions and carrying out their tasks with perfect coordination in battle and unwavering loyalty. Chaos reigned all around. The creature refused to give up, continuing to resist and attack haphazardly, which made the situation increasingly tense and demanded maximum concentration from everyone. Its snake-like body was too nimble and agile, allowing it to easily dodge attacks and instantly change direction, which made it an extremely difficult opponent in battle. In this instance, Moyu managed to activate a slowing technique on him, drastically changing the course of the battle and forcing the opponent to lose his speed and advantage, which gave the team a chance to counterattack. As a result, the opponent began to move much more slowly because his body was bound by steel chains that restricted his every movement and gradually deprived him of the ability to put up active resistance. Sister Dao could see that the young man possessed powerful summoning and cursing techniques, which manifested with incredible force and forced even experienced fighters to watch his actions in battle with caution. Such was the unusual and mysterious profession of the necromancer, which allowed one to command the dead and harness forbidden powers that inspired both fear and awe in those who witnessed them. The skeletons continued to attack and destroy the monster, methodically tightening the ring around it and leaving it not the slightest chance to break free or regain its strength amid this relentless onslaught. A liquid oozed from his jaws, most likely a potent poison, which dripped onto the ground and sizzled, posing an additional threat to anyone who approached the creature. However, the pets were inanimate. Such substances had absolutely no effect on them, so they continued to advance without slowing down, ignoring the toxic secretions and maintaining their combat effectiveness. The final moment came when the creature exhaled for the last time as the sword pierced its head and its body slowly went still, finally losing all signs of life after that precise strike. The stunned participants couldn't believe their eyes. They hadn't done anything, yet the enemy was already gone, as if it had vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only silence and confusion within the team. This defeat earned them 50,000 experience points, as well as various items that could be used in the future, which significantly boosted their capabilities. None of the team members had actually done much, yet they still received fairly good bonus points based on their performance and evaluation, although this raised some doubts. The commander ordered all team members to follow Moya closely and not fall behind her during the mission, watching her every move carefully in this difficult situation. The main adversary was the Mermaid Queen, and the team had to tackle this difficult problem, find a way to defeat her, and restore safety to the underwater kingdom. Inside the dungeon, the strong smell of fish was palpable, indicating the large number of creatures living there, and this created a tense and dangerous atmosphere for every member of the team. As they drew closer, the young men saw the Queen's guards standing there, keeping a close watch on their surroundings and not allowing anyone to approach without permission. In total, there were 60 patrol teams and 180 elite-level monsters stationed throughout the dungeon to monitor and defend key areas. In the young man's opinion, the more creatures gathered together, the better he could assess their strength and prepare for a possible battle under conditions of heightened danger. So he charged forward to launch a swift and decisive attack, trying to outmaneuver the enemy and gain a tactical advantage in the battle that was about to begin. Leader Dao shouted at him not to jump to such hasty conclusions, for danger lurked all around, and any careless move could cost them all their lives. The mermaid warrior possessed quite high stats and special abilities that made him an extremely dangerous opponent in underwater combat and required the utmost caution from anyone. The skeletons rushed toward them, defending their master and trying at all costs to stop the attackers, creating a dense barrier of bones and dark energy in front of them. Ning was also worried, unsure of what was about to happen to them, since the situation was growing increasingly dangerous, and every mistake could have serious consequences for the entire group. Her companion turned to her and ordered her to cover her ears, warning her of the danger posed by a sound that was about to ring out and could seriously damage their consciousness and balance. At first, this puzzled her, but then the girl quickly covered her ears with her hands, realizing the potential threat and deciding to follow her comrade's warning immediately. The system reported only that a new enemy was being destroyed every second, recording the relentless pace of the battle and the rapid increase in the number of victories over enemies. No one understood what kind of powerful technology this was, nor what the explosions ringing out all around them were, explosions that created chaos and forced all combatants to seek cover and react quickly to the danger. The guards had been eliminated, so the gates opened automatically to allow passage, revealing the way to the deeper levels of the dungeon and letting the team advance unhindered. Standing before them was an incredibly beautiful mermaid queen, a legendary-level monster whose presence radiated immense power and made the air around her tense with danger. Ning also noticed the woman's beauty, admiring her from every angle with rapture, making no attempt to hide her astonishment at her extraordinary beauty, which simultaneously evoked both admiration and an unsettling sense of danger. The power began to take effect on the one who was so captivated by her outward appearance, gradually influencing his mind and causing him to lose his vigilance. It was a special technique of enchantment that affected the opponent's mind, gradually weakening his will and causing him to lose control of his own actions at the critical moment of battle. Unlike all the others, Moyu did not succumb to her hypnosis, remaining fully conscious and able to assess the situation clearly, even under the influence of the Queen's powerful charm technique. His companion didn't understand what was happening to her. Her gaze seemed fixed on the enemy, and she felt herself gradually losing control over her own thoughts and movements. Fortunately, the hero was nearby and managed to stop the magic's effect by quickly intervening, saving all his companions from further exposure to the hypnosis and its dangerous consequences. Looking around, she saw the bodies of her guards lying scattered across the floor after a brutal battle that had left behind only silence and destruction. Hatred and rage overwhelmed the queen's body, and she lost control of herself, transforming into a terrifying monster radiating destructive power and seeking to destroy everything around her. A terrifying scream echoed throughout the dungeon, making the walls tremble and causing panic among those who were still inside. Given her skills and levels, there were 6 people on their team who could have handled her. However, even with that many, it would have taken quite some time due to her extraordinary strength and endurance. The mermaid's strength was too great, and even the skeletons which kept charging into battle couldn't handle her, crumbling under her powerful attacks and magical pressure. By then, the leader had come to think that they were like a pack of wolves surrounding a lion, but no one could predict what the outcome might be in such a dangerous and unpredictable situation. The queen rushed to their side, weapon in hand, ready to deliver a crushing blow to anyone who dared approach her in this fierce battle. She acted swiftly to drive her opponents from her territory and prevent them from reaching their goal, attacking relentlessly and forcing them to retreat under the onslaught of her strength and control over the space. One skeleton warrior was quickly destroyed, torn to pieces by a powerful blow that instantly shattered his bones. Gao had to be ready for battle at any moment, now that the warriors could no longer hold the creature back. For the safety of the entire team in this critical situation depended on his reaction. Muyi assured him there was no need to worry, because his technique, which slowed everything around them, had already been activated, giving them a time advantage and the opportunity to regroup during the battle. They managed to bind the queen with powerful red chains, temporarily restricting her movements and containing her mighty power, which continued to break through these magical shackles. However, she quickly tore them apart as mighty waves surged upward, amplifying her power and allowing her to break free from the restraining red chains with almost no effort. The attack proved to be quite powerful and was aimed at the skeletons, shattering their ranks and causing the bony warriors to scatter under the pressure of the powerful wave of energy. 2 warriors were destroyed in a second, as the queen's attacks were so fast and devastating that they didn't even have time to react to her movements in the chaos of battle. The team had already given up hope of repelling the creature's attack, for its power seemed too overwhelming, and each of their attempts only delayed the inevitable. When Dao ordered the skeletons to be withdrawn, the hero, enraged, decided to unleash all his pets onto the battlefield so they could join the fight and turn the tide of the battle with their strength. 87 warriors flooded the area. Their numbers seemed overwhelming, creating a sense of complete encirclement and a hopeless situation for anyone caught in their onslaught. The team stood in shock, realizing that the entire time they had been undergoing trials, the young man had been hiding his strength, not revealing his true level of power until that very moment. 9, however, saw that her comrade had become much stronger since they'd last seen each other, and this forced her to reassess his true potential in battle. The mermaid queen was half exhausted, but at the same time she didn't give up, continuing to attack with her last ounce of strength, unwilling to admit defeat, even at the most critical moment of the battle. Soon she began to cry, tears flying everywhere, which was exactly what they had been waiting for, using her emotional state as an opportunity to turn the battle in their favor. Moyu had a fairly high spiritual level, but he was still affected by her abilities, whereas the skeletons remained completely immune to hypnosis, since they had no emotions and felt neither pain nor fear. Quickly taking command of them, he instantly and precisely organized the team's actions, ensuring that all tasks were completed without delay and with maximum efficiency in that tense situation. For defeating the Mermaid Queen, they received 80,000 experience points, as well as a variety of items that were highly valuable and could significantly enhance their capabilities. Ning, for her part, held the mermaid's tears in her hands, examining them and marveling at such a rare item that radiated a faint but palpable magical energy. If they had passed a few more trials, they would have been able to level up and enroll in the Zhuan Academy, opening up new opportunities for learning and developing their abilities. Approaching his friend, the young man asked if she had a cooling talisman with her that could help her recover her strength after a grueling battle. Moyu wanted to use it, thereby evoking rather puzzling feelings in everyone else, a mix of surprise and tension due to his unexpected actions at the decisive moment. Puzzled, they watched his movements, which they didn't particularly like, as they seemed too risky and could lead to unpredictable consequences in battle. The other participants in the trial stood silently beside the glowing portal, patiently awaiting the arrival of their opponents while closely watching every movement around them. When they saw that the opponents had returned just half an hour after the trial began, those present were baffled by such incredible speed. Most likely, the representatives from Country U concluded that their opponents had failed the trial and returned so quickly because of their defeat, so they began to openly mock them. Others, however, believed that they had to do absolutely everything possible to ensure their own survival, even if it meant returning without successfully completing the trial. Zhen understood perfectly well that their group had an extremely good chance of reaching the dungeon, but his companions were determined to leave the trial early. The commander shouted loudly that everyone needed to act much more cautiously and carefully so as not to put themselves and their allies in mortal danger. She insisted that everyone should have acted strictly according to the original plan, because then the situation certainly wouldn't have spiraled out of control. By using a high-level recovery talisman, which she had kept on hand in advance for just such an occasion, she was able to regain full control of the situation. Everyone present had seen Moyu's true power with their own eyes during the previous battle, so they were convinced that there would definitely be no problems with him. She was worried that at such a terrible rank, he alone might not be enough to handle all the challenges and dangers. Last time, Ning had said she wanted to improve her abilities, but she never imagined it would happen so quickly and unexpectedly. The time remaining before the talisman's effect wore off should have been just enough for the two of them to complete 2 more rounds, in which case they could obtain the mermaid's tears. The night turned out to be long, so they had to deal with everything quickly, and although destroying the skeletons was a struggle, they still had enough time to do it. The group acted quickly and in unison according to their plan, defeating their enemies and receiving valuable fish scales as a reward after each successful battle. The same creature emerged from the water again, repeating the familiar cycle of actions, as if it were doomed to follow the same sequence of events over and over. The companions stood at the top of a steep cliff and waited patiently for it to finally climb up to them after a grueling ascent. Last time, the entire battle had taken them about half an hour, but in the second round, they managed to defeat it in just 5 minutes. Everything went much better than Ning had expected. She was genuinely surprised by the speed and success of their efforts. Moving forward, the team had to advance cautiously toward the mermaid's lair, carefully checking every step in the treacherous terrain. The skeletons moving ahead methodically eliminated every creature that stood in their way and hindered the team's further progress. The next task was to eliminate the entire palace guard in order to reach the mermaid unhindered and complete the mission. A woman with exceptionally high stats suddenly appeared before them, causing everyone to instantly become alert and assess the potential threat. The girl tried not to look at her, so that she wouldn't cast her illusion again, the one that had previously confused everyone and caused them to lose control of the situation. Shouting ahead, she asked her companion to deal with the creature as quickly as possible to prevent it from causing harm or escaping. Reaching out his hand, he instantly activated his explosion skill, directing concentrated energy straight at the enemy. Soon the woman burst into flames, which instantly began to spread to everything around her, engulfing the area in uncontrollable fire and creating chaos. The reward that time was quite substantial and included 200,000 experience points, mermaid tears, and a silver tier weapon, which significantly enhanced their capabilities. Their level rose rapidly, opening up new opportunities for growth and significantly expanding their potential in future trials and battles. They had to hurry to gather all the items before the crystal finally failed and lost its stability. When the young man first met her, she was at level 19, while he was only at level 10, and although quite some time had passed, the girl had barely reached level 20. Less than 10 minutes later, the group returned, having used the talisman's power to quickly retreat from the danger zone. Taking the looted item in hand, they cautiously approached their group, who were closely watching their return and the results of the mission. None of them doubted Moyui, for he had proven to be much stronger than they could have initially imagined or anticipated. The girl was certain that next time they would be able to complete the task much faster, drawing on their new experience and improved coordination. This time they managed to save 8 minutes and return quickly, completing the task much more efficiently than before. Nine was eager to see the expressions on the faces of the residents of Sakura after everything that had just happened right before their eyes. Indeed, as they watched, the residents began whispering to one another that they'd wasted the talisman, unable to believe they'd managed to destroy all the monsters so quickly on their own. Sister Dao didn't need to worry about them, since everything had gone well and the mission had been completed without any serious complications. Suddenly, the portal vanished right before their eyes, leaving everyone around them completely baffled, as they didn't understand exactly what had happened at the last moment. Only later did they realize that as soon as the team obtained 3 mermaid tears, the trial automatically ended, and the portal disappeared. The trial was over, so the team could safely leave the location, returning with their rewards and experience. The other participants, however, decided to attack them, trying to take the item that led to victory in the trial and guaranteed success. The young men hadn't expected this turn of events at all, so they instantly went on high alert and prepared for a possible clash with the attackers. Everyone around them began to create a commotion and chaos, trying to prevent Dao's team from calmly collecting all the mermaids' tears and completing their mission. In the panic, no one knew what to do or what their next move should be, causing the situation to quickly spiral out of control. Sakura's team proved to be the most determined, as they stubbornly sought to take everything their rivals had obtained and snatch victory at any cost. Summoning their ancient gods, the leader prepared to act decisively, hoping to turn the tide of battle and gain the upper hand over their opponents. Commander Dao, frightened and alarmed, silently watched everything unfolding around her, trying to assess the situation and find a way out of the chaos. The flame of the soul engulfed Moyu, instantly transforming his aura and causing the space around him to tense with a new, more powerful energy. The attacks were directed at the enemies, effectively halting their actions and preventing them from continuing their advance, or making any further attempts at resistance. The creature defending its master was completely engulfed by the blue flame, which instantly destroyed its defensive capabilities. The situation was escalating by the minute, and no one could predict who among those present would emerge alive after all that had happened. Summoning the Shikigami, the opponent decided to play his trump cards, demonstrating the hidden power of his techniques and preparing for the enemy's counterattack without revealing his full capabilities. The monsters immediately appeared on the battlefield, filling the space around them with a menacing presence, ready to instantly engage in combat and crush any resistance from the enemy. They looked quite terrifying, and the weapons in their hands heightened the sense of danger, forcing the opponent to brace himself and prepare for the inevitable clash. In the young man's view, such an attack could only amuse him, for he saw in it the weakness and predictability of an enemy who posed no real threat to him. The hero stood calmly, showing not the slightest emotion, maintaining his composure and complete focus, as if the external threat had absolutely no effect on his inner state. Meanwhile, his warriors absorbed the attack and fought back, holding their positions and acting in unison to prevent the enemy from breaking through their defenses. Within a second, the monsters were destroyed before they could even complete their advance, as their attack crumbled under the onslaught of the defenders' swift and precise response. Even Moyu himself could not have imagined that his skeletons would be destroyed by the Shikigami in a single blow, for such power exceeded his expectations and completely changed the course of the battle. Because the enemy had lost his familiar, his body was defeated, and his fighting spirit was severely shaken, paving the way for further dominance in the battle. The skeletons did not stop, but continued to act, tirelessly carrying out their orders and advancing forward, destroying everything in their path without the slightest doubt or hesitation. Sakura's leader could barely stay on his feet, suffering from severe exhaustion after the battle, but he was still trying to maintain his balance and not fall in front of his allies. However, there was no room for pity on the battlefield, for everyone understood that any sign of weakness at that moment could prove decisive and cost them their lives. Thus, the warriors launched counterattacks, pressing the enemy in a coordinated and relentless manner, exploiting every mistake to deliver a swift and effective counterattack. It never even crossed anyone's mind that the skeletons were such skilled warriors, capable of acting with cold-blooded precision and composure, surpassing all their opponents' expectations. Their opponents were Shikigi of the legendary professional rank, possessing extraordinary strength and experience, which made every clash with them a deadly ordeal. Everyone around him was curious about his profession as a necromancer and felt the need to gather more information, for his abilities inspired both fear and fascination in everyone who heard about him. The young man seemed to possess a completely different kind of energy that spread to everyone, changing the atmosphere around him and causing even experienced warriors to feel an unusual sense of tension and curiosity. Of course, none of the other participants even considered going against him, for his presence evoked such a strong sense of superiority that any resistance seemed pointless and doomed. In that case, they decided to flee as far as possible to avoid his devastating attacks, saving their lives and avoiding an inevitable clash with the enemy's overwhelming force. Most of the students disappeared from view in a matter of seconds, scattering in different directions and seizing every opportunity to get out of the danger zone as quickly as possible. The rest, however, who remained, mocked and taunted them, displaying arrogance and confidence in their own superiority over those who had chosen flight over fight. Muyi was considered a role model. He had a strong character, yet he hardly ever spoke, maintaining a silent sternness and confidence that inspired both respect and fear in those around him. Zhen realized that if he hadn't left the team earlier, he might have already completed the trial, since his decision had influenced the course of events and caused him to lose an important advantage. Without even giving his mistake a second thought, he blamed Moyu for the situation, shifting the responsibility onto him and refusing to acknowledge his own miscalculations in the decision he'd made. Commander Dao announced that the trial was over and they could return, declaring the mission complete and allowing the participants to leave the battlefield and gather to review the results. As always, the teleportation took place quickly, almost imperceptibly, instantly transporting the participants to a safe location without any noticeable transitions or delays in space. The comrades were in the academy classroom, talking about how tired they were, discussing the trials they had endured, and sharing their impressions of the difficult, exhausting day. Ning explained that her comrade rarely spoke, but was actually a very good person who always helped others in difficult moments, even if he didn't express it in words. Then the woman remarked that the sister had always looked out for him, taking on his responsibilities and defending him in difficult situations, as if he were under her constant care. A ring from the protagonist's phone interrupted the conversation, abruptly cutting short the discussion and causing everyone to fall silent for a moment and turn their attention to the unexpected sound. It turned out that Monarch Bai was waiting for him in the Academic Affairs Department, preparing for a serious conversation about his performance and future progress at the Academy. Without waiting, he immediately appeared in the Monarch's office and listened to compliments about how he had handled the trial, receiving recognition for his actions and the successful completion of a complex task. The man was curious to know what the young man planned to do with the mermaid's tears, since this rare artifact was of immense value and could shift the balance of power throughout the world. However, he hadn't even considered that they were so important, viewing them more as ordinary loot, unaware of the true power and significance of this artifact. Such an item increased the likelihood of awakening talents upon reaching level 40. These items were extremely valuable and rare, which is why the world's strongest and most influential practitioners were hunting for them. They had no idea that the country of Sakura would calculate the time and location of the Mermaid Island, but fortunately they managed to take first place. The monarch also asked if the young man had any wishes he could grant, offering his support and the opportunity to receive a reward for successfully completing the trial. The young man asked where his sister was and why there was no information available, hoping to get precise details about her whereabouts and the reasons for the lack of any news. It turned out she had enrolled in a seminary at the beginning of the year, which is why it was impossible to find even the slightest bit of information about those students. The institution carefully concealed all such details. Moyu immediately recalled that Sister Dao and his friends had said they wanted to study there and dreamed of doing so, discussing the place as something almost unattainable and shrouded in mystery. He couldn't even have imagined that his own sister would be the first to enroll there, beating everyone else to it and making a choice that radically changed his understanding of their plans and future. The speed of her change in schools was so abrupt that it surprised even those who were well aware of her tendency toward quick and decisive changes in her life and studies. Until the young man enrolled in the seminary, he couldn't find out anything about her, since access to any information was completely restricted to outsiders and strictly controlled. By that point, he was already familiar with all the conditions that had to be met before admission, having carefully studied the requirements and prepared for each stage to avoid making any mistakes. Such a question wasn't considered a mistake, so Moyui could try again without losing his chance to get the answer he wanted and continue his search for the necessary information. Confident in himself, he quietly stated that he would like a cooling talisman for himself, one that couldn't be bought anywhere, since such a rare artifact could significantly ease his training and defense in the future. The monarch agreed to grant him such a precious item only if the student passed one more trial to test his strength, endurance, and readiness for more challenging tasks. Without hesitation, the young man agreed, because with such an item, he could quickly advance his level in the future, using its power to accelerate the development of his abilities and push past new limits. The task was unique and could be completed at level 20. Until then, he could venture into the dungeon to reach that rank, gradually gaining experience. Handing him the teleportation stone, He explained that not everyone could receive it, emphasizing the artifact's rarity and the special trust placed in the chosen student. Right there, while in the monarch's office, Moyu teleported into a tunnel, instantly finding himself in a completely different place where new trials and dangers awaited him. Before them lay a replica of the Shangjing Academy, perfectly recreated down to the smallest detail, creating a sense of reality and at the same time an unsettling illusion that concealed the true trials. The students chatted about their own interests and gathered in teams, discussing plans of action and forming alliances for the upcoming trials that lay ahead of them. To enroll in the seminary, a student had to reach the 30th level in the grading system, where each level reflected the depth of spiritual training and practical experience. After his sister enrolled in the academy, she reached that rank in 4 months, advancing rapidly thanks to her perseverance and constant training. He too had to endure hellish trials and earn 1,000 points by overcoming extremely difficult tasks that tested his endurance, willpower, and mental fortitude. Behind him, an unfamiliar girl addressed him, quietly saying his name and trying to get his attention amid the noise of the train car and the movement of the passengers. It was her first time in the underground, and she was quite nervous, glancing around anxiously and trying to hide her fear of the unknown dark corridors. Her name was Shu Han, and she could tell him everything about the tunnel, since she knew its layout, dangers and hidden routes, paths used only by experienced travelers, very well. So it turned out that she simply wanted to earn 100 points by using her knowledge of the tunnel and helping others navigate dangerous sections in exchange for points in the rating system. Not one to enjoy talking to anyone, the guy silently transferred the points to her without saying a word or even looking in her direction, as if it were a mere formality. Delighted that she'd succeeded, the girl thanked him sincerely and with relief, feeling that her first step into the dungeon had ended successfully and safely. She began to explain that the dungeon contained 2 areas at the 20th level, 18 areas at the 30th level and above, each of which differed in difficulty, dangers, and specific conditions for completion. In addition, there were 2 large tunnels, each accommodating 40 people, as well as 1 tunnel designed for 100 people, where the assembled teams could undergo trials simultaneously. Each area kept its own record of progress. Players had to earn rewards and set new records, which were tracked by the system and determined each participant's skill level. In front of them was the dungeon's team recruitment center, where they could complete tasks to earn points and recruit teammates, forming groups to tackle dangerous trials. Moya was interested in how to earn points, so he carefully studied the system's rules and analyzed various ways to complete tasks that yielded rewards in the dungeon. Thus, he could earn points by participating in trials organized by the school and completing tasks. To gain admission, he needed to earn 1,000 points. The maximum he could earn at one time was 10, which meant he had to complete numerous trials and gradually accumulate the required total. Earning them was quite difficult, but it was a priority for admission to the academy, since it was the points that determined eligibility for enrollment and access to the best programs and opportunities for development. While talking with Duan Gao, he learned that Duan Gao had earned 20 points, while Tao's sister had earned 30, which immediately highlighted the difference in their results and their level of preparation for the trials. The young man himself had scored 50 points on the exams, and no one could believe it, since such a result was considered nearly impossible and caused astonishment among everyone present. Turning to Han, he thanked her for explaining everything, acknowledging that her help had been crucial to understanding the dungeon system and the conditions for completing the trials. Only then did he approach the sphere to find a quest for himself, carefully reviewing the available trials and assessing which one was best suited for quickly earning points. A panel appeared before him indicating that no one had broken the record in 3 years, so he accepted the challenge, deciding to test his own strength and try to rewrite the dungeon's history. Next was choosing a dungeon, as always. The hero wanted something terrifying, selecting the most difficult trials where the risk and danger were at their highest. Once again, no one around him believed in the student. Looking at his low level and doubting that he would be able to complete such a difficult dungeon and achieve even the slightest success. The mutating forest was the location of the trial, filled with dangerous creatures that constantly changed their form and behavior under the influence of unstable energy. The young man had no idea how much he would improve after such a mission. For every trial in the mutating forest gradually honed his skills, reflexes, and mental fortitude. First, he decided to task the skeletons with clearing the forest, while he himself was ready to head straight for the main enemy to save time by taking a strategic approach. He didn't have to go far. Moyu stood next to the lake where, in his opinion, the creature was located, peering intently at the dark surface of the water from which a hidden threat emanated. The mutated turtle possessed impressive stats and leaped out of the water, suddenly slicing through the lake's surface with its immense strength and demonstrating a dangerous attack speed. It was far superior in power to the Mermaid Queen, and its presence felt like a heavy pressure, causing the space around the lake to tremble with hidden power. The skeletons striking at her did little damage, as her armor absorbed the attacks almost entirely, leaving only minor marks from their blows. Her armor was so hard that it became clear why no one had been able to defeat her in 3 years. Even the strongest attacks shattered against it without any noticeable effect. By activating the Flame of the Soul, the opponent could only be defeated using skills that ignored her defense, for only inner energy could pierce her nearly impenetrable armor. The turtle began to scream from the blow dealt by the necromancer, as the attack pierced through her defenses and caused internal pain, causing her to lose her balance. He even managed to flip her body upside down, exposing vulnerable areas that had previously been securely protected by her shell and inaccessible to ordinary attacks. It was then that the skeletons rushed toward the areas lacking sturdy armor, landing a series of precise blows on the vulnerable spots that were now completely exposed to attack. Thus, he managed to defeat her very quickly and earn a good amount of experience as a reward, which significantly increased his strength, improved his skills, and brought him closer to new levels of development. His experience points increased by approximately 35%. Soon he would be able to reach the next rank, which would open up new opportunities for him in the dungeon and solidify his status. A bell rang throughout the entire area, and the participants realized that someone had set a record, sparking a wave of surprise, discussion, and disbelief among those present. No one could believe that a single level 17 player had defeated the turtle in 35 minutes, as such a result defied all expectations. The hero was returning from the mutated forest back into the hall, feeling exhausted after the trial, but at the same time satisfied with the experience and the result he had achieved. Points were awarded for the new record he'd set, so he decided to take on another challenge, realizing that additional tasks would help him reach the required score for admission more quickly. The young men who were looking for a team there couldn't understand how he could go back in there again, marveling at his determination and ability to choose difficult trials once more without fear. Moyui considered the spider's lair as his next challenge, but the minimum level there was set at 18, so he weighed his chances and the potential risks before entering. As he walked past people, he seemed oblivious to the way everyone around him was talking about him, focusing only on his goal and the next trial he had to face. Upon returning once more from the mutating forest, the hero managed to reach the required rank, definitively proving his strength and unlocking access to new trial levels and opportunities. Moyui achieved the fastest result in this task, completing the trial faster than any previous participant and setting a new record which immediately caught the attention of the entire academy. No one knew where this necromancer had come from. He had suddenly appeared in the trial system and began confidently outperforming even the most experienced participants. The Spider's Lair record, completed in 1 hour and 12 minutes, had stood for 3 years, remaining an unattainable benchmark of skill for all participants. The young man understood that he had to go there specifically to earn points for admission, since only by passing this trial would he have a chance to get closer to the required number of points. So, having made his choice, he, as always, selected the most terrifying level, consciously taking the greatest risk for the sake of faster progress and greater rewards. It was quite dark inside the spider's lair, so he moved forward cautiously, listening for every rustle and peering into the thick web above his head. The hero was on high alert, gripping his power tightly in his hand, closely watching every movement around him, and preparing at any moment to fend off a sudden and dangerous enemy attack. Warriors defending their king in the cave could appear at any moment, so he listened intently for every sound and was ready to instantly engage in fierce combat. Everything inside seemed to him like a confusing labyrinth, where every dark passage led into the unknown, forcing him to move slowly, carefully, and with great caution. First of all, the young man sent his skeletons ahead to scout out what lay ahead, check every passage, and warn him of any danger in time. The little spider wasn't high level enough, so the hero quickly defeated it without much trouble, landing a precise blow without expending much energy. Muyi decided to use the soul flame technique to instantly destroy all his enemies, leaving them no chance to escape, resist, or launch a surprise counterattack. The experience he gained from them was equivalent to what he would have received after defeating 20 elite monsters of the same level. Everything around him seemed like a rather ideal spot where he could consistently achieve such good results, quickly accumulating experience and strengthening his own powers. The monster crawled ahead of him, but its stamina was blocked, and its level remained unknown, making it impossible to gauge its strength. The hero also decided to return to the summoning space as soon as he defeated the boss monster in order to complete the mission and safely leave the dangerous area. Suddenly, his movements were blocked, most likely due to the large number of spiders that were preventing him from moving and using his abilities. Using an explosion to destroy all the minor enemies, he repeated the same action, trying to quickly clear the area and regain control of the situation. The location was ideal for quickly gaining experience, so he didn't waste any time and continued to effectively develop his powers. 10 minutes passed before Moyu finally spotted the cave's main adversary, who was lurking in the darkness and watching his every move. He wasn't the least bit afraid of its power or stats, and immediately engaged in battle, confidently using his skills without hesitating for a moment. All around him, the students who were waiting for the young man were worried about whether he would be able to complete such a difficult mission on his own and return alive from the dangerous cave. After completing the mission, the hero increased his level by 80%, so he had to undergo another trial to solidify his progress and become even stronger. It took the necromancer an hour and a half to complete the task, and outside, Han was worried that the spider might have killed him in the darkness of the cave. Unexpectedly, Moyu appeared before them safe and sound, immediately easing the tension and surprising everyone present with his return. He quietly reported that he had managed to complete everything and successfully passed the trial, proving his strength and endurance in the dangerous conditions of the cave. Working alone, he moved with a speed equivalent to that of a 5-person team, setting a record and far exceeding expectations. And judging by how easily he handled everything, this was far from the limit of his strength, which remained hidden and not yet fully revealed. Han also reported that among the dungeons below level 25, the spider's lair yielded the most experience, making it the most advantageous for rapid progression. In the time the boy spent in the spider's lair, he could have cleared the forest 4 times, and all these thoughts kept swirling in his head, underscoring the efficiency of his actions. Of course, he was interested in a place where he could gain a lot of experience without spending too much time and effort on leveling up. Suddenly, Khan remembered that the Tirana Desert was such a location, but there he would have to team up with other players to have a chance of surviving and completing the trials. A group could be assembled from 40 people, many of whom were experienced players who earned points by helping newcomers and boosting the team's overall effectiveness. The young man wasn't sure if he could complete such a mission on his own, since he hadn't yet reached level 20 and didn't possess enough strength for such a challenge. Deciding to head back to the spider lair, he wanted to break his own record this time by clearing levels faster and defeating enemies more efficiently. This location was useful because the multitude of small spiders provided experience, allowing him to level up quickly and effectively develop his character's strength. So the necromancer stood there once more, with enemies crawling all over his feet, forcing him to stay calm and act as cautiously as possible in the chaotic situation. Monarch Bai was stunned as he watched the student demonstrate incredible strength and confidence in every move he made. The others watched as well and realized that the academy's students were no match for the freshmen who had just passed the entrance exam and already surpassed them in strength and experience. The elder was unaware of his talent, as it was part of Moyu's private life and a secret he carefully kept from prying eyes. He had a bright future ahead of him, just like his sisters, full of opportunities for growth and the achievement of great goals. Everyone the elder had mentored was a true genius, and everyone understood just how far-sighted he was in his decisions and choice of students. Anwen came to the conclusion that 2 new stars had emerged at their academy, ones who were already attracting attention with their strength and potential. They could single-handedly handle even thousands of monsters, demonstrating extraordinary strength, endurance, and complete control over the situation in battle. Meanwhile, in the lair, the young man decided not to kill all the spiders, so he earned fewer points, but also spent significantly less time clearing the dungeon. A bell rang throughout the room, and everyone immediately realized that a new record had been set, surpassing previous achievements. Zhen paced back and forth, expressing his dissatisfaction with Moyu, insisting that Moyu had simply been lucky and didn't deserve such a result. It was as if he were an ordinary student who was being protected by the monarch and receiving various rare items from him, which gave him an unfair advantage. Everyone nearby who heard his words was displeased and began to criticize the young man, disagreeing with his accusations. Moyu returned to the room, having traversed the spider's lair in 47 minutes, demonstrating extraordinary speed and efficiency in completing the task. Noticing Zhen, he couldn't understand why the other was standing nearby again, even though he had previously behaved in a hostile and distrustful manner. When he heard insults in response, he could no longer tolerate it and said he was tired of listening to this. But that causing a disturbance was forbidden within the academy. Looking into the necromancer's eyes, Zhen sensed both fear and a readiness to kill his opponent, realizing that the situation could quickly become life-threatening. The hero didn't want to waste time on such a fool since he needed to level up and prepare for the dangerous trials that lay ahead. By defeating the spider a few more times, the young man could raise his rank, continuing to fight in the dungeon and gradually building up his combat experience and strength, growing stronger without pause in battle. Before embarking on a mission, he needed to check the changes in his character's stats to assess his new strength, stamina, and combat skills ahead of the upcoming quest. Upon reaching level 20, his spiritual power and stamina increased, opening up new possibilities in combat, improving his control over energy, and boosting his overall effectiveness in battles. His summoning skills had also improved, and he could now try summoning a silver skeleton, which possessed significantly greater combat power and could provide more effective assistance in difficult battles against strong enemies. Summoning such a creature drained 500 points of his spiritual power, significantly limiting his ability to summon it frequently and forcing him to choose when to use it with the utmost caution in battle. His stats were much better. He was almost on par with a dungeon boss, feeling a significant increase in his own strength and confidence ahead of the upcoming battle. The player's gear was old, so he wanted to replace it with new, more durable, and effective equipment to improve his chances of survival in difficult battles. As he emerged from the dungeon, he once again heard everyone around him marveling at him, discussing his strength, endurance, and rapid rise among the other adventurers. Upon arriving at the shop, the hero wanted to sell the items he no longer needed to earn money to buy new gear and upgrade his own equipment before his next missions. The shopkeeper didn't understand why the student wanted to part with everything that matched his level, since he seemed too determined and willing to sacrifice almost everything for the sake of faster progression. Moy explained that he wanted something new because the silver tier was no longer sufficient. His strength had grown and required better gear for effective combat and further progression. Even if the equipment had a skill-boosting effect for his talent, that wasn't enough, since his growing strength demanded significantly better stats and rarer items. So the young man asked to be shown weapons that could only be purchased with gold coins, hoping to find something rare and significantly more powerful than his previous gear. He agreed to help the young man sell his items and led him inside the shop, where rare goods and more valuable gear for experienced players were on display. The first item was a spirit sword, which the necromancer didn't like, as its stats seemed weak and didn't match his growing combat power. The price for the full set was high, estimated at tens of thousands of points, which was beyond a first-year student's means, so he was forced to look for more affordable gear options. He then examined the spiritual armor and ring, carefully studying their stats, evaluating their defensive properties, and additional bonuses to enhance his own combat skills. Such a set provided a bonus of 800 points, so it was indeed good, significantly boosting his stats and making him a much more effective fighter in difficult battles. Moyui was looking for items that would be useful to him, not just nice to have, taking into account practicality, compatibility with his skills, and real effectiveness in combat. Behind him, he could hear people examining a weapon priced at 50,000, discussing its rarity, powerful properties, and inaccessibility to most ordinary students. As he moved closer to them, the young man realized that the price was incredibly high, and such items were nearly out of reach for an ordinary student without a significant accumulation of points. Danatus's scythe was a type of undead weapon with excellent stats, characterized by high attack power, additional effects, and the ability to enhance a necromancer's combat capabilities. Its main effect was that it summoned a general who temporarily joined his side and significantly boosted the owner's combat capabilities in difficult battles. Moy immediately realized that his skeletons needed a leader and a weapon to improve their organization in battle and make the undead army more effective. Calmly, he took it in his hand to examine it, assessing its weight, energy, and the sensations the weapon conveyed upon contact. Since it had no attributes, in the eyes of humans it was simply junk, and most buyers didn't even pay it any attention, considering it a useless object. Moreover, it could absorb the soul of the abyss and enhance the owner's power, gradually boosting his energy and unlocking new hidden capabilities in battle. Deciding to pay by card, the student finally chose it for himself, considering this option the most advantageous and useful for his future development. When the man went to pay for it, he saw the point total and, stunned, was speechless at the unexpected result of the transaction. The weapon had been on the exchange for quite a few years, and he never thought he'd see someone suddenly buy it, shattering all his notions of the usual order of things. At that moment, Moyu had no chance of finding the Abyss Demon, so he had to use the scroll to awaken his hidden skills and gain at least some advantage. His training was good enough that he could gradually uncover everything that was hidden, without missing a single important detail of the process. First and foremost, the young man acquired a defensive skill that could compensate for all his weaknesses and allowed him to withstand blows even in the most difficult combat situations. This could grant him thousands of physical strength points in the future, significantly increasing his combat potential and endurance in any trial. Feeling the power in his hands, the necromancer carefully and methodically studied everything in depth, striving to control every aspect of the power he had gained. The actions required to summon such a monster were carefully planned and demanded maximum precision and concentration at every stage. It was as if a light were burning in his hands, a light he could feel with his fingertips, and its warmth slowly spread throughout his entire palm, evoking a strange sensation of power. As a result, Moyui was able to do what he wanted, achieving his goal through perseverance, sound decisions, and seizing opportunities at the right moment. A black iron-level skeleton mage stood right in front of him, and it was just like its master, only its spiritual power turned out to be significantly greater and more dangerous. They had the ability to attack from a distance, and as the hero grew stronger, his pets would also gradually develop alongside him and enhance their abilities. The next day, the young man had fully restored his mental strength, having gathered his thoughts and regained his inner balance after the grueling trials. It was time to go to Monarch Bai and find out about the upcoming trial, for his future path and opportunities for growth depended on it. Upon hearing that the student had risen to the 20th level in a single day, the man was so stunned that he couldn't immediately process the information. He concluded to himself that the brother and sister were true monsters, capable of surpassing everyone around them, thanks to their strength and extraordinary potential. The trial was to take place in the Tirana Desert, and his task was to travel there and retrieve his heart, overcoming dangers and deadly traps at every turn. He had 3 days to complete all of this, and if the young man succeeded, the monarch was ready to grant him any wish as a reward for passing the trial. The talisman's effect was incomparable to that of the items in the duplication hall, since the cooldown time for some of those items could last as long as a month due to their complexity and power. If the hero were to encounter copies, that would be the moment for the talisman to truly come into its own, unleashing all its hidden power at the critical moment. Moreover, the man was ready to explain how to properly refine such items and unlock their true potential. The opening ceremony was scheduled to take place at the school in 3 days, and the sovereign hoped that the boy would pass the test and make it back in time. Anwen stood by the door and understood just how interested the monarch was in the boy, closely watching his every move and decision during the trials. He recalled how Bei had ventured into the desert at only level 30 and fled from there in a panic, barely managing to save his own life after facing a terrible danger. However, Moyu was much stronger than that man had been in his youth, for his abilities, endurance, and rate of development far surpassed those of ordinary people. Rumors quickly spread throughout the city that a young student was heading into the dangerous Tiran Desert, where he planned to set a new endurance record. At that time, even a group of 40 experienced people had to spend at least 16 hours to fully complete this difficult challenge. Khan slowly approached the young man, visibly nervous about the upcoming events that could radically change their futures. He had only cleared the dangerous dungeon for the first time yesterday, but the very next day he was determined to press on instead of taking the necessary rest. Moyu's top priority remained obtaining the legendary Heart of the Tyrant, which could only be acquired after defeating the dungeon's final boss. It could be transformed into a powerful piece of jewelry, such as an ancient necklace, and such an item dropped only once a year. The last time the heart had appeared was 2 years ago. The girl simply couldn't believe that he had decided to take on such a dangerous location, having only recently reached level 20. What shocked everyone even more was that the hero intended to complete this deadly trial entirely on his own, even though that seemed absolutely impossible. No team had been able to break the Academy's record for this mission for 4 years in a row. A tall figure suddenly appeared behind her, indicating that someone had just approached. Indeed, standing there were people from Bailey Academy who had long been eager to set out for Tyrant's location. They had even prepared gold-tier gear in advance, specifically for such a dangerous situation. That day, they were extremely confident and eager to set new records for the time it took to complete the trial. The team had prepared thoroughly and had a well-thought-out plan for every possible situation that might arise during the trial. The hero realized he needed to hurry to be the first to enter, so he quickly headed for the portal. The man didn't know or see where this newcomer had come from, and probably no one had explained to him just how dangerous this place was. Then he exclaimed loudly that there was no need to worry about the suicide bomber. Instead, it was better to focus and prepare for the upcoming battle against the enemies. Inside the location, the sun was so intense that its light couldn't be used for orientation or to determine the direction of travel. Since this was a large replica of the location and the completion time was 16 seconds, this indicated an extremely vast area within the trial. Entering the dungeon required 500 points, and mastering it required another 2,000, so he quickly used up all his saves. As he moved further in, Moyu began to sense something rather strange, as if the surrounding atmosphere were gradually changing and becoming increasingly tense. A monster tree stood ahead, with a level as high as 25, which immediately indicated the extreme difficulty of this mission. It looked like an ordinary creature, but its stats fully matched those of the dangerous monsters found in dungeons. If the young man hadn't upgraded his warriors to the silver level, it would have taken them much longer to defeat this enemy. The experience reward was also on par with the boss's, and if all the monsters in this dungeon possessed such power, it would become a true treasure trove of experience. Instead, realizing the high danger, Moyu activated his skeletal armor to further protect himself from possible attacks. For 2 hours, they wandered aimlessly through the desert, finding no traces or useful clues along the way. Suddenly, an oasis with crystal blue water opened up before them, water they hadn't seen in what seemed like a very long time in this scorching desert. Such a place might have seemed inviting and safe, but it was obvious that many dangerous monsters lurked there. And so it happened. Fortunately, the young man didn't get too close because giant scorpions suddenly emerged from the sand and instantly attacked the area. The skeletons sprang into action immediately, and without hesitation, began attacking the enemies, quickly engaging in battle and defending their positions. As a result, after defeating the enemies, he was able to gain valuable experience, as well as a rare item in the form of a sharp stinger. In the distance on a palm tree, strangely glowing fruits were visible, and the young man decided that they were most likely just ordinary desert debris. So he sent some of the skeletons to retrieve them, while leaving the other half to fight the scorpions, dividing his forces for an effective defense. He didn't have to wait long. The young man was already holding a fruit of a rather strange color and unusual size, examining it closely. As it turned out, it had to be eaten within 5 minutes of being picked, and it quickly restored the user's spiritual energy. After taking a bite of the appealing berry, Moyu noticed that his spiritual energy was rapidly returning to its original level after being depleted. Thus, while in this location, he could repeatedly restore his spiritual energy to its original level, gaining a significant advantage. There were plenty of these fruits hanging on the trees, so there was no reason to worry about running out of them. After all, this resource seemed almost endless to him. Besides, this location on the border between the desert and the oasis was a great place to summon a skeleton mage and quickly level up. At first, the guy was worried about how to level up that summoning skill, but there he could regenerate his strength and train an infinite number of times. So he could always summon his main pet to help, and it would instantly appear to support him in battle. It seemed like everything was going according to plan. There was no anxiety, only the confidence that everything would turn out well. While he was leveling up his skills to level 20, his skeleton mage could reach silver rank and significantly enhance its abilities. The next few minutes passed at the same pace, and the young man kept munching on berries to keep his energy levels high. Exactly 3 hours later, the skeleton mage reached level 20, significantly improving his stats and combat effectiveness. The hero sent his pet to attack opponents, forcing it to engage in combat and distract enemies from the main target. Its skills were so powerful that they encompassed the entire surrounding area, putting intense pressure on all enemies. They stood behind their master like sentinels, guarding his body and everything connected to him, ready to defend him at any moment. The monsters were incredibly strong, and none of the students could have possessed such power under normal circumstances. The necromancer, for his part, understood that all his skeletons, an entire army, could assist him in practically any task. The battle raged on. Mighty tornadoes swirled through the air. The sky was torn apart by lightning and rolls of thunder, and the forces of nature did not subside for a single moment. There was not a shred of peace in this chaos. By destroying the scorpions time and again, the young man gained experience and gradually grew stronger in this dangerous world. Holding the fruit in his hands, he noticed that it closely resembled a replica, lacking its own radiance, and sensed that an unknown power was hidden within it, slowly awakening. After summoning the skeleton mage again, his army grew to 130 warriors, and he also had 70 mages under his direct control. Even if a copy appeared before him, the main thing remained, to possess the same or even a higher level of power. Everything around him continued to rage in chaos, and amid the turmoil, only the rustling of sand and the clang of swords could be heard. Realizing that the moment was right, Moyu unleashed his explosion technique, channeling all his accumulated power in an instant. The area suddenly burst into flames, and the fire instantly began to spread rapidly, engulfing everything around it. As he destroyed the scorpions with his fire, the young man was rewarded with various items that dropped after each victory, enhancing his future capabilities. There was nothing ahead but the quiet wasteland of the desert, stretching to the very horizon and bordering a distant oasis. The hero didn't understand why there were so few enemies, since he hadn't yet fully leveled up his other combat skills. At this point, he needed to pick up the pace to find the main enemy's dungeon, because the more time he wasted, the slimmer his chances of obtaining the tyrant's heart. Suddenly, strange sounds rang out behind him, resembling the movement of countless beetle legs rapidly approaching from the darkness. Activating his armor, the hero felt his body fill with strength, and gripping his weapon tightly, he was fully prepared for the ferocious monster's swift attack. His body executed a swift, deft turn, instantly moving to the side to avoid danger and take an extremely advantageous position for his next attack. Glancing at the creatures, which showed no sign of stopping and continued to run forward relentlessly, he couldn't for the life of him figure out exactly where they were rushing to. Suddenly, a deep sense of unease flashed through his eyes at the alarming thought that everything had gone completely differently from what he had originally planned so carefully. The insects were racing toward the ant cave, where amid a multitude of intricate labyrinths and secret passages lay a countless nest of dangerous creatures. It was there that Moyui first saw an enemy belonging to the reinforced elite tier and holding the 27th rank, radiating a dangerous and oppressive power. The flying mosquito was the ant queen's bodyguard, so it was obvious that the queen herself was somewhere very close by. His armor activated immediately, covering his body with a sturdy protective layer, and began to reliably shield its master from any sudden attacks by dangerous enemies. No one had ever managed to scare the young man, let alone break through such powerful defenses, which reliably shielded him from the enemy's most dangerous blows. The skeleton mage stepped onto the battlefield, shrouded in his own aura, and a power that seemed unmatched by any other creature around him. The tornado technique raged through the air with the same unstoppable force as it had in the desert, sweeping away everything in its path. Countless ants and various insects joined the battle, seeking to destroy those who had invaded their lands without permission and disturbed their peace. The panel informed the hero that he was to eliminate the mosquitoes and receive certain items as a reward for completing the mission and demonstrating courage. First, he sent his soldiers to search for the ant queen and determine her exact location among the underground passages. In that battle, he was confident that his forces, together with the skeleton mage, were more than enough to defeat any enemy on the battlefield. Thus, they positioned themselves on either side of the area and launched continuous attacks, attempting to surround the enemy from all sides. His pet looked terrifying, and its power was so immense that its reverberations could be felt even underground. The map made it clear that the skeletons had found the queen, so there was no time to waste. Rushing over to them, he saw her right there in the desert, a leader-level creature surrounded by many guards, ready to defend her at a moment's notice. The young man realized that this battle was far more difficult than any he had faced up to that point. What he wanted most of all was for it to be exciting, so he ordered the soldiers to act as they saw fit in this situation. The queen immediately unleashed her storm magic on them, and a powerful gust of wind shot upward, sweeping everything around it away. The ability dealt quite a lot of damage, but fortunately Moyu had skeletal armor that reliably blocked most of the blows. He then ordered the mage to immobilize the guard's body, while the warrior was to quickly attack and behead him with a single precise strike. Everything happened quickly. The army moved as their leader commanded, carrying out each of his orders precisely and without hesitation. Chaos raged all around. The ground shook from the blows, the air filled with screams and explosions, and the battle did not cease for a single moment. The sonic attack stunned all the insects in the area, causing them to lose their balance and fall under the powerful shockwave. The queen summoned more and more ants to her defense, strengthening the nest's defenses and preparing for a protracted battle. The hero realized that at this rate he was merely wasting time, so he summoned the next wave of warriors to turn the tide of battle more quickly. Turning in the other direction, he saw an entire army of insects, so numerous that it was almost impossible to count them accurately. The irony was that on the other side, the skeletons were also awaiting their master's command, fully prepared for the next strike. The enemies were closing in, and that distance was just enough for the young man to use his explosion technique and deliver a devastating blow. A fire flared up before them, engulfing everything around them, instantly destroying their enemies and turning them to ash, which was easily scattered by the wind across the hot sand. After defeating the queen, the young man gained a significant amount of experience, and most importantly, the desert ant queen's egg as a valuable trophy for his victory. Such dungeon trophies could be exchanged for many gold coins, making them extremely valuable to any treasure hunter. For the next 2 hours, they continued to encounter various creatures, with not a moment's respite during the non-stop battles in the dungeon. The place was good enough for leveling up, but the necromancer hadn't gone there with that in mind at all. He had other intentions. Meanwhile, a beautiful but abandoned palace stretched out before him, standing silently amid the ruins and hiding ancient secrets. It was there, inside a large hall, that the Lord of the Desert, the Lion Tyrant, a world-class leader, sat radiating a crushing and icy power. Before him stood an army of subordinates who, if necessary, were ready to fight to the bitter end, defending their commander even at the cost of their own lives. This was the very place the young man had been searching for over the past few hours. Carefully examining every street, old building, and dark alley in this unfamiliar part of the city, their stats were far superior to those of the monsters in the ant cave, so the squad advanced without much difficulty through the dangerous corridors. The monsters were truly terrifying and possessed immense strength, which is why even experienced warriors tried to avoid open combat with them in the dark. They were well organized, but unfortunately the tactics that had worked so well in the oasis didn't work at all in this dangerous and confusing place. However, the hero was also able to refine his plan and confidently devise a strategy that would allow his allies to defeat even a significantly stronger enemy. Summoning his general, the ruler wanted him to become the commander-in-chief of the army and lead the warriors into the upcoming battle against dangerous enemies. The mighty spirit immediately appeared at his side to help, closely watching the enemies and preparing to defend his allies in the dangerous battle. The rest of the soldiers were also ready to carry out their lord's orders, heading without hesitation into the most dangerous places for the sake of a shared victory. The mighty and arrogant warrior was ready to lead the army of skeletons, demonstrating confidence in his own strength and complete control over his subordinates. And the next order was to crush all the main boss's guards, leaving the enemies not a single chance to escape or organize a defense. The skeletons, like demons, advanced from all sides, filling the dark space with a merciless wave that left their opponents no chance of escape. Lion let out a cry that echoed throughout the entire territory, giving orders to his subordinates and forcing them to quickly take up combat positions. A multitude of arrows were fired into the sky, and as they sliced through the air, they rained down upon the room, covering the enemy in a relentless barrage of deadly arrows. They flew at breakneck speed to inflict even greater damage, breaching the enemy's defenses and sowing chaos in their ranks on the battlefield. The enemy did not expect this, so they were thrown into confusion, unable to react to the sudden attack and retreating chaotically under the onslaught of the enemy forces. Unfortunately, their bodies were inside the palace, which created complications, forcing them to find an alternative course of action rather than detonating the explosives directly inside the building. Fortunately, however, he had soldiers who could attack from even further away, using their range advantage to deal damage to the enemy from a safe distance. The boss's powerful attack dealt damage to the young man's subordinates, forcing them to retreat and regroup so as not to lose control of the battle and to conserve their strength. At first, he waited for the doors to open so he could go inside, listening intently to every sound coming from behind the wall in front of him. So much time had passed, but they still hadn't managed to get inside, as the defenses remained too strong and well organized. It became clear that the area was too well defended, and they needed teamwork or another method to open the doors and reach the final boss. Perhaps all their problems stemmed from a lack of firepower, which prevented them from breaching the defenses and quickly overcoming all the obstacles in their path. That is why he ordered the warriors to pile all the corpses at the gate so that they would fill the space and put additional pressure on the defensive mechanisms. Using an explosive technique, he engulfed the entire entrance in fire, causing the defensive barriers to gradually crumble under the powerful pressure of the energy. Standing next to the skeleton, they watched closely as everything unfolded, tensely awaiting any changes in the enemy's behavior. The main adversary continued to sit on his throne in the palace, calmly observing the events and showing not the slightest sign of haste. The tyrant was a world-class leader, possessing incredible abilities that made him an extremely dangerous opponent, capable of changing the course of any battle. As Muyi studied him, he realized that this opponent was unlike anyone he had ever faced before, and every one of his movements radiated an unknown threat. Only later, as he approached him, did he apologize loudly for being late, trying to hide his tension and gather his thoughts before speaking. As soon as he saw the mage, Tyrant began to rise, kicking up a cloud of dust that scattered in all directions and blocked the view of everyone present. In the blink of an eye, the two skeletons were destroyed, and the allies watched as magic tore through space and cleared the path to the next hall of the enemy's palace, leaving him not the slightest chance to recover quickly. Only then did Moyu give a clear order to the warriors to quickly stop the enemy, forcing them to regroup immediately and go on the offensive so as not to give the enemy the upper hand. But his powerful technique, which summoned lightning and paralyzed creatures, thundered through the air, tearing the sky apart with flashes of energy and turning the tide of battle. He radiated such a powerful aura that it could be seen all around him as a dense energy field, weighing down on all living things nearby. The hero had never seen an enemy like this before, let alone fought one, so he carefully analyzed his opponent's every move before taking his next action. The storm that Tyrant subsequently summoned destroyed another 24 skeleton warriors, scattering their remains across the battlefield and intensifying the chaos within the army's ranks. Moyu understood that even at this level, his men would not be able to withstand the attack, so he quickly sought another plan to conserve their strength and avoid casualties. Tyrant wanted his men to capture those who had infiltrated his lands, immediately surrounding them and leaving them no chance of escape. A furious roar, so powerful it obliterated 14 more skeletons, swept across the battlefield, causing the allies to freeze for a moment under the force of the sound wave. Furthermore, the hero had his own armor, but the problem was that it could only hold out for 2 seconds under the onslaught of such a powerful attack. He had a damage absorption skill, so there was no need to worry, as it partially neutralized the enemy's attacks. Moyu was afraid that the opponent might destroy all his monsters. The spiritual flame skill, directed at the enemy, flared in his hands, blazing with bright fire and gradually gaining destructive power. That was when the opportunity presented itself. So all the skeletons rushed into the attack, simultaneously surrounding the enemy and increasing the pressure from all sides of the battlefield. At that moment, it seemed as though the strategy had worked. The enemy was thrown off balance, losing control of the situation and unable to react to the coordinated attack. Even then, he managed to destroy 4 skeleton warriors, breaking through their onslaught and preventing the enemy from completely seizing the initiative. The spiritual flame was unstoppable, and if the mage hadn't been promoted to the silver rank, the young man wouldn't have been able to handle such a powerful enemy on his own. 20 minutes later, the enemy's defenses had been weakened. He was on the verge of collapse, gradually losing his footing under the relentless pressure of the attacks. Only then did the young man realize that the tyrant fully lived up to his title, demonstrating a level of strength and endurance that surpassed all his previous expectations. By then, it was all over. He watched as his mighty opponent collapsed to his feet, marking the necromancer's victory after a long and grueling battle. As a result of the trial, Moyu received many golden weapons, as well as the most important item, the tyrant's heart, which served as proof of his victory and newfound power. In addition, Moyui was able to raise his level to the 21st rank after prolonged training in numerous trials and difficult battles, demonstrating significant progress. During the battle with Tyrant, the hero forgot that he had recently reached level 20 and focused entirely on the fight, ignoring fatigue and risks, unaware of the battle's consequences. The skeleton's skill also improved. Perhaps it would continue to improve automatically in the future, as the system adapted it to new combat conditions and the character's constant level growth. If that was the case, the young man needed to master all his other skills as soon as possible. Otherwise, the higher his rank, the harder it would be to train. 6 bells rang out across the grounds. It's unknown how long it took the young man to break the record, but his achievement surprised everyone present, who hadn't expected such a quick result. But everyone knew that this situation meant a new record had been set, attesting to the young man's outstanding level of skill and his rapid progress among the other participants in the trials. The college dean understood that it was their institution that held the leading position, which underscored the school's high status and reputation among other schools, thanks to the achievements of its students and faculty. However, he had not heard of the student Moyu, who he was or what profession he had pursued, although the name was gradually beginning to appear in reports and discussions among the academy's faculty and mentors. Approaching him, the assistant began to explain everything in detail, presenting the information step by step and striving to convey all the details of the event as clearly and accurately as possible to the dean of the institution. The dean began to laugh because the young man had previously taken first place and most importantly had managed on his own, without any outside help, to overcome all the challenges and achieve an incredible result among the other participants. In the viewer's opinion, the young man was a master who had previously won 2 challenges as well, demonstrating consistent superiority over his rivals and confidently proving his high level of training and strength. He was certain that a 20th level student could not have completed the mission, and that someone else from their college had done it. However, evidence to the contrary began to surface, and his doubts grew. The room system announced that the tyrant's heart had dropped, triggering a loud alarm and drawing the attention of everyone present, who immediately understood the importance and rarity of the item. Those present watched the news in shock, realizing that such an item was incredibly difficult to obtain, as its appearance signified a victory over an extremely dangerous enemy and the rarity of the loot. The college director realized that their academy might now be home to a boss's ornament, symbolizing victory over a powerful adversary and underscoring the institution's prestige among other academies. Later, a new report emerged stating that Moyui had completed the trial in 14 hours, setting a new record and confirming his exceptional skill. None of them had known about this, but upon seeing it with their own eyes, they watched the events unfold in bewilderment, unable to believe what was happening and trying to grasp the magnitude of the result they had witnessed. When he emerged from the portal, his body was unharmed, without a single scratch or injury, as if he had never gone through dangerous trials and difficult battles in a hostile environment. The hero needed to return to the monarch as soon as possible and fulfill his request, since the continued stability of the kingdom and the completion of the important task entrusted to him earlier depended on it. Therefore, ignoring the dean, he apologized and explained that he had important business that prevented him from staying at the academy any longer and required him to set off immediately. The students began to laugh at him and at this embarrassing situation, discussing what had happened among themselves and mocking his actions, although not everyone fully understood the true circumstances of the incident. Only later did they shift to discussing the young man and his 21st rank, which evoked mixed feelings of surprise, respect, and envy among the students due to his rapid progress. Monarch Bai noticed that his protege had returned and took an interest in the results, eagerly awaiting a report on the completed task and assessing every detail of his successful return from the dangerous mission. In response, the hero said he was holding Tyrant's heart in his hands, displaying the trophy as proof of his victory over a powerful enemy and the completion of a difficult and dangerous mission. However, at first he did not catch the young man's words, and said he was ready to recommend someone for his team, treating the situation as a routine report and failing to grasp the true meaning of what he had heard. A moment later, the information sank in, and the perplexed leader could not believe what had happened, for the news completely overturned his understanding of the event and the young man's capabilities. Moyu's strength was simply incredible. Given how quickly he had handled the situation, his actions had exceeded even the expectations of experienced mentors and astonished everyone who had been watching the trial unfold. The first question after the initial shock was where the necromancer was. Since everyone was trying to figure out whether he had anything to do with the events that had just unfolded and what role he had played in the whole situation. After finishing the conversation, he received a message on his watch that caught his attention and prompted him to immediately review the new information regarding recent events and next steps. It stated that for setting a new record, he had received 5,000 points and 30 contributions, confirming the high regard for his achievement and the substantial reward for passing the trial. Suddenly, a wind picked up, rustling all the trees around them, creating an unsettling atmosphere and causing those present to look around warily in anticipation of a new danger or unexpected event. Standing behind him was Monarch Bai, who wished to continue the conversation in person, demanding clarification regarding what he had heard and seeking to discuss all the details of the situation personally, without any intermediaries. He was joined by the divine-level master Meng Anwen, who silently assessed the situation and closely monitored the unfolding events, fully aware of their importance to the entire kingdom. Sitting down at the table, they wanted to see the tyrant's heart with their own eyes. It was supposed to confirm the truth of the hero's words and finally dispel any doubts regarding his victory over the enemy. When the young man pulled it out before them, the men watched in shock, asking who he had undergone the trial with, trying to understand whether he had received any assistance. My companion confirmed that he had been alone and had endured the ordeal for 14 hours, overcoming all the difficulties of the trial on his own, without any help from other participants or mentors. The elders could only look at one another, silently exchanging glances and trying to comprehend what they had heard, for the situation was beyond anything they could have imagined. In the master's opinion, Elder Bai should have kept his word to his protege, for hasty promises could influence future decisions and lead to unpredictable consequences for everyone involved. Holding the cooling talisman in his hands, the young man realized that with its help he could improve even further, since the artifact stabilized his internal energy. However, he didn't have enough points to enroll in the seminary, which limited his options and forced him to seek other paths for growth and ways to prove his worth. Therefore, his sole goal for the days ahead was to use the talisman on the battlefield to maximize his abilities, gain more experience, and level up faster. In this way, the hero could earn contribution points much faster and then meet up with his sister once he had finished his business. The Supreme One promised that once the student had rested, he would be ready to take him to the Yuan battlefield, where he could gain new combat experience and continue his development under real combat conditions. After the young man left, the men discussed him at length and concluded that, at level 21, Moyu was on par with many professionals. The master realized that the monarch had not told the young man that there were enemies on the battlefield who hated the human race and were capable of acting ruthlessly and treacherously. Since the young man had been in the dungeon for more than 10 hours and was extremely exhausted, he decided not to meditate, but to get some proper rest. Meanwhile, in the trial chamber, another team had just returned from the desert after a long and grueling mission. They were very pleased, as they were confident they had broken the previous record for completing the trial. Shouts could be heard all around that Bailey Academy had cleared the dungeon in nearly 16 hours and set a new record. However, the team had absolutely no idea why the onlookers weren't applauding them, but instead were just mocking them and exchanging derisive glances. It wasn't until later that they realized they hadn't managed to get the tyrant's heart. Someone else had beaten them to it and claimed this rare trophy first. Glancing at the scoreboard, the leader was incredibly surprised to see completely different results, and his team's unexpectedly changed position in the rankings. He couldn't believe that a single guy had managed to grab the rare item and exit the dungeon before their entire team. Then his feelings turned to anger and bewilderment. How could an ordinary level 21 player have outpaced their much stronger team? No one expected Bailey Academy to be humiliated twice in one day, and mocking laughter and discussions of the incident grew louder all around. The next day, the hero woke up and found that his spiritual power had fully recovered after the grueling trials of the previous day. He decided to return to the desert once more to find rare berries to strengthen and enhance his curse of slowness. His plans were disrupted by a stranger who approached unnoticed and suddenly spoke up, causing the hero to stop and look at him warily, and he immediately halted his movement. It turned out that an elder from Bailey was waiting for the young man. He wanted to talk to him calmly about the events in the dungeon and his unexpected success. However, the young man simply continued on his way, without stopping or paying much attention to the elder from Bailey's request. Then he calmly replied that if someone really wanted to talk to him, they should come to him themselves rather than forcing him to change his plans. Looking over the stats, Moyui calculated that if he shortened the cooldown and took the trial again, he'd need to spend 2,500 points for the optimal result. Han watched him from a distance and saw that the student was clearly planning to return to the very same location where the trial had recently taken place. Her friends asked to speak with him because they couldn't pass their trials no matter what, and were hoping to get at least some help or advice from him. Not expecting such a flood of requests, the girl was flustered and eventually agreed to their request, though she wasn't entirely sure about her decision. Running quickly over to the leader, Bailey, the assistant, reported that the hero didn't want to meet with them or come up to them, completely ignoring their attempts to make contact. So they decided to ignore his existence and simply wait until fate brought them together again in a shared challenge, where they could sort things out. Han approached the guy and said that her teammates wanted to complete the mission with him and were also willing to share their points for participating in the joint task. The bewildered guy hadn't expected such a flood of students who suddenly began paying him a lot of attention and offering to work with him. Others, however, were frightened because they couldn't make it through the desert and realized that, if that happened, they might not be admitted to the academy and would miss their chance to study. Mui apologized for not knowing this information, since he was a newcomer and hadn't yet fully figured out the rules and the situation. After buying the weapons, he didn't have many points left, and if everyone paid him 1,000 each, he could earn a total of 39,000 points. Therefore, he stated that he was willing to take each of them only for the fee he had previously announced, and he had no intention of changing his terms despite their requests. However, there was one more condition. No one was allowed to pick berries in the desert without permission, and this rule was strictly enforced. However, the students hadn't even expected to see such a task there and were willing to agree to anything just to get a chance to pass the test and not miss the opportunity to enroll. At the same time, the protagonist could take 39 people with him and ordered them to prepare so that they would be fully ready for their next trip into the desert. Chaos reigned all around, as no one could decide who would go first or how to properly organize the line for the trial. Han didn't like all the commotion, so she asked the students to calm down and line up so that everything would proceed in an orderly manner without chaos. Then Moyu thanked the girl for calming the crowd and helping to restore order among the students. He was also ready to help her any day with the trial she just couldn't seem to pass, so that she could finally complete it. Upon returning to the desert, the young man ordered everyone to follow him, and under no circumstances to get ahead of him, so as not to disrupt the order of the march and endanger the group. Summoning his skeleton warriors, the master ordered them to quickly find an oasis in the desert and report its exact location to him. By that time, the students had come to understand what the necromancer's profession entailed and exactly whom he could summon from the afterlife to carry out his tasks. In a matter of seconds, the necromancer's minions could wipe out hundreds of enemies in their path, leaving behind only ruins and silence on the battlefield. Of course, the young man had brought a whole team with him and recouped the points he'd spent, but his main priority remained improving his own skills through new challenges. Looking around, the students merely commented on what was happening and were stunned by the young man's power, which far exceeded their expectations and their understanding of his skill level. When he reached those trees, Moyu saw that there were no berries, so he decided to finish everything as quickly as possible and head back into the desert to continue his search. Picking everything in sight, the hero acted as he saw fit, paying no attention to the consequences or the opinions of those around him at that moment. Experience points continued to rise, and those present were simply delighted by the spectacle, watching the rapid unfolding of events and the hero's progress. Turning to them, the necromancer asked them to wait there until he had dealt with all the creatures in the ant cave and cleared it completely. Only 3 hours had passed, and they realized that if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such stories about his power and the events that had taken place. The students waited 20 minutes for Master Lin, thinking that perhaps the battle with the insects had been too easy for him and that he would return soon. Confident in themselves, they set out to test their own strength and skill, eager to prove their ability to handle the challenges on their own. After 2 hours of wandering through the desert, they stumbled upon two large scorpions and, gathering their strength, prepared to destroy them immediately. The students were quite confident in themselves and in the fact that, thanks to their skills, they could easily destroy the creature that had appeared before them in the desert. The giant scorpion was still too small and weak to pose a serious threat, so no one expected it to cause any major problems or dangerous consequences. Their battle began quite unexpectedly amid complete silence, so no one around them had time to prepare for the brutal clash and its dangerous consequences. And afterward, no one around could understand how such a small creature could have dealt the young man such a powerful blow and left him defenseless in front of everyone. They constantly tended to each other's serious injuries and worked together to find a way out of that dangerous location, where every step could be their last. As for how they attacked the enemy during the fierce battle, the statistics showed that the enemy didn't lose even a single 1,000 health points from their attacks. Together, they acted as strategically and cautiously as possible, constantly hoping they could defeat the enemy and survive the difficult battle. Only later did they decide that they could no longer handle the dangerous situation, so they wanted to retreat in an organized manner in separate groups for the sake of survival. 5 minutes later, the group had managed to destroy only one scorpion, but their senses and reactions were so dulled that it made the battle difficult. Upon seeing the panel, the hero realized that his team hadn't been sitting idly by, but had been actively fighting and struggling to survive in a difficult battle. Two more powerful enemies arrived at this location, but the students didn't have enough strength to effectively stand up to them in this battle. Only then did they realize that they should have listened to Lin and stayed put to avoid getting into an even more difficult and dangerous situation. The scorpions charged at the students with tremendous force, forcing them to react quickly and retreat to avoid dangerous blows and possible injuries. Fortunately, the hero's skeleton came to their aid and quickly eliminated the enemy, turning the tide of battle in their team's favor. Convinced once again that their pet was powerful and extremely strong, they began to rely on him completely in future skirmishes and battles. 10 minutes had already passed, and Moyui still hadn't returned to them, which frightened the team quite a bit and made them worry about his fate. Instantly, each member's experience began to rise at a frantic pace, a testament to the intensity of the battle and the constant elimination of the numerous enemies surrounding them. Some in the group were discussing the ant cave and the fact that a very powerful queen lived there, one who guarded her domain and showed no mercy for mistakes. While there, the guy used an explosive technique, blowing up everything around him to destroy the enemies and give himself a chance to quickly retreat from the danger zone. A few minutes later, the system reported that the main boss had been defeated and rewarded them with a large amount of experience for successfully completing the battle. Approaching them, the commander said they needed to hurry to Tyrant's castle, since there was very little time left, and any delay could cost them the victory. It was precisely in this location that an entire army of monsters was stationed, and their level was high enough to make every skirmish extremely dangerous for everyone involved. However, with just a single attack, the necromancer managed to unleash devastating fire upon them and instantly wipe out a significant portion of the enemies in that battle. The front door shattered into pieces that flew everywhere, creating chaos and dust in the hallway and forcing everyone to retreat. Everyone else decided that since they had enough data, they could ignore the copying mechanism, since it no longer affected their further work. Even from such a great distance, upon seeing Tyrant's lion, they felt fear at its immense power and unbridled aggression, which was terrifying even from afar. Moyu saw him and said that they had finally met again, as if a long-awaited encounter had brought them together once more at this decisive moment. The world-class boss was nothing more than a plaything for Master Lin, who easily controlled the course of the battle and effortlessly suppressed any resistance from his opponent. After defeating him rather quickly, no one was surprised by the outcome, since everyone was already accustomed to Lin's incredible strength and skill in combat. Having finally completed the mission, the students rejoiced, feeling relief and pride that they had overcome all the difficulties and made it to the end together. Now they could teleport back to the room where their journey had begun to safely complete the mission and recover their strength. Boss Bailey saw the young man emerge from the portal and immediately grew wary, assessing his condition and the potential threat he might pose after returning from such a dangerous location. Moyu thanked Han for organizing everything and helping him pass the difficult trials and overcome all the obstacles along the way. By that time, another line had formed, with everyone already familiar with the rules and conditions for joining him in the trial and proving their strength. Upon entering, the young man hoped to see berries growing on the trees so he could gather them and use them to regain his strength after the long journey. As he approached the palm trees, he saw those very fruits and felt a sense of satisfaction, for his expectations had been met, and his search had not been in vain. These were the best conditions for improving his skills, and the hero had absolutely no regrets about spending 1,000 points, since the result he achieved fully justified the cost. The new students joining the group watched him in shock, unable to believe their eyes and not understanding exactly what had just happened right before them. This time he approached the tyrant more quickly, annihilating his entire army in his path and leaving his enemies no chance to resist. The mission was accomplished, so they returned feeling tired but also relieved at the successful completion of the dangerous task. The assistant approached the boss and reported on what the young man had been up to, describing in detail his actions and the results which were cause for concern. They believed that the young man's skills were limited and that he would be nothing without his explosive techniques and ability to summon skeletons, which compensated for his weaknesses. Everyone had their weaknesses, and it seemed that the opponent had identified them in the young man specifically, using them against him during every encounter. Such hatred was directed at Moyu because he had taken the tyrant's heart and brought shame upon the Bailey Academy, thereby provoking anger and outrage among the others. Furthermore, Zhen's disciple had come to see him, clearly plotting something sinister and hiding his true intentions behind a calm exterior. The double room in the Jiajing Academy dormitory was quite cozy, creating a pleasant atmosphere for rest and study after intense classes. Xiao Shui gazed out the window, lost in her thoughts, completely absorbed in reflecting on the day's events and her future decisions. She recalled the director's words about how she absolutely had to save a few points no matter what, since this could affect her future development. There were quite a few things to consider, after all. She needed to earn credits, and she envied Moyu because he had accumulated a fairly large number of them, a figure that was out of her reach at the moment. She had heard the director say that he had arrived at the university a few days earlier, and she wondered how he was feeling after such a move. Everyone understood that, with his abilities, he would certainly succeed before anyone else, outpacing the rest in his development and growth as a powerful practitioner. His skeletons were mighty monsters, ready to destroy anyone, defending their master with absolute loyalty and ruthless strength in battle. The High Council members sat around the table and talked about the student, discussing his academic performance and future in a calm atmosphere while making further decisions. It was hard to fathom why he, who had previously been so calm, had acted so rashly, and everyone around him tried to find a logical explanation for his actions in that situation and search for deeper reasons. Watching him, the monarch couldn't fathom why the hero wasn't charging a fee for guiding people through the desert, and he tried to understand his true motives. Those who had failed to complete their mission and were stranded there finally moved on, finding new strength to continue their journey despite their previous setbacks and hardships. Such an opportunity was worth a great deal, so they must not forget the hero's kindness. He selflessly helped them navigate the dangerous path and forever changed their destinies. Another, however, explained that the school's goal was different. The dungeons were used to identify talent among the students and test their true abilities under extreme conditions. The monarch came to his student's defense, stating that the student had not broken a single rule and had acted within established guidelines, complying with all requirements of the academic code. However, he himself was dissatisfied that in recent years, many talented students had failed the tests because they were unable to make the teams and were left out of the selection process. The educational institution's system was outdated, having been established several hundred years ago and no longer meeting modern requirements, so the time had come for reforms and changes. Monarch Bai warned the elder that if he continued to pick on Moyu, he would destroy the desert dungeon and prevent him from interfering in the students' lives any longer. Mr. Ning could not change his nature. There was only one person in the world capable of controlling him, and only her words could influence his decisions and behavior. The hero remained in the oasis of the Tirana Desert, reliving the same events over and over again, and searching for a way out of the endless repetition of his own fate. After refining his skeletal armor, he achieved his goal, bringing its durability and functionality up to a level fully in line with his long-term objectives. The level of the cursed notification had also been increased, but unfortunately further enhancing the explosion required time and additional resources to stabilize its energy structure. There was 1 hour left until the opening ceremony. Shui hadn't expected her roommate to be a friend with whom she had long since lost touch and had given up hope of ever seeing again. With her points, the girl could spend them on food, choosing what was most necessary to keep her strength up during her studies and daily challenges at school. Professional fencer Feng Shui won the hearts of all the female students around her with her skill and cool confidence, which attracted attention and earned the admiration of many. Approaching the girls, he introduced himself politely and struck up a brief conversation that quickly eased the tension between the strangers. Others, however, were curious about where Lin Moyu was at that moment, and they tried to figure out his actions and possible intentions amid all the events unfolding around them. Without wasting any time, the young man reached level 22, rapidly developing his skills and overcoming the numerous trials that stood in his way. After so many desert clearances, his points had reached nearly 350,000, a testament to his vast experience and endurance in numerous dangerous battles. He could buy a maximum of 4 scrolls, but that wasn't enough to fully realize his plans and prepare for the upcoming trials to the fullest extent. Therefore, he still needed to find a way to earn even more points to expand his capabilities and gain access to the resources necessary for his development. But now he had to head to the opening ceremony, which was just minutes away, and he was forced to hurry to make it to the grand event on time. His companions noticed that he was moving toward the square too slowly, making them nervous about the risk of being late for the important opening ceremony. His demeanor was too calm and confident, as if he were in complete control of the situation and saw no reason for concern, even at such a tense moment. He exuded the aura of a fighter, a sign that the young man's rank had risen even higher, demonstrating his growing strength and confidence in his own combat abilities. National champion Lin Moyu looked intimidating. No one wanted to look him in the eye, sensing the powerful aura of danger and cold determination emanating from him. As he approached his teammates, he saw that they had all arrived, were already gathered together, and were waiting for the event to begin with a mix of anticipation and slight tension. The main question on their minds was what level the young man was at, since everyone was trying to gauge his strength and understand how much stronger he had become since the recent events. When they heard 22, they couldn't believe their ears after all. They hadn't seen him for just a few days and couldn't imagine such a rapid increase in his strength. To shorten the cooldown time, they could have purchased it with points, but all the students knew they had to conserve them since resources were limited and every decision mattered greatly. To himself, the young man realized that earning them wasn't as difficult as everyone thought, since he already had experience quickly accumulating points under challenging conditions. A bell rang throughout the campus, heralding the start of the main event and prompting everyone present to focus and prepare for the ceremony's crucial moment. The host said that they had all taken on the new identity of first-year students within the walls of Shangjing Academy, leaving their past behind and starting their studies with a clean slate. The school divided everyone into regular students, college students, university students, and academy students. All of them received different resources depending on their level and academic performance. The opening ceremony featured a traditional program, and this exciting event was designed for both new and returning students, creating an atmosphere of unity and a festive start to the academic year. Those who were already enrolled could challenge the newcomers and pay the corresponding points to organize competitions where experienced students tested the skills of the academy's new members. It was also a good opportunity for those whose funds were too low to earn money for living expenses, using the competitions as a chance to improve their financial situation. That is precisely why the strongest freshmen could not pass up their chance, using the entire ceremony to quickly boost their rankings. The monarch understood that this was an old method designed to show newcomers that they needed to work very hard, so that they would immediately realize the importance of discipline and perseverance. Everyone was curious to see if anyone would challenge Moyu, since his strength and reputation inspired both respect and caution among the other students. None of the freshmen understood how they could defeat the upperclassmen, given that their ranks were lower than the upperclassmen's. After all, the difference in experience and strength seemed too great to them. They looked at one another as rivals, refusing to back down, maintaining intense concentration and a readiness to fight to the very end, without retreating a single step. The competition took place on the training grounds, where opponents were matched according to their ranks. The use of any skills above the 20th rank was prohibited to ensure the fairness of the competition and a level playing field. This was done to protect the students from harm, Furthermore, a divine-level healer stood nearby, ready to intervene immediately in the event of serious injuries or critical situations. The first two students were ready to fight, accepting each other's challenges, intently assessing their opponent's strength, and searching for the slightest weakness to exploit. Someone else approached the young man and said he wanted to fight him, looking him confidently in the eye and expecting an immediate response to his challenge. Zhen knew that Moyu was a true national champion, but he wanted to prove that he was superior to him, so he confidently accepted the challenge and made no secret of his ambition to surpass him. Unfortunately, they were classmates, so the protagonist had no choice but to prove his superiority in a fair fight and thereby solidify his standing among the other students. First, he asked how many points Zhen had bet, and upon hearing the figure of 5,000, he declared that it was too little, since that amount did not reflect the true value of the match or the opponent's skill level. His opponent asked how many points Moyu was willing to wager, closely watching his reaction and trying to gauge the true extent of his confidence. Looking at him confidently, Moyu said he would accept 100,000 points, which immediately caught the attention of everyone present and heightened the tension before the match. Some of those present couldn't even dream of such a high score when the results were announced after a difficult exam that required extensive preparation and a high level of knowledge. Zhen couldn't believe the young man had that many points. He thought someone was playing a joke on him. For a long time, he couldn't bring himself to believe what he'd heard in class when the results were announced, and he kept comparing his score to those of the other participants. That's exactly why Moyu proposed starting a duel based on the number of points he had. If he lost, his opponent would have to give him the same amount to prove his superiority in practice. No one knew if the opponent was bold enough to accept the challenge, and everyone waited anxiously for his response. Watching his reaction, all eyes were fixed on him. Shui stood in silence, not giving the proposed terms a second thought, for she was so stunned that her comrade had suddenly spoken so many words in a row without a single pause. Lost in his thoughts, Zhen was well aware that he could be forever disgraced in the eyes of those around him if he rejected the proposed fight and refused to accept this open challenge. By that point, he had already made up his mind, so he declared loudly that he fully agreed to the terms and without any hesitation was ready to immediately begin the upcoming trial. The monarch, closely observing the unfolding situation, coldly remarked that fools like him usually perished very quickly on the battlefield before they even had a chance to realize their own mistakes. Zhen was a student at Bailey College and had already reached the 21st level of cultivation, which made him stand out noticeably among most of his classmates and earned him the respect of his instructors. Lin Moyu was a national champion and held the 22nd rank, so the upcoming battle between these two formidable opponents promised to be extremely fierce and unpredictable. The spectators commented animatedly on the events unfolding rapidly right before their eyes and were completely confident in their hero, expecting him to secure a convincing and indisputable victory. As he approached the battlefield, Zhen declared with contempt that the other guy wasn't a real champion at all, but merely worthless trash that everyone mercilessly trampled underfoot. In response, the young man calmly said that his opponent's skill level was significantly lower than his own, so he saw no serious threat to himself in this fight. Possessing outstanding skills, the warlock sincerely believed that he had fully earned his place among the best and had proven it through numerous victories and ruthless strength in battle. Without pausing for a moment, the hero continued to repeat the same phrase over and over, as if it were the sole purpose of his actions in this situation. This calm manner of speaking gradually threw Zhen off balance, causing him to lose control of his emotions and feel an ever-increasing sense of inner tension during the conversation. Most likely, Moyu knew exactly how to handle his opponent and confidently continued to carry out his premeditated plan without any deviations. His nervous opponent asked irritably whether he had even been taught how to properly interact with his elders, emphasizing his displeasure with Mo Yui's insolent behavior. At that moment, a photograph of his sister and grandmother flashed before the young man's eyes, reminding him of his family and stirring strong emotions within him, and he immediately felt a sharp pang of pain. His gaze changed instantly, becoming cold and piercing, exactly the kind that had always terrified all his opponents in fierce battles and caused them to lose their confidence. Zhen knew full well what the dean had said, that the hero supposedly had only two skills, which he used consistently in every single battle without exception. Unfortunately, these assumptions turned out to be wrong, causing his opponent to lose his advantage in the fight by failing to correctly assess the situation and his opponent's capabilities. Summoning his pet, the young man calmly remarked that if his opponent hadn't been a student at the school, he would have been destroyed long ago without the slightest chance of survival. The magical beast he had summoned possessed nearly as much power as its master, making it a serious threat to anyone who dared to engage in battle. The warlock clutched the crystal tightly in his hands, using it as his primary weapon in battle, which amplified his spells and gave him a significant advantage over his opponent. A moment later, the crystal burst, shattering into tiny particles that scattered through the air and lost all their magical power the instant they broke apart. A sudden gust of wind swept across the battlefield, carrying the skeleton away as easily as if it were ordinary sand, scattering its bones across the entire arena in a matter of seconds. The hero realized in confusion that all his moves had been blocked, so summoning his pets in this situation was completely impossible, and he was left without support. His opponent watched his condition closely and smirked maliciously, relishing the advantage he'd gained in this situation and his opponent's weakness. The sealing talisman completely prevented the use of summoning and explosion skills, blocking any attempts to activate such techniques on the battlefield. The sky suddenly lit up with fire and rain, for these were precisely the powerful techniques wielded by the warlock, who mercilessly unleashed them upon the battlefield. Mentally, the young man quickly adjusted his plan, analyzing his opponent's every move and searching for new paths that might lead him to victory in this battle. The elders understood that the student was not supposed to have obtained such an item, and as a result, he would inevitably pay a high price for it, one he could not avoid. Moyu managed to show that he had another ace up his sleeve in the form of skeletal armor, which unexpectedly activated and turned the tide of the battle in his favor. Fortunately, his level was above 20, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to use such complex techniques and maintain control of the situation in battle. Zhen coldly remarked that there was no way to escape his attack, since the flames rained down directly from the sky and engulfed everything around them, leaving not the slightest chance of survival. However, the hero, standing in the same spot, remained there, not moving a step and not changing his position during the fight. Confused and in shock, the opponent wondered how he had failed to inflict even the slightest damage on his rival, despite all his strength and a carefully planned attack. Continuing to attack, he stubbornly refused to back down and longed for his opponent to be completely destroyed, leaving not a single trace behind in this battle. Nothing worked because a protective sphere surrounded the young man, though it was invisible to the naked eye, and it completely blocked all attacks. The students' techniques and auras clashed in a fierce duel, creating powerful waves of energy that tore through the space between them in the arena. Calmly, the hero noted that his opponent was rather pathetic, showing no emotion and maintaining a cold, confident tone throughout the fight. Then he launched the Flame of the Soul attack at his opponent, which instantly surged forward and sent a wave of devastating fire straight at the enemy. The attack engulfed the warlock, and he screamed loudly in pain, trying to break free from the flames that relentlessly burned through his defenses and his body. Blood flowed from his mouth, indicating serious internal organ damage sustained as a result of the powerful blow and the devastating magical attack. If not for the care provided by the Academy's doctors, Zhen would have simply collapsed from exhaustion and the injuries sustained during the protracted battle. The spectators shouted that the battle was uninteresting since Moyu had instantly destroyed his opponent with a single precise strike, leaving not a shred of intrigue to watch. Striding lightly across the floor, he slowly approached the exhausted student, closely watching his every move and assessing his opponent's condition. There was no longer any doubt about his defeat, and the prize gradually returned to the necromancer's hands as he calmly watched the battle come to an end. Fearing for his life, Zhen shouted that he was willing to give up all the promised points just so they would leave him alone and stop attacking him. The host presiding over the ceremony solemnly announced Lin Moyu's victory, highlighting his confident performance and undisputed superiority over his opponents. According to the terms of the battle, Li Zhen was required to pay his opponent 358,000 points in the event of a loss, as had been agreed upon in advance. Stunned and completely bewildered, the student couldn't believe such a sum, so he reread the condition once more, trying to make sure he hadn't made a mistake. Zhen's voice echoed throughout the arena as he shouted indignantly about cheating and refused to believe that the hero could have honestly earned that many points. But the master calmly asked once more whether he was truly so certain that such a person was capable of lying in front of everyone present. It was then that the defeated man was forced to pay the price he had voluntarily agreed to before the battle began, having no further excuses. In a quiet and uncertain voice, the student admitted that he hadn't actually earned even half of the specified amount and couldn't fulfill his promise. Consequently, the young man was credited with 128 points, and he was required to repay the remaining amount within 6 months, regardless of how he earned the money. Otherwise, he would be expelled from the academy for non-payment of the debt, and representatives of the school would personally visit his family to demand repayment of the full amount. Jui approached her friend and quietly asked him to help her navigate the dangerous dungeon, to which he agreed immediately without hesitation. A sudden message from the Supreme Commander stating that they would soon have to head to the battlefield greatly stunned him and gave him pause. Therefore, without wasting any more time on deliberation or unnecessary doubts, he quickly went to the leader, wanting to get to the bottom of everything as soon as possible. His comrades left behind watched in shock as they realized what a dangerous and unpredictable ordeal awaited the hero in the near future. Before that, Moyu stopped by a shop and sold all the unnecessary items that were hindering his progress and merely taking up space in his luggage. At that point, he had 140 skeletons and 70 mages, so he considered the rest of his equipment superfluous and unnecessary for his future endeavors. When they met, Manga was supposed to send them to the Yuan battlefield, where new dangerous trials and harsh conditions already awaited them. The hero had 2 chances to infiltrate the Tower of the Spirit of Jia, but he had to wait patiently for the second turn to end before taking further action. This was precisely how he could gain even more privileges, which opened up new opportunities for him and significantly strengthened his influence in the future. The Yuan battlefield lay before them, and the student surveyed it carefully, trying to assess all the possible threats and advantages of the terrain. He hadn't imagined it this way at all, so he stood there bewildered, trying to adjust to a reality that differed greatly from his expectations. A familiar scent filled his nostrils and suddenly transported him to the place where a fierce battle with a demon had previously taken place. In the sky was an eye that tirelessly watched over the demons, specifically created to control the abyss and prevent their hidden attacks and invasions. The apprentice walked alongside his mentor, carefully examining everything around him, down to the smallest details, trying not to miss anything important. Meanwhile, the monarch said nothing, merely walking quietly across the grounds, carefully observing everything around him and maintaining his composure. Knights stood on either side, guarding the place, closely watching every movement and preventing any suspicious activity. Bai exerted a great deal of influence over them, but all of this was carefully concealed within an object that he always carried with him and never showed to anyone. When he approached the administrator, the man didn't even look up, as if completely absorbed in his work and paying no attention to visitors. The monarch said that a certificate must be issued for the young man who had arrived with him, to officially confirm his status and rights. The clerk, not realizing who he was speaking to, asked irritably what fool dared to disturb his peace and distract him from his work. Only when his gaze fell on an item of clothing worn by the man did his pulse suddenly race several times faster at the unexpected realization. Bowing his head, the young man politely greeted the general, trying to appear as dignified and reserved as possible in his presence. He quickly set about carrying out the order he had heard earlier, without wasting a second and focusing on every detail of the task. Meanwhile, Mai was pondering Monarch Bay, trying to understand his origins and the reason why everyone around him obeyed him so unquestioningly. Handing the item to the student, they gave him his private's ID card, which he was required to carry at all times, since it automatically recorded rewards for killing monsters. White was the lowest rank, private followed by black, which was assigned to sergeants and opened up more opportunities. Silver belonged to a lieutenant, followed by the colonel's gold, and the highest was purple, worn by a general and symbolizing supreme authority. Military merits were earned by those in higher ranks. The more merits they accumulated, the more stars they received, and upon reaching 10 stars, they could advance to the next level. There were no more than 10 such 5-star divine generals, like Bai Yuan, in the entire empire, making them extremely rare and influential figures. Before setting out on the trial, they also had to visit another location to complete the necessary preparatory formalities. The Hall of Heroes was a majestic place where one could sense the power of fighting spirit and the glory of past victories, filling the space with a heavy energy. It was a place where they paid homage to the sages of Shenxia's past generations, honoring their strength, knowledge, and legacy, which had been preserved for centuries. Even after death, he would not return to his homeland, but would continue to protect the empire with the power of his soul, and the descendants of Shenxia, who were far from him, were blessed by the sages, who bestowed upon them protection and strength. The general repeated this request several times, as if in prayer, imbuing every word with sincere hope and deep faith that it would be heard. As a descendant of the empire, he implored all the sages to bless the younger generation, hoping for their protection and support for future generations. The Demon Slayer's Tower was one of the empire's three great divine towers, standing as symbols of strength, protection, and unshakable power. Such power left its spiritual mark on Moyu, causing him to feel the pressure of ancient energy and a profound change within himself. Thus, even if he were to perish on the battlefield, they would still have a way to resurrect him. And this thought kept hope alive in their hearts. The student understood that the monarch had spent the merits of an entire star to give him an extra chance, and this filled him with deep gratitude and anxiety at the same time. Realizing just how powerful and formidable all of this was, the young man expressed his sincere gratitude, feeling both respect and a slight sense of excitement at what he had witnessed. Bai informed him that once he was on the battlefield, he should destroy as many enemies as possible, and only after that would he officially explain this place and its purpose. The Empire's military fortress was called the Great Wall, and there were 9 such walls. They were built in a row more than 1,000 kilometers apart. The front line ran right through where they were located, and unlike other sections that often needed assistance, the Shenjie Wall had never been breached by the monsters of the abyss since its construction. There were many entrances to the dungeon on the battlefield, but the creatures prevented people from entering by launching surprise attacks, and the fighting at the entrance to the dungeon was the most dangerous. This meant they needed to buy more teleportation stones, which would allow them to return to the fortress at any moment. After telling the whole story, he explained the situation, after which the matter was entirely up to the necromancer, who had to decide how to proceed. The knights mocked him because his level was too low. After all, even the weakest monsters were at least rank 30. The hero could see that down below, the aura of the abyss was so strong that nothing was visible, and the space seemed completely engulfed in darkness. After activating his skeletal armor, he didn't have time to anticipate the moment of the attack, but he reacted instantly and defended himself against the enemy's sudden assault. The attack came out of the blue, but the enemy remained invisible even though he was nearby, and he could sense his presence, though he couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the attack. In response, the skeleton blocked the attacks and defended its master, despite the invisible enemy being right nearby, using a bone shield and quick movements. It turned out that they were facing a ghostly monster with physical immunity, so any physical blows passed right through it, forcing the skeleton to change tactics and find another way. This meant that attacks not using spiritual power were ineffective, and all physical strikes were useless against the ghost, forcing the adventurers to quickly rethink their battle strategy. The hero wanted to try dealing damage with magic, hoping that spiritual energy could pierce the phantom's defenses and finally inflict real damage in battle. The skeletons summoned by their master were ready for battle and obediently lined up around him, waiting for the order to attack the ghost despite its invulnerability to physical blows. It was thanks to this plan that Moyu was able to defeat the level 30 monster and receive a reward which he used to upgrade his equipment. Such a legendary item could only be looted from ordinary creatures, so it's unclear what would happen with larger ones, since even the weakest monsters sometimes concealed rare artifacts capable of changing the course of battle. There were even monsters there that were immune to physical attacks and magic, and skeleton warriors and mages could become ineffective if they didn't find alternative ways to deal damage to the enemy. That's why one had to be extra careful after all. Any mistake could cost even an experienced monster hunter their life in these dangerous lands. After 2 hours, the hero was already approaching the dungeon, sensing the mounting tension and the cold presence of danger emanating from the depths of the dark entrance ahead. Before him, terrified warriors were fleeing, glancing back in panic and not daring to stop even for a moment in the face of the unknown threat from the dungeon. The demons of the abyss were close behind. The party members warned everyone around them, shouting about the danger and trying to save those who hadn't yet crossed their path. The monsters were closing in. They were level 31 and possessed a bite ability that allowed them to quickly break through an opponent's defenses and deal serious damage in close combat. Seeing that the monsters had focused on a new target, they breathed a sigh of relief. But they knew the young man would die, for he didn't have enough strength to stand up to such a large number of high-level monsters. Moyui wondered if they might even be capable of eating a human, since their brutality and ravenous aggression left no doubt that these creatures posed a deadly threat. Meanwhile, the young man was determined to destroy them all, completely casting aside fear and doubt, focusing all his strength and magic on the upcoming battle with the monsters. Therefore, after summoning his mages, he acted strictly according to his strategy, assigning roles to his subordinates and preparing spells to deliver the most effective blow against the enemies. Upon receiving the order, they rushed at the enemies, attacking in unison and without hesitation, using spells and melee combat to halt the monsters' advance. A powerful strike was their primary technique, and since they were at level 22, they were able to confidently break through the defenses of weaker monsters and keep the battle under control. The monsters looked quite terrifying, frightening the approaching warriors and causing them to hesitate for a moment before attacking due to their repulsive features and unnatural aura. An instantaneous explosion engulfed everything around them in fire, consuming the battlefield with a bright blaze that instantly destroyed all life within its radius and transformed the surrounding landscape. Skeletons rushed at the dogs of the abyss from all sides, trying to surround the enemy and leave him no chance to break out of their deadly ring of attack. When it was destroyed, the hero received the devil dog's fangs as a rare trophy dropped after the battle, which could be used to upgrade equipment or craft artifacts. The weapon on which he had previously spent a great deal of resources finally began to improve so that it could reach level 2 if he defeated 30 monsters. That is precisely why everything that happened from then on was down to him. As soon as the necromancer attacked them with fire, he immediately assessed the situation and directed the magic to destroy enemies as effectively as possible. His military achievements were growing, so the sickle was improving, and it would be great if there were more creatures like these, since every victory opened up new opportunities for developing his weapon and power. As everything improved, his attributes began to improve as well, gradually increasing his strength, stamina, and magical potential with each new victory and the experience gained. The warriors who were also present realized they were facing a professional, as they had never before encountered such techniques that demonstrated such precise coordination and power in battle. The red-eyed demon couldn't understand why his minions were being wiped out so quickly. Had they really come up against a high-level mage capable of turning the tide of battle so easily, even in the depths of the abyss? Deciding not to dwell on what had happened, he unleashed even more monsters onto the battlefield, intensifying the onslaught and attempting to break the enemy's defenses through numerical superiority and chaos. Quite a few participants were gathered in front of the Dragon Clan's outpost. Various clans had assembled there at the entrance to the level 26 dungeon. They were closely observing the young man who was also from Shenxia, trying to gauge his strength and intentions before entering the dangerous high-level dungeon. They wanted to help him pass the trial, since they were all in the same situation, but Moyu politely declined and continued on his own, not wanting to hold the others back. The mission he had chosen was of a hellishly high difficulty level, so he wanted to test himself at a higher rank than usual to push his own limits and earn a significantly greater reward. The others were intimidated by his determination and asked him to join teams that had open spots, but he calmly refused, focusing on his mission and preparing for battle. Unwilling to stop, the hero simply stepped through the portal, resolutely crossing the boundary between worlds and preparing for the unknown trials within the dungeon. According to those around him, the Empire's inhabitants had always loved to show off in front of everyone, demonstrating their strength, status, and achievements even in the most dangerous situations. Using a copy detector which allowed him to determine how many teams were participating at each difficulty level of the trial and whether there had been any casualties, he was able to obtain complete information. Immediately, the panel showed them that there was indeed a one-person team at the Hell level, which caused surprise and alarm among the observers due to the extraordinary boldness of such a choice. Everyone concluded that the guy had seriously miscalculated by deciding to go there alone, since the danger level of the Hell dungeon required a well-coordinated team and experience. No one understood how long he could possibly last there, since even experienced teams rarely survived in such conditions, and every minute inside could be his last. When the stranger began to mock them, the Empire citizens became furious and aimed their weapons, ready at any moment to respond to the provocation and defend their honor. The small country of Yu and its representatives had to keep their mouths shut if they wanted to stay alive, since any careless statement could spark even greater conflict among the already tense factions. To enter the dungeon, one had to possess a unique talent. The man felt sad that such a young man would perish, for there was almost no chance of survival in such trials. Once inside, the hero sensed something entirely different. In this terrifying dungeon, everything was unlike ordinary dungeons, for the space was filled with an oppressive aura and a constant sense of danger. Everything around him indicated that certain restrictions existed in this location, limiting the use of strength and magic, and forcing participants to rely more on tactics and endurance. Moyui couldn't use his supplies. In other words, he couldn't even use a teleportation stone there, which left him completely cut off from the outside world. He was worried that those monsters might be too powerful, since even the slightest mistake in battle could cost him his life in this dungeon with no way out. The dragon spearmen guarding the territory sensed the scent of a stranger on their lands, grew alert, and instantly went on high alert, searching the shadows for the source of the intrusion. Glancing around, they immediately spotted the necromancer and were ready to attack, closing ranks and raising their weapons to stop his advance at any cost. The stats of an ordinary soldier far surpassed those of pets and even the strongest monsters in the dungeons. They were nearly on par with terrifying rank bosses. The mythical creature Naga charged at the skeleton warriors. Their battle promised to be fierce in the darkness of the ancient battlefield, where every move determined their fate during the brutal clash. The blows of spears and weapons rang out across the ancient battlefield, shattering the silence of the night air and causing even the stone ruins around them to tremble. The monsters' techniques had a rather stunning effect, throwing them off balance during the fight, causing them to lose control of their movements and leave themselves open to subsequent attacks from their opponent. The three skeleton warriors were instantly destroyed during a swift attack that left them no chance to retreat or regain their fighting position. The hero ordered the soldiers to surround the enemies while the mage attacked them, forming a complete encirclement that left the enemy no chance to escape or regroup. Everyone followed his plan, obeying their leader, carrying out every order precisely and without hesitation, and coordinating their movements seamlessly during the battle. No matter how high their stats were, they were useless against such a large number of warriors who were constantly advancing from all sides, cutting off any chance of resistance. It was precisely thanks to this strategy that they managed to destroy several creatures which could not withstand the coordinated onslaught and gradually lost the ability to resist under the relentless pressure of the attacks. The skeletons were almost powerless against the skills of these monsters, so they had to be cautious with every step to avoid falling victim to the enemy's devastating blows. The hero always managed to make his way through dungeons, and finally he found one where he had to be more cautious due to the heightened danger and unpredictable traps inside. Monsters lurked around every corner, capable of instantly destroying all life with attacks that left no chance of escape or survival in the dungeon's dark corridors. So the young man decided to use his pets to lure them all out of the dark depths of the dungeon, where they would lose their advantage and become easy prey. They rushed off to search for enemies in the forest, hiding stealthily behind trees, listening for every sound, and carefully making their way through the thick shadows of the green undergrowth. They lacked the strategic mind of a human, so they fell into this trap, carelessly entering the prepared area where the enemy's ambush was already waiting. Suddenly, a strong wind swept across the entire area, whipping up dust and leaves and changing the course of the battle, causing all combatants to lose their bearings for a moment. The skeletons could not even move, overwhelmed by an attack that completely immobilized them and deprived them of any ability to resist in the maelstrom of magical power. The mage's ability to control the air engulfed all his opponents in a powerful current that immobilized them and shifted the balance of power on the battlefield. The monsters in this area still used such attacks at the time, and it was clear that their limited intelligence manifested in repetitive actions without adapting to changes in the enemy's tactics. If the young man had only a few skeletons at his disposal, such a battle would have been beyond his capabilities. For the enemy's numerical superiority would have completely overwhelmed his limited strength and resources. As it was, however, he had dozens of warriors at his disposal, who made up the bulk of his army and allowed him to maintain the upper hand in battle even against significantly stronger and more numerous opponents. A few minutes later, several more of his men were killed by the enemy during a fierce skirmish, where every moment determined the outcome of the battle, and casualties were inevitable. For their part, the Nagas were also losing fighters under the relentless onslaught of their enemies, who were gradually sapping their strength and reducing their numbers amid the chaos of the battle. Such magical creatures could even summon rains of fire, unleashing blazing streams of energy onto the battlefield that incinerated everything around them and altered the very nature of the battle. The young man acted cautiously, thinking through each move in advance, carefully assessing the possible consequences of his decisions and weighing the risks in every combat situation. They possessed sufficient intelligence to realize they needed to attack the skeleton mage first, but by that point, it was already too late, as the battle had already spiraled out of their control. The spiritual flame that the necromancer unleashed toward them engulfed all their opponents, filling the space around them with devastating energy that left no chance for escape or defense. As a result, a dragon's horn dropped, one of the four materials that Monarch Bai wanted to obtain, but the probability of it appearing was quite low, which is why acquiring it was considered a great rarity and a true achievement. The hero realized that to find all the items, he would have to run through the dungeon several times, thoroughly exploring each level so as not to miss a single valuable loot or hidden treasure. So he continued in the same vein but adjusted his strategy to preserve his warriors, facing such a complex situation for the first time and adapting his decisions to new threats. The slow curse worked quite well on the enemies, drastically reducing their movement speed and reaction time, which gave him a significant advantage in combat and limited their mobility. When the enemies lost the ability to move, the skeletons attacked and destroyed the mythical creatures, landing precise blows on their weak spots until the creatures could offer no resistance. Counterattacks were swift, leaving time to continue onward, which allowed the party to avoid getting bogged down in combat and maintain a steady pace of exploration through the dungeon. Meanwhile, the leading monarchs had gathered around a table to discuss the events unfolding in the dungeon and their potential consequences for the future of the entire empire. The man waited for Bai to send the student onto the battlefield, closely watching the unfolding events and preparing for the next step in his plan. It seemed to everyone that he wanted to study him very closely, carefully observing his every action and behavior in order to fully understand his capabilities and weaknesses. Since the Supreme Leader had even brought him to the spiritual hall so that the 5-star general would lose 1 star, it looked like an attempt to shift the balance of power and undermine his authority among the other warriors. Bai understood that the young man had a brilliant future ahead of him, and they had already lost many geniuses. If they helped him, one fewer person would perish, which could alter the overall course of future events. The task the student was given was to obtain certain materials from the Nagi Dragon clan so that the hero could gain more experience. The men thought that Moyu had advanced to a terrifying level, and since the chances of obtaining items there were quite slim, he should use his talisman. Only then did it dawn on them that the young man might have chosen the hellish level, so they hoped that wasn't the case, since such a choice would mean an extremely high risk and almost inevitable losses. Even if such a level proved too much for him, the guy wouldn't actually die. He might just suffer serious injuries that would temporarily halt his progress and make future battles more difficult. The experience in the hellish dungeon is unlike anything else, as it forces one to completely rethink one's own limits and quickly adapt to deadly conditions. Meanwhile, the necromancer had destroyed 20 creatures and managed to obtain only 2 horns. All the skeletons had suffered heavy damage, yet he had covered only a third of the way. For the first time, he found it so difficult to navigate the dungeon. The monsters there could cooperate with one another, forming coordinated groups that significantly hindered any attempt to break through or destroy them. Moyu wanted only one thing: to see his main enemy in that tunnel, to finally face him in a decisive battle, and to understand the true power of this place. So he focused on the battles to clear a path to the main castle, methodically eliminating obstacles and advancing deeper into the dangerous areas of the dungeon. By killing various monsters, you could obtain different items that dropped as rare trophies, depending on the danger level and type of the creature you defeated. Pointing his finger upward at an item, the master wanted the skeleton to fetch it, giving his servant a clear order to carry out the task immediately without delay. Unexpectedly, his pet was defeated and shattered into tiny pieces, unable to withstand the opponent's crushing blow in a fierce battle. The unknown enemy was strong and fast, striking instantly, leaving no time to react and forcing the opponent to go on the defensive immediately. The attacks repeated over and over. The problem was that the unknown enemy remained behind him, in a blind spot where nothing could be seen and it was impossible to spot the threat in advance. The hero decided to act and quickly readied his weapon, focusing and preparing for a possible battle, realizing that the next moment could be decisive. His snowstorm unleashed chunks of ice across the entire area, engulfing everything around him in a cold wind and sharp blows of ice that destroyed everything in their path. Finally, he spotted the monster which had long been hiding in the shadows, watching intently from the darkness and waiting for the right moment to launch a surprise attack. The killer dragon possessed a hidden skill and the ability to land critical strikes, allowing it to attack enemies unexpectedly with maximum force and speed. The skeletons rushed into battle, blocking the enemy's blows with their bony shields and trying to hold their ground, despite the enemy's superiority and constant pressure. Its stats were truly impressive, so it's no surprise that it was able to destroy its opponents so quickly, leveraging its advantages in strength, speed, and accuracy with every strike. His invisibility technique would dissipate whenever enemies attacked him, causing him to lose his stealth for a moment and leave himself open to the enemy's precise and dangerous strikes. It turned out that the dragon's heart could not be obtained simply by killing it, for it vanishes along with the body and remains out of reach for those who rely solely on strength. All that remained was to find the spiritual essence and the crystal, but the hero did not know how to obtain them, for the path to them was hidden and required a deep understanding of the dragon's power. Acting in accordance with his strategy, the young man saw that everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Every move his opponent made only brought him closer to his intended victory. When he triggered the explosion, everything around him was blown sky high by a powerful shockwave that tore through space and swept away everything in its path, leaving only ruins. The monsters hadn't expected such a hellish attack, so they were instantly disoriented by the explosion and didn't have time to react to the destructive force that had suddenly descended upon them. They were destroyed in a matter of seconds, which instantly cleared the path to the main building, allowing him to continue his advance without any resistance from the enemy. Meanwhile, the young man managed to gain spiritual essence by defeating the archer who had tried to stop him and absorbing the remaining power after a brief but fierce skirmish. Chaos and destruction raged all around. The air was filled with dust, screams, and explosions, merging into a continuous wave of chaotic and devastating battle. As he moved forward, a view opened up before Moyu of a mighty statue towering over the space, radiating ancient power and evoking a sense of grandeur and danger. He immediately thought this might be the main adversary in the dungeon, for the statue radiated a palpable threat and forced him to warily assess every movement around him. When stones began to crumble from its face, it was a sign that the figure was crumbling before his eyes, gradually losing its integrity and revealing the hidden cracks in its ancient structure. The outpost guard possessed quite impressive stats befitting a hell-ranked demon, demonstrating extraordinary strength, endurance, and combat skills that made him an extremely dangerous opponent. The one hiding behind it broke free, revealing its terrifyingly mighty form, which made the space around it seem to shudder and the atmosphere grow heavy and tense. He was 11 levels higher than the skeletons and, moreover, possessed control techniques that allowed him to dominate the battlefield, overwhelming his opponents and restricting their movements. The young man decided to act instantly, to end the fight as quickly as possible and catch the enemy off guard, using every second to precisely calculate his next strike. The sound coming from inside the monster was so loud that it echoed throughout the tunnel, bouncing off the walls and creating a sense of pressure and danger. Moy realized he couldn't let the enemy move freely with such agility, as that gave it too much of an advantage in its fast and unpredictable attacks. The slowing chains enveloped the creature's body and prevented it from moving, firmly restraining its every movement and gradually diminishing its ability to resist. It tried to break them in order to inflict damage on the young man, struggling to break free from its bonds and straining with all its might to free itself and counterattack at the most opportune moment. The events unfolding on the battlefield were on a completely different level from anything the apprentice had experienced before, for now every movement was accompanied by far greater speed, power, and danger. At that moment, Moyu didn't know how to land a decisive blow to finish him off, so he was forced to carefully search for his opponent's weak spots and wait for the right moment to strike. The guard's eyes reddened even further with hatred and rage, and he seemed to have completely lost control, preparing for an even more brutal and merciless attack. In the blink of an eye, he shattered all the chains binding his body, snapping them with explosive force, and freeing himself from the constraints that had held back his movements and power. As a result, the 4 skeleton warriors were destroyed, shattering into fragments of bone after a powerful attack that left them no chance of recovery. The enemy continued to advance, not pausing for a single second, relentlessly pushing forward and forcing the defenders to constantly retreat under the unceasing onslaught. Gathering all his warriors, the leader decided to launch a group attack so that their forces could unite and become significantly more powerful, delivering a single crushing blow to the enemy. This strategy proved unsuccessful. He only continued to lose his warriors as every attempt at a counterattack resulted in even greater losses and a further weakening of his positions. His forces were limited, and the enemy's skills were quite strong, but he could not allow them to continue destroying his skeletons. For every loss weakened the army and jeopardized the outcome of the entire battle. In light of this, Moyui summoned the skeleton general to take command and help turn the tide of the battle by organizing a defense and a counterattack. The entire army rushed at the enemy, attacking in unison from different sides and attempting to break through their defenses with a powerful combined assault. The leader's power increased the speed at which his subordinates could recover from stun, allowing them to return to battle more quickly and regain combat readiness after taking hits. As long as this ability was useless, there was nothing to fear, since it had no impact on the course of the battle and posed no real threat to his plan. The battle continued, though it felt as if everyone had grown weary of it, and every new movement became increasingly difficult, as if the very energy of the fight were slowly fading. By that point, the monster had lost only half its health, but it remained extremely dangerous, continuing to resist and look for an opportunity to counterattack. The young man decided to change his plan and ordered his men to act in unison, and most importantly, all together so that their coordinated efforts would allow them to more effectively confront a stronger enemy. The outpost guard fought them off to stay alive, constantly parrying attacks and looking for the slightest opportunity to break out of the encirclement and turn the tide of battle. The young man knew that once his skills were exhausted, it would be his turn to attack, so he waited patiently, conserving his strength for the decisive blow. The opponents stared into each other's eyes, each wishing the other dead, and each trying to break the other's will even before the decisive blow was struck. A spiritual flame flared up on the battlefield, and this was exactly what Moyui had been waiting for. He used that moment of chaos to prepare the next phase of his strategy. The skeletal armor blocked the shockwave, so the necromancer remained unharmed and unflustered, maintaining his focus and readiness to continue directing the battle. The guard's end was very near at that moment, and he was desperately trying to hold on, knowing that any mistake would be fatal for him. His scream filled the young man's ears, piercing his consciousness with a sharp, unbearable sound that momentarily broke his concentration and made him stagger. His body began to burn in the flames, and the monster no longer had the strength to escape, gradually losing its last vestiges of resistance under the crushing heat. By destroying the outpost guard, Moyui gained incredible experience and a considerable number of items that enhanced his future capabilities and opened up new paths for development. In addition, he quickly received his transfer certificate and, most importantly, the title of War King of the Dragon Clan, which underscored his high status and power among the warriors. Following a long and difficult trial, the young man successfully reached level 23, demonstrating composure, strength, and confidence. The crystal was obtained after a hard-fought victory over a powerful boss, and all of the monarch's orders were fully carried out without any errors or delays. Upon completing the dangerous adventure, the hero wanted to carefully examine his attributes after the update to assess the changes that had occurred and his new capabilities. As a result, he received the title of War King of the Dragon Clan, which significantly elevated his status, commanding respect among allies and instilling fear in enemies. In addition, he could summon 230 skeletons, which, following the latest upgrades, possessed significantly higher combat stats and stamina. On the Hell level, though it was extremely difficult due to constant dangers and powerful enemies, he was able to gain valuable combat experience. Equipment was also awarded as a reward and possessed exceptionally good stats, which significantly increased the hero's combat power and overall endurance. After fully restoring the skeletons, he wanted to use the ancient talisman to continue his own improvement and become even stronger in battle. Moyu emerged from the portal into the dungeon on the Dragon Clan's front lines, carefully surveying the surrounding area and preparing for new dangerous battles. Everything around him had been completely destroyed after a brutal battle, and everyone who had previously been there had been mercilessly killed during the enemy's attack. The strong smell of blood hung so thickly over the area that it was hard to breathe, and he had to hold his nose to endure the horrific scene. Activating his armor, he warily and quickly readied himself for battle, then set out to figure out exactly what was happening around him. Suddenly, numerous monsters appeared all around him and began rapidly surrounding him from all sides, cutting off any escape routes. For some unknown reason, the dogs of the abyss were right where they didn't belong, as if they'd crossed all the boundaries of the permitted zone. With a powerful, sharp blow, the necromancer knocked them back, using his magical power to instantly defend himself against the attack and maintain control of the situation. Before he even had a chance to catch his breath, after the previous grueling battle, a new dangerous skirmish was already waiting for him, leaving him not a moment's respite. The creatures were exactly the same as those in the dungeon he had already explored, evoking a sense of a familiar yet still dangerous threat. As he fended off numerous attacks, he suddenly heard a voice coming from the other side, as if calling out to him amid the chaos of battle. The knights were calling him over, trying to organize their defense and save the young man from the dogs that were rapidly closing in from all sides. They also ordered the hero to immediately use the teleportation stone so he could safely return to the fortress and avoid further danger. It turned out that demonic dogs had suddenly burst out of the abyss, rapidly surrounding everything from all sides, and there were many casualties among the warriors. They had to flee immediately since the team had only recently emerged from the dungeon and did not yet fully understand what exactly had been happening there. The rest of the people from Country U, who hadn't managed to escape, were forced to remain on the battlefield, and as a result, all of them without exception perished during the brutal battle. No one was left except those standing next to Moyu, and they had to defend themselves in complete isolation amid the ruins. The girl asked why the young man didn't want to return to the fortress, trying to understand his decision to stay in the danger zone despite the risk. The hero knew very well how to fight the demonic dogs, and so he refused to listen to anyone, stubbornly relying only on his own experience. Besides, he needed to keep honing his skills to become stronger and be ready for even more difficult trials in the future. So, summoning his mage assistants, he began to quickly prepare for a new battle, coordinating their actions and fortifying their combat positions. A powerful explosion that reverberated across the entire area knocked back all the dogs of the abyss, simultaneously destroying them and clearing the battlefield of the threat. Those who were still alive suffered severe injuries from the skeleton's attacks and subsequently perished as well, unable to continue fighting. The unknown team didn't understand what was happening or how a single guy had managed to deal with them so quickly, eliminating the threat almost instantly. More and more monsters were advancing from all sides, but an entire army of skeletons stood firm against them, holding back the enemy's relentless onslaught. The demonic dogs proved vulnerable to the skeletons, who, thanks to their undead nature and endurance, effectively withstood their attacks. Loudly and clearly, Moyu ordered everyone present to line up behind him, organizing their defense and preparing to continue repelling the enemy's attack. No one could understand why everyone obeyed his orders so quickly. His decisiveness and confidence instantly made the others trust his words. Moyui explained that he wanted to use the group attack skill and didn't want to harm his allies, which is why he had made them stay behind. A new wave of explosions swept through the tunnel, and the flames brightly illuminated everything around them, casting shadows and highlighting the destruction left in the wake of the blast. Suddenly, a detonation thundered right in front of them, exactly where the monsters were standing, and the explosion instantly engulfed their position, halting the enemy's advance. The soldiers were quite frightened as they didn't understand exactly what technology the young man had activated or where such destructive power had come from. After earning 100 combat points, he was promoted to Private First Class, and as a reward, Moyu received 5 contribution points, which raised his status. His weapon also improved, gaining new stats, and this was an opportunity he couldn't pass up, as it significantly boosted his combat potential. So he continued to actively eliminate all enemies time and again, methodically clearing the battlefield of each new wave of foes. Only then did the team realize that Moyui had single-handedly cleared a hell-level dungeon and eliminated the main enemy, which left them truly shocked and amazed. Within just a few minutes, the necromancer was able to earn 2 stars, quickly raising his rank thanks to his successful actions in battle and the points he had accumulated. His spiritual power was growing, and the sickle was no longer just a simple weapon. It was unlocking new abilities, becoming increasingly dangerous and effective in battle. Muyi wanted to keep going, but there wasn't a single monster in sight, and the silence after the battle created a strange sense of both calm and tension at the same time. The team had been saved, but each of them wondered why so many creatures had suddenly appeared and what had caused such a sudden invasion. Shi Xingen was a level 31 knight from the Xiangjing Academy, known for his discipline, strength, and relentless refinement of his combat skills. They met after such a tense situation, when a shared danger forced them to quickly find common ground and establish a connection. The man asked which class the younger boy belonged to, trying to gauge his level of training and combat capabilities. Mui replied that he had only recently attended the orientation ceremony for newcomers and hadn't yet fully settled into his new surroundings. Their weapons clattered to the floor, betraying the knight's confusion and underscoring their loss of control in the tense situation. After everything that had happened, they simply couldn't wrap their heads around the fact that the necromancer had only recently begun his training and was already demonstrating such incredible results. The young man showed no reaction to these words, as if he were already used to the fact that after his demonstration, people often behaved exactly this way, marveling at his abilities. That day, they met some rather unusual freshmen who amazed everyone with their confidence, brilliant ideas, sincere smiles, and unique perspective on the world around them. In their opinion, they were at the 15th or 16th level, but they had miscalculated because their opponent turned out to be significantly stronger and without any extra effort, proved his obvious superiority. The man understood why the young man had entered the battlefield alone and held out for so long at that hellish level, demonstrating incredible composure, willpower, and true courage. In response, Moyu said that, judging by what he had seen, they weren't a weak team either, and asked why they hadn't advanced further, despite their experience, strength, teamwork, and considerable potential. They explained that as soon as they entered the dreadful level, they could barely hold their ground there, expending all their strength, experience, and endurance just to avoid defeat. But they wanted to wait until the leader's shield appeared so they could continue the trial more safely, preserving their strength, team cohesion, and confidence in victory. The gold-tier gear that was available for purchase was to be used at their discretion, taking into account the circumstances, the team's needs, battle tactics, and their own priorities. They also asked if Moyu needed any items and mentioned that they could sell him what he needed for significantly less than what others usually charged. Being at a higher level, they offered the young man gold-tier armor that he could use later, once he grew older, became stronger, and gained sufficient experience. As he looked through his inventory, the hero realized that he had a lot of equipment that could come in handy in various situations, but it required careful selection and proper use. That's why he was holding the very same outpost shield that upperclassmen needed to pass difficult trials and defend themselves during dangerous battles. Seeing it in the hands of a newbie, they were once again taken aback, unable to understand how he'd managed to get his hands on such rare gear and master its use so quickly. This item was a gold-tier item with fairly good stats, making it extremely valuable in combat and coveted by many experienced players. The shield could help the team complete the dungeon, providing reliable protection against powerful enemy attacks and increasing their chances of successfully completing the trial. The hero explained that he had obtained it after defeating the outpost guard, proving his strength, endurance, and ability to handle an extremely dangerous opponent on his own. Upon hearing this news, Shi lost his composure when he learned that the young man had managed to defeat the dungeon's main boss, whom they had considered nearly invincible. Finally, they realized that Moyui had managed to single-handedly complete the hellish difficulty level, overcoming all the trials, enemies, and traps, thanks to his composure and incredible strength. As if he found nothing surprising about it, the young man simply confirmed their suspicions, calmly acknowledging his success and treating the ordeal he had endured without any unnecessary emotion. In their opinion, such a feat was simply impossible, since no ordinary participant could have overcome such complex trials on their own without outside help. Taking the shield in his hands, the student examined the special equipment, carefully assessing its weight, balance, and protective properties before using it in the next challenge. Everyone in that tunnel marveled at who had managed to assemble a full set of such rare gear and complete all the trials without any losses. The team was ready to pay the hero to sell the shield, offering a generous sum and additional resources to acquire this rare gear for their own run. Without hesitation, the young man agreed to sell it for 5 million, since he didn't see anything particularly valuable in it and believed he could find a better replacement. She finally got what he'd wanted for a long time, and the group was able to head into the terrifying dungeon, fully prepared for new dangerous trials and unexpected challenges. They decided to return to the fortress to regain their strength, gather their thoughts, and better prepare for the next stage of the dangerous trial. Moyu also chose this path, using a stone that was supposed to teleport him back to a safe place, allowing him to quickly leave the danger zone and regain his strength. Elsewhere, the demon could not find a suitable spot, wandering aimlessly through the vastness of the dungeon and finding no trace of his target. He had noticed that quite a few hellhounds had been killed recently, leaving behind traces of battle and indicating the presence of a powerful enemy in these lands. Therefore, he ordered his assistant to carry out the order and not waste time, focusing on quickly completing the task and achieving the set goal. The team was already inside the fortress, and she continued to thank the young man, expressing his respect and acknowledging his contribution to successfully passing this dangerous trial. A knight of light entered the room, a master of the legendary profession who radiated a power that immediately caught the attention of everyone present, silencing them and leaving them staring in astonishment. What caught Moyu's attention wasn't the Knight of Light's appearance, but the young lady with whom they had spoken earlier, whose presence immediately sparked his calm interest and attentiveness. Ning hadn't expected to see him in the fortress, and her surprise was immediately evident on her face when she realized how unexpected the encounter was in this place. The companions were there for the same reason, to carry out a mission, focused on a common goal and understanding the importance of every step. The Knight of Light watched their conversation closely, squinting as he tried to gauge the hidden motives of everyone present. Her friend tried to figure out exactly what Moyu needed and began listing the items he already had, in particular, that very horn, carefully analyzing his possible needs. She was the only one who realized that this would be too easy a challenge for him, so she carefully assessed the situation, trying to understand his true level and capabilities. The guy was there to get the dragon crystal that dropped after defeating the boss, and that was exactly what explained his confident demeanor and risky actions. In reality, Monarch Bai wanted much more than just a dragon crystal, for his true plans encompassed far grander goals and an influence on the entire course of events in the dungeon. Approaching them, Zhou Lishen, the Knight of Light, asked the young lady who her companion was, carefully assessing the situation and trying to understand his role in what was happening. The young men introduced themselves to each other, and tension was immediately palpable between them, stemming from mutual caution and distrust during this encounter. Ning was a little upset to hear that her companion had leveled up so quickly, but he immediately offered to take her with him so they could continue their journey together and not leave her behind. Without hesitation, she agreed right away, since she'd already been on similar adventures with him and knew that this could lead them to new trials and unexpected events. However, the Knight of Light thought the girl was supposed to go with him, but in reality, she wasn't obligated to do so and could choose her own path. He didn't understand why she had chosen a guy who was at level 23, even though he needed help with the trial, and this genuinely surprised him. Unhappy with these words, Ning replied that it was none of his business, clearly setting the boundaries of the conversation and making it clear that she had no intention of discussing her decisions. Zhu asked her to take care of herself and, if she wanted to, come back to him, as if hinting that Moyu wouldn't be able to protect her during difficult trials and dangerous situations. Watching this exchange, the hero was shocked, but his friend assured him that the knight was actually a normal person, just too straightforward in his statements and assessments of the situation. When they were ready to set off, the young lady asked what level of dungeon they would choose, carefully weighing the risks and potential difficulties of the upcoming challenge. Smiling, Moyui said that this time it would be a dungeon of hellish difficulty, and with those words alone, he made her grow wary and feel a slight sense of fear. Unable to believe her ears, she asked him to repeat himself several times, trying to make sense of what she'd heard and checking to see if it was really true, completely at a loss. Very pleased, she said she'd wanted to go there for a long time and tried to look confident even though she was nervous inside because of the news she'd heard, but she didn't let it show. Zhou watched them and couldn't believe that a student of that caliber could survive such difficult trials, since the situation seemed almost impossible to him for anyone, even an experienced person. That's why he was certain she would run to him and ask to join the team, since he believed that without his help, they would have a hard time coping with the trials and difficulties ahead. Meanwhile, her teammates were already approaching the portal, preparing to pass through it with focus and caution, aware that danger and the unknown might lie ahead. As she set her timer, the girl realized that she would finally be able to attempt the most difficult level of the challenge, feeling both nervousness and determination in the face of the unknown difficulties. The rumors circulating throughout the area were quite shocking and loud, spreading quickly among the people and causing anxiety and various speculations about what was really happening. None of the participants could believe that the two of them had set out for such dangerous territory full of risks and traps that could easily cost them their lives during the challenge. After putting armor on himself and the girl, he knew it was much safer that way and that it significantly increased their chances of survival during the dangerous crossing through enemy territory. It was precisely when she was with Moyu that she felt safe and could allow herself to relax a little, even in the most dangerous situations where others would lose their composure. As long as the creatures weren't affected by their control abilities, navigating the area wasn't difficult, but any mistake could quickly change the situation and make the journey much more dangerous. When Nin looked at the young man, she felt calmer, despite the difficulty of the challenge, because his presence gave her confidence in her own abilities. This was his second time there, and Moyu continued to effortlessly eliminate enemies and traps, moving confidently and swiftly, as if he knew every step of the way through this dangerous place. Many had perished on this dreadful level, so in her opinion, the trial should not be underestimated, for it was extremely dangerous and demanded the utmost caution from every participant. The skeleton mages commanding the army cast spells on the enemies, forcing them to retreat under the onslaught of dark magic and constant magical pressure. Ning could see that her companion had become much stronger, having acquired new pets that helped him in battle and significantly increased his combat effectiveness in difficult situations. The hero asked if she was supposed to have received anything else besides the crystalline core, looking at her intently and trying to figure out if she was hiding any additional loot. The girl explained that they needed to reach level 25 and become a private with 1 star to gain access to the next stage of trials and new abilities. Holding it out in her palm, his friend presented him with the Goblin King's ring as proof of their victory and an important trophy symbolizing their successful completion of the dangerous trial. She had crafted it from a core given to her by a comrade and had nearly died while completing her first quest due to the excessive power of the magic and the dangerous conditions during the artifact's creation. When Moyui suddenly attacked the team, he saved the girl by grabbing her by the hand and yanking her sharply aside, dodging the enemy's fatal blow at the last moment. The monsters in the area possessed varying levels of strength, and each posed a distinct threat to the trial participants depending on their training and experience. It was precisely this kind of invisible threat that Ning saw for the first time, and she couldn't immediately grasp its nature, scrutinizing the space around her in search of any signs of its presence. But as it happened, her professional skills as an assassin allowed her to see the invisible and clearly distinguish hidden silhouettes even in the darkest and most dangerous conditions. Therefore, as she fine-tuned her technique, she analyzed the entire area ahead, carefully assessing every movement and every possible threat that might appear in their path. By keeping track of the invisible creatures' locations, the friends could work together seamlessly and react quickly to any threats, coordinating their actions during combat. The skeletons and the necromancer himself wiped them out rather quickly and mercilessly, using coordinated attacks and dark magic to crush any resistance from their opponents. As long as his friend was with him, Moyu could relax a little and not be so focused, allowing himself brief moments of peace even in the tense situation of the trial. Glancing at his badge, Ning saw that the boy already had 2 stars, wondering when he'd managed to level up so quickly during the trials. Turning to face him fully, the girl asked him to take her with him next time so she could go through the trials with him and not be left out of the dangerous events. Soon they approached the main enemy in the dungeon, feeling the tension and readiness for the decisive battle that would determine their path forward. Moyu ordered the girl to step back a few meters because this battle was dangerous, and he didn't want to expose her to unnecessary risk during the fight. Knowing what awaited him, the hero was ready and stood confidently facing the coming battle, focused on every movement and potential threat. The storage space was blocked, so holding the object in her hands, Ning realized it was the only thing she had left after all the trials and losses in the dungeon. The monster emerged from its statue, appearing before them in all its terrifying glory, as if awakened by an ancient curse and ready to attack anyone who approached. From a distance, the student watched the creature, carefully assessing its movements and trying to determine whether it posed an immediate threat to her team in the dungeon. Immediately, Moyui cast a slow curse on it, immobilizing the enemy and preventing it from attacking or dodging freely. Just like last time, the guard destroyed all the chains binding his body, tearing them apart with incredible strength and freeing himself from any restrictions in combat. Group attacks proved highly effective against such a monster, as they allowed them to deal damage from different sides simultaneously and gradually wear down its defenses. The sweet potato the young lady was holding suddenly slipped from her hands and fell to the floor, causing her to startle sharply and try to catch it at the last moment. The necromancer attacked the creature with a spiritual flame, dealing damage and forcing it to retreat under the onslaught of searing energy that corroded its protective aura. At times, the enemy's power could deal heavy damage to the skeletons, shattering their bony bodies and forcing the necromancer to constantly sustain their regeneration with magic. The battle was just as intense as the last one, forcing all participants to remain fully focused and seize every opportunity to gain an advantage over the enemy. Moy decided to recall all the skeletons, ordering them to quickly return to him to regroup and prepare for the next phase of the battle. The girl could see that her comrade was so strong that he could handle the monster on his own and was confidently controlling the course of the battle without needing any additional help from the team. Even if she had told her grandfather about the situation, he would hardly have believed her, since the events seemed too unbelievable and went beyond the bounds of ordinary experience. The rapid attacks caused the outpost guard to lose his balance and strength, gradually weakening under the onslaught of continuous attacks and unable to recover in time. As a result, he was defeated once again by the same student, who used his experience and precise strikes to finally break his opponent's resistance. Ning's level rose instantly, and she also received a transfer certificate confirming her new achievements and granting her access to the next stages of development. Overcome with joy, the student rushed to hug Moyu, knocking him off balance and causing him to lose his concentration for a moment due to this unexpected outburst of joy. Only once had such an item dropped at the hell level, and he was the only one who hadn't taken it seriously, failing to grasp its true value and rarity. The hero also decided to give her the Hell's Pledge Dagger, a gold-tier weapon, believing that she would be better able to harness its power in future dangerous battles. The other team was at a lower level. They had an outpost protective suit to shield themselves from danger and minimize risks while completing the trial. In the distance ahead, they saw a demon of the abyss, hoping that Moyui would arrive and save them from the imminent threat and help them survive this battle. When the demon appeared before them, he realized they weren't the ones he was looking for, and the silence around him grew heavier, because without the sound of a child's breathing, everything seemed alien and unsettling. In that case, he decided to destroy everyone present, since he saw no reason to leave any witnesses after the failure that had completely ruined his original plan. Sending his dogs, which stood before them like an army, he silently watched the events unfolding around him, unwavering in his decision and remaining on the sidelines. The battle erupted very quickly. The monsters attacked the students, and the area around them filled with chaos, screams and commotion, making the situation increasingly complicated. Zhu watched it all, deciding how to act in that moment, carefully assessing the situation around him and the possible consequences of each decision, while events unfolded right before his eyes. No one could fathom how quickly everything had changed, as events unfolded too rapidly, leaving everyone bewildered as they watched what was happening around them. Using his light techniques, he blocked the attacks to save himself, while simultaneously trying to maintain control of the situation and prevent his opponents from reaching him. At one point, the protective sphere actually helped the warrior, allowing him to withstand the dangerous onslaught and buy a little time to regroup and continue the fight. But the sheer number of enemies was terrifying, and their relentless onslaught created the sensation that space itself was gradually closing in on those who were still holding out. The demonic creatures attacked them in swarms, giving them not the slightest chance to catch their breath, and forcing the defenders to constantly retreat under their relentless pressure. On top of that, they had to keep a close watch on the sky where the devil himself was present, his presence creating tension and forcing everyone to act with even greater caution. With his enormous wings, he watched the creatures fighting below like a nightmare, remaining motionless and cold in his superiority over everything that was happening. Only then did he decide to join the battle, slowly spreading his wings and descending to the ground, where the chaos continued without the slightest respite for those involved. Zhu was overly confident and declared that the monster would not be able to break through his defenses, demonstrating calmness and faith in his own unshakable defense, even under the pressure of battle. In the blink of an eye, everything turned completely upside down, and the Knight of Light took damage before he could react to the sudden turn of events, which completely shattered his previous confidence. His skill and defensive sphere proved completely ineffective, as his opponent easily broke through their defenses, forcing the warrior to retreat under the relentless pressure of the blows. The ring of Saturn, which he was using for this purpose, began to crack under the strain, losing stability and gradually eroding the foundation of his defensive technique. Eventually, under the force of the relentless assault, it shattered completely, unable to withstand the impact, and its fragments scattered through the air, leaving the defender without support. Having narrowly escaped death, the young man came to, gradually regaining consciousness and trying to make sense of what had happened around him after the brutal battle. Singen had heard that student refer to himself as an experienced fighter, but all those words were empty because his actual actions did not back up a single one of his bold claims. The demon in the sky continued to watch its victims, silently assessing the chaos below and not interfering, as if waiting for the most opportune moment to act. He was at level 36, which was high enough for an opponent, so his confidence grew with every passing second, even though the situation around him remained tense. Looking at the Knight of Light, he remarked that killing him had cost a huge sum, emphasizing the cold calculation and the price that had to be paid for this objective. Dodging the attacks, the student tried to defend himself in order to stay alive and wait until someone could rescue them, constantly evading the dangerous blows. The monster didn't stop, continuing to fly across the area, mercilessly pursuing its targets and forcing everyone around it to constantly change positions in order to survive. Unexpectedly, his comrades returned from their trial, appearing at the decisive moment and bringing new hope to the chaotic and grueling situation. The demon sensed that it was Moyu who was waiting for him on the battlefield, and this realization put him on guard, for the appearance of this opponent could change the entire course of events. His hatred was intense, for the necromancer had destroyed his child, those dogs that had once attacked him, and this pain only strengthened his resolve to continue the fight. Ning asked them to be careful, frightened by what was happening, and her voice trembled as she tried to remain calm amid the chaos unfolding around her. Then the monster attacked him, but he was able to block every blow, holding his ground and not letting a single strike break through his defense in the fierce battle. For a moment, it seemed as though the abyssal demon was running out of strength, but that feeling quickly vanished as it continued its assault with renewed ferocity. The attack could not crush the skeleton's defensive armor, which the young man had donned earlier, and it withstood the blows, saving his life at a critical moment in the battle. Added to this was the technique of the spiritual flame, which amplified his attacks and allowed him to hold off the enemy's onslaught with even greater confidence in the heat of battle. The monster was sent flying to the side, losing its balance after a powerful blow, and for a moment its advance halted under the pressure of the resistance. The hero asked it if it wished to die but heard no reply, for the silence between them only underscored the tension and the inevitability of further conflict. By binding the enemy's body with strong chains, he slowed its movements, depriving it of freedom of action and gaining a brief advantage in the fight. Everyone present seemed to believe in Moyuya, supporting him with all their might and instilling confidence in him in the heat of the tense battle. The demon could not make a single move, remaining trapped and completely bound by restraints that deprived him of any possibility of resistance. Ning stifled a laugh because the fierce threats he had been making had turned into pleas to let him go, and this sudden change in behavior struck her as amusing. The time had come to clear the battlefield of the evil forces, and he mustered his last reserves of strength to end the battle and restore order to the ravaged land. The hero called on all his soldiers for help, ordering them to assemble immediately to support the battle and strengthen the defenses against the enemy. Together they charged the enemy, striking him with coordinated, unhesitating blows in an attempt to break his defenses. Ixing spoke these words and seemed to let out a sigh as the necromancer summoned his skeletons, and this realization only heightened the tension of the battle. When half the work was done, the hero destroyed the remaining enemies with a single explosion, instantly clearing the battlefield of any remaining foes. In this way, he eliminated the demonic creature in the area, finally ending the battle and restoring relative calm to the devastated landscape. This kill rewarded him with a significant amount of experience, as well as all items associated with the creature, which served as proof of his victory and bolstered his future growth. Ning stood nearby, unable to imagine that she too would receive so many combat points, as the outcome of the battle had exceeded all her expectations. The student's mission was accomplished thanks to her comrade, who helped her at the most critical moment and ensured the mission's success. A disappointed Joe watched them and told himself that Moyu should have been standing in that spot, regretting the missed opportunity and his own indecision in battle. He, a 30th level Knight of the Holy Light, couldn't imagine how he could go on living with such a reputation, which now weighed heavily on him in the wake of his defeat. But he promised himself that Ning would still come running to him and beg for forgiveness, trying to find an excuse for his actions and regain a sense of control over the situation. Thanks to the hero selling them the shield, Xing An was able to assemble a full set of gear and continued on his way through new trials. Shouts rang out behind them. The Great Wall's guards were there, and they prepared for battle by raising their weapons and blocking the enemy's path, warning the attackers of the danger. Most likely, they had arrived after receiving a distress signal and quickly assembled to assess the situation and block any possible routes for the enemy to infiltrate the area near the wall. Before them lay a scene of hundreds of demon dogs' corpses, evidence of a fierce battle and the incredible strength of those who had just passed through this area without suffering any losses. It turned out that Zhou had previously sent a distress signal, which is why reinforcements arrived in time to assess the situation and secure control over the dangerous territory near the wall. The students explained that they had been attacked by a demon of the abyss, which had suddenly emerged from the darkness and forced them to retreat as they struggled to defend themselves and survive the clash. According to the Knight of Light, it was he who had destroyed so many creatures in that battle, using his strength and experience to clear the area of dangerous demonic beings. In reality, no one could believe that a level 23 fighter had defeated them all single-handedly, as it seemed impossible given his level and combat experience. The five-star man watched him intently, trying to find the slightest inconsistency in his words and actions to understand the true nature of what had happened. The sergeant's insignia could not lie and signified that he was indeed capable of such a feat, confirming his experience and his unquestionable right to participate in such dangerous combat situations. Many professionals failed to become three-star privates at level 30, but he was able to do so thanks to his perseverance, talent, and the development of his combat skills under challenging conditions. Realizing that everything was going well, the man smiled in response, feeling confident in the outcome and calmly observing the events unfolding before him without any threat. Subsequently, other unknown figures were also heading toward them from ahead, cautiously approaching the scene as if trying to assess the situation before taking the next step into the unknown. It turned out to be Princess Mo Yun of the Mo clan from the city of Shangjing, who had arrived with an escort to personally inspect the aftermath of the incident and assess the level of threat in the area. She possessed the legendary profession of a sacred summoner, which allowed her to summon powerful beings and harness their strength in battle, protecting allies and turning the tide of any battle. Upon seeing the distress signal, she quickly rushed to their aid, using her speed and summoning power to ensure her allies' safety and stabilize the situation on the battlefield. In response, the girl heard that everything was already fine, so she moved on, calmly leaving the scene while remaining vigilant in case of new threats along the way. But her gaze fixed on one person in front of her, as if she had noticed something important and was trying to assess this person, his strength, and his possible intentions in the current situation. Glancing at Moyuya, she couldn't take her eyes off him, as if she sensed a hidden power and an unusual aura that compelled her to watch his every move closely. In her opinion, his aura evoked a rather strong sense of revulsion, which caused her to instinctively tense up and become more cautious about his presence nearby in this tense situation. Mo Yun held the rank of 4-star lieutenant, and it seemed as though she was searching for something, as she always remained far out on the battlefield, closely observing changes in the situation and reacting to the slightest signs of danger. Ning reported that the young woman was searching for a nirvana crystal, an extremely rare material capable of increasing her chances of career advancement and significantly enhancing her power and influence within the military hierarchy. A professional would gain a clear direction, as well as a chance to improve their future, allowing them to chart a path of development, hone their skills, and reach a higher level of mastery. For example, the rare paladin profession could be elevated to legendary status, but the probability of this was very low, almost impossible, which is why only a handful of people in the world could attain such a level of power and status. Far out on the Yuan battlefield, there were level 40 ghouls from which he could obtain crystals, and defeating the Ghost King guaranteed him a valuable item. Of course, defeating him was extremely difficult for her, since every fighter on the battlefield dreamed of getting their hands on this exceptionally rare and incredibly valuable item. Moyu believed she already possessed a legendary profession, so he honestly didn't understand why she needed to keep looking for ways to develop and improve herself further. After the second advancement at level 40 and the third at level 70, the hero gained the opportunity for further career growth. Even Ning herself understood that she would have to search for this item in the future, so she sincerely wanted to face this dangerous trial alongside her companion. The demon watched in fury as his subordinates were once again killed in an instant, without even managing to strike a blow or get close to their enemies. Even that dog whom he had appointed as leader and placed above the other servants was effortlessly destroyed by his enemies in a fierce battle. His plans for humanity were truly grand, for he sought to subjugate their will, turning all of humanity into obedient executors of his dark schemes. The fiery demon king finally lost his composure, overcome by uncontrollable rage and a desire to take revenge at any cost on those who had destroyed his grand plans. The masters sat silently at the table, closely watching the unfolding events and eagerly awaiting the final results of the dangerous trial. Monarch Bai could no longer contain his curiosity and eagerly awaited the moment when he would finally learn the truth about the mysterious young man. Anwen contacted the Hall of Heroes and the Tower of Demon Slayers and received the latest news on the situation unfolding at the front and among the units. He was doing well, having managed to destroy quite a few Abyss Hounds and rising to the rank of 5-star private among the warriors. Just 2 days had passed, and the Flame Demon King stood at the entrance to the Abyss, dispatching many of his soldiers to fan out across the Yuan battlefield and tighten their control over the territory. In addition, Moyu managed to destroy the Abyss's chief hound, delivering a decisive blow that instantly put an end to the threat it posed to the entire battlefield. The competition, which was to feature the Necromancer, promised to be extremely thrilling and to captivate all spectators with its intensity and unpredictability. Anwen also hadn't expected Nin and Moyu to end up together, as he was convinced that each of them would go their own way in this trial. This was Old Nen's arch-enemy, and in the men's opinion, he would become so enraged that he would reach the brink of madness and be ready to fight to the death. The hero continued to defeat the outpost's guards, earning rewards for each victory and gradually rising in rank among the warriors. If his girlfriend teams up with him, she'll be able to get all the outpost sets. Since the young man's leveling speed was extremely fast, it hadn't even been a month before he'd already reached level 24. After equipping them with skeletal armor, he decided it would be best to proceed with caution in that area to avoid falling into a dangerous trap or ambush. They decided to run through the trials a few more times to collect more rare items and maximize their capabilities for future battles. When the team returned, there had been no attack, and the area remained calm with no signs of an enemy presence. But before them stood a monster of incredible size, blocking the entire path and radiating such a powerful aura that it made even experienced warriors freeze in fear. The summoner Shikigami from Country U had arrived from the Hell Tier along with his team, ready for the toughest trials and most dangerous encounters in the depths of the abyss. The title under which they had come did indeed exist, and the hero explained to his friend that it was called War King of the Dragon Clan, granting 500 points to all attributes and reducing skill consumption by 50%. Glancing at the young men, the representative of Country U thought their faces looked familiar, as if he had seen them before during other trials or battles. As he drew closer, he remembered the young man who had been on Mermaid Island and had managed to defeat him there and win the trial. Yin Yan, a level 30 master, introduced himself and mentioned that he had the nickname Hungry Tiger, which he earned thanks to his ruthless fighting style. His subordinates began to mock him, saying that with a level like Moyu's, he shouldn't even dream of victory but should instead prepare to die on the battlefield. But the leader himself realized that in just a few days, the Necromancer had risen 7 levels, and such rapid growth and power forced him to view the Necromancer in a completely different light. The speed with which he completed the trials was truly astonishing, as he overcame each new task significantly faster than the others, forcing everyone around him to change their opinion of his capabilities. His skeletons had also grown even stronger, and now they fought with far greater confidence and ferocity, effortlessly defeating enemies who had previously seemed like a serious threat to them. Yin Yan seemed powerless to do anything about the fact that these people were from Shenzhou, so any action he took could lead to consequences he was trying to avoid. So all he could do was watch as events slowly unfolded right before his eyes, unable to influence the situation or change its course. However, he was already ready to compete at a professional level, since his skills, composure, and abilities had improved significantly, allowing him to confidently face stronger opponents. So he hoped that at that decisive moment, the hero would not disappoint him, would demonstrate his abilities, and would live up to all the expectations that had been placed on him earlier. Ning understood that the leader of Country U couldn't do anything because there were quite a few participants around, and any action on his part could attract unnecessary attention and lead to undesirable consequences. In their professional world, world-class competitions were held every 5 years, where the strongest competitors from all corners of the globe demonstrated their skills, strength, and the results of years of training. The most exciting part was the main category, since the trials were to take place in Shenxia and the scale of the event was enormous, with an incredible number of professionals gathering from different regions. The time will come when my comrades will also be able to participate there, provided they work hard enough on their skills and prove that they are worthy of competing at such a high level. In addition, a team of 5 was required, so they still had to find teammates, and there was a separate individual competition with particularly generous prizes for the strongest participants. Their badges suddenly began to flash, signaling a military order, causing everyone to immediately tense up and prepare for possible urgent actions and changes in the situation. No one knew what had happened, but everyone prayed that the monsters from the abyss would not return, for the mere mention of them instilled fear and forced them to prepare for the worst. A voice rang out from above, ordering all soldiers outside the fortress to return immediately, as the situation was becoming dangerous and required the full concentration of forces within the fortifications. All the inhabitants teleported, since this ability didn't exist in other countries, and this unique ability allowed them to quickly change their location during times of danger or emergencies. The test participants appeared at the fortress walls, immediately assessing the situation around them and trying to understand what exactly had caused the urgent assembly and their relocation. The hero asked the elder what had happened, trying to understand the reason for the sudden alarm, since the situation seemed too serious to him and demanded an immediate explanation. As it turned out, the magical eye revealed the location of the abyss and the direction of the enemy's attack, allowing them to assess the threat in advance and prepare their defenses before a possible strike. This object was even more magical than Moyui had imagined, for it controlled all major battles, determining the course of events and allowing one to see the slightest changes on the battlefield. Previously, everyone thought it was just a special spherical object that controlled monsters, but in reality, its capabilities were much deeper and influenced the entire course of battles. Professionals below level 30 headed to the city walls to reinforce the defenses and prepare for a possible enemy breakthrough, which could happen at any moment. Team formation began, and anyone of a high level was forbidden from leaving the city in order to preserve key forces for defense and prevent the defenses from being weakened at a critical moment. Thanks to Moyu, his comrades had no intention of looking for other people to join their team, as they trusted him completely and believed that with him, they could overcome any difficulties together. The eldest child of the Ning family possessed a true Legion profession and had reached the 60th rank, which attested to her exceptional strength, experience, and authority among the other participants. Everyone present called him a godlike being and was glad to fight alongside him, for his strength and confidence inspired his allies and boosted their morale. The man ordered everyone to follow his instructions and form a legion, for only a unified, organized force could ensure success in the upcoming battle and contain the threat. He was ready to become the commander, and military merits were to be compiled, and after the battle, distributed among the participants according to their contribution and effectiveness in combat. If anyone was afraid to fight and retreated, they would be punished particularly severely, for such actions were considered a betrayal of the common cause and could endanger all the allies. Having said this, he thrust his sword into the stone, reaffirming his intentions and demonstrating to everyone present the seriousness of his decision and his unwavering readiness to see it through to the end. 4 additional attributes granted everyone a 50% boost in strength, significantly increasing each participant's combat effectiveness and allowing the team to act with much greater confidence in any skirmish. The warriors felt their combat effectiveness increase 4 or 5-fold, and every movement became more precise, faster, and significantly more powerful compared to before. Muyi realized that this effect did not extend to his skeletons, so their strength remained unchanged, without the additional boosts that the other allies received during battle. Ning began shouting at her comrade to look straight ahead, warning him of the danger ahead and trying to draw his attention to the critical situation on the battlefield. Mo Yun was also present on the battlefield, closely observing the course of events and ready to intervene at any moment if the situation began to spiral out of control. The girl's level was far higher than anyone else's, so her presence was immediately felt as a dominant force capable of turning the tide of any battle in her favor. An incredible number of creatures from the abyss were closing in on the humans, blanketing the battlefield with a solid wave of dark forces from which it was impossible to look away or avoid a clash. Some of the participants also boosted morale, supporting their allies with words and actions so that no one would lose confidence, even in the most difficult moments of the battle. Mo Yun was the first to launch an attack, directing her power at the dogs from the abyss and delivering powerful blows that shattered their ranks and held back the enemy's advance at the start of the battle. Their army was so vast that it continued to advance in an endless stream, filling the entire battlefield and creating a sense of a continuous, almost inexhaustible threat. The demon watched the girl, admiring her maneuvers, noting the precision and speed of her movements, which stood out amid the chaos of battle, and caught his particular attention. And then he decided to charge at her to destroy her, rapidly closing the distance and channeling all his strength into a decisive strike in the heat of battle. The princess seemed completely unafraid, skillfully guiding her horse and maintaining her composure, even in the most dangerous moments of the battle. She confidently made her way through the chaos of the fray. The horse knocked the enemy down with its hooves, striking him powerfully and causing him to lose his balance, which gave her the upper hand in the fight and forced the opponent to retreat. The battle was spreading further and further across the entire territory, engulfing new sections of the battlefield and drawing more and more combatants from both sides into the fray. The skeletons summoned by the necromancer terrified the warriors, but at the same time aided them in battle, holding back the enemy and creating an advantage on the battlefield thanks to their fearless nature. No one around knew who had summoned them, but the good news was that they were weakening the enemies, turning the tide of battle in the Allies' favor, and sowing chaos in the enemy's ranks. Rumors continued to spread across the battlefield, and everyone wanted to see the professional everyone was talking about, waiting for him to appear amid the chaos of battle. The demon was slaughtering the combatants and screaming that humanity should have died out long ago, pouring all his fury and hatred for humans into his blows. The girl who was helping to treat the warriors couldn't reach those on the front lines because of the enemy's relentless onslaught and the chaos that completely blocked the path to the wounded. Level 39 professionals led the vanguard, and with the exception of Ning Xun, there was no one among them above level 40, so they were the first to bear the brunt of the enemy's attack. If this continued, there would be a great many casualties, as the pace and scale of the battle were only increasing, leaving no time to catch their breath or regroup. Approaching the commander, Moyu said he would like to join the battle outside the city, offering his forces to support the front lines and participate in the most dangerous engagements. The man saw his state of mind and confidence, and most importantly, the strength that radiated out in waves to everyone around him. So he agreed without hesitation to let him join the war. When the hero set out on his journey, his girlfriend quietly asked him to be extremely careful along the way, as she was very worried about his safety and the potential dangers he might face. The young man had a great deal of experience and military achievements that he simply had to put to use, so he confidently applied them in difficult situations, demonstrating determination and professionalism. Upon seeing his comrade, Single immediately asked why he, of all people, was there at that very moment, when the situation was tense and demanded a quick and clear explanation. The young man himself was fully prepared to rid the entire area of evil spirits without hesitating for a second, for he understood the importance of his mission and the danger surrounding him. The demons saw Moyu again and began screaming that he was the one who had destroyed their children, overcome by rage and fear of his power and their past defeats at his hands. By that time, the target had shifted entirely to the necromancer, as the enemies had decided to focus all their strength on him, considering him the main threat. The princess watched as everyone rushed at one another in a chaotic frenzy, and she didn't understand what exactly was happening around her, feeling bewildered and anxious in the face of this unknown event. Only when she got closer did she see that Moyui was the cause of all this chaos, for it was his very appearance and actions that had sparked panic and disorder among everyone around him. The slowing curse took effect on all the enemies, drastically reducing their speed and reaction time, causing them to move significantly slower and lose their coordination in battle. Sturdy chains flew across the area in precise trajectories, cutting through the air with force and snaring everything in their path, leaving the enemies no chance to dodge the blow. Every body found itself trapped, unable to move, with limbs firmly bound, completely depriving the enemies of any chance to break free or change their position. The astonished warriors, who had never seen the young man before, stood in utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend where his power had come from or why everything around them had suddenly changed. Many corpses of creatures lay on the battlefield, which were of great benefit to him, since the necromancer could reanimate them and use them as his servants in the ongoing battle. The first dog burst into flames, and the demon immediately realized that this was a very bad omen, foreshadowing danger and possible defeat in the upcoming battle. In the blink of an eye, the entire area began to burn. The flames quickly engulfed the ground, vegetation, and debris, turning the battlefield into a vast sea of fire and smoke. The demon tried to understand what was happening to this human and why she possessed such extraordinary power. Power that surpassed anything he had ever seen before, inspiring both fear and curiosity. Unable to fly away in time, the demon could only stare wide-eyed at the flames rapidly closing in, leaving him not a single chance of escape in this deadly situation. A bonfire smoldered on the battlefield. Nothing else was visible. Only thick smoke and ash shrouded the area, creating a sense of utter desolation in the aftermath of the battle. The system merely displayed how many dogs Moyui had destroyed, continuously updating the counter and highlighting the scale of his actions on the battlefield amid the chaos and ashes. The princess watched it all from the sky, unaware of whose equipment it was, and tried to understand the origin of the power that had swept across the battlefield and changed the course of the battle. Even the man standing there realized that not even a second-ranked professional could have cleared the entire battlefield as quickly and effectively as had happened before his very eyes. Fortunately for everyone present, the young man was from the Xiangjing Academy, known for its strong students, which explained his exceptional skills and confidence in battle. If Mo Yu had decided to handle everything on his own, he couldn't leave a single enemy alive, because any survivor could become a threat and derail his plan. Mo Yong hadn't realized before just how strong the young man was, and only now did he catch the foul odor emanating from his skeletons, which put him on guard. The last dog managed to bark just as the skeleton caught up to it and instantly destroyed it, leaving only silence on the desolate battlefield. Soon the pet was engulfed by pitch-black darkness, which quickly swallowed his silhouette, leaving behind only a sense of cold emptiness and utter uncertainty all around. The owner lost contact with him, feeling a sudden emptiness inside and not understanding exactly what had happened to his pet in that thick darkness. The Demon King declared that he had taken note of the young man who had destroyed his dogs and vowed to find him and make him pay for it with his life. Before them stood a teleportation system created by the demon, which radiated dark energy and bore witness to the ancient, dangerous magic behind this place. It felt as though he wanted to attack, but his power was beyond their reach, and the very presence of that force made everyone around them feel fear and helplessness. The battle did not end at that moment. Rather, it flared up even more intensely, turning into a relentless barrage of blows, explosions, and chaos that engulfed everything around them. The problem was that the unknown before them was terrifying, causing even experienced fighters to hesitate and search for an explanation for what they could not comprehend. Moyui continued to unleash area of effect explosions, methodically blanketing the area with powerful strikes that destroyed everything around them and left the enemies no chance of retreat. The creature inside his body was ready to destroy him at any moment, barely holding back its power, as if waiting for the slightest provocation to burst out and launch an attack. Watching everything unfold, the young man carefully analyzed the situation, weighing every movement and detail of the battle to understand the enemy's weaknesses and possible scenarios. Its blast wouldn't have reached that system, so it would have been useless in this situation, unable to inflict even the slightest damage on a target located outside its range. Bright red eyes appeared behind him, piercing the darkness and causing the air around him to instantly tense with a sense of danger and hidden threat. And then incredibly powerful beams burst forth from them, slicing through the air with devastating force, leaving scorched trails and warped space in their wake. The skeleton's power immediately tore everything to shreds, scattering debris in all directions and completely obliterating any form of resistance in that area. Fortunately, the necromancer managed to retreat from there at the last moment, avoiding the devastating blow and maintaining his focus for further action in battle. The skeletal armor protected the young man as the beam struck his body, absorbing the brunt of the blow and saving him from instant defeat. However, it lasted only 2 seconds before it began to crumble under the pressure of the force, unable to withstand the continuous flow of destructive energy. As he absorbed the damage intended for his enemy, he acted instantly to stay alive, quickly changing his position and using every moment to survive in this deadly situation. By that time, the master had lost 124 skeletons, which significantly weakened his army and forced him to rethink his tactics for the rest of the battle. A protective sphere activated over the area, instantly enveloping the space and shielding everyone inside from further attacks and the destructive effects of the surrounding battle. The magical eye glowed ever brighter, intensifying its radiance with every passing second and filling the surrounding space with an unsettling, pulsating energy. The demon, consumed by a desire to kill the necromancer, refused to let him go and continued to pursue him with relentless fury and a thirst for revenge. Rushing over to her companion, Nin asked how he was feeling after the blow, carefully examining his condition and trying to assess the possible consequences of the injury. No one had expected the Demon King to attack through the teleportation system, and it was only thanks to his ability to absorb damage that he managed to avoid the fatal consequences that would otherwise have been inevitable. By then, Moyu was berating himself for his carelessness and had paid a heavy price in the form of his pets, fully aware of his own mistake and its painful consequences. Therefore, looking the demon straight in the eye, he declared that the demon must pay for what he had done, and his voice carried a cold resolve without the slightest hint of doubt. Having won the battle, the warriors rejoiced that it was finally over, feeling relief after the fierce fighting and grueling confrontation that had sapped so much of their strength. The next step was for the commander to distribute all the battle rewards among the soldiers, fairly assessing each one's contribution to the overall victory and their survival during the battle. About 10,000 demonic dogs were killed in the battle, including 100 high-level creatures, and for this grueling battle, he received a reward of 20,000 points. Everyone except Lin Moyu and Mo Yong will receive 20 combat merit points each, while these two, for their exceptional achievements and contributions to the battle, will each receive 500 points. The hero deserved the greatest number of rewards and military glory, as his contribution to the events, his courage, and his achievements far surpassed those of the others. Everyone understood that without him, they would not have been able to overcome the difficulties and achieve this result, so no one voiced any objections or dissatisfaction with this decision. Only one knight of the Holy Light mentally refused to accept this decision, considering himself better than the others and convincing himself that he deserved more. Meanwhile, the necromancer's weapon was meant to absorb a large number of demonic creatures in order to draw upon their power and become even more dangerous in future battles. Everyone's military rank was also promoted to 2-star private in recognition of their merits, participation in the battle, and the courage they had displayed. The young man was not left out of this promotion either, and his insignia glowed brightly, symbolizing his new status, earned merits, and the level of recognition he had achieved. However, things were quite different, for its color changed along with the stars as if reflecting inner changes, strength, and qualities inaccessible to others. By that time, his appearance was quite attractive and well-groomed, which immediately caught the attention of those around him and gave the impression of confidence and strength. Those standing nearby saw that Moyu had received a silver second lieutenant's insignia, which stood out vividly on his uniform and symbolized his new military rank. Ning bowed and said that for her it was a great honor that would forever remain in her memory as an important and dignified moment. With this rank, he was the youngest in Shenxia, which inspired both surprise and respect among others, as his achievements far exceeded expectations for someone his age. At 18, the young man hadn't even imagined such a high status and couldn't have imagined that he would earn such recognition among other warriors so quickly. Moreover, for his outstanding feats, he was officially awarded the Star of Shenxia, which substantially boosted his base attributes and combat power, significantly enhancing his combat potential. Mo Yui held his own title, which he had previously earned, King of the Dragon War, which underscored his unique strength, authority, and the fear he instilled in his enemies. The commander didn't know where he had earned this title, since the dungeon where it happened was of a hellish difficulty and was considered virtually impassable. Mo Yun was in shock because she too had gone through that dungeon alone and had nearly died, so she couldn't believe that anyone had managed to come out of there alive. The hero explained that after clearing the Hell's Outpost dungeon, he received a special reward that increased all his attributes by 500 points, significantly boosting his strength. With this rank, Another outstanding talent appeared in Shenjia, immediately catching the attention of the leadership and sparking interest among experienced warriors and mentors. If the young man wanted to enroll in the academy, he needed to attain at least a 3-star rank of junior lieutenant, which was a mandatory requirement for admission. So the commander announced that the battle was over, and the legion was officially disbanded, after which the warriors began returning to their bases and usual posts. I closely examined my weapon, assessing its condition, any changes, and hidden properties that might have emerged after the recent battles and absorptions. Donatus's transformation was nearly complete by that point, and its form was already beginning to take on a stable appearance, indicating that the transformation process was nearing its end. His attributes had effectively reached their peak, so now he needed to find a specific set to unlock further development and reveal new potentials of his power. If he had had the opportunity, he would have gathered much more information to better understand the situation, prepare himself, and make the right decisions in the future. The weapon also awakened a new skill, which proved to be quite powerful in his arsenal, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities and altering the course of future battles. The hero could summon the boss to aid him in battle, which gave him a significant advantage, as such power could turn the tide of any battle in his favor. Therefore, he decided to continue exploring dungeons to grow stronger, earn new rewards, and unlock the hidden potential of his power. Not only had their country suffered from demon attacks, but other regions had as well. So highly skilled specialists were sent to 2 other fortresses to bolster defenses and coordinate the defense effort. They suffered the least damage as they were the farthest from the attacks and also possessed powerful defenses and the Empire's protective forces, which held back any invasions. The Demon King had taken note of Moyu, so he needed to be especially cautious if another battle took place on the Yuan Plains, since he had now become a priority target. Suddenly, the girl's watch alerted her to a new message, which caught her attention and prompted her to immediately check the screen for important information. It was her grandfather, but she didn't know exactly where he was, which made her anxious. So she tried to find out more about his whereabouts. It turned out that he was supposed to join them very soon, so the girl calmed down a little, expecting him to arrive shortly. It wasn't long before the man was already approaching his granddaughter, closing the distance between them and preparing to reunite after a long separation. When Moyu saw him, his eyes widened and his heart began to beat much faster, because he immediately sensed that he was standing before someone extremely important and dangerous. Grandfather Ning was a 5-star general, just as famous as Bai Sheng, and his name commanded both respect and fear among the Empire's soldiers. Smiling, the girl greeted him, showing politeness and warmth, as if there were not the slightest tension or mistrust between them. Approaching them, the man addressed the young man rather unfriendly, scrutinizing him closely and making his wariness clear. He didn't understand why the young man was standing next to his granddaughter or why he annoyed him so much, arousing his suspicion and inner tension. Showing him respect, the hero greeted the director of the Shangjin Academy, clearly and reservedly expressing his deference and observing proper etiquette toward the head of the institution. Furthermore, he was displeased that Bai had sent her into the battlefield on a mission, considering it a decision that was both too risky and unfair. The man had been busy all these days, and Bai had taken advantage of this, using the situation to achieve his own goals and gain an advantage. Ning didn't want to return to school with him. She wanted to stay with her comrade and complete the trial to prove her strength and see the task through to the end. She also warned her grandfather not to threaten the young man or prevent him from helping her level up on the battlefield, since she was determined to prove her strength on her own. Her grandfather wanted to send people to help her, not believing that a student could handle such a dangerous situation on the battlefield alone. Taking out the dagger, she asked her grandfather to look closely at it, hoping he would understand its true significance and origin. Then she said that Lin Moyu had helped her get through that hellish level, and she hadn't actually had to do anything, since he'd taken care of everything on his own. The hero asked the man not to worry, assuring him that he was ready to take care of his granddaughter no matter the circumstances or dangers. The girl wanted to continue exploring the dungeons and return before the competition began so she could finish her important business, rest, and not be late for the event. Her grandfather understood that as long as Moyu was by her side, there was nothing to worry about. So he remained calm, trusted the situation, and wasn't the least bit concerned about her safety or well-being. The hero didn't expect that he himself would turn out to be the director and enemy of the Zhajeng Academy, since until the very end, He had believed that a completely different person was the cause of all the strange events and problems. The officer's rest home looked like a real secret facility, since its grounds were well protected, under strict control, and created an atmosphere of complete seclusion. The young man wanted to take a look at the military merit exchange, as he was interested in available awards, exchange opportunities, valuable resources, and information about other participants' achievements. Huge monitors stood before him, almost like walls. They took up a significant portion of the room, glowed brightly, and gave the impression of a modern center. So he decided to buy 2 talismans to help him escape the dungeon, considering them useful items that could help in dangerous situations and ensure a quick return. It seemed that these tokens functioned similarly to academy points, but they had to be used sparingly, as they were a limited resource and held great value for future exchanges. The team gathered together again, reuniting after a brief separation to continue their shared mission, discuss plans, and prepare for the next challenges. Mo Young was also approaching them, calmly closing the distance step by step, closely observing the situation and controlling her every movement. She behaved rather enigmatically and said nothing, remaining silent as if deliberately concealing her thoughts, closely observing those around her and keeping her intentions to herself. Ning asked her to say what she wanted, trying to ascertain her true intentions so she could understand the situation and avoid any uncertainty between them. Only then did the princess place the teleportation stones in her hands, carefully handing them over as an important gift that could ensure a quick return and safety at any moment. In this way, she, a student, could teleport to any location using the teleportation stones, which granted her freedom of movement and quick access to various locations. The princess also mentioned that she had long been searching for the Ghost King on the battlefield and asked if Moy could come to her aid in case of danger, counting on his strength and reliability in a critical moment. Defeating him always yielded Nirvana crystals. She needed only one, so she was willing to share, considering it a fair exchange and a mutually beneficial arrangement. Moy was only at level 24 and didn't think he could defeat a world-class enemy, since the difference in strength seemed too great and almost insurmountable to him. Ning understood that by then they would be able to level up if they trained diligently, completed quests, and gained experience in battle. They could use the cooling talisman a total of 17 times, which gave them extra protection in critical situations and allowed them to stay in the dungeon longer. The next day they met to continue their quests, coming together with renewed energy, a clear plan of action, and the determination to achieve their goal. As the young men walked by, they heard various sounds coming from all directions, creating a sense of tension, unease, and the presence of something unknown nearby. The girl noticed that after the young man had cleared the battlefield, people were talking about him, discussing his strength, his actions, and the unexpected results he had left in his wake. However, her companion asked her not to pay any attention to them and to continue on her way, focusing on her own goal without getting distracted by outside conversations and rumors. The number of skeletons and items had increased. Moreover, the upgrade had improved their effectiveness, making them stronger, more resilient, and significantly more useful in combat. This time, the necromancer was able to reach the boss in less than 4 hours, quickly overcoming obstacles and using his experience and strength to advance efficiently. He was exactly the opponent needed to test the new skills, as this foe allowed him to assess the power of the abilities in real combat and understand their true effectiveness. The first thing the hero did then was summon the soul of the deceased, using his power to obtain answers and uncover the hidden truth about the events. The mighty creature illuminated the sky with its body, filling the space with a bright radiance that spread out in all directions, inspiring a sense of fear and awe in all who witnessed it. He acquired yet another dagger of the infernal pledge, glowing with a dark aura, which drew attention due to its rarity and potential destructive power in future battles. The young lady took it for herself because she knew where to use it, understood its true value, and had a clear plan for its use in future battles and trials. Thus they continued on their way without stopping, overcoming new trials and gradually drawing closer to their ultimate goal. Suddenly, strangers with a large army appeared before them, blocking their path and causing the group to instantly become alert and prepare for a possible battle. The man asked the young men not to block their path, speaking calmly to them and demanding that they clear the way so they could continue on their journey. He could not understand why, despite being shoved, the hero did not budge, remaining motionless as if he had not felt the force of the blow at all and had retained complete composure. In their view, the students were desecrating His Highness's red carpet by violating the established order, which provoked their displeasure and a harsh attitude toward those present. Completely unaware of who they were dealing with, they seemed to start making threats, confident in their own strength and unaware that they might be facing a more formidable opponent. By summoning skeletons as reinforcements, he frightened him quite severely, forcing him to retreat abruptly and lose confidence in his own abilities in the face of the enemy's unexpected power. Such a powerful being truly had this effect on enemies, instilling fear and panic in them, causing them to lose their fighting spirit and quickly retreat under his pressure. Ning concluded that these people belonged to the ancient Lo sect. Their power was on par with that of the Holy See, which made them extremely dangerous and influential opponents. The leader, stepping out of the carriage, ordered everything to stop, abruptly ending the conflict and compelling everyone present to pay attention to his words and authority. His soldiers guarded every meter of the territory, carefully monitoring the perimeter and preventing any unauthorized persons from entering the controlled zone. He in turn walked cautiously along the red carpet, moving forward slowly and watching his every step intently. The unusual golden armor had been crafted by a blacksmith, a piece of jewelry treated by alchemists, combining the artistry of craftsmanship with the power of magical transformation. Their eyes met and lingered for a second, as if a brief, silent mutual assessment and a hidden understanding of the situation had flashed between them. The leader couldn't understand how the assistant could have been so rude to them, for his behavior contradicted expectations and caused surprise and inner indignation. But then he decided to rectify the situation and apologize to the students, trying to smooth over the misunderstanding and restore a calm atmosphere between the parties. Ruo Geshi came from the ancient Luo clan. He was a warrior of the divine fire, renowned for his unbreakable strength, rare techniques, and fearlessness in the most grueling battles. It was said that he believed in the gods and claimed to have inherited their power, which is why he was considered a unique and extremely dangerous figure among other warriors. Some claim that they were nothing more than professionals with a talent for fire who, through training and experience, had attained a high level of mastery and were not of divine origin. Approaching Ning, the knight wanted to suggest that they explore the dungeon together, hoping to join forces and overcome the dangerous trials side by side. Thwarting his plans, Moyu pulled her toward him and said that he wasn't competent enough, sharply stating his position and making it clear that he didn't trust the knight's proposal. Ruo saw that the young man was only at the 25th level, which was rather low, but he continued to observe his potential and assess his combat strength and growth in the world. The situation was quite absurd and continued to seem even stranger to everyone who was watching the events unfold around her at that moment and trying to understand the reasons behind it. The man understood that they wanted to venture into a dungeon of hellish difficulty, but he didn't believe the students' skills were sufficient, so he doubted their success and worried about the possible consequences. So he invited the girl once again to join him, showering her with compliments and trying to convince her to agree to a joint expedition into the hellishly difficult dungeon. She pretended to be considering his offer, carefully weighing every word he said and watching his reaction before giving any answer in this strange situation. Everything that happened next shocked Ruo, causing him to momentarily lose his ability to assess the situation properly and react quickly to the unfolding events around him. The spectators watching the exchange were also taken aback, feeling awkward due to the tense atmosphere and the harsh words spoken during this unexpected scene. An assistant ran up to the warrior of the divine fire to report something urgent, clearly in a hurry, and trying to convey important information about the situation as quickly as possible. Then he whispered quietly into the warrior's ear that someone had removed the seal, relaying this with tension and caution, as if afraid of being overheard by bystanders nearby. He then continued, saying that it was the one standing before them, hinting at the person present and heightening the tension in their conversation at that moment. The man's demeanor immediately grew harsher, and his gaze grew colder, as if he had instantly reevaluated everything he'd heard and begun to assess the situation much more seriously. Unexpectedly, he summoned his entire army, abruptly changing the course of events and preparing for a possible conflict that could erupt at any moment right before their eyes. They surrounded them on all sides so that no one could pass, forming a tight ring and completely blocking any routes for retreat or a breakout. His aides were dissatisfied with his strategy and with the fact that they were on Shenxia territory, feeling anxious about the riskiness of the plan and the danger of the situation in which they found themselves. The leader assured them that if they carried out everything in secret, nothing terrible should happen, trying to calm his subordinates and convince them of the safety of their planned actions. Even if the young men were to die, they could claim it was due to the monsters in the dungeon, concealing the true causes of the events and absolving themselves of any responsibility for the consequences. Moy asked his girlfriend to ignore them and continue the mission, focusing on completing the task despite all the external conflicts and tension surrounding them. Therefore, come what may, they returned to the portal and entered the dungeon, resolutely leaving all doubts and external threats behind as they ventured into the dangerous realm. Ruo used a tracking scroll to find them, intently activating the magical artifact that was supposed to help pinpoint their exact location. The participants watched the events unfold and were at a loss, not fully understanding the reasons behind what was happening before their eyes or how to react to the situation. Once inside the replica of the forward outpost, they met, cautiously sizing each other up in a tense silence and preparing for any possible turn of events in this strange place. Holding the scroll in his hands, the man thought that they hadn't expected their arrival, closely watching his opponent's reactions and weighing his options for how to proceed in this situation. To claim the title for himself, Ruo had to kill the young man to take it from him, fully aware of the gravity of such a decision and the consequences that could change his future forever. Because of the scroll the enemy had used, the talisman wasn't working, and they couldn't teleport, remaining trapped in space with no possibility of a quick retreat or escape. The knight felt far too confident, mocking them and displaying arrogance and complete disregard for their attempts to resist in this unequal situation. However, he did not want to kill the girl. Instead, he decided to use her as an adornment for himself, viewing her as spoils and a symbol of his own strength and superiority. Hearing these words, the necromancer's composure broke. He already knew what was bound to happen to his opponent, and his cold calm gave way to a determination to respond immediately. For his part, the man couldn't understand why the student was smiling in a situation where any mistake could cost him his life, and the situation looked extremely dangerous. Since the enemy was using a scroll that blocked talismans, no one could leave the dungeon. They found themselves trapped with no possibility of teleportation or a quick retreat. An army of skeletons suddenly appeared before them, attacking and rapidly surrounding the squad, forcing them to immediately go on the defensive amid the chaos and fierce assaults. The hero explained that one must first know one's enemy, and only then can one survive 100 battles, emphasizing the importance of understanding the opponent before any direct confrontation. Ruo didn't believe that a few pitiful skeletons could kill him, since he himself possessed a legendary profession that gave him confidence in his own strength and superiority over ordinary opponents. Having transformed his body using the volcanic strike technique, the knight was ready for action, feeling energy fill him with strength and preparing himself for a decisive battle. In this state, all his stats tripled, and he became immune to control effects, rendering him nearly invulnerable to the enemy's magical attacks and effects. His soldiers began cheering him on and shouting their belief in him, boosting morale and creating an atmosphere of confidence among everyone standing alongside him in this battle. Fueled by their shouts, Ruo felt invincible, sensing confidence and strength flooding his mind in the heat of the intense battle. Moyui reasoned that such a class might be legendary. The skill's effect was quite powerful, but the army didn't have anything like it, so he carefully assessed the situation, looking for the enemy's weak points. Unlike the guy's skeletons, he slowed down all his opponents, using control skills to reduce their speed and gain a tactical advantage in battle. A multitude of chains enveloped the entire army, preventing them from moving and firmly binding each one. The soldiers screamed for help as the skeletons closed in. Looking around, Ruo couldn't understand how this was possible, trying to make sense of what he saw and find logic in his opponent's actions, which seemed unacceptable to him. The skeleton's strength was great enough to pose a serious threat even to experienced warriors, forcing everyone present to act more cautiously and react more quickly to their attacks. The unknown power and strategy baffled everyone. They had absolutely no idea what to do, frantically trying to find a way to counter this incomprehensible and unpredictable threat. Those on the battlefield feared they might perish at the hands of the skeletons, feeling fear gradually take hold of them and cause them to lose confidence in their own abilities. Ruo watched everything unfold from the sidelines, carefully assessing the course of the battle and trying to understand the next moves of everyone involved in this tangled situation. His followers pleaded and even shouted for their leader to protect them, turning to him in panic as their only hope amid the chaos of battle. Muyi, for his part, knew it would be much easier if there were only one opponent, for then he could more quickly find the opponent's weak spot and end the fight without unnecessary complications. The opponent continued to threaten the student, vowing to destroy him, trying to intimidate him and make him lose confidence in his own abilities before the inevitable clash. The situation turned out quite fortuitously, since the young man had not yet had the opportunity to test his new skills. Therefore, this scenario presented him with an unexpected chance to gauge his own strength in a real fight. The spiritism technique appeared before the opponent, allowing him to communicate with the souls of the dead and opening the way to hidden knowledge and secrets from the afterlife. If the opponent wanted to take the test alone, he had to challenge the boss one-on-one, risking entering battle without the support of allies. Before him, in all his grandeur, stood the guardian of the Dragon Clan, standing amid ancient rocks and silently guarding the secrets of his ancestors through the centuries and harsh times. The young man could summon the hell-level dungeon boss, whose terrifying power made even experienced warriors and the most dangerous hunters in the area tremble. His power was immense. Victory was out of the question, for every blow he struck shattered his enemy's defenses, and his very presence caused even the bravest to lose hope. The attacks continued without pause. The knight could not block them, for the enemy pressed harder and harder, forcing him to retreat and lose strength under the onslaught of blows. A single blow shattered the volcano's crater, after which clouds of dust rose all around, the earth trembled, and the destruction quickly engulfed the surrounding area, transforming everything beyond recognition. The monster's power and form far surpassed Ruo's, so much so that even his experience and abilities seemed insufficient in the face of such a threat. In response, the monster screamed that he could not be killed because he was the son of God in the temple of the Holy Throne, and begged for mercy, never losing faith in his own protection. Things did not turn out as he had expected, because events suddenly took a completely unexpected turn, shattering his plans and forcing him to face a brutal reality. A powerful blow destroyed everything around him, reducing the ground, the rubble of buildings, and the remains of obstacles to ashes, leaving behind only devastation and an eerie silence. Ning would never have thought that Ruo would beg for mercy before his death, for he had always seemed unbreakable to her, confident in every step he took. Even though he came from an ancient lineage, Moyu was still unafraid, remaining calm and focused even in the face of the gravest threat. The girl explained that no matter what happened, she was always ready to stand by his side, supporting him in the hardest moments and never turning away, even in the face of danger. At first, the team decided to hone their skills and only then tackle everything else, in order to better prepare for the trials and battles ahead. It was quite quiet and peaceful at the Holy Sea's headquarters, as if time had stood still, and only the muffled footsteps of the guards broke the deep silence of the majestic halls. Suddenly, a bright flash illuminated the square, signaling the death of Ruogeshi, and at that very moment, a heavy silence fell, as if the world had held its breath. Monarch Bai was welcoming a guest in his garden amid blossoming trees and the soft rustling of leaves, closely observing the guest's every movement and word. The old man wanted to know why he had allowed his granddaughter to go on a mission into the dungeon, since he considered it too dangerous, and he wanted to hear an explanation for that decision. The emperor suggested that he learn about their trials once they returned, believing that only after they had completed their journey would it be possible to fully understand all the difficulties they had faced. Meanwhile, the team had already emerged from the portal, returning after completing their trial, exhausted but satisfied with the experience and the result. They planned to return to the school to hand in their completed assignment, confident in their results and hoping to receive a high grade. Upon arriving at the elder's office, the student dumped all the items onto the table, explaining that he hadn't been able to find the alchemist who was supposed to accept and inspect his haul. Bai understood that charging the talisman was quite difficult, as it required rare resources, a high concentration of energy, and precision in every movement. Therefore, he decided to help, recognizing that the hero had handled the task quite well, demonstrating composure, strength, and rare perseverance in a difficult situation. He also told him about a competition held once every 5 years, which was scheduled to take place in the Shenxia Empire in just 10 days' time, bringing together the strongest competitors from around the world. The man wanted Moyu not only to participate, but also to win, believing in his strength, talent, and ability to outperform all his rivals in the competition. After examining the items, Monarch Bai asked where the young man had obtained the golden Vulcan set from the temple, scrutinizing the artifacts closely and trying to determine their origin. Anwen had heard that a knight had come to them last year and had been presented with such a set as a token of recognition for his merits and the strength he had demonstrated in numerous battles. They had come to believe that Mo Yui had tried to kill that young man in the dungeon, since his actions had seemed far too decisive and had aroused serious suspicion among the witnesses. The atmosphere suddenly turned more threatening, and even the air seemed to grow heavier, causing everyone present to become alert and brace for a possible conflict. The men couldn't contain their anger because those individuals had tried to harm the school's students, causing tension between the sides to rise rapidly and escalate the situation. There were also rumors that they had used resurrection magic, so there was a possibility that Ruo hadn't actually died but had somehow managed to come back to life. The emperor decided to take the matter into his own hands, as he hadn't done so in many years, and now watched the events closely, preparing to intervene personally to resolve the conflict. It seemed that the others had already forgotten his second name, Shenxia, the God-Slayer, but the mere mention of it still instilled fear and tension among the senior warriors. Moyu had heard that Bai had single-handedly stormed into Country N and killed two of that country's three professionals, almost completely destroying everything in his path and leaving chaos in his wake. Anwen was tasked with safeguarding the talisman and tyrant's necklace, guarding them closely and ensuring these powerful artifacts did not fall into the wrong hands. A rather tense and ominous atmosphere reigned in the Holy See, as if the building itself sensed the approaching danger, and the silence only intensified the sense of unease among those present. The divine-level mage's spell was so powerful that it engulfed the entire sky, changing its color and causing the world around it to tremble from its incredible might. The inhabitants watched in awe and prayed for their lives, overcome by fear of the incomprehensible power that reigned over everything around them. Two people appeared by the bonfire. Their silhouettes stood out against the ground, creating an eerie scene against the backdrop of the flames dancing in the darkness. Their demeanor was decidedly hostile, and everyone waited for the Pope, tensely watching his every move in a silence that grew increasingly oppressive. Tyrant declared that the end of the Holy See had come, and everyone present felt a sense of foreboding as dark clouds began to gather over the Holy See and the wind died down. Of course, the residents hoped that everything would turn out all right, despite the alarming events surrounding the Holy See, and they waited with great anticipation for a miracle, believing in salvation. Gubet was the Pope of the Holy See and could not understand who dared to disturb his peace, for he sensed that something invisible had penetrated the sacred walls and disrupted the usual order of things. Upon seeing Tyron, a divine-level master, standing before him, he stopped and froze in shock. For the power emanating from him seemed impossible for an ordinary mortal and was terrifying in its grandeur. The power emanating from this man made it impossible to utter a single word, for the air around him seemed to freeze, and even thoughts came to a halt under the weight of his divine presence. Only then did Gubat see who was standing behind him, and at this discovery his heart clenched even tighter, for the truth turned out to be far more terrifying than he could have imagined. Emperor Shenxia, and perhaps they had gathered together to destroy the Holy Throne, which filled everyone present with a sense of impending disaster and fear of the looming unknown force. The old man immediately apologized for any offense they might have caused in their attempt to preserve peace and tranquility, though his voice trembled with fear in the presence of the powerful figures standing before him. The villagers watched everything unfold, unable to understand how their leader could behave this way, for they had expected greater strength and confidence from him in the face of such a threat and an unfamiliar presence. An enraged tyrant declared that they had a man named Ruo Geshi, so they must find him immediately. His voice sounded like a verdict, causing everyone to freeze in tension. His aides immediately rushed to carry out the order, frightened by the tone of his voice, for fear of the consequences of disobedience was growing in their hearts, and they hurried to find the man in question without delay. The young man was a descendant of the two temples, water and fire, the son of the divine temple of fire, which is why Gubet wanted to save his life, understanding his unique origins and the danger looming over him. The emperor and the master said at the same time that he had not offended them at all, and their words sounded calm and confident, as if they had already decided not to enter into a conflict. The problem was that Ruo had insulted his precious granddaughter, as well as the academy's chief disciple, and this had created tension between the parties that could escalate into a serious conflict. Listening to their words, the leader of the throne didn't know how to respond, for every word only complicated the situation and made him waver between fear and duty. He told himself that this was the end, and they would surely kill him because the situation seemed hopeless, and every passing moment only brought the inevitable outcome closer. Meanwhile, the young man who had orchestrated all of this had already been brought in, and he stood silently before everyone, feeling the heavy stares upon him and the tension that filled the entire room. Lifting his head, Ruo saw who had come for him, and in that instant his gaze met that of the very people he least expected to see in this situation, which made him freeze. Instantly, the master's power lifted him up, and he hovered in the air, unable to resist, feeling as though an invisible energy completely controlled his body and movements. Gubat explained that the knight had only been resurrected 2 days ago and was still quite weak, so his actions could have been the result of exhaustion and a loss of control over his own power after returning to life. Applying his psychological pressure, Tyron asked if he had indeed used the scroll to track Moyu's disciple and called his granddaughter a toy, and the tension made the air around them feel even heavier. Ruo didn't understand what was happening to him, as the sensation was completely different, as if his consciousness were dissolving under the pressure of an alien force, and he were losing control of his own body. And then suddenly, he blurted out that he was ready at any moment to kill the student and take the girl by force, driven by anger and a desire for revenge, without thinking about the consequences of his actions. Only after coming to his senses did the knight realize what he had said, and he recounted everything he had been thinking, trying to explain his words and justify the state he had been in under that pressure. Gubat did not know how to save his young man and began to beg the emperor for mercy, feeling powerless in the face of the situation and seeking any chance to stop the inevitable punishment. Meanwhile, they decided to see if the one whom the Holy See had recognized as a saint could manage without the tower, and they watched in silence, waiting to see if he could withstand the ordeal without support. The attack was directed at them, causing significant damage, and the air was filled with a shockwave that forced everyone to instinctively seek cover. The leader of the Holy See ordered everyone to flee and save themselves, realizing that staying put meant certain death, and his voice cut through the chaos, causing people to scatter in all directions. Ruo shouted that no one could destroy him, because he would rise again every time, and his voice rang out through the air like a challenge to all who opposed him. Flames engulfed his body and everything else, and for a moment it seemed as though reality itself was burning away around him, consuming space and leaving only blinding light and heat. Chaos and destruction reigned all around, and the residents fled, trying to save themselves, while everything around them descended into panic and disorder. The explosion that occurred in the middle of the square could be heard beyond the city limits, and its echo reverberated throughout the surrounding area for a long time, causing alarm even in distant settlements. As he stepped back, Emperor Bai warned that the next time something like this happened, he would destroy the throne, and his words rang out coldly and resolutely, leaving no doubt as to the seriousness of his intentions. Mr. Gubat immediately thought of Country N and how many people had perished there, and these memories filled his heart with deep sorrow and a sense of guilt over past events. The statue had been destroyed, a sign that the church's vitality had been severely undermined, and for a time they had to go into hiding to avoid further attacks and gather their strength. The elders returned to their garden, trying to find peace after the events they had experienced, and discussed everything they had seen in silence for a long time, pondering their next steps. Bai could see that Tyron had changed, and most likely it was because he wanted to protect his granddaughter. This realization made him view the master's behavior and his decision in a different light. In the end, the culprit was killed, and everything else lost its significance, leaving behind only silence and a sense of closure for events that until recently had seemed endless. Anwin reported that he had charged the crystal and everything was ready, so all preparations were complete, and they were just waiting for the signal to proceed to the next stage. He did what he was asked to do quite quickly and returned without wasting any time, demonstrating his efficiency and precision in carrying out the task. The men continued to sit at the table and chat, bickering over nothing at the same time, and their conversation gradually turned into a chaotic exchange of words with no real meaning or purpose. A few days later, the professional competition began, and participants from different countries gathered to demonstrate their skills, strength, and endurance in the main arena. My guy had to register to participate, so he hurried to fill out all the necessary paperwork so as not to miss the opportunity to compete in the tournament. These competitions were divided into 3 events, and each stage tested different skills of the participants, gradually weeding out the weaker ones and leaving only the strongest to advance to the finals. First came the team competition, followed by the individual events, and finally the challenge rounds, where each participant had to prove their skill under the most difficult conditions. In addition, the grouping took place every 10 levels. So the hero was placed in the category up to level 29, which determined his opponents and the difficulty of the upcoming trials. The rewards were quite generous, and in team competitions, the champion could receive a scroll of a core skill and many gold coins, which made participating in the tournament even more appealing to many contestants. The winner of the individual competition could receive a magic potion that significantly boosted abilities and helped restore strength more quickly after battles. The rules had not yet been announced, and since everything was so mysterious, the prizes were sure to be equally impressive, which only heightened the interest and tension among the participants before the competition began. By that time, the necromancer had already reached level 26 and was well leveled, and his weapon, Donatus's scythe, also possessed excellent stats, making him a dangerous opponent in any battle. The silver-level skeleton warrior possessed immense strength and the furious strike skill, which allowed him to deliver devastating attacks and pierce even his opponent's sturdy defenses in battle. When he ran into his friends along the way, they were all ready to sign up for the trials, discussing strategies and their chances before the competition began. Initially, they wanted the hero to be on their team, but he was at a different level, so he wouldn't have qualified for the same category, forcing them to give up on competing together. By the way, they also asked what his rank was at that moment, and when they heard the number 26, their mouths dropped open in shock and bewilderment. They hadn't expected such rapid progress. The fact was that no one had ever advanced to the next level so quickly before, and this surprised everyone who had been observing his development within the system and his rapid adaptation. Everyone else seemed to be on the same page as they were all at the same level, and this was because all conditions for them had been standardized as much as possible within the training and skill development system. Ning joined them a little later as well, and this influenced the further course of events in the group and changed the general perception of her participation in the learning and interaction process. Zhu Yi knew who this woman was and was surprised to see her, as she hadn't expected to run into her right here at that moment, which stirred up mixed emotions and made her ponder her next steps. In response, she said she was a 25th level shadow assassin, and she said it with such confidence that everyone present immediately changed their attitude toward her and began to pay closer attention to her words. So there was someone else who, just like Moyu, was rapidly climbing the ranks, and this came as an unexpected revelation to everyone who had been following developments within the system and analyzing the results. Ning explained that it was all thanks to a friend who had been helping her by constantly offering advice and support in difficult situations, allowing her to develop her skills and level up more quickly. The hero's classmates introduced themselves, and it turned out that they were all at level 17, indicating that they were all at roughly the same stage of development. They were a little annoyed for obvious reasons, since the situation required more effort from them than usual, and this affected their behavior and the overall mood of the group. So they decided to go in search of a team and agreed to meet later to discuss their next steps and coordinate their efforts toward achieving a common goal in the future. Moyu said that if they wanted to explore the desert dungeons, they should contact him for help, since he had experience with such challenges and could significantly increase their chances of success in dangerous conditions. Ning asked if the boy was on good terms with Shu, but he replied that they were merely classmates and there was nothing more between them than a typical school acquaintance within the same class. The girl said he didn't understand a thing, and that if she were in his place and saw a girl like that, she definitely wouldn't ignore her, because she believed that people like that deserved special treatment and support. Some of their other friends also came to register for the competition, as they wanted to test their skills and gain new experience competing alongside other participants of varying skill levels. Such an event was not to be missed, especially since it was held only once every 5 years. So all the participants were eager to make the most of this opportunity and show their best performance to the organizers. However, they hadn't yet found teammates, but were ready to simply observe the other participants and assess their skill levels before making a final decision about their own participation. They thought that by working together, they could complete the trials and save time searching for allies, as well as adapt more quickly to the competition conditions through teamwork and sharing experiences during preparation. Sister Dao had heard that the young man had cleared Tyrant's dungeon single-handedly, and this filled her with astonishment and curiosity about his true abilities and hidden combat potential. And if they teamed up with him, they were guaranteed to become champions, since his experience and strength would significantly increase the entire group's chances of winning in challenging competitions. However, she had one condition that had to be met before she would agree to join the team and participate in the competition alongside them. If they won, everyone wanted to receive contribution points, which were the best reward, since they were what determined each participant's future development and opportunities within the system. Everyone else also agreed, deciding not to accept anything else, since they believed that contribution points were the most valuable reward and fully aligned with their goals and expectations for participating in the competition. My team agreed to these terms, considering them fair and beneficial for all team members, as this allowed them to focus on their common goal and increase their chances of success in the upcoming challenges. The participants continued to fill out their forms, carefully entering all the necessary registration information and taking care to avoid mistakes that could affect their participation in the competition. Ning thanked her friend for accepting her friends onto the team, as this allowed them to join forces and improve their chances of successfully completing the challenges in the upcoming competition. Another participant was walking around the grounds, telling everyone that he would win the competition, confidently asserting his abilities and ignoring the doubts of those around him who received his words with caution and skepticism. Bailey Shen, that was his name, a student at Bailey Academy, who drew attention with his confidence and ambitious claims of victory in the upcoming competition among the strongest participants. As he made his way through the crowd, he saw a girl ahead who caught his attention with her unusual behavior and calm confidence amid the noisy surroundings of the competition participants. His eyes widened at the sight of the person standing next to her, for this person was well known to him and evoked mixed feelings of surprise and wariness in this unexpected situation. It was as if a flicker of disappointment had passed through him at the realization that it was Moyu and not someone stronger or more significant to him, and this slightly dampened his previous fervor and confidence. As they continued on their way, Bailey blocked their path, forcing them to stop and pay attention to him, as if deliberately creating a tense atmosphere among those present. Ning was far from pleased to see him and was even angry, since his appearance disrupted her plans and caused her great irritation due to past unpleasant experiences. The pushy student couldn't calm down and wanted to understand why she was with him, persistently asking questions and making no secret of his dissatisfaction with the situation, which seemed incomprehensible and suspicious to him. His eyes widened even more when Ning decided to take Moyu by the hand, a gesture of support that came as a surprise to him and caused even greater tension among those watching the scene. Then the girl confidently declared that it was none of his business who she spent time with, making it clear that her personal decisions did not require anyone else's approval or explanation in this situation. After hearing this, Bailey seemed to lose his temper. He became quite irritable and declared that the student was supposed to be his fiancée, insisting on his feelings and refusing to accept her rejection or indifference. Unable to tolerate such nonsense, Ning ordered him to shut up, realizing that she had already rejected him in every way and didn't want to continue a pointless conversation that only heightened the tension between them. She was even ready to find a doctor who could examine Bailey's brain so that he would stop lying, finally realize the true state of affairs, and put an end to his baseless accusations and fantasies. My friend had never seen her so furious before, and this made him watch the situation warily, realizing that the conflict between them could quickly escalate if he didn't intervene or change the course of the conversation. Once she had regained her composure, the student didn't understand why she had gotten so worked up, but she realized that her friend didn't care about people like that, and this calmed her down a bit and made her rethink her own reaction to the situation. Bailey didn't stop there and continued to insist that she was his woman and no one else was allowed to spend time with her, standing his ground and ignoring any objections from those around him. Next up was the villain, who constantly got in his way and interfered with his plans, and Bailey became increasingly convinced that this man was the main obstacle standing between him and the outcome he wanted. He added that he hadn't settled the score with him from their last run-in, and promised that this time he would definitely see it through to the end and make him regret that incident. All Moy could say in response was a single word, that the student was acting like a clown, seeing no need to engage in a lengthy argument and showing complete disregard for his behavior. Bailey couldn't hold back at all, threatening to destroy the guy, continuing to fan the flames of the conflict, and displaying increasing aggression in full view of everyone around them. The entire team was prepared for the opponent to attack at any moment, closely watching his movements and taking up combat positions to react instantly to any threat. Moy reasoned that if he didn't take him out now, the student would continue to pursue Nin, and this forced him to seriously assess the situation and the possible consequences of the conflict escalating further. Bailey himself hadn't expected the necromancer to threaten him in return, and this threw him off balance for a moment, forcing him to reevaluate his own confidence in his superiority over the enemy. The situation was escalating rapidly when several others joined them, and the tension among the participants increased significantly due to the new forces that influenced the course of the conflict and shifted the balance of power between the sides. Elder Bai asked in his commanding voice whom the student intended to destroy, could it be his precious disciple, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and trying to ascertain the true intentions behind the conflict. When such a high-ranking figure appeared before them, everyone present instantly held their breath, feeling both tension and respect for his powerful aura. Most of the attention was focused on Bailey as the most influential figure in the situation, whose presence set the overall mood and tension among everyone. In response, the student calmly stated that he had no intention of destroying anyone, and that his previous words were merely emotional and empty remarks spoken in the heat of the moment. After expelling him from the premises, the monarch coldly declared that next time, he would personally send his head to Bailey Howe if he ever crossed the boundaries or broke the laws again. Without wasting a second, the student instantly turned and began running quite fast, trying to shake off his pursuers and avoid possible consequences. Mr. Bai finally joined the students, appearing just in time and immediately drawing the attention of the entire group with his presence. The man asked what his student would have done if he hadn't been there, and the student calmly replied that he would have eliminated the enemy first, without hesitation and without waiting for help. Was he really not afraid of retaliation? After all, Grandpa Bailey was an 81st level professional known for his strength, experience, and ruthlessness in battle. The young man understood that in the worst-case scenario, he would find himself back on the battlefield, but he was so confident in his abilities that he believed he would survive there. Smiling, the supreme leader noted that the young man was behaving just as he had in his youth, with the same courage, stubbornness, and desire to prove his strength. The final word always belonged to the stronger one, for justice and fear are achieved through one's own strength, not through empty words or promises. Mui had received the regeneration method, and if he gathered enough materials, the elder was ready to help him. He had also been given a new assignment for further development. Upon returning to the rest of the team, the supreme leader reported that they, too, had handled everything excellently, demonstrating coordinated work and efficiency in completing the task. The competition was to take place in the city of Nanhong, so the team was to gather there in advance to prepare, coordinate their actions, and begin participating on time. Their main objective was to travel to the fortress to destroy the Abyss Demon, and upon successfully completing the mission, be promoted to at least a 2-star lieutenant. Beyond this area lay the realm of the elements, and Bai asked the young man to return the crystal to where it had been taken from, so as not to disrupt the balance. Ning remembered that the battlefield near Fortress 3 was also known as the Plains of the Elements, where clashes and outbursts of uncontrolled energy occurred constantly. Once a massive battle had taken place there, leaving behind devastated lands, ruins, and traces of a vast number of fallen warriors. Nearly 100 mages unleashed thousands of forbidden spells there, turning the battlefield into an unstable zone filled with residual destructive energy. The land was overflowing with the elements, and as a result, a multitude of elements and creatures appeared there, creating a dangerous zone with chaotic energy and an unstable balance of power. None of them had ever been there before, so they had to carefully survey the entire area to assess the danger, identify potential threats, and prepare for further action. Stepping onto the teleportation system, they waited for it to activate, closely monitoring changes in energy and preparing for instantaneous transport to their designated location. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the location where they were to carry out their mission, quickly surveying the surroundings and assessing the potential risks and conditions for completing the mission. Holding her head, the girl explained that she still hadn't gotten used to long-distance teleportation, which caused her to feel severe dizziness and a loss of spatial orientation. A unique feature of that fortress was that the necessary resources and rewards could only be obtained by killing the monsters that constantly appeared there and reinforced the territory's defenses. So they set out to observe the elemental monsters inhabiting the area, carefully preparing for a possible battle and assessing their strength. As they approached the large wall, it became clear that it was guarded by sentries who were closely monitoring the surroundings for any signs of approaching danger. One of them remarked that with such skills, the students would die immediately once they stepped outside the walls, since the danger there far outweighed their chances of survival. The captain, having overheard snippets of a tense conversation among squad members nearby, decided without hesitation to join them, wanting to find out the details for himself. As soon as he laid eyes on the exhausted students before him, the captain sternly asked where their elders were and why they had allowed the students to end up in such a place. All around stretched a lifeless, gray landscape with no signs of life, and only a few scattered campfires dimly illuminated the dark path through the thick darkness of the night. A level 33 monster, a mighty spirit of the fire element, suddenly appeared amid the scorched earth, radiating unbearable heat all around it. The captain stared at the mighty monster before him in bewilderment, unable to believe that a creature of such a level could have appeared in that place. In the next instant, armed skeletons appeared beside the young man, silently demonstrating to everyone present the true strength and power of their dangerous master. They were extraordinarily fast thanks to their high stats, moving easily across the battlefield and leaving their enemies no chance of escape. The soldiers' powerful strikes instantly obliterated the opponents before them, not even allowing the enemies to attempt to put up a fight. Within a second, the mighty spirit of the fire element was completely destroyed by their combined attacks, so Moyu immediately gained a significant amount of experience. Stunned, they stood there silently watching them, unable to immediately process what they had seen after the fierce and merciless battle. The man also noticed that the student held a military rank, which immediately raised further questions for him. After all, when he himself had been a second lieutenant, his combat level had already reached 38. Ning cautiously asked once more if they could enter these lands, and finally received a clear affirmative answer from them. It was precisely thanks to professionals like them that peace and tranquility had reigned in Shenxia for so long, despite constant external threats. Suddenly the girl's hair stood on end, as if it had suddenly been charged with electricity, causing her instant surprise and tension. At first, she thought her comrade was just playing a prank on her, trying to scare her as a joke in a tense situation. But then everything around them began to change, and a sense of alarm quickly replaced any doubts that this was just a joke. A strong wind suddenly swept across the plain, forming a dangerous storm that was rapidly closing in on them, darkening the sky with dark clouds. Moyu immediately realized that they were facing the spirit of the wind, which was controlling the storm and rapidly increasing its destructive power all around them. At level 34, he could be a worthy opponent, possessing dangerous storm-related techniques in his arsenal. However, the young man wasn't even worried. He remained calm and confident, fully prepared to destroy his opponent at any moment. Summoning his soldiers, he examined them closely and asked if his skeletons could fly, assessing their capabilities in this new and dangerous situation. The monster suddenly lunged toward them, attacking with frenzied fury and a menacing roar, rapidly closing the distance and causing everyone to freeze in fear. A veritable whirlwind of wind and creatures swirled around them, spinning wildly among the trees and rocks, filling the air with chaos, a deafening roar, and a terrifying sense of danger. They could counter the young man's skills using their own strength, cunning, and endurance, but each new clash became increasingly difficult and dangerous for them. If that was the case, then explosive techniques couldn't be used against them, since their effect might prove useless or even create an even greater danger during the fight. Suddenly, an earthquake struck. The ground shook beneath their feet. Everything around them plunged into chaos, and alarm and panic quickly gripped everyone nearby. Ahead, the crowd ran with all their might. People hurried away from the danger, jostling one another and trying to save themselves at any cost. The captain urged everyone not to stop and to keep running forward without looking back, for every moment lost could only increase the danger for everyone. The enemies wouldn't let them retreat and attacked with increasing ferocity, pressing relentlessly and forcing them to hold their ground and fight off each new wave of attacks. It turned out they had entered the lair of the elemental spirits, where every movement awakened ancient forces of nature that reacted to their presence with growing hostility. The mysterious realm would appear at random, and then the elements would begin to rage while countless spirits emerged all around, filling the space with their mighty presence. The knights could not understand why the young man stood rooted to the spot and did not flee from such a terrifying force, even though the danger around them was becoming increasingly obvious and inevitable. Skeletons came to his aid, suddenly emerging from the darkness and standing in his defense, as if obeying an unknown command at the most critical moment of the battle. Having given them the order, the hero wanted them to destroy every enemy without exception, leaving no chance of escape for those who dared to oppose him. The armies of enemies and skeletons charged at each other, clashing in a brutal battle where every blow was met with chaos and a merciless struggle for supremacy. His troops attacked and annihilated them with lightning speed, moving in unison and without mercy, rapidly reducing the enemy's numbers in the fierce battle. As a result of destroying the spirit of the fire element, he gained experience that gradually strengthened his abilities and opened up new possibilities for further development. Ning stood nearby, unable to understand why her head ached so badly, feeling the pressure and dizziness growing with every passing second all around her. However, the hero's mental faculties were exceptional, and such commotion had no effect on him, allowing him to remain focused and able to clearly assess the situation even amid the chaos. Deciding to act quickly, the hero cast a slowing curse, which immediately engulfed the surrounding area, slowing the enemy's movements and giving him a tactical advantage in battle. As usual, the chains lunged at the enemies, whipping sharply through the air and gripping them firmly, leaving them no chance to escape their iron grip. Everyone around him breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the young man had saved them. The tension had eased, and the sense of danger gradually gave way to relief and gratitude. But some of them turned around and saw a magical glow pulsing in the air, as if harboring a new, as yet unknown threat or power. No one understood how the skeletons could be so strong. Their power seemed impossible and defied all known laws of this world. Moyu's profession also surprised them, since no one had ever heard of it. And this raised even more questions and wariness among those watching the events unfold. The girl exhaled as her headache subsided, and she was finally able to relax a little after the tense and exhausting ordeal. The elemental crystals could only fall once the queen disappeared from the secret world, for it was her very existence that maintained the balance of the forces and prevented their release. The radiance was so beautiful that the girl gazed at it in awe, momentarily forgetting the danger around her and becoming completely immersed in its magical play of light. A portal opened before them, serving as the entrance to the secret kingdom, and a mysterious light emanated from it, luring everyone standing nearby into the unknown. So the team set off for that dimension, gathering together and stepping through the portal, which instantly transported them to a completely different and unknown world. It differed from the copies and was an independent space where they might encounter other people, so they had to be careful to avoid unexpected dangers. The skeletons rushed ahead to scout the path, moving quickly and cautiously, checking every step for possible threats and traps. They had to wait until the skeletons found the right path, so they could continue safely and avoid falling into new dangerous traps. Of course, everything was quickly resolved, so the companions set off further across the vast expanse of the icy mountains, braving the cold, the wind, and the harsh conditions along the way. Seated upon a majestic throne was a powerful being, radiating strength and a cold grandeur that filled everyone around with awe and tension. The boss of the secret kingdom of the water element possessed truly impressive and menacing attributes, combining the majestic power of the ocean with a deadly threat to all enemies. He had become one with the icy kingdom, and it was impossible to dislodge him, for the very earth and ice were subject to his presence and power. The young man was racking his brain trying to figure out what to do next, carefully analyzing the situation and trying to anticipate his opponent's possible moves. Physical damage had been halved, but fortunately the necromancer had enough warriors to make up for the losses and continue the offensive even under heavy pressure. The ice whirlwind's attacks were directed at the students, forcing them to dodge and seek cover while the cold power of the element relentlessly pursued them. Everything happened quite quickly. They couldn't linger in one place, because any delay could cost them their lives amid the constant threat all around. Everyone returned to the summoning space, quickly leaving the battlefield and gathering in a safe dimension where they could regain their strength and regroup. Taking cover behind a wall, the students tried to escape the piercing, icy attacks that relentlessly rained down on their positions with cold and merciless force. The hero carefully surveyed his surroundings and analyzed the situation, closely observing every detail to find the enemy's weak spot and use it to his advantage. Finally, it dawned on him how to proceed and what to use, and he instantly focused on his plan, ready to turn the tide of battle. It was no surprise that the enemy had zero agility. After all, that was the price he had paid for his skills, sacrificing mobility for immense strength and endurance. Gripping his weapon, he knew it would be enough to ensure that the damage he dealt exceeded the enemy's recovery rate, leaving the opponent no time to heal between strikes. Moreover, he summoned his mighty skeleton leader, and by commanding it, bolstered his forces on the battlefield, gaining even greater control over the undead army. The outpost guard possessed considerable strength and a powerful physique, which allowed him to withstand enemy blows and defend his position without the slightest fear. He was worthy of the title of a hell-level dungeon boss, and his stats exceeded level 33, making him an extremely dangerous opponent. Skeleton warriors also arrived to help, quickly taking up combat positions and supporting the attack to increase the pressure on the enemy and turn the tide of battle. At that moment, a fierce battle was set to unfold between the creatures, where the clash of forces promised chaos, destruction, and a decisive showdown for control of the area. The icy whirlwind showed no sign of abating, sweeping across the endless ice, whirling the air and snow into a cold chaos, never pausing for a moment and engulfing all the space around it, showing no sign of subsiding even from a distance. But the guard suffered no damage from it, remaining calm amid the icy storm that continued to rage around him without pause and without waning in intensity. He fought his way through the attacks to reach his opponent, demonstrating endurance and precision of movement amid the challenging combat conditions around him without pausing for a single moment. The hero realized that this technique was ineffective against his protege, but he continued to analyze his opponent's movements, searching for another way to attack in the heat of battle and devising a new plan. Other skeletons rushed to his aid, quickly surrounding the battlefield and attempting to break through the opponent's defenses with their sharp, coordinated attacks, which never ceased for a moment. The ice leader had not anticipated such a strategy at all, for his opponent had suddenly changed his combat tactics, forcing him to lose control of the situation amid the icy chaos of the battle. To defend himself, he activated a flood, instantly filling the surrounding space with powerful streams of water that held back the enemies and created a natural defensive barrier. A torrent of icy water spread across the entire area, quickly covering the ground with a sheet of ice and plunging everything around it into a cold, almost motionless element. A wide range of skills covered a vast area, holding back his skeletons and deploying a complex system of attacks and defenses that controlled the space and prevented the enemies from advancing. The land was submerged, completely losing its topography and turning into a flooded plain where waves slowly covered what remained of the dry land. Nevertheless, the outpost guardian managed to hold his ground and protect himself, maintaining his balance amid the chaos of the elements and continuing to defend his position despite the constant threat all around him. Skeletons also leaped out of the water, lunging at the enemy, surfacing abruptly from the dark depths and continuing to attack mercilessly, despite the challenging conditions of the flooded terrain. The action unfolded rapidly, with the tide of battle shifting constantly. Every move and every attack happened almost instantly, leaving the enemies no time to react. A lightning-fast attack was directed at the enemy, sharply and precisely breaching their defenses and forcing them to react at the last moment in the tense battle, without the slightest delay. Thus, they managed to defeat the water elemental general and obtain 10 crystal cores, ending the battle in victory and securing valuable resources after a tense confrontation. Recalling his familiar, as he did not need its power at that moment, the necromancer decided to act on his own and control the situation without outside assistance in battle. Instead, he summoned the soul of the fallen general in its place, forcing it to submit to his will and use its remaining energy to continue the fight at the decisive moment. Of course, the ethereal being had neither soul nor body, and it seemed that spells could not be cast upon it, for it existed beyond the usual laws of magic and subjugation. Although the boss had been there for 3 minutes, that wasn't enough time to kill a typical boss, since the enemy had managed to adapt and put up strong resistance during the fight. The level of chaos in the element had decreased, so the team was able to move on, cautiously advancing through the weakened anomalous currents and zones of instability, which were gradually losing their destructive power. Thus, they set out toward the majestic mountains, slowly making their way through the transformed landscape and preparing for the new trials that awaited them on the high, snow-capped peaks. Sensing danger, The young man activated his bone armor, instantly enveloping his body in a protective layer that strengthened his defenses against a possible enemy attack. Ning understood that if other specialists were to arrive there, they could be seriously injured, for the danger zone remained unstable and harbored numerous threats. Before them lay new expanses of a sea of fire, and perhaps beyond lay a world of wind, thunder, and lightning, where the elements intertwined in a constant storm of destructive energy and chaos. The mountain of flame stretched across the entire territory, filling the space with blazing streams of lava and heat that consumed everything around it and altered the very nature of the earth. As they drew closer, the team realized that it was not a mountain at all, but an entire sphere of fire radiating unbearable heat, towering above the earth and appearing to be a living element. The flames were so immense that they radiated heat over great distances, causing the air to shimmer with heat and creating a sense of danger all around. As it turned out, this was yet another immobile monster, a fire elemental general who remained stationary, radiating immense power and creating unbearable heat around himself. However, the young man had already gained experience earlier, so he acted much more cautiously and confidently, analyzing the dangers around him and avoiding mistakes in this difficult situation. As a result, everything happened quite quickly. He destroyed the creature with powerful strikes and well-planned moves that left his opponent no chance to defend himself or avoid inevitable defeat. Explosions rang out across the battlefield, shaking the ground with powerful blasts and filling the air with a roar that did not cease for a single moment during the fierce battle. The enemy had a wide array of attacks at its disposal, covering a vast area and forcing foes to constantly move, dodge blows, and seek safe havens amid the chaos of battle. Fire engulfed the skeletons and attacked them, scorching their bones with unrelenting heat and gradually sapping their strength as the flames continued to rage across the battlefield. The necromancer commanded them as he saw fit, adapting their actions to the situation and directing his forces to gain the upper hand in the fierce battle. Using the snowstorm, he was confident that it would effectively extinguish the fire, weaken the element's power, and create favorable conditions for continuing the battle. The two elements clashed in battle, pitting cold against flame in a chaotic confrontation that filled the air with unstable energy and destructive power. The monster was completely unable to cope with the students, who attacked it in unison, gradually sapping its strength and leaving it no chance to counterattack. The ground cracked beneath their feet, splitting under the strain of the battle and the explosions that constantly reshaped the terrain around them, forcing them to move with caution. Such an explosion destroyed everything around it, leaving behind a devastated area covered in debris and smoke, where a fierce battle had raged just moments before. Their strength was at its limit, so my friend suggested leaving the rest of the fighting to the skeletons, so they could continue the battle and bear the brunt of the confrontation. The chaos raging all around was incredible, filling the air with random explosions, screams, and destructive energy that left not a shred of stability in the entire battle zone. Moyui said he wanted to put on a show for the young lady, demonstrating his strength and confidence, as if turning the battle into a spectacular performance right before her eyes. The very second he finished speaking, everything exploded, engulfing the area in a massive blast that instantly changed the course of the battle and devastated the surrounding terrain. This fireworks display signaled the destruction of the general of the fire element, who vanished into a whirlwind of explosions, leaving behind only fading sparks and silence amid the devastated battlefield. Ning hadn't expected the guy to be so romantic at all, since his actions and words had suddenly revealed a completely different side of his character in this tense situation. The professional team from Country End stood near the portal, preparing to enter, carefully checking their equipment and coordinating their actions before the next stage of the mission. They had been searching for the secret kingdom for a very long time, but couldn't understand why they didn't see the element before them, even though they sensed its presence all around them in the altered space. The assumption was that someone might have entered there before them, beating the team to it and altering the course of events in the hidden kingdom even before their arrival. The leader could sense the breath of the element, which meant that very little time had passed since someone had entered, and they were glad that others had cleared the way for them into the depths of the hidden kingdom. They weren't worried about anything and were ready to destroy their rival at any cost, regardless of the consequences, risks, and danger to everyone around them. At that moment, all team members silently entered the portal, without looking back and realizing that there was no longer a path back to their normal lives. Following the fresh tracks of the previous participants, they carefully studied the path, trying to figure out exactly where those people might have gone after they disappeared. The group's leader understood full well that they needed to head immediately to the very spot where visible markers had previously been left for all participants. Meanwhile, the hero and his girlfriend were carefully exploring the new fiery territory, moving quite cautiously and trying not to attract the attention of dangerous creatures. A sudden gust of wind, rising unexpectedly high into the air, roared loudly over the area and caused everyone to freeze in alarm. The general of the wind element suddenly appeared before them once more, inflicting serious physical damage and leaving no time for defense or escape. Moyu concluded that the monster possessed combined skills of the wind and thunder elements with lightning, which made its attacks far more dangerous. The attacks aimed at the students quickly pierced through the protective sphere, forcing everyone to retreat and seek a safer place to defend themselves. The young man didn't give up until the very end, and his skeletal armor reliably protected him from powerful blows, allowing him to continue fighting. In that case, he decided to cast a slow curse on the creature to hinder its movements and buy more time to attack. A multitude of sturdy chains wrapped around the monster's body, preventing it from moving, gradually sapping its strength and holding back its attacks. The problem was that lightning continued to spread rapidly across the area, posing a danger to anyone near the monster. The army of skeletons scattered in all directions, trying to escape the assault and avoid the powerful strikes rapidly closing in on them. Meanwhile, the mages, shielding themselves with explosive flames, rapidly launched counterattacks and tried to drive the dangerous enemy further away. The enemy did not want to lose face, so it unleashed a powerful snowstorm that quickly engulfed the entire area around them. Chaos was rapidly spreading all around, and the battle between all the combatants was just as unpredictable and brutal. What annoyed the young man most was the monster, which constantly provoked him with its attacks, preventing him from calmly focusing on the battle. Acting in accordance with his strategy, he wanted to end it all as quickly as possible, leaving his enemies no chance of victory. Thus, the general of the elements of wind and energy, who had tried to resist his opponents until the very end, was finally destroyed. As they completed their mission and carefully checked their own arsenal, the students realized that only one dangerous element remained. Since the elemental planes lay nearby, powerful bosses capable of posing a serious threat to everyone were bound to appear soon. The companions continued on their perilous journey and gradually drew closer to the final battle, which would determine everyone's fate. Before them stood a mighty castle, towering on a secluded mountain, surrounded only by a bottomless abyss and an eerie silence. Inside the building sat a woman whose mere gaze sent shivers down one's spine, for her cold stare evoked fear and intense tension. She turned out to be the Queen of the Elements, the secret leader of the kingdom, whose very appearance immediately made everyone present feel a sense of alarm and danger. What was surprising was that both her physical damage and elemental damage were halved, making her an extremely dangerous opponent. As soon as she saw that strangers had invaded her land, she immediately activated a meteor shower, unwilling to let them advance any further. As a result, 3 skeleton warriors were destroyed, and the hero realized that after many battles, they too were seriously wounded and exhausted. The queen did not pause for a moment, continuing to use her dangerous techniques to destroy anyone who dared to oppose her. A barrage of elemental attacks thundered through the air, rapidly closing in on the young men and forcing them to seek any means of escape. The pets defending their master were destroyed, and thus the hero lost another 5 skeletons during this brutal battle. Moyu realized that her techniques were extraordinarily powerful, which is why she was truly worthy of the title of queen of this mighty kingdom. The battle continued, but the students could only take cover from the powerful attacks and try to survive amid the utter chaos. The woman sought by every means possible to destroy them and defend her domain, preventing the intruders from advancing further into her territory. A spontaneous meteor shower continued to rage in the sky, striking the territory with powerful blows and posing a deadly threat to everyone. Further and further away, such attacks mercilessly wiped out the skeleton warriors, gradually reducing the army and weakening the hero's strength during the battle. Such a creature was extremely difficult to defeat, and the young man remained almost alone against it, gradually losing his strength and support. He kept asking himself why Emperor Bai had entrusted him with this dangerous mission, one that could cost the entire team their lives. Such creatures had no soul, so certain techniques were impossible to use against them, and she hadn't even flinched at the start of the battle. which meant the slow curse had no effect at all. It seemed the Queen of the Elements was the kind of creature that had to be killed with one's own hands, but the young man didn't have enough information about the enemy. On the other hand, the opposing team saw that the battle had already begun, so they hurried to take advantage of the situation and press forward. The leader decided there was no need to stop them, since together they could destroy the participants and the elemental queen herself in the decisive battle. Then Xiaofa unleashed her most powerful technique, pouring all her accumulated strength and determination to defeat the enemy at any cost into the attack. Everything around them began to glow brightly, a testament to the girl's incredible power and causing everyone present to watch her with trepidation. Ning sensed that they were not alone on the premises, as her killer's intuition immediately alerted her to the presence of dangerous strangers nearby. Immediately shouting for her companion to be careful, she warned him of a dangerous attack that was rapidly approaching from directly behind. The young men were surrounded on all sides. The situation remained extremely tense, and they didn't know how to deal with such a danger. Xiaofa possessed a technique capable of destroying the world with fire, but she held back, realizing the scale of the consequences. Glancing at their opponents, Moyu quietly remarked that they had arrived just in time, sensing that everything would now go according to plan. A shockwave swept through the testing grounds with tremendous force and a sonic boom that could be felt from a considerable distance. Using his armor to protect himself and his girlfriend, the young man wanted to move forward toward the danger zone to ensure their safety and maintain control. Two elemental forces clashed, creating a tense standoff in which each sought to overcome the other and gain the upper hand in this battle of the elements. The necromancer's minions rushed at the enemy to inflict damage, moving in a coordinated and aggressive manner, attempting to break through his defenses and weaken his position in battle. Upon seeing them, the enemies could not fathom where so many undead monsters had come from. They suddenly flooded the battlefield, causing panic and confusion among the enemy forces. The leader urged his subordinates not to fear them and to engage in battle, instilling confidence in them and calling on them to act decisively, not retreating in the face of danger, and maintaining their fighting spirit. Just as they were about to launch a counterattack, a slowing curse took hold of their bodies, drastically reducing their movement speed and hindering any combat actions on the battlefield. The professionals were different from the monsters and most likely could dispel the curse, and the hero understood this, assessing the situation calmly and looking for a way to counteract the dark magic's influence. Therefore, he ordered them to seek help so they wouldn't perish from such an attack, realizing that without support, they might not withstand the enemy's onslaught and would lose their lives. Their rivals, who had believed they were in the lead and had been making grand plans, faltered at that moment, suddenly losing their confidence and control of the situation due to the unexpected turn of events in the battle. Flames engulfed the ground beneath their feet, spreading rapidly and creating a dangerous zone of heat and smoke that forced everyone to retreat. Their leader watched as most of his team perished on the spot, realizing the scale of their defeat and his powerlessness to change anything in this brutal situation. Mutilated and exhausted, they lay on the ground, unconscious after a long battle, too weak to get up or continue fighting. Looking around, the man realized he was alone, so he decided to strike back, resolving to act decisively and not retreat before the enemy, even in a hopeless situation. His attack engulfed the skeletons, momentarily immobilizing them, which gave him a brief advantage to continue the fight. At that moment, the leader realized he couldn't hold back any longer and pulled a small bottle of liquid from his pocket, one he had been saving as a last resort for a turning point in the battle. As a result, the participants had to drink the potion to regain their senses and break free from the curse that had been restricting their movements, gradually restoring their combat effectiveness to continue the fight. The restorative effect took hold immediately on those who had nearly perished in the lands of the dimension, restoring their strength and clarity of mind after the severe impact of the curse and the grueling battle. The battle raged on, gaining momentum and becoming more intense and brutal with every passing minute, as both sides struggled to gain the upper hand. The opponents used group defense to block the necromancer's attacks, coordinating their efforts to create a defensive barrier that held back his magical assaults. The flames directed at them destroyed everything in their path, scorching the surrounding area and forcing the enemies to retreat under the onslaught of the destructive element. Nine analyzed her enemies and saw that they were all level 40, since such techniques were only used after obtaining a second profession, a sign of their experience and combat training. Even the hero himself realized that, since they were able to use props like the professionals did, it was difficult to deal with them. Their tactical advantage made any direct attacks significantly more difficult. If it weren't for the skeletal armor that protected against hidden attacks, his comrades would have remained in danger, as the enemy's unexpected strikes could have inflicted serious damage on them. Summoning even more of his followers, Moyui declared that the enemy must never be spared, insisting on an uncompromising strategy and the complete annihilation of the threat without hesitation. The army immediately rushed at the professionals with even greater force, intensifying the pressure and attempting to break through their defenses with a swift and coordinated attack. It was precisely these skeletons, carrying out their master's orders, that posed the greatest danger, as they acted without fear or hesitation and precisely executed combat commands in battle. Their opponents didn't know what to do to destroy them, since their attacks weren't yielding the expected results, and the situation was growing increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, the leader had not expected the young man to be so strong that he could handle the queen while simultaneously fighting them, demonstrating incredible stamina and combat skill in the battle. The team had no choice but to retreat, as they realized that continuing the battle without regrouping could lead to the complete annihilation of their forces. Moyui, standing next to his girlfriend, looked confident and powerful at the same time, radiating calm and strength, which made his allies feel protected even in the heat of battle. The flame of the soul, his signature technique, appeared in the blink of an eye, blazing with powerful energy all around him, which instantly changed the course of the battle and terrified the enemies. His opponents saw that his attacks were growing stronger and without hesitation decided to flee, realizing that further resistance could lead to their complete annihilation. One of them, caught in the pressure, was sent flying several meters backward, losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground after the powerful blow. The scream that burst from his lips echoed across the battlefield, abruptly cutting off the din of battle and momentarily drawing the attention of everyone present. They realized their situation was hopeless, aware of the students' superiority and their dwindling chances of a successful outcome. The skeletons continued their advance and had no intention of stopping until every enemy was destroyed, ruthlessly carrying out their master's orders as they pressed forward across the battlefield. Drinking the potion each time, the leader wanted to stay alive, trying to regain his strength and hold his ground in battle, despite the constant pressure from the enemy and his own exhaustion. His protective sphere was the only place where he felt safe, as it deflected enemy attacks and gave him a brief respite amid the chaos of battle. No one wanted to pursue the young man, because they knew it was best not to lose sight of a retreating knight to avoid an unexpected counterattack. On the other side of the battlefield, he had more important matters to attend to. He was focusing on the key targets and events that could determine the outcome of the entire battle. The apprentices were approaching the queen, carrying the bodies of their enemies in their arms, slowly making their way across the battlefield and carrying out their master's orders without the slightest hesitation. The elemental barrage was an attack the monsters never ceased for a moment, continuously unleashing devastating blows on their enemies and giving them not a moment's respite. Everything was going according to the young man's plan to ultimately destroy the creature, as he gradually implemented his strategy and controlled the course of the battle without any unnecessary deviations. As the skeletons closed in, Moyui activated his explosion technique, instantly releasing a powerful burst of energy that scattered the enemies and altered the course of the battle. The force of the shockwave lifted the enemies' bodies upward, violently tearing them from the ground and scattering them across the battlefield under the onslaught of the explosive energy. This was exactly what the necromancer was aiming for, to create more space for his flames to erupt, expanding the area of effect and strengthening his control over the battlefield. The queen realized that the young man was worthy of the title of a level 40 professional, as the damage dealt by such an attack was significant enough to force her to acknowledge his high level of combat skill. After analyzing the situation, Moyui ordered his warriors to destroy the creature while they still had the chance, quickly assessing the situation and seeking to end the battle with a decisive blow. Obeying their master, his men rushed into the attack behind him, carrying out the order without hesitation and intensifying the pressure on the enemy to end the battle as quickly as possible. Events unfolded quite rapidly, so he closely monitored every change in circumstances, striving to respond promptly to new challenges and make well-considered decisions. The queen of the kingdom was the most enraged at that moment, as the actions of her courtiers contradicted her orders, which jeopardized the implementation of important state plans. The hero managed to quickly eliminate her, so that there would be no further threat to those around him. After that, the situation stabilized and the danger finally lost its influence. As a result, he obtained items of fairly high quality that could significantly enhance his capabilities. So he decided to save them for future important trials. The team finally completed the trials and received elemental crystals, earning a valuable reward for their efforts, perseverance, and successful overcoming of all difficult obstacles. They decided to leave this area as they no longer had any reason to stay there, and new challenges, journeys, and important tasks awaited them ahead. Most of the skeletons were wounded, so they needed to return to the trial area, where they could gradually recover their strength and prepare for the battles ahead. All of this took place not far from battlefield number 3, and as it happened, Bai's mission still required her to advance her military rank in order to achieve her objectives. Soon they reached the desired location without any obstacles, having successfully completed the entire journey, after which they were able to focus on carrying out the next stage of their mission. Suddenly, an abyss devourer appeared before them, radiating a menacing aura and causing alarm among everyone present, who immediately braced themselves for a possible battle. Its appearance was incredibly terrifying and intimidating, causing even experienced warriors to feel uneasy, and the tension among those present instantly rose to a fever pitch. Moyui had earned too few military points for it, so he decided to continue searching for another demon, a victory over which could bring a much greater reward. Ning knew that they were quite intelligent and hid deep underground, but she was confident that their squad would be able to track down these creatures without much difficulty. Something unknown and extremely powerful was happening in the sky, filling the surrounding space with an alarming tension, and everyone present watched the events unfold warily. The team decided to venture directly into that otherworldly realm, hoping to find answers to important questions and uncover the secrets hidden beyond its boundaries. However, they didn't understand where all the monsters had gone, since there were no signs of their presence on the horizon, which caused the squad to grow increasingly suspicious and anxious. The devil's voice appeared out of nowhere, and judging by everything happening around them, it seemed as though the monster itself had summoned all the monsters, gathering them for an unknown and dangerous purpose. The one who had signaled them sat quietly in ambush, closely watching the unfolding events without revealing his presence, waiting for the best moment to act. Around the warriors who had gathered in a tight group, the ring of enemies gradually closed in, and they found themselves surrounded by monsters ready to attack at any moment. The leader was confident that they would be able to break through, despite the enemy's numerical superiority, for his squad possessed sufficient experience, strength, and determination to do so. But when he saw his opponent, he couldn't hide his bewilderment, for the creature turned out to be far stronger and more dangerous than he could have imagined. The abyssal demon, in the form of a wolf, was quite sturdy and robust. Its mighty figure radiated strength and menace, causing everyone around to be on guard and prepare for battle. Moreover, the enemies wanted to use their distress signal to attract more warriors and thereby strengthen their positions in the upcoming confrontation. It was the first time the young man had seen a monster capable of flight, and the sight deeply impressed him, making him realize that he was facing a far more dangerous opponent than he had expected. For her part, Ning decided that they should find a way to outwit it, using cunning and coordinated tactics to gain the upper hand in the upcoming confrontation. Everything the creature sought came to pass, and more people were arriving in the area, some seeking profit, others becoming unwitting participants in the events unfolding there. However, he didn't understand what a level 26 youth was doing there, since his presence in such a dangerous place seemed almost impossible and raised even more questions. On top of that, he was accompanied by a girl of even lower rank, with fair skin and a graceful appearance, who immediately caught the attention of those around her. Even the knights didn't understand why the hero had come to the battlefield, since he wasn't a professional, and his appearance seemed strange and unpredictable to them. The monsters pounced on them and began deciding whom to destroy first, gradually surrounding the group and creating a sense of imminent danger. There was no point in the girl hiding, since the enemy had already chosen her as its target, and she was forced to focus on defending herself and finding a way out of the dangerous situation. He decided that her screams might signal fear and weakness on the enemy's part, which only strengthened his resolve in battle. Meanwhile, Moyui stood confidently in his place, waiting for his opponent, keeping his composure and ready to engage at any moment. Their powers merged, and then they began to face off against each other, testing the limits of their own abilities in a tense clash. Immediately, the hero bound him with chains to slow his opponent's movements and gain the upper hand in the fight, forcing him to slow down his attack. The demon hadn't expected to be cursed, and this came as a surprise to him, significantly weakening his strength and confidence in battle. The young man's skeletons prepared for battle, forming battle lines, and awaiting the command to launch their attack at the right moment. They closed in on the enemy, intent on destroying him, step by step closing the distance and preparing for the decisive clash. The knights realized this was their best chance to escape the ambush, so they focused all their strength on seizing the moment and breaking out of the encirclement. Without wasting a second, they all charged forward together to break out of the encirclement, cutting through the enemy ranks and seizing every moment to gain their freedom. Catching their breath after the frantic run, they breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they had managed to escape danger and regain some strength. But then, looking back, they realized they were standing still, stunned by what they saw, unable to believe that their retreat had been in vain. It turned out that a spectacle was unfolding ahead, where Moyui was gradually destroying the demon, methodically overwhelming it, and leaving it no chance to counterattack. The demons were unable to resist such a large number of undead, gradually losing ground and forced to retreat under the onslaught of relentless attacks. In the blink of an eye, he destroyed the creature and received items as a reward, after which he carefully assessed his loot and prepared for the next stage of his mission. Moyu turned to them and ordered them to stay back, as he wanted to clear the entire area on his own, not allowing anyone to interfere in his battle. Ning waved her arms, urging everyone to take cover so they could quickly retreat to a safe place and avoid further danger. The warriors still couldn't understand how it was possible to kill the creatures with just a few blows, since such speed and strength seemed almost impossible to them. The area where the corpses lay was a veritable field of power for the necromancer, where he felt complete control over the dead and could easily manipulate their energy. So he activated his explosive technique, channeling the accumulated energy in an instant to deliver a powerful blow to his enemies and turn the tide of battle. In the blink of an eye, everything burst into flames, and the earth began to be cleansed of evil, leaving behind only ashes and silence, which restored control over the territory. From behind, they could hear that everyone there had begun to whisper, and behind each of those present, an ominous hum of voices slowly grew, blending into a single chaotic murmur. Indeed, they could not understand who stood before them or how he fought with such ease. With every strike, he moved so quickly and confidently that even experienced fighters could not keep up with him. Quite quickly, the girl attained the rank of private with 6 stars, and without hesitating for a second, she pressed forward, ignoring fatigue and danger, focusing all her attention solely on her goal. Moyu needed to advance his military rank, and to do so he required far rarer and more powerful artifacts from the demons of the abyss, artifacts that could only be obtained in the most dangerous zones. It was quiet all around when suddenly someone called out to the young man, and that unexpected voice shattered the silence, causing him to whiplash his head around and tense every muscle in his body in anticipation of danger. The knight wanted to thank him for saving them and helping them escape, and mustering what little strength he had left, he slowly approached, trying to find the words that would convey the full depth of his gratitude. However, they themselves could see that this had been a complete disgrace for them as professionals, and each of them silently acknowledged their own helplessness in that situation, which would continue to weigh heavily on their pride and self-respect for a long time to come. The abyss was divided into 3 zones, the upper, middle, and lower levels, and each of these levels differed in terms of danger, the creatures inhabiting them, and the conditions for survival, which grew increasingly harsh the further down they went. The battlefields coincided with the levels of the abyss's entrance. There were many obstacles there, and powerful creatures could not escape, since each level was permeated by ancient seals and barriers that restrained their power and movement outward. Only a few weak ones could slip in unnoticed, but no matter who they were, ordinary professionals were unable to deal with them, since even these insignificant creatures acted cunningly. The demons of the abyss, just like the warriors, had their limits, and the 40th level was considered the turning point beyond which the creatures became incredibly powerful. In the deepest part of the 3rd battlefield, there were several areas bordering the entrance to the abyss, and it was there that one could see the true depth of this place. When the knights finally understood this, they decided not to go even a single step closer to that place and stayed as far away as possible, realizing that any attempt to approach it could cost them their lives. To himself, Muyi knew that this was the very location where one could earn military points, and he clearly understood that the risk there far exceeded that of ordinary missions. However, the potential reward made this place appealing. When he said he wanted to go there, everyone was too alarmed and began exchanging glances, unable to believe that anyone would voluntarily choose such a dangerous course of action. Still, they decided to share all the information they knew, and everyone began recalling details of previous encounters and observations, trying to piece together a complete picture of the danger that lay ahead. Later, the team set off for that very dimension, home to powerful beings, and every step in that space felt like a test of endurance and an opportunity to understand the limits of their own strength in the face of an unknown threat. Along the way, they encountered new teams hunting monsters, and each of them moved in a coordinated and cautious manner, constantly glancing into the darkness, where a dangerous creature could appear at any moment. It seemed they were already quite close to their destination, and this sense of an approaching goal added to the tension while at the same time forcing them to move more cautiously, fearing any unexpected attacks from the darkness. All around them were only majestic mountains, and there wasn't a single ray of light. This oppressive darkness created a sense of complete isolation, as if they had truly found themselves in the very heart of the abyss, where only cold and emptiness reigned. Upon hearing human voices, the monsters immediately opened their eyes, snapping out of their state of waiting and instantly shifting into hunting mode, reacting to the slightest sound as a signal to attack in this dark and dangerous terrain. Ning was afraid of every rustle, pressing closer to her companion, and tried not to fall behind the group, remaining vigilant and constantly glancing back into the darkness where the unknown could appear at any moment. At that very moment, an unknown beast pounced on them from above, and its sudden attack shattered the silence, forcing everyone to scatter instantly and prepare for battle amid total darkness and chaos. The hero immediately realized it was a demon of the abyss, and his instincts instantly warned him of the danger, forcing him to focus on every movement of his opponent and prepare for a swift and brutal clash. His body hit the ground with a dull thud, and the impact kicked up a cloud of dust that momentarily obscured their view and added to the already tense atmosphere around them. Ning thought that given the height from which he had been falling, the creature should have already been dead, and her mind refused to accept the fact that even after such a fall, the enemy remained alive and dangerous. Suddenly, another warrior with a platinum weapon appeared from there, and his arrival immediately changed the atmosphere of the battle, adding a sense of even greater threat and at the same time, hope for those standing nearby. He was 2 levels above the 40th rank, a testament to his skill and experience, allowing him to confidently control the situation even under the most challenging conditions of battle against the dangerous creatures of the abyss. So the very place the students had been searching for so long now lay before them, and the hero would be able to fulfill the monarch's quest by gaining access to rare resources and artifacts. Moreover, he didn't want to let the stranger take all the loot and earn the points, so he kept a close eye on his every move, ready to intervene at any moment. In the time that followed, the companions continued to battle monsters, defeating them and gradually advancing through the dark corridors of the abyss, where every skirmish demanded their utmost concentration. Ning kept up as well, helping the young man, and despite her fear, she found the strength to act decisively, supporting him in battle and covering his flank during the most dangerous moments of the skirmishes. By that time, more than half an hour had passed, and they hadn't encountered a single demon, only creatures that devoured humans, and each such encounter reminded them that even without demons, the abyss remained a deadly place. A strange sound echoed across the area, catching their attention and causing the entire group to stop instantly, listening warily to the darkness, where even the slightest sound could signal the onset of a new threat. Indeed, a hellish spectacle unfolded in the sky, in the form of an otherworldly force, and its appearance instilled a sense of fear and helplessness in everyone who looked up, realizing what was unfolding before them. The hand protruding from the portal could no longer hold its weapon, and was slowly weakening under the pressure of an unknown force bursting forth from the depths of space, a force that was causing even seasoned warriors to retreat in fear. Thus the blade hurtled toward the ground at tremendous speed, slicing through the air and leaving behind a bright trail that for a moment cut through the darkness of the abyss, as if foreshadowing an inevitable blow and destruction. At the sight of what was happening before them, the girl covered her mouth with her hands to keep from screaming in fear and tried to suppress the trembling of her body, while her eyes, filled with horror, watched the unfolding events that surpassed all her wildest imaginings. None of them could understand how a top-tier professional had perished so quickly, and this event sent a deep shock through everyone present, causing them to doubt the limits of their own abilities. As a result, the team agreed to be even more cautious and to act as cohesively and carefully as possible in the future, to avoid repeating tragic mistakes and increase their chances of survival. That strange portal continued to appear in the sky, and its erratic flickering created a sense of constant threat, forcing everyone to watch it closely in anticipation of another outpouring of an unknown force. A high-level demon then emerged from it, possessing the abilities of that very shadow, and its appearance instantly changed the course of events, filling everyone present with a bone-chilling fear. Moy, upon seeing its stats, immediately understood why the warrior had perished so quickly, and the realization of this disparity in power forced him to assess the enemy's every move even more carefully. The creature mocked the fact that a 26th-level student had come to them seeking death, and its voice, full of contempt, rang out, underscoring the imbalance of power and the hopelessness of the situation. In the monster's view, there was nowhere to hide, and they could quickly deal with him. Confident in their superiority, they were already imagining how easily they would break their opponent's resistance and end the fight in a matter of moments. That is precisely why they began to close in faster, their movements growing increasingly decisive and aggressive, as if they were trying to close the distance before their opponent had time to fully deploy his strength. The young men could not fathom what kind of monsters stood before them, and their fear only intensified with the realization of complete uncertainty and the fact that no prior knowledge helped them understand the nature of these creatures. In response, Moyui said he refused to fight an entire army when there were only 2 of them on the team, and his words sounded firm and measured, underscoring his awareness of the true balance of power. So he summoned his army of skeletons to his aid, and bony warriors began to rise from the darkness, obeying his will and forming a living shield around him, ready for immediate battle against any enemy. The shadow in the sky continued to hurl insults, thinking they were nothing more than insignificant flies, and its voice, full of arrogance, echoed across the battlefield, causing tension among those present. Aiming his chains at them, the necromancer declared that it would not be so easy to escape him, and his words were accompanied by dark energy that rapidly spread out around him. The demons hadn't expected the curse or that the undead would attack them relentlessly, and their confidence quickly gave way to confusion as waves of bone warriors kept surging toward them. The demon's shadow magic was restricted by an ancient curse that gradually weakened his powers and prevented him from fully unleashing his true potential. The young man, along with his skeletons who had reached the 26th level of mastery, managed to outwit the dangerous enemy and lure him into a deadly trap. Physical damage was reduced by nearly half, so his minions were unable to quickly defeat the dangerous opponent and lost their advantage during the battle. The necromancer carefully analyzed the course of the grueling battle and concluded that it was extremely difficult to completely destroy a demon of such a high level. In that case, he decided without hesitation to summon mighty skeleton mages to his aid, capable of strengthening the attack and turning the tide of the dangerous battle. He understood perfectly well that to finally end the grueling battle, he would need to cast yet another extremely powerful spell. The enemy categorically refused to surrender even after sustaining numerous wounds, so he stubbornly continued to fight to the very end, never losing his resolve. The chains tightly wrapped around the body of darkness completely restrained his every movement and left him not the slightest chance to break free or continue the fight. For their part, the skeletons, without the slightest hesitation, continued to carry out their master's orders and relentlessly attack the enemy, despite the mortal danger. In the demon's view, such spells could not possibly cause him any serious harm, so he continued to act with extreme confidence. The battle between them resumed with renewed intensity and lasted an exceptionally long time, as neither side was willing to yield. The young man's energy surged through the air, vividly demonstrating his incredible strength and striking fear even into the hearts of experienced enemies. Using certain techniques, the young man managed to inflict significant damage on his opponent, gradually sapping his strength and turning the tide of the protracted battle. An ominous shadow creature continued to loom over the battlefield, its terrifying appearance striking fear into even the most seasoned warriors. In the violet glow of chaos, the ghostly silhouette slowly rose above the warriors, creating an eerie atmosphere of constant danger around itself. The young man's followers split into several separate groups and gradually cleared the area where a fierce and grueling battle had taken place just moments before. They mercilessly destroyed the demon's minions and taunted him, pointedly holding the bodies of their defeated enemies right on the blood-stained blade of their swords. 9 said that the little imps were extremely difficult to kill, and this grueling confrontation had drained a great deal of her strength. Seeing how rapidly the situation on the battlefield was unfolding, the demon grew even more enraged and sought to wipe out the entire human race once and for all. Moyu decided to toss the bodies of his subordinates toward the mountain, as if deliberately sending them back to fully enrage his dangerous opponent. However, the plan was to reach him by any means necessary and then use devastating explosive techniques to deliver the final blow. This was exactly how the team could finally eliminate their dangerous enemies and successfully complete an extremely difficult and grueling mission. A powerful flash suddenly thundered overhead, sending burning tongues of flame crashing down onto the ground and causing utter chaos all around. By slaying the abyssal demon, the comrades gained invaluable combat experience, as well as a rare crystal that radiated powerful dark energy. The girl looked closely at her military rank and was pleasantly surprised to see that she had been officially promoted to second lieutenant. Confident that her grandfather would certainly have been delighted by such remarkable results, the student smiled sincerely, feeling genuine pride in herself. After everything she'd been through, she still needed to earn another 10,000 combat merits to be eligible for a promotion. Not far from them was a rather interesting and mysterious location, so without a moment's hesitation, they decided to head there immediately. In the city center, where the emperor's chambers were located, tense conversations could be heard as those present sought to determine the true limits of Moyu's power. Vast dungeons, such as the Tirana Desert and other dangerous dimensions, could not stop him. On the contrary, they allowed him to earn even more combat points. Therefore, Monarch Bai was completely certain that not even the secret realm of the elements could stop such a powerful and dangerous warrior. Anwen knew that the queen's attributes were on par with those of 40th rank demons, but the main problem was that no one knew just how strong the student's skills were. In the leader's opinion, it was extremely beneficial to suffer defeats from time to time, since only then could a person discover their own limits. Furthermore, the Hall of Heroes mark still rested upon the student, so even in the most dangerous situation, he could not perish completely. He also added that he had personally ordered the student to go to the edge of the abyss to slay demons, level up, and become even stronger. Upon hearing this crucial information, Anwen suddenly realized that the emperor had completely overlooked one extremely important and dangerous detail. Namely, that Tyran's precious granddaughter was with the student Moyu, and unlike him, she did not have the protective mark of the Hall of Heroes. Therefore, if the girl were to die during this dangerous mission, a divine-level expert wouldn't even bother to take his status as emperor into account and would immediately destroy him. At that very moment, the very person they had just been discussing suddenly appeared before them and with obvious interest inquired about the topic of their conversation. Approaching the monarch, Tyran sternly asked where exactly he had sent his ward to carry out such a dangerous and risky task. The man himself understood perfectly well that Ning must be all right, since he had previously cast a powerful spell on her that reliably protected her soul. Together, they continued to sit at the large table, actively debating various topics and voicing their own thoughts and grievances. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss, the squad finally reached the edge of battlefield number 3, where an extremely tense and dangerous atmosphere reigned. It was there that the demons gathered, demons who could secretly make their way into the forbidden territory, remaining unnoticed by most of the warriors and border defenders. There were an enormous number of them, and their leaders, soaring high on mighty wings, were genuinely delighted to have made it into the world of humans. The monsters considered themselves the very embodiment of evil and shouted loudly for the inhabitants to prepare to face their inevitable and brutal deaths. Suddenly, a powerful attack completely halted their rapid advance and significantly reduced the numbers of the enormous army of enemy creatures. The monsters tried to figure out who exactly had managed to slip past them unnoticed and, most importantly, how the enemy had managed to set up such a dangerous ambush. 3 ferocious, beast-like monsters were desperately struggling against their magical bonds, trying to break free and shatter the restraining spell that was limiting their movements and power. Meanwhile, the skeletons were closing in on them to crush any resistance and destroy anyone standing in their way, preparing to strike as they sensed the enemy in the darkness of the dungeon. Fighting desperately to break free from the ambush, they tried to figure out exactly how all this had happened and who had planned the attack in the darkness, sensing the danger all around them and reacting instantly to any movement. The weapons the skeletons held in their hands changed color, bearing witness to the hellish battle unfolding around them in the dark depths of the ancient dungeon amid the gloom of combat. The enemy sustained fatal injuries, falling one after another in the maelstrom of a brutal battle, where not a single blow left any chance of survival amid the chaos. The slain monsters lay on the ground, awaiting the moment when their mutilated bodies would finally vanish into the darkness of the dungeon amid the silence following the brutal battle. As always, the hero's plan was to rid the land of evil, destroying any manifestations of dark forces and restoring order to the ravaged lands. By slaying the demons of the abyss, he earned quite generous rewards, which affirmed his strength and brought him recognition among those who followed his exploits. The temporal passage between the abyss and the human world was a perfect place to earn military merits, for battles with dangerous creatures were constantly taking place there, and new opportunities for warriors were constantly opening up. As he analyzed and surveyed the area, he noticed that another demon was on the way, slowly approaching through the darkness and preparing for another brutal battle. Without waiting for them to get closer, he decided to destroy them with his technique, instantly unleashing a devastating flame that engulfed the surrounding area. In the minutes that followed, everything continued in the same vein. The relentless battle showed no signs of abating, and every moment brought new bursts of energy and fresh waves of attacks from both sides. A yellow glow engulfed the area, eliciting a pleasant surprise from his comrades, which quickly gave way to a sense of hope and confidence in future victory. It turned out that thanks to this effect, their battle rewards had increased by nearly 3,000, an unexpected result of the victory that boosted morale. This meant there were a great many demons at the entrance attempting to penetrate the dimension, posing a constant threat and heightening the tension among the defenders. In the maelstrom of red energy poles, predatory creatures with blazing eyes growled and struggled against their confinement, trying to break free from their magical bonds in unceasing agony and fury. Ning was delighted that they could earn so many rewards by leveling up, since every victory made them stronger and brought them closer to new possibilities in battle. Meanwhile, her companion decided they needed to destroy even more demons. But first they should wait until they gathered in a group, so they could deliver a single crushing blow and reduce their chances of escape. The enraged monsters found themselves trapped in mystical bonds, but their thirst for freedom drove them to fight desperately, struggling to break free from the spell in frantic attempts to shatter the restraining magic. At that moment, the young man realized it was time to act. Sensing the tension of the battle, he decided to intervene immediately to turn the tide of the battle in his favor, making his final decision. The situation resembled the moment before a catastrophe, when the restrained monsters were on the verge of breaking free but were destroyed at the last second, denied any chance of escaping their magical captivity. The intense battle between magical power and fury froze in an instant, with everything happening simultaneously, creating a sense of chaos that tore through space and time around the battlefield. As a result, Moyu earned nearly 9,000 combat merits, while his friend earned 1,000 fewer, reflecting the difference in their contributions during the fierce battle. They continued to stand at the edge of the abyss, pondering their next move, assessing the danger, and preparing for their next decisive actions in this unstable place. A pulsating purple glow enveloped the battlefield, giving the impression that an ancient power was slowly awakening amid the ruins and altering the very atmosphere around them. The comrades were lost in their thoughts, striving to rise to the level of a single star, seeking to strengthen their powers and prove their worth in future battles. The protagonist froze in surprise as he watched someone emerge from the portal, slowly stepping out of the rift in space and drawing the attention of everyone present on the battlefield. Fortunately, their skeletal armor saved them, shielding them from the attack, withstanding the powerful blow, and preserving their lives at the decisive moment of the battle. Amid a whirlwind of supernatural power, a mysterious creature took shape, radiating an eerie yet majestic aura as it slowly tore through space and altered reality itself around it. Its sound, reverberating throughout the entire dimension, seemed to tear the students' heads apart from the inside, causing them to lose their bearings and experience unbearable pressure in their minds. All around, people were saying that the monster sought to destroy the necromancer, filling the air with echoes of menace and the inevitable clash between the forces of darkness. The dark creature's attack began immediately, turning the battlefield into utter chaos, where magic and destruction merged into a ceaseless maelstrom of devastating power. The protagonist watched in shock as the enemies intensified their assault on his allies, forcing them to retreat under a barrage of blows and lose ground in the battle. Amid flashes of energy and the roar of attacks, Moyu realized he couldn't handle this alone, recognizing the enemy's superiority and the need to rethink his battle tactics. His skeletal armor was destroyed in a matter of seconds, unable to withstand the enemy's powerful strike, which pierced its defenses and opened the way for a new wave of attacks. The attacks reached their peak as new waves burst forth from the mysterious portal, destroying everything in their path and turning the battlefield into a sea of ruin. The number of skeletons dwindled in a matter of seconds, as the enemy's relentless strikes quickly thinned their ranks, leaving them no chance to regroup. Faced with such a dangerous situation, the young man's mind was working twice as fast, devising various ideas to find a way out of the critical situation and turn the tide of battle. The girl stood to the side at a loss, not knowing how to help her comrade, watching the chaos of the battle and looking for an opportunity to intervene at the decisive moment. Over the next minute, the skeleton army suffered defeat, gradually losing ground under the enemy's relentless onslaught, which left them no chance at all. Deciding to act immediately to protect himself and his friend, the hero triggered an explosion, instantly releasing the stored energy, which knocked the enemies back and created space for a retreat. Amid the chaos and destruction, the necromancer fended off the attacks of the monsters trying to surround him, holding his ground and preventing the enemies from closing in on him. It seemed he had made the right choice, and the passage could no longer be sustained, for its instability was growing and threatened to cause a complete rupture in space. The demon of the abyss screamed that he would never let the young man go until he had destroyed him, filling the air with rage and threats as he prepared for his final blow. The hero also planned to kill the creature, as he considered this to align with his main objective. After all, he saw it as the only way to end the battle. Smiling as a final gesture, he bid farewell to the demon, promising to meet again in the future, as if confidently accepting the inevitability of their next clash. The dark figure, which had appeared against the backdrop of the glowing portal, dissolved into thin air at that moment, gradually vanishing along with the fading light of the interdimensional passage. The sinister dimension closed in the middle of the battlefield, carrying away the monsters who gradually vanished into the vortex of the spatial rift, along with the last flashes of dark energy. The crimson whirlwind of energy that had served as a portal vanished completely, leaving behind only emptiness and silence on the battlefield where a fierce battle had just raged. To reassure his friend, Moyui said that everything was fine. He just lost a few skeletons while trying to relieve the tension after the fierce battle. Deep down, he knew that one day he would have to face the Fire Demon King in the abyss. He was aware of the inevitability of this clash and was preparing for it in advance. The companions pressed further into the dimension, carefully studying its features, gathering new data, observing the changes around them, and trying to understand its nature. Battlefield Replica Number 3 had a difficulty level of 30, so the participants proceeded with great caution, carefully planning each step and preparing for dangerous trials. Glancing around, the young man wondered what the convergence of the three forces would actually look like, what consequences it would bring, and what changes it might cause in the surrounding space. The system reported that passing the trial required assembling a team of 4 people, whereas the hellish difficulty level required at least 12 participants. The skeletons had fully recovered, and there were many high-level professionals nearby, so there was no need to worry about a possible sudden enemy attack. The group decided to press on to continue exploring the area, check out new routes, and gather more useful information about their surroundings. However, they were suddenly stopped by a knight who urgently warned them of danger ahead, cautioned them against rash actions, and advised them to immediately reconsider their route. The monsters inside turned out to be extremely strong and dangerous opponents, so to successfully complete the challenge, they needed to find a much better and more experienced team. Moyu thanked him for his concern and sincere warning, but assured him there was no need to worry about them, as they were well prepared and ready for any difficulties. Some, upon seeing their military ranks and combat experience, immediately realized that they had already managed to defeat many dangerous creatures during numerous battles and campaigns. Not everyone agreed with this view, so a lively discussion quickly broke out among those present, during which everyone tried to prove the validity of their own position. Ignoring everyone and paying no heed to the numerous warnings from those around them, they confidently pressed on and eventually reached their destination without further delay. A scene unfolded before them, formed by the complex intersection of 3 powerful forces that had merged into one, creating an unusual space governed by its own laws. Of course, after analyzing everything they had seen and comparing the data they had gathered, the companions were deeply shaken by the facts that had come to light, for reality turned out to be far more complex than they had previously imagined. Below, beneath the cliff, a full-scale war had broken out, where numerous units were constantly engaged in fierce skirmishes, and the roar of battle echoed far and wide throughout the surrounding area. Something was wrong there, and the necromancer quickly realized that all the figures involved in the events below were in fact merely shadows created by an unknown force. The fiery sky above them was torn apart by bright beams of light that pierced the thick darkness, illuminating the surrounding space and creating a spectacle that was both majestic and unsettling. Hundreds of small figures had gathered on the battlefield, forming numerous squads that moved swiftly between positions and prepared for the next phase of the fierce confrontation. A magnificent glow appeared on the horizon, accompanied by powerful explosions, and knights could be seen fighting desperately against one another amid the chaos of the great battle. The forbidden curse of a natural disaster rippled through the air, filling the space with destructive energy that made the earth tremble, while a menacing and oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. Golden streams of light continued to cut through the dark space above the earth, slicing through the gloom and creating intricate patterns that gradually transformed the appearance of the entire surrounding sky. The atmosphere was terrifying and reminiscent of the utter chaos of war, where despair, screams, and the ceaseless clash of forces reigned, destroying everything around them without any order. A monster appeared amid the ruins, displaying a power that made even seasoned warriors tremble and created a sense of imminent danger all around. The leader of the monsters stood on high ground, calmly observing the destructive battle below, assessing the course of events, and waiting for the right moment to intervene. A dark figure loomed over the battlefield, radiating a powerful force that pierced the air and caused everything around it to freeze in tense anticipation. The lighting effects created a sense of danger and inevitability, as if space itself were warning of the approaching decisive moment that would change the course of all events. Her comrades shielded their eyes from the blinding light, trying to preserve their vision and balance as bright flashes filled the surroundings, leaving no shadows. Ning couldn't make head or tail of what was happening before them, watching in bewilderment as the chaotic events unfolded at breakneck speed, defying any logical explanation. However, when she opened her eyes, she saw that everyone who had been present and had begun the battle had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only empty space and silence. Most likely, these were primordial elements that had existed even before the battle itself and had manifested as unstable fragments of the primordial force in this space. Curses clashed, the elements ravaged the entire land, and this was that very war from ancient times, when the world was plunged into the chaos of primordial forces and was nearly destroyed. Moyu was concerned that what they had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg, and that the real threat remained hidden and could turn out to be far more vast and dangerous. As they moved on, they saw darkness completely enveloping everything around them, swallowing the light and creating a sense of a deep, almost living void. It was impossible to make out anything, for the thick darkness completely obscured the area, and such a powerful and cold aura instilled intense fear and tension in everyone present. Immediately, to protect himself and the girl, the young man summoned skeletons, which instantly appeared beside them and formed a protective barrier around them. All of this was for good reason, for a 34th level demonic wolf was charging toward them, radiating a furious aura and tearing through the darkness with its swift, merciless onslaught. The monster charged at them at breakneck speed, cleaving through the darkness with its roar and making the air around them tremble with its destructive power. Magical strikes left glowing trails amid the billowing smoke, cutting through the darkness with bright flashes and gradually illuminating the chaotic battlefield. The monster's deadly energy raged through the air and was felt all too strongly, compressing the space around it and forcing all living things to instinctively retreat from the source of the threat. As he attacked it, the hero couldn't understand why it hadn't died after all. Every blow seemed fatal, but the enemy continued to stand, as if feeling no harm at all. Its defense and strength had grown more powerful, so now it took much more effort to break through its defenses and achieve even the slightest result in battle. After some time, he finally managed to destroy the demonic wolf, wearing it down with a prolonged battle and finding a weak spot in its defenses. There was no corpse, so it became clear that the monster had been created from the energy of the abyss, which upon its destruction dissipated into space, leaving no physical remains. His companion realized that he couldn't use his explosive techniques there, since the space was unstable and any such use of force could lead to even greater destruction. It was still dark all around, so visibility remained minimal, and they had to take each step carefully, relying more on their senses than on their eyesight. Ning was part of the team, so she used her skills to better navigate the darkness, detect hidden threats, and help her comrades move forward safely. The Night Spirit Slayer could detect monsters and see in the dark using her heightened senses and special abilities, which allowed her to navigate even in complete darkness. After a while, a new monster appeared on their territory. It was entangled in chains and moved forward slowly, radiating a menacing, restrained power. The skeletons fought side by side with the young men against the enemy, forming a single line of defense and holding back the monster's onslaught with coordinated actions. Having chosen the Hell difficulty level, they couldn't understand why it was so easy to destroy the creatures. After all, the expected difficulty didn't match the opponent's actual strength and aroused suspicion. The students' levels rose as the trial progressed, gradually demonstrating growth in knowledge and skills as they completed tasks, allowing them to achieve better results. The young man was at level 27 and had fairly good metrics. During his training, he consistently improved his results, mastered new skills, and demonstrated progress in completing tasks. Something was clearly wrong, and they could feel it with every fiber of their being, noticing strange changes in the atmosphere and the behavior of the space around them, and experiencing anxiety and tension. The energy of the abyss spread throughout the entire location and gradually engulfed every corner of it, altering the perception of space and creating intense pressure in the air. After their monster was defeated, some of the energy was absorbed by someone, leaving behind a strange trail in space and a sense of instability all around. Before them stood a rather strange statue, which was absorbing the energy, slowly accumulating it within itself, and radiating a cold, unnatural, anomalous aura. It seemed that once the entire process was complete, chaos would ensue, engulfing everything around them and shattering the familiar order and stability of the world. The companions looked around intently to ensure no one could attack them, carefully tracking every movement in the darkness and preparing for a possible battle. The hero, without his pets, was reluctant to set foot on this land, carefully weighing each step, aware of the danger and hesitant to move forward without their support and protection. Only then did the students slowly decide to approach the statue to get a better look at it, cautiously closing the distance and trying to understand the nature of the strange artifact. It was almost exactly like the boss from the Outpost copy, which radiated a familiar yet distorted power, forcing everyone to warily assess its capabilities. The King of Leopards was several times larger than a human, his stats were incredible, and his strength, speed, and endurance surpassed any known limits. Opening its jaws, it let out a vicious roar, signaling an attack that echoed throughout the area, forcing everyone to brace for battle. Without hesitation, he immediately attacked the students to drive out those who had trespassed onto his territory, charging forward with incredible force and fury. Fortunately, the young man's armor could protect them both, absorbing the blows and reducing the damage, which allowed them to hold their ground against the enemy's onslaught. The enemy's speed was immense, and the hero was trying to figure out what to do, searching for the right solution amid the opponent's swift and dangerous attack. Before using his technique, the young man asked the girl to step aside so she wouldn't be caught in the blow and could avoid potentially serious injuries. The monster leader advanced, striking fear into the warriors, who felt his pressure and immense power, which crushed their will to resist. However, the outpost guard was defending his master and possessed excellent skills, confidently fending off the enemy's attacks and demonstrating great combat mastery in every movement. The first thing the necromancer wanted to do was to slow down his opponent, using dark magic to restrict his movements and control the space around him. The battle raged ever more fiercely, gaining momentum and turning into a chaotic clash of forces where every strike and every movement was crucial to the outcome. For a time, the outpost guardian was unable to assist the Leopard King's boss, finding himself under intense pressure from the battle and forced to focus on his own survival. Seeing a purple light emanating from the creature, the hero grew wary, sensing danger and bracing himself for a possible sudden and unpredictable turn of events. Suddenly, the young man realized what this meant and stood there bewildered, trying to make sense of what he had seen and find the right solution to this dangerous situation. He immediately summoned all his skeletons, ordering them to quickly gather around him for protection and to prepare for the coming battle. The giant beast with golden spikes roared furiously, finding itself in the center of a fierce battle, tearing through the air with its voice and sending waves of fear rippling out around it. The monsters charged forward, bringing a wave of destruction with them and forcing the enemy to retreat, breaking through the defenses and sowing chaos on the battlefield. On that occasion, he was replaced by an outpost guard who held back the monsters and prevented the skeletons from escaping, maintaining control of the situation and defending the perimeter. A crimson flash of energy cuts through the battlefield, enveloping everything around it in a dangerous glow that warps space and causes enemies to lose their balance and sense of direction. A giant monster roared, baring its sharp fangs and displaying incredible strength that could be felt in every movement, causing the ground to tremble beneath their feet. A spontaneous explosion thundered across the entire area, scattering debris and waves of energy that distorted the surrounding space and forced everyone to retreat. In shock, the young man watched everything unfold, unable to believe his own eyes and trying to make sense of the rapid chaos of the battle around him. In the blink of an eye, the monster shrank in size, rapidly losing mass and dimensions, as if its power had been instantly compressed by an unknown energy. The king was not a monster of the abyss, and as long as his energy was depleted, there was a chance to destroy him. So the warriors immediately exploited this critical weakness. Bright visual effects created a sense of speed and a crushing, powerful attack that tore through the space around it, leaving a trail of energy and destruction in its wake. The battlefield was filled with energy that spread to everyone, permeating every participant and altering the very atmosphere of the battle. The elemental strike was directed straight at the enemy, piercing through space and striking the target with immense force, forcing it to retreat. Debris flew in all directions, bearing witness to the power of the recent clash, which left behind ruins and a sense of massive, destructive energy. Everything was unclear, and the necromancer waited for the battle to end, intently observing the battlefield and assessing his next moves. A violet-black glow, the creature's energy began to pour out of it, gradually spreading around and warping space with its heavy aura. In this way, Moyu managed to destroy the monsters and receive the Staff of the Elements as a reward, ending the battle in victory and acquiring a powerful artifact for his future adventures. Looking around, he expected that this was the end, listening to the silence and trying to make sure that the threat had truly vanished. Everything had unfolded, not as it should have, but much more easily than usual, causing him to warily search for the hidden reason behind such unusual simplicity. Nine turned to her companion and asked him to look up at the sky, where something strange was happening, something that caught their attention and stirred a sense of foreboding. A radiant figure loomed in the sky, radiating immense magical power that spread through the air and altered the atmosphere beneath it. A majestic man held a staff in his hands, yet he did nothing, remaining motionless as if observing the events from above. Later, the stranger's words echoed in the young man's mind, calling him to come, as if penetrating his thoughts and intensifying his sense of unease. He asked the girl to wait for him in a safe place, decided to act on his own, gathering his strength and preparing for a risky move. He had to climb toward the sky up a spiral staircase that wound upward, disappearing into the heights and creating a sense of endless ascent. Streams of light seemed to connect the earth and the sky in a single magical ritual, forming a radiant network of energy that pulsed through the air and transformed the very space around them. Despair appeared on the stranger's face the moment the young man approached, and he begged him to kill him, as if that were the only way to end his suffering. Confused, he kept repeating the same phrase, as if trying to find an answer in it, even though everything around him was changing and those he was speaking to had long since stopped understanding his words. Moreover, he held a weapon in his hand that served no purpose and did nothing to change the situation, yet he stubbornly refused to let it go, pinning vain hopes on it and counting on it to be of at least some use. The supreme mage of the elements, that was the stranger ahead, standing calmly and confidently, radiating an unfathomable power that compelled everyone around him to treat him with caution and respect. If he failed to fulfill the stranger's request, he might perish himself, for the consequences of disobedience could prove extremely dangerous and lead to events that no one would be able to correct or stop. The hero continued to stand before him, listening intently, not daring to interrupt a single word, as he understood the importance of the conversation and tried not to miss a single significant detail. The sudden attack was directed at him so quickly and unexpectedly that he barely had time to realize the danger that was rapidly approaching and threatening his life and future plans. As it turned out, it was a hell-level demon in human form who masterfully concealed his true nature, which is why no one had even suspected his dangerous nature and hidden power for a long time. The skeletons were ready for battle, taking up advantageous positions and keeping their eyes fixed on the enemy, waiting for the moment when they would have to immediately engage in a fierce confrontation. In the blink of an eye, one of them was destroyed by a powerful blow from an unknown force that swept across the battlefield so swiftly that no one had time to figure out exactly where it had come from. The hero was completely caught off guard and immediately shielded his body with his armor, trying to protect himself from new attacks that could strike him at any moment from an unknown direction. Standing before him was a true mage, possessing 40,000 units of power, a force so awe-inspiring that it made every witness acutely aware of the incredible danger posed by such an opponent. It would take far more effort to destroy him, for the enemy possessed extraordinary endurance, powerful defenses, and a vast reserve of energy, allowing him to hold out in battle for a long time. The mage stood before them, hovering in the air and radiating a powerful energy that rippled out in waves around him, causing everyone present to feel anxiety and undisguised fear. His staff glowed with a bright light, signaling the activation of a powerful spell whose energy rapidly accumulated around him and created a sense of imminent danger for everyone nearby. A magical shield protected his body, reliably blocking enemy attacks and significantly weakening their force, allowing him to feel confident even in the heat of a dangerous battle. The skill was very powerful, and Moyu knew this well, so he did not allow himself to underestimate his opponent, closely watching his every move and preparing for any possible turn of events. It was in a league of its own compared to the knight's previous armor, surpassing it in strength, stability, and the ability to withstand devastating attacks capable of destroying ordinary defenses. Among his techniques was one that could completely ignore the opponent's shield, penetrating the defense without any hindrance, and delivering a direct strike to the target regardless of the level of defense. The flame of the soul was directed toward the creature, rapidly cleaving through the space before it and carrying a destructive force capable of inflicting serious damage, even on an extremely powerful enemy. The mage hadn't expected this from the student and panicked for a moment, losing his usual confidence and control over the situation, as the attack's power far exceeded his expectations. His gaze fixed intently on the young man, studying his every movement and intention, as if trying to anticipate his next moves and find the slightest weakness in his behavior. For several minutes he didn't take his eyes off him, closely watching every movement and change in facial expression, as if trying to unravel his true intentions and hidden capabilities. And then he declared once more that only by killing him could one obtain answers, emphasizing the uncompromising nature of his terms and leaving his opponents with only one brutal path to the truth. All the techniques merged into a single powerful force, reinforced by 5 thunderclaps that tore through the sky and amplified the attack's destructive effect, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Streams of blue and gold energy formed a powerful magical explosion that tore through the surrounding space and radiated a blinding light capable of destroying everything in its path within the blast radius. Bright waves of power created the effect of a grand confrontation, filling the surrounding space with bursts of energy and causing the ground to tremble under the pressure of 2 extraordinarily powerful forces. All the skeletons charged at the enemy simultaneously, moving in unison and without hesitation, attempting to surround him on all sides and overwhelm him with their numerical superiority and relentless attacks. A powerful burst of dark magic engulfed the battlefield, slowly expanding and consuming the monsters one by one, leaving behind only emptiness and a sense of cold, destructive power. Then the violet energy exploded, sweeping away everything in its path, shattering the ground and the surrounding space, leaving behind a devastated battlefield and a sense of an unimaginable magical catastrophe. The silent skill was directed at the skeleton mage, instantly enveloping his space with an overwhelming force that blocked any spells and prevented him from using magic. It had been designed specifically to contain such creatures, completely restricting their abilities and preventing them from using any magical techniques during combat. The mage did not stop and continued to attack, ignoring all restrictions and the pressure of the skills, resolutely advancing forward and intensifying his attacks with every passing second of the battle. The skeletons were swept up by gusts of wind that prevented them from moving, holding them firmly in place and disrupting their coordination, causing their attack to lose its cohesion and power. The mage's techniques could only break the mind control, but they were ineffective against the wind, so they had no effect on the element, which continued to restrict movement and alter the course of the battle. Consequently, the necromancer could rely only on himself, and for the first time fought such a powerful monster alone, fully aware of the gravity of the situation and forced to depend solely on his own strength and experience. The young man's magical strikes, which burst forth from him, left deep marks on the ground, shattering the earth and cleaving the space around him, demonstrating his growing power in the heat of battle. Fortunately, the flame of the soul technique ignored the magical shield, penetrating the defenses unhindered and dealing direct damage to the target, which made it particularly dangerous in this fight. As a result, the enemy ahead was left unprotected and took a blow that struck his body directly, causing him to lose his balance and feel the devastating force of the attack that had breached his defenses. Pondering his next move, he activated a meteor shower, raising his energy to the limit and channeling it into the sky, from which burning debris began to fall, blanketing the battlefield with crushing force. The tongues of flame approached the hero and were truly spectacular, enveloping the surrounding space in blinding heat and causing the air to tremble from their destructive and relentless force. Everything seemed far more powerful than his previous techniques, for every strike and every wave of energy possessed significantly greater destructive force, altering the very atmosphere of the battle. Pondering his next move, the young man decided to use his skeletal armor several times, layering it repeatedly to bolster his defense and trying to withstand the relentless pressure of the enemy's attacks. The raging whirlwind of magic resembled a hellish confrontation in which the elements clashed with incredible force, tearing apart space and creating a sense of chaos and destructive harmony at the same time. But Moyu had his own defense, which reliably protected him by creating a stable energy barrier around his body that withstood the blows and reduced the damage from the enemy's techniques. The mage decided to cast the silence skill on him, just as he had done earlier with the skeletons, attempting to completely block his ability to use magic and turn the tide of battle in his favor. But such attacks proved completely useless against the armor, as it completely absorbed and dissipated the skill's effect, preventing it from dealing any significant damage or affecting the armor's defense. Meanwhile, Moyui simply stood within the sphere, restoring his spiritual power and calmly gathering energy inside his protective barrier as he prepared for the next phase of the battle. After gathering his thoughts, he decided to see which of them could hold out until the end, carefully assessing each opponent to determine who would withstand the pressure and not crumble in the maelstrom of battle. Magical energy spread across the battlefield like liquid flame and an icy torrent, mixing into a chaotic whirlpool of the elements that transformed the surrounding space and affected every participant in the battle. With a single wave, it swept away the enemy, leaving not a trace behind, completely obliterating his existence in a powerful burst of energy that cleared the surrounding space. Only the final screams echoed across the terrain, shattering the silence of battle and slowly fading into the air. While the field remained desolate in the wake of the destructive wave of power, it seemed as though the necromancer had once again defeated the monster, standing in the middle of the devastated battlefield and watching as the last traces of the battle slowly faded into the silence following the clash. Chains of energy wrapped around the mage's body, restricting his movements, slowly compressing the space around him on the battlefield, and gradually depleting his magical reserves. They dug into his body until they dissolved him. The magical energy tore through his defenses and gradually erased his existence into the darkness of the battlefield, vanishing completely without a trace. For destroying the creature, the hero received worthy rewards, which were presented to him in recognition of his strength and determination after a grueling battle on the brink of life and death. Having crumbled into tiny pieces, Moyui stood alone on the battlefield, observing the silence that followed the battle, where just moments ago a fierce magical clash had raged between the forces of light and darkness. Before him appeared the items he had received after the battle, which slowly materialized in the air as a reward for his victory over the enemy and a testament to his power among mages. They were quite rare and all of high grade, emitting a faint magical glow that attested to their exceptional value and the power earned after a grueling battle. Ning saw that it was all over and ran up to her companion, peering anxiously at the battlefield, where a deadly magical clash had raged and chaos had reigned just moments ago. She couldn't begin to understand what had happened earlier, for the events of the battle had unfolded too quickly and were too confusing, leaving only fragments of magical chaos and darkness in her mind. The staff of divine flame appeared quite unexpectedly in that spot, radiating a bright glow that cut through the darkness and made the air around it tremble with magical power. Moyu didn't know what was so unusual about this object, but he sensed its hidden power, which pulsed silently within the staff and hinted at the artifact's ancient origins. In the information field, the girl familiarized herself with this weapon, carefully studying its properties and history of origin, trying to understand its true power and potential in future battles. The Staff of Divine Flame was once the exclusive weapon of a fire mage who had mastered the element of fire and left behind legends of devastating power capable of reducing entire armies to ashes. It seems that during the Great Battle, the master vanished along with the weapon, leaving behind only legends and mysteries about his fate and that of the mighty artifact. When the girl touched the object, something burned her hand, and the sharp pain made her pull her hand back, feeling the artifact's residual flame awaken for a moment. The weapon instantly glowed, radiating a bright light that spread out in blinding waves of energy, causing the air to tremble and resonate with the awakening of an ancient magical power. An unknown man appeared before them like a shadow from the void, and his presence instantly filled the space with tension and a sense of hidden danger. On guard, the young man activated his armor to protect himself and his girlfriend, and an energy shield instantly formed around his body, ready to repel any sudden enemy attack. Xu Yan was the master they had spoken of earlier, a figure shrouded in legend whose power had once altered the course of great magical battles in ancient times. In shock, the students watched him, unable to believe their eyes, for standing before them was a figure they had only heard of in legends and ancient records. When Ning mentioned him, he looked at her in surprise, as if trying to understand how she knew his name and why she had brought it up at that very moment. She then explained that she had seen his portrait in a museum dedicated to his deeds, listening intently to his reaction and trying not to miss a single detail from his past. So many years after his death, the master was glad that he was still remembered, and a quiet gratitude appeared in his eyes that his name had not been lost to history. He had little time, so he quickly began to tell his story, rushing to convey important knowledge and warnings, as if afraid he wouldn't have time to finish his story before vanishing. Then on the battlefield of space-time, a rift in time formed, connecting the human race and the world of the abyss, through which dark energy seeped, altering reality and threatening the existence of both worlds. The great king of the elemental demons led a massive invasion of tens of millions of demons, while Xu Yan became the leader of a legion of mages to fight against them, uniting the forces of humanity. When they cast the forbidden spell, they destroyed the vast demon army and the king of the elements himself, and the impact of his power tore apart space, leaving behind only ashes and silence. In that battle, the mage obtained a cosmic crystal containing the coordinates of the abyss, and this artifact became the key to the mysteries of another world, one that harbored countless threats and powers. Therefore, the young men had to find an alchemist who could help them unravel this mystery, for only he could decipher the crystal's ancient signals and open the path to understanding the coordinates of the abyss. Confused and shaken, the young man listened to every last word, trying to grasp the magnitude of what he had heard and understand how his future fate would now change in light of these revelations. He also couldn't pass the object on to anyone else, since it was bound to his soul. Therefore, only Moyui could control it, for the artifact recognized only his will and responded to his inner energy. Judging by his power, the master realized that the young man had awakened his talent, and a look of approval mixed with curiosity about how far he might go appeared in his eyes. When the second move was due to take place, the hero was about to acquire yet another talent. This was difficult and required great effort, as the process entailed complete control over his inner energy and pushing beyond his own limits. Thus, after reaching the 70th level, another profession would unlock, and thanks to 3 bonuses, his strength was set to reach a formidable level, allowing him to surpass most professionals. In the history of humanity, there had been only one person with such formidable skills, so Moyu was the second person destined to become a legend and follow in the footsteps of the great master. When asked why they had chosen him specifically, the man replied that he didn't like trash, and giving it to others was a waste of time, so he decided to pass on the power to someone who could truly use it. Once, a very long time ago, he met a girl who looked like a young man and almost fell in love with her. Unfortunately, she had come as part of a team and was lagging slightly behind, which caused their paths to part in the midst of a dangerous mission. Recalling that encounter, Master Shu noticed a certain resemblance between the young man and the girl, as if fate were repeating an old story in a new guise. The student's talent was quite good, but not quite enough for that level, so she had to put in much more effort to come close to the power of more experienced mages. The hero realized that the conversation was about his sister and the fact that she could reach level 35 very quickly, and this stirred up mixed feelings of pride and concern for her future path. In the master's opinion, rank didn't matter. Looking at humanity, he saw no one who could carry out this mission, and the necromancer himself possessed a highly unusual profession. His skeletons could be upgraded and were easy to control, and if the young man later unlocked all his hidden talents, a boundless future would open up for him, allowing him to become one of the most powerful beings in the world. It was precisely because of these qualities that the mage Su chose Moyu, recognizing his potential as sufficient to carry out the mission and overcome the threats facing their world. The man's soul merged with the staff, making it stronger after the repair, and the artifact shone once more, as if it had gained a new life and an awakened will. The hero told him not to worry, for he would not allow the staff of the divine flame to be buried, promising to preserve the artifact and prevent it from disappearing along with the memory of its power. It is thanks to people like these and the blood they shed that humanity can survive the threat of the abyss, for their self-sacrifice became the foundation for protecting the world from the invasion of the dark forces. The companions returned to the starting location where it all began, and once again felt the calm after the storm of events that had forever changed their lives. Everyone present saw that they had cleared a hell-level dungeon on their own, and this caused both shock and admiration, for no one had expected such a result from ordinary students. Ixing-an saw his friend standing before him and wasn't surprised by what he had accomplished, for he had long known of his hidden strength and ability to emerge victorious even from the most dangerous situations. Quietly turning to his girlfriend, Moyu said they needed to leave because he had a rather bad feeling, as if a new danger lay ahead, one far more serious than the previous one. At that moment, a loud and ominous alarm sounded across the grounds, shattering the silence with a sharp blast that made everyone instantly go on high alert and brace for a possible threat. The knights shouted that they needed to prepare for battle because a monster was approaching, and their voices carried across the field, filling everyone with a sense of imminent danger. The demons were quite hungry, so they waited to feast on human flesh, slowly advancing and filling the air with a cold, predatory presence that caused panic among the defenders. The creatures were drawing ever closer to the scene, slowly emerging from the darkness and sensing the presence of their prey, preparing to attack the defenseless territory as they approached. The young man's pets rushed to defend the territory and tried to hold back the attackers approaching from the darkness, using their last reserves of strength and combat experience to instantly close ranks. The first demon was killed in a matter of minutes as the defenders launched a coordinated attack from all sides, leaving it no chance to retreat and quickly destroyed it. Following it, all the subsequent soldiers of the Abyss were also destroyed during the defenders' swift counterattack. They acted in perfect coordination and left the enemy no chance of survival. Nine knew in advance that they would have to face them again, and this premonition had long been weighing on her mind, forcing her to remain constantly on guard and prepare for a possible battle. The atmosphere grew tense and hung heavy in the air, as if an invisible force were squeezing the space around them, causing everyone present to feel anxiety and anticipation of the inevitable. The army of soldiers was ready for battle, lined up in battle formation, armed and focused, waiting only for the signal to move forward and engage in a fierce confrontation with the enemy. Some of them wanted Moyu to handle it alone, but the disparity in strength was obvious, and everyone understood that without joint action, victory over the enemy might prove unattainable. Ixingan was preparing to join them at the right moment, closely watching the battlefield, waiting for the best opportunity to intervene and change the course of events. By then, the number of monsters had grown significantly, and they continued to emerge from the darkness, gradually surrounding the defenders and increasing the pressure on the territory's defenses. The last time an invasion occurred, the enemy's numbers gradually dwindled during the fierce battles, as the defenders acted in unison and wiped out their forces. The hero wanted to wait until their main leader emerged and then eliminate him, carefully concealing his presence and preparing to deliver a precise and decisive blow. It was easier to deal with the first group of corpses afterward, because after the initial shock, The defenders quickly adapted to the battle, coordinated their actions seamlessly, and held back the enemy more effectively. The demon said that as soon as Yuan arrived on the battlefield, he stumbled upon a good group of people who looked exhausted but were still capable of resisting and fighting. He continued to taunt the girl, intent on claiming her for himself, displaying arrogance and confidence as if she already belonged to him entirely without any resistance. Meanwhile, the young men earned their first battle merits by demonstrating courage and coordination in combat, which allowed them to hold their ground and push the enemy back. The battle raged on, but the army of monsters came under attack from a powerful spell that engulfed the battlefield, shattering their ranks and forcing the enemies to retreat in chaos. The battlefield was illuminated by a bright purple explosion that tore through the surrounding darkness, leaving behind blinding flashes of energy and destructive waves that engulfed everything around them. The monsters found themselves at the epicenter of a devastating blow that tore through their ranks and forced them to retreat in disarray, unable to react to the sudden wave of destructive magical power. In this way, the necromancer was able to destroy most of the enemies with a single powerful spell, using the chaos on the battlefield to permanently shatter their formation and advantage. As a reward, the team received 1,500 merit points, which were awarded for successfully completing the mission, coordinated actions, and a significant contribution to the victory over the enemy forces. An ordinary group of demon hunters would hardly have been able to earn that much, even if they had worked on the third battlefield for an entire year. Ning hadn't expected her comrade to rise so quickly to the rank of junior lieutenant with 1 star, as his rapid advancement and successes on the battlefield had far exceeded her previous expectations. Quietly, the hero warned them to be careful, because a new monster had appeared in the area. Its presence could be felt in the air and was causing tension among the entire group. With burning eyes, they emerged from the darkness, radiating fear, slowly approaching the humans' positions, leaving behind a sense of cold menace and imminent danger. The gigantic creature surveyed the battlefield, preparing to issue an order to its army, carefully assessing the situation, the enemy's positions, and the readiness of its forces for the upcoming assault. A dark aura enveloped everything around them before the decisive battle, constricting the space and causing even seasoned warriors to feel the tension and anticipation of the inevitable clash. The necromancer decided to show the demons what was happening on the battlefield, revealing hidden scenes of the battle so that they would realize the scale of the losses and the strength of the defenders' resistance. A sinister smile appeared on the monster's face after it assessed the young man's level, recognizing his strength and potential as something interesting and useful for its own dark plans. This fanged monster watched its opponents closely, never taking its gaze off them, analyzing their every move and preparing for a surprise attack. Magical energy raged around it, filling the air with chaos that warped space and made the ground tremble under the onslaught of this unstable force. The girl couldn't understand. Could these creatures really be so foolish as to not believe in their comrade's strength, since his abilities had already proven his superiority over his enemies time and again? However, if she were a demon, she wouldn't have believed that a human at the 27th level could have destroyed so many creatures, for such power would have seemed almost impossible to her. The passage was about to open, and Ning wanted to help in the battle, preparing to join the fray to support her allies and increase their chances of victory. In response, the hero asked her to remove the corpses of all the slain demons, to clear the battlefield, prevent their resurrection, and use the remains as proof of victory. His intimidating gaze compelled even his allies to obey every command, for every gesture he made radiated such confidence and strength that no one dared to argue. Flames and debris shot into the sky after the devastating blow, forming a chaotic whirlwind of fire and ash that engulfed the battlefield and left a trail of devastation in its wake. His military rank shone differently, attesting to a promotion that reflected the experience gained in battle, his increased strength, and the recognition he had earned among his comrades. No one knew how many demons were in the passage, for the darkness concealed their true numbers, leaving the allies to merely guess at the scale of the threat. Mo Yu also held a fixed-point teleportation stone in his hands, a gift from his sister Mo Yong last time, so that in case of danger he could quickly return to a safe place. This happened when the princess invited him to join her team and face the Ghost King in battle, and the fact that the item appeared meant she had managed to find it. Ning wanted to help in such a difficult battle, fully aware of the danger of the situation, so she sought to support her allies and do her part to hold back the enemy. Agreeing with her, The team set off for that location, quickly gathering and moving in the designated direction to reach the site of the potential threat in time. At the site of the trial, bewildered soldiers stood looking around, trying to make sense of the situation and find their bearings amid the unfamiliar, intense atmosphere. Ahead lay a pile of monster corpses, evidence that someone had been there and destroyed them, leaving behind traces of a brutal battle and the enemy's complete annihilation. The Abyss Sword Demon had also been slain, but who had done it remained unknown, as the traces of the battle offered no clear answers and only heightened the sense of mystery surrounding the incident. The soldiers rushed to the rescue as soon as they received the signal, reacting instantly to the order and moving toward the battle to support their allies at this critical moment. The only thought that came to mind was that only Moyui could handle such monsters, since his strength and combat experience far surpassed those of ordinary warriors. With his abilities, this was possible, so there was no need to worry. After all, he had repeatedly proven his superiority over the most dangerous opponents in battle. On battlefield number 2, Mo Young spun through the air on her horse, maneuvering between streams of energy and observing the course of the battle from above, assessing the situation. She was stalling for time because she was waiting for her comrades and their help, carefully holding her position and avoiding risky combat without the support of her allies. A world-class Ghost King was a formidable opponent who, thanks to his exceptional strength, experience, and influence, posed a real threat to any adversary. His expression betrayed a deep hatred for the human race, which he displayed in every glance, making no attempt to hide his harsh attitude and outright contempt. By that time, the guild leader's son had reached the 20th rank of Berserker, demonstrating significant combat potential, a high level of training, and well-deserved respect among other warriors. The princess kept pace and took part in the battle, fighting confidently side by side with her allies, displaying courage, determination, and a willingness to fight to the very end. She worked diligently to achieve her goal, putting in considerable effort every day, persistently honing her skills, and steadily moving closer to her desired outcome. The crimson light of her element spread throughout the area, enveloping the surrounding space in a bright glow that drew attention and underscored her power. Everything around her was chaotic, as events unfolded at an extremely rapid pace, forcing every participant to constantly adapt to new circumstances and changes in the situation. It was precisely those who opposed her who formed a team, pooling their strength, experience, and abilities to achieve a common goal and successfully complete the task at hand. The Ghost King would appear randomly on the battlefield, and his presence there lasted about half an hour, during which he influenced the course of events and forced everyone to act much more cautiously. But the girl wasn't sure she could defeat the enemy alongside those guys from the guild, as she was well aware of the complexity of the upcoming confrontation and the extent of the danger. Their only hope lay with the young man and his girlfriend, for they alone possessed the experience, determination, and strength needed to turn the tide and come to the rescue at the decisive moment. Berserk, too, was unable to act with confidence because of his fear, which constantly influenced his decisions, prevented him from focusing on the battle, and kept him from fully realizing his own potential. Suddenly, they appeared nearby, having teleported there immediately after receiving the message, so they could join the fray without delay and provide the necessary assistance to their allies. The protective dome prevented attacks from penetrating inside, reliably holding back the enemy's onslaught, ensuring the safety of those under its protection and significantly weakening the effectiveness of the enemy's strikes. Arrows flew swiftly and accurately, heading straight for their intended targets, demonstrating the high skill of the archer, who sought to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. Nevertheless, thanks to their numerical superiority, they managed to destroy the sphere, gradually wearing down its defensive properties with a relentless onslaught and coordinated attacks from all sides. Instantly, the hero shielded his comrades and himself with skeletal armor, creating reliable protection against enemy attacks, which allowed them to withstand the onslaught and remain combat-ready. Energy surged in all directions, creating the impression of a devastating attack covering a vast area, forcing everyone around to watch its destructive power with alarm. Moyu's skill was able to effectively block all attacks, completely neutralizing enemy strikes and providing reliable protection that allowed her allies to hold their ground in battle. It turned out that Ning was also using this kind of protection, employing similar defensive techniques to fend off attacks and ensure her own safety during the intense battle. The knights watched the events unfold in shock, unable to believe their eyes as they tried to make sense of the rapid developments on the battlefield. But when the guildmaster's son saw who was there, he snarled the young man's name, recognizing him immediately and feeling a wave of tension and irritation at his unexpected appearance. The princess reported that when she saw the Ghost King, the guild members had also spotted him, which caused widespread tension and rapid preparations for a possible battle. Moyu saw that this was the very same group of fools who bullied the weak and feared the strong, so he merely coldly assessed their behavior, not taking them as a serious threat. They'd had one conflict before, and the hero hadn't expected to run into them again. So this unexpected encounter left him surprised and wary. The team was standing above, while the guild remained on the ground, which gave them a clear positional advantage and allowed them to better control the situation during the fight. Wang Jihao looked as furious as could be, his face contorted with anger and tension that silently revealed his inner state. The young guild president had arrived at the scene with his team to find the Nirvana crystals, carefully surveying the area and coordinating his people's actions to achieve their objective. They even wanted to keep the girl there to buy themselves some time, planning to use her as a diversion to achieve their own goals in the current situation. Moyu reported that Mo Young was supposed to hold off the opponents and prevent them from killing the boss, while the hero himself intended to deal with the people in front of them, focusing on eliminating the immediate threat. Even if she hadn't been able to win, the opponents weren't trying to act decisively either. They were cautiously assessing the situation and avoiding risky moves in the confrontation. Of course, the team had to be cautious and keep an eye on all sides, closely monitoring their surroundings to spot any threat in time and not lose control of the situation. The guild leader ordered everyone to stand down and focus all their attention on Moyu, concentrating their forces on him as the primary target and key threat in this situation. Since it was because of him that he didn't become champion and everything went off course, this only fueled his resentment and his desire to turn the tide in his favor at any cost. Ning could see that her opponent wasn't quite right in the head, because he blamed everyone else for his problems, shifting the responsibility for his own failures onto others instead of admitting his mistakes. Confused, Wang Jihao lunged forward, rapidly closing the distance to his opponent in an attempt to seize the initiative and turn the tide of battle in his favor. The knight had fairly good stats and a higher level than the necromancer, which gave him a certain advantage in direct combat and increased his chances of success in battle. Confidently, he shouted that this day would be the day of Moyu's death, demonstrating his determination and unwavering resolve to destroy his opponent at any cost. Calling on the skeletons for help, the hero ordered them to act, directing their movements to defend their positions and hold back the enemy during the battle. Unexpectedly, Jihao saw the monsters and their attacks, forcing him to abruptly change tactics and focus on defending against the sudden threat. The team also watched in shock from a distance, not intervening immediately as they tried to assess the scale and danger of what was unfolding before their eyes. They didn't want to go on the offensive because they were frightened, fearing the enemy's unknown strength and the possible consequences of a rash attack. The healer tended to all the knights who needed help, responding quickly to injuries and keeping them combat-ready during the intense battle. Archers and mages, just as their leader had planned, moved out next, taking up positions for ranged combat and preparing to support the main forces with precise attacks. The chaotic clash of forces was accompanied by shockwaves that tore through the air, altering the terrain of the battlefield and forcing all participants to constantly maneuver to dodge attacks. The necromancer's warriors could only revel in having such a vast battlefield at their disposal, using the space to maneuver and demonstrate their superiority over their opponents. Powerful magical energy tore through space in bright blue and gold flashes, creating a stunning radiance that transformed the atmosphere of the battle and made everyone feel the sheer scale of the power. The opponents showed no reaction at all, for they were bewildered and unable to quickly assess the situation on the battlefield. They watched what was happening in complete shock, remaining at a loss. None of them could believe what they were seeing with their own eyes, for what was happening seemed too unreal and beyond the limits of their experience, evoking utter astonishment and fear. The situation grew increasingly terrifying, becoming more tense and menacing with every passing second, causing everyone present to feel a mounting sense of fear and helplessness. The leader hadn't seen Moyu during the grand exam, but he could already see that Moyu had summoned an immortal mage, demonstrating incredible power and abilities that shocked everyone present. The team realized they could not win that battle, for the enemy's strength far exceeded their own capabilities, leaving them feeling helpless and compelled to retreat to save their lives. Even if 10 healers had arrived, they still wouldn't have been able to keep up with the speed at which the skeletons were using their skills, attacking constantly without the slightest pause. The team members rushed to flee for their lives, desperately trying to escape the danger zone where every second of delay could be their last. Younger Wang couldn't understand why his subordinates had begun to abandon him. He had expected complete loyalty and discipline, but instead saw panic and flight. He shouted that he could not allow Moyu to take the glory that rightfully belonged to him, for he considered this victory his destiny and proof of his own greatness. In the hero's hands was an explosive device, ready to be activated, which at any moment could unleash a devastating force capable of changing the course of the battle and destroying everything around it. The vivid colors confirmed the magical power pulsing through the air, creating a sense of supernatural energy that filled the space and affected everyone present. The enemy could not comprehend what kind of ability he was facing, for it went beyond the limits of his experience and defied any known explanation. Streams of light seemed to converge above the ground and, together with the sky, created a ritual, forming a complex magical structure that radiated powerful energy and enveloped everything around it. All that could be heard was the guild leader's shout, which pierced the silence of battle and echoed across the field, forcing everyone to pay attention to his desperate commands. A red glow engulfed the space, filling it with destructive power that spread out in waves of energy, evoking a sense of imminent destruction and utter chaos. Sparks and small shards flew everywhere, scattering through the air after powerful blows, creating a chaotic scene of destruction and constant danger for everyone nearby. A dark shadow was lost amid the thick smoke that filled the area and concealed its movements, making the figure nearly invisible on the chaotic battlefield. At that moment, the young man had a second lieutenant with 2 stars standing beside him, carrying out his orders and maintaining his composure, even in the midst of the intense battle. Seeing Moyui approaching him, Wang begged for mercy, realizing his own helplessness and trying to avoid his inevitable punishment at the last moment. No one believed his eloquent words, for they sounded too contradictory and did not match what everyone saw before them in the actual situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, a battle was raging against the Ghost King, where the allies were using their last ounce of strength to hold back his powerful attacks, trying to prevent a breakthrough of their defenses. Vertical lines emphasized the frenzied movement of a force surging upward, creating the impression of uncontrolled energy tearing through the space around it. The princess was on the battlefield, actively participating in the fight, directing the allies' actions and boldly engaging in combat despite the danger surrounding her. A flash from behind served as a reminder of the ongoing attacks, forcing everyone to react instantly and realize that the danger was growing with every passing second. The knights waited for the young president, maintaining combat readiness and a tense silence as they awaited his decision, which would determine the course of events. The air trembled from a powerful burst of energy that radiated outward in waves, distorting space and forcing all living things to feel the pressure of this force. The atmosphere felt tense and dangerous, filled with a sense of constant threat, causing every movement and sound to be perceived with extreme caution. What was happening there was utter chaos, with events unfolding haphazardly and rapidly, blending screams, explosions, and movements into a single, uncontrollable scene. The leader among them surmised that the president might no longer be alive, as the prolonged silence and the absence of any signals aroused his alarm. Energy raged like an uncontrollable storm, tearing through space and creating powerful waves that continuously crashed down on everything around them. They tried to figure out who was behind the attacks, analyzing the traces of destruction and the nature of the assaults to identify the true enemy behind this battle. The necromancer appeared on the battlefield with his girlfriend, drawing the attention of both sides with his commanding presence and sparking a new wave of tension among the combatants. Even the princess herself couldn't fathom how he had managed it so quickly, for his actions happened in an instant and exceeded all her expectations regarding the enemy's capabilities. The skeletons carried out his orders, obeying every gesture and command without question, moving across the battlefield with terrifying synchrony. They carried the corpses of their enemies toward the monster, obeying his orders and carrying out their gruesome task on the battlefield without hesitation. In this way, a powerful explosion could be created by accumulating energy and directing it to a single point, resulting in a destructive force capable of changing the course of the battle. Lightning bolts enveloped the space in a variety of patterns, slicing through the sky with chaotic flashes of light that intertwined into menacing and breathtaking shapes. It was then that Yoon witnessed the hero's true power, and believed that he had cleared the hellish level on his own, for his endurance and skill left no room for doubt. The guild leader asked the healers to begin treating the wounded, responding quickly to critical situations and saving those who still had a chance of survival. The group's defensive spell functioned like a sphere, and everyone had to gather together to maintain the barrier that could protect them from subsequent attacks and hold their battle positions. Outside, the skeletons advanced, spreading fear as they pressed forward without pause, forcing their opponents to retreat under the pressure of their relentless force. However, the knights remained within their dome, looking around and closely watching every movement, ready for any unexpected threat from outside. The pets' massive attacks made it clear that their defenses wouldn't hold out for long, as each new blow gradually weakened the dome and created cracks in their defenses. With almost everything settled, the young man wanted to deal with the Ghost King, ending the battle and finally crushing the enemy's resistance on the battlefield. The princess immediately agreed with him, recognizing his plan as the best solution in this situation, and was ready to act without hesitation. First, they looked at the statistics, which were quite good and showed impressive figures, indicating a significant advantage and nearly absolute control over the situation. The Ghost King himself was several times larger than a human. His massive figure loomed over the battlefield, instilling fear and a sense of helplessness in everyone present. Calling over a guard, Moyu ordered him to fight the creature, confidently directing the allied forces into battle to hold the dangerous enemy at bay on the battlefield. The opponents stood facing each other, waiting for an attack, intently watching their opponent's every move and preparing to react instantly to any attack. Watching with her mouth agape, Young didn't know how many tricks the student had up his sleeve, for each of his actions revealed new hidden possibilities she couldn't have foreseen. He replied that he wasn't strong in spiritual damage, so he left that task to her, relying on her abilities and experience in that area of combat. The red hues of his skills created an eerie atmosphere, filling the space with an ominous glow that intensified the sense of danger and the approach of something inevitable. The dynamism and teamwork conveyed the scale of the battle and its frantic pace, in which every participant acted in unison, sustaining the overall onslaught and giving the enemy no respite. A blinding beam shot forward, rapidly cutting through the darkness and filling the surrounding space with a bright blue light that rippled out in waves throughout the area. The powerful attack closed in on the creature at incredible speed, leaving a trail that sliced through the air and caused the space around the creature to tremble with energy, intensifying the pressure. The Ghost King sustained significant damage when the strike shattered his protective aura, causing the dark energy to scatter around him in chaotic bursts. However, his attacks were no less formidable. On the contrary, they mercilessly breached his opponent's defenses, rapidly draining their strength and taking their lives, leaving behind only emptiness and fear. The girl hadn't expected such a blow at all. It suddenly pierced her defenses and knocked her off balance, as she felt a sharp pain and shock from the force of the attack that had caught her off guard. She dodged as best she could, abruptly changing her trajectory and using every moment to evade the blows and escape the imminent danger that relentlessly pursued her. Moyui, activating his chains, decided to interfere with the monster, instantly directing them toward the enemy to restrain its movements and halt its further attack at the decisive moment of the battle. Its body found itself trapped, its movements restricted as the chains tightly bound its limbs, preventing any escape and gradually robbing it of its freedom and control over the situation. The Guardian had to rush at him to carry out his master's will, charging forward without hesitation and preparing to attack the target to fulfill an order that brooked no doubt or deviation. The clash between them destroyed everything around them, causing chaos and devastation in the space where they fought, with every blow tearing through the ground and the air, leaving behind debris and traces of powerful energy. The girl asked how many more moves his pet had left in reserve, trying to gauge its strength and understand what other hidden capabilities might unexpectedly change the course of the battle. The opponent was quite strong, demonstrating endurance and powerful attacks that forced the others to remain constantly on guard and look for weak spots for a possible counterattack. The outpost guard could not overcome him, despite all his efforts, as the opponent surpassed him in strength and speed, gradually forcing him to retreat under the onslaught of attacks. In the young man's view, the time had come for a new soul. He sensed that his old powers had been exhausted and that the moment had arrived to embrace a new essence that could alter the course of his future. The princess decided to take matters into her own hands for the time being, realizing the need to act independently and confidently steer events in order to stabilize the chaotic situation unfolding around her. So she rushed forward to take control of everything, resolutely covering the distance and trying to gain full control of a situation that was rapidly spiraling out of control. The air around her trembled under the onslaught of a torrent of mighty power spreading through space, warping it and forcing everything around her to feel the pressure of this incredible energy. Unfortunately, the Ghost King lacked an attribute that increased damage by 50%, which meant his attacks did not reach their maximum potential and remained less destructive than they could have been. The creature's charm ability was directed at the girl, attempting to influence her mind and subjugate her will by creating an atmosphere of magical pressure and seduction around her. As soon as she looked at him, she fell into the trap. Her gaze was instantly consumed by a treacherous illusion, robbing her of the ability to react quickly and take control of the situation. All this happened because Moyui had forgotten to equip her with skeletal armor, leaving her unprotected and vulnerable to the enemy's attacks and magical influence at a critical moment. Unable to control herself, the young lady fell from her horse to the ground, losing her balance due to the sudden effect of the illusion and unable to stay in the saddle during the rapid movement. The skeleton managed to catch her, thereby saving her life, instantly catching her as she fell and preventing her from hitting the ground at that critical moment. Nine was supposed to take care of her, while the young man took on the task of destroying the monster, dividing their responsibilities so they could simultaneously protect the girl and neutralize the threat on the battlefield. A tough battle awaited the young man, in which he would have to face a powerful enemy, relying on his skills and composure to hold his ground and emerge victorious. Therefore, he decided to choose himself as the new soul, consciously accepting the risk of altering his own essence and transforming himself into a vessel of new power for the upcoming battle. The situation was escalating, and it was quite unsettling, as the tension grew with every passing second, forcing everyone involved to nervously await the enemy's next move. The art of non-existence was directed at the student, creating a sense of emptiness and crushing pressure around him that gradually engulfed the space and forced him to seek a way to defend himself. Behind him was a powerful shield in the form of armor, which gave him a sense of confidence and security during the battle, deflecting the enemy's blows and reducing their force. Such attacks could not harm the necromancer, for his dark essence and defensive spells deflected most blows, reducing their effect to nearly nothing. By this point, the skeletons were supposed to have joined the battle, obediently following their master's orders, carrying out their tasks on the battlefield without hesitation, and supporting the overall course of the action. Flame of the Soul was the skill the hero had been saving, keeping it hidden until the decisive moment of the battle, so he could unexpectedly unleash its power and turn the tide of the confrontation. The energy blast sliced through space, leaving no chance for obstacles, as its power destroyed everything in its path and instantly overcame any of the enemy's defensive barriers. The battle continued with renewed vigor, as both sides regained their composure and resumed the confrontation, increasing the pace of their attacks and intensifying their techniques. Meanwhile, Ning tried to save Young by giving her a healing potion, quickly assessing her condition and attempting to stabilize her energy so she could return to the fight. The girl was unconscious and unresponsive, remaining motionless despite all attempts to help her, which forced Ning to act even faster and more carefully. A few minutes later, when she came to, she asked what had happened, trying to understand the reasons for her condition and recall the latest events of the battle. Shock was evident on her face when she learned that a spell had been cast on her, for the realization that she had lost control of her own will filled her with deep surprise and anxiety. On the battlefield, it was clear that the hero was fighting the monster single-handedly, bravely holding off its attacks and preventing the enemy from breaking through his defenses, despite the opponent's superiority. Even after they joined forces and were unable to deal decisive damage, he did not give up, continuing to tenaciously search for the enemy's weak points and fight to the very end. The Ghost King decided to use life drain on the skeletons, attempting to deplete their energy and weaken the necromancer's control over his undead army. However, they were all undead, and such attacks had no effect on them, for their lack of life force made them immune to energy absorption and similar effects. He was immune to physical attacks and simply absorbed the curse, transforming the enemy's energy into his own power and remaining unflappable during the battle. Moyui wasn't a mage, but he decided to try casting spells, instinctively attempting to channel the energy available to him to create at least some kind of magical effect in battle. Yun asked if the young man always brought his girlfriend along to clear the dungeon, and received an affirmative answer, learning that he constantly relied on her support in such missions. Ning remarked aloud that the only thing missing from the picture was the sweet potato she usually ate, adding that even in the heat of the moment, she missed that familiar food to help her calm down. 5 minutes later, a decisive blow removed the monster from the battlefield, finally ending the confrontation and leaving behind only traces of destruction and silence. For its destruction, Moyu received numerous items, almost all of which were exclusive, attesting to the rarity of the reward and the high difficulty of the defeated opponent. Pointing his dagger at the enemy, who lay motionless, he employed a spiritualist technique, focusing his energy to complete the ritual strike and confirm his victory over the opponent. Thus, the Ghost King's soul belonged to him, for the completed ritual allowed him to fully subjugate the essence of the defeated foe and secure control over its power. The mighty being stood before him, fully prepared to carry out any task, closely watching his every move and patiently awaiting his orders. The 39th level Ghost King possessed many magical techniques that allowed him to influence the world around him, subjugate spirits, and defeat numerous enemies. Although he had a weakness, a limited reserve of spiritual power, he remained a worthy opponent nonetheless, demonstrating composure, wisdom, and an unbreakable spirit. Looking ahead with a bewildered expression, the princess could not believe that it had all ended so quickly, leaving behind only memories and unspoken thoughts. It never even occurred to her that Moyu could single-handedly destroy such a powerful enemy, emerging victorious where many experienced fighters would have been defeated. The Nirvana crystals fell immediately after the fierce battle ended, serving as a valuable reward for victory and drawing the attention of everyone nearby. She had been working toward this goal for quite some time, overcoming numerous difficulties, trials, and obstacles, and yet in the end she received them as a well-deserved reward for her efforts. With this item, the girl could increase her height by 60%, significantly enhance her abilities, and take on a new profession, opening up new paths of development and power for herself. Exclaiming joyfully and making no secret of her delight, she sincerely thanked the young man for his help, for it was precisely thanks to his support that she had managed to achieve the desired result. By a stroke of luck, he had obtained the king's heart, which was to serve as a valuable material for crafting a necklace capable of bestowing special properties and power upon its owner. These were the items the young lady was ready to share without hesitation, deeply appreciating the help she had received and wishing to sincerely thank him for his support and efforts. Moyui was the monarch's apprentice, so he would have no trouble finding an experienced alchemist, as he had the necessary connections, knowledge, and sufficient experience for the task. When Jung heard this, she froze in shock, for she had never before heard of Bai taking anyone on as a disciple or agreeing to personally train students. Behind them lay their defeated enemies, who no longer posed any threat, and the silence following the brief but intense battle only underscored the end of the dangerous confrontation. The hero had wiped out the guild members, and the president had perished right there. So this event left a deep impression on everyone involved, and they would likely never be able to forget it. Wang was a third-level professional, so even if the monarch had come to his defense, the organization would still have been able to carry out its operation in secret, carefully concealing any traces of its own involvement. The young man fully understood the consequences that lay ahead of him, yet he remained calm, consciously accepting the risks and responsibility for his own decisions. The Ghost King's summons had to be taken much more seriously, for such a powerful being could significantly influence the course of events and alter the outcome of any confrontation. No living soul could see him, for he skillfully concealed his presence, remaining invisible even to the most attentive observers and experienced seekers. News spread throughout the system that the Ghost King had been killed, and this report instantly caught the attention of many people, causing astonishment among them. They stood there, animatedly discussing the news, actively sharing their thoughts, speculations, and emotions as they tried to grasp the full implications of what they had heard. Upon receiving the message, the Dynasty Guild was confident that their president, Jihao, had successfully completed the mission and obtained the crystals, thereby confirming her mastery and the organization's high level of trust in her. In the man's view, the humiliation his son had once endured was meant to lead to future success, for it was supposed to toughen his character and strengthen his resolve. Once Jihao set out for the Yuan battlefield and witnessed the war with his own eyes, he was destined to undergo an inner rebirth, transforming his view of the world and his own path. By that time, the assistant was supposed to have found an experienced alchemist who could craft a necklace capable of combining rare materials and imbuing the piece with special properties. Left alone, the hero destroyed the entire battlefield to get rid of the bodies and traces of the incident, carefully concealing any evidence of what had happened there. The princess, too, bore responsibility and agreed to hide her nirvana crystal, fully aware of its value and the danger it could pose if it fell into the wrong hands. The entire team kept the secret deep within themselves, not allowing anyone outside their circle to learn the truth, for their safety and the continued success of their shared mission depended on it. At that point, they moved to the city, having successfully completed their mission by fulfilling all their assigned tasks and achieving a well-deserved outcome after a dangerous ordeal. The men sat in the emperor's garden, waiting for the pet, observing the peaceful atmosphere around them and patiently preparing for its arrival and the conversation to follow. Bayu was bored watching everything unfold, for events were unfolding too slowly and failed to arouse even the slightest interest or emotional reaction in him. The Ghost King had been destroyed, and they had long pondered who could have done it, for such power required exceptional skill and extraordinary stealth. Suddenly, a portal appeared, and the young man stepped out of it, walking calmly forward as if returning from an important and dangerous mission. The young man bowed to greet them and express his respect, demonstrating good manners and deference toward those present without saying a word. But at that moment, the master was concerned only with whether he had completed the task, for it was the outcome of the mission that mattered most to him, not formalities or explanations. Showing all the items he had obtained, the hero answered in the affirmative with confidence and composure, confirming the successful completion of the task and demonstrating the results he had achieved. This was exactly the outcome Bai had expected, as he had anticipated the mission's success from the start and was confident in his protege's abilities. Then his attention was drawn to a military emblem, which immediately piqued his curiosity and prompted him to take a closer look at its details and origin. Mui was a 2-star lieutenant, and some began to wonder if he might have been the one to kill the Ghost King, sparking doubts, suspicions, and cautious speculation among those around him. This meant he had over 20,000 combat merits and had destroyed at least 400 demons, which attested to his considerable combat experience and high effectiveness in battle. The student quietly mentioned that he had managed to kill several high-level demons, choosing his words carefully and avoiding drawing undue attention to his achievements. Sipping his tea, Anvin couldn't keep it in his mouth after hearing such news and nearly choked. So unexpected and staggering was what he had just heard. None of those present could believe the young man's words, for what they heard seemed too incredible and contradicted their previous understanding of the situation. Then he repeated that he had encountered a cosmic portal and that battles had ensued afterward, battles that changed the course of events and determined his future fate. After he had recounted everything that had happened, Bai was delighted and laughed, as if everyone around him must have been too angry, since the situation seemed both absurd and amusing to him. Anwin also praised the young man for his excellent work, noting his diligence, determination, and ability to handle the task better than originally expected. However, Moyu hadn't finished his speech and continued speaking, maintaining his composure and confidence as if he still had important details that absolutely had to be mentioned before concluding. On battlefield number 3, he encountered Master Shu Yanshin, who appeared unexpectedly and immediately drew attention with his presence and power, which could be felt even from a distance. It was this news that stunned them so much it left them speechless, causing everyone present to freeze in complete silence, unable to immediately comprehend what they had heard. The young man recounted everything exactly as it had happened, in the finest detail, carefully reconstructing the events in a clear and sequential manner so that nothing important would escape his listeners' attention. They whispered among themselves, puzzled as to why the mage hadn't appeared while Bai was carrying out this mission, since his presence had been expected and could have altered the course of events. In the end, they decided that the young man would take the crystal and that there was no need to look for other candidates, since he had already proven his reliability and ability to carry out the assigned task. Anwin prepared everything necessary to work with the crystal to help Moyu, carefully checking every detail and ensuring that all procedures were carried out correctly. The tower's magic was bound to the crystal during a complex magical ritual, gradually filling it with power that grew ever more stable and potent. The man imbued it with the coordinates of the human dimension so that the artifact could be used to travel between the world and the abyss, opening a path across the boundaries of realities. However, its capacity was limited, and the maximum travel distance was set at just 1 hour's journey. Moreover, the object was bound to the soul, so only Moyu could use it. The young man was immensely grateful for such complex and exhausting work, for he understood how much time, knowledge, and magical effort had been invested in creating this unique object. The stone had to be carefully preserved, as it would undoubtedly come in handy during the third round of trials, and it was also necessary to repair the divine-level staff in preparation for future events. Such legendary weapons existed in extremely limited numbers throughout the world, so every artifact of this kind was considered a priceless relic known only to the most influential figures. Incidentally, it was at that very moment that Moyu suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to show the monarch something else of extreme importance, something that could significantly influence his future decisions and plans. In his hands lay the heart of the Ghost King, a rare and extremely valuable object imbued with immense power, the true capabilities of which were known to only a handful of people. This could mean only one thing. The Ghost King had been slain by the student right on the battlefield, an event that seemed unbelievable and astonished even the most seasoned warriors. Clearing his throat, the master asked the young man once more if he had managed to obtain the Nirvana crystal, for their future plans, opportunities, and the course of events might depend on this rare treasure. The hero reported that a total of 5 crystals had dropped, 3 of which he had obtained. However, 2 of them still needed to be given to Bei so that he could prepare him for acquiring his second profession. He guaranteed that when the time came, the hero would have an 80% chance of a successful sublimation, and the overall chance of success would increase nearly threefold compared to the usual rate. For the sake of what was to come in the future, great sacrifices had to be made, giving up valuable resources and opportunities for the sake of a far more important and ambitious goal. The master didn't understand why the young man still referred to Bei as Mr. Bai Shen, since after everything they'd been through, a much closer and more trusting relationship had long since developed between them. In response, the hero said nothing and simply stood there, looking flustered, as if trying to gather his thoughts and find the right words. But he never brought himself to break the silence. Only later did he step closer to the man, cautiously closing the distance, as if trying to better understand his intentions and reaction to what had been said earlier. He also quietly remarked that the student was greeting his teacher, showing sincere respect and gratitude for the knowledge and guidance he had received. Then he handed him a cup of fragrant tea, holding it carefully in his hands, as if afraid of spilling its contents and spoiling the moment of silence and mutual respect between them. In that world, Moyu had another relative and close friend with whom he shared warm memories, trust, and shared experiences that had shaped his life. The next day, they were set to travel to the city of Nanhong for the competition, determined to perform well and do everything possible to win the championship, placing great hopes on it. When the men were alone, they decided to calmly discuss what had happened, trying to sort out all the details and find the best course of action moving forward. There was something the protagonist had kept hidden. He had been on a team with a girl from the Mo family, had insulted the Dynasty Guild, and had killed the president, actions that could have serious consequences for him. Bai was shocked and couldn't understand why the apprentice had concealed such important information. He insisted on finding out exactly what had happened there and what the true reasons behind this action were. He likely wanted to resolve the issue himself and didn't want to trouble the supreme ruler, trying to deal with the consequences of his actions on his own and take full responsibility. The monarch also faced a problem no less serious in the form of grandfather Ning and the fact that his granddaughter had visited battlefield number 3, which could have serious political and personal consequences. The next day, everyone gathered at the venue for the professional competition in Ninghong City, where a tense atmosphere of anticipation reigned, as everyone was eager to achieve the best result. The stands were filled with countless spectators and participants who had gathered to watch the competition, filling the arena with noise, anticipation, and excitement before the events began. More than 100,000 professional teams took part in the competition, gathering from different regions to demonstrate their skill and strength and claim victory in this large-scale championship. During the first stage, Moyu and his teammates weren't expected to encounter any problems, as they were well prepared, confident in their abilities, and expected to get through it without difficulty. So they approached the portal as their turn drew near, and each of them felt a sense of tense anticipation before entering the next stage of the trial. Gathering together, they set off to take the team audition, trying to remain confident and coordinated as their continued success in the competition depended on it. It seemed that as long as you destroyed the monsters in your path, You automatically cleared the level, gradually moving forward and overcoming all the obstacles that appeared before you. For the guy, this was the simplest and most effective way to pass the test, since he moved forward confidently, quickly defeating enemies without wasting any extra energy. Everything around them burst into a kaleidoscope of colors as their status improved, gradually boosting all their stats and giving them a sense of power, progress, and a whole new level of possibilities. Sister Dao explained that at first everyone would have to face the trials on their own, and only if something went wrong would she be ready to come to their aid immediately and support them. The first monster to appear before the team was a level 27 abyss dog, radiating dark energy and preparing to launch a swift attack on the participants. Its stats were 4 ranks lower than those of a real creature, so no serious problems were expected, and the team could confidently continue the fight. A blinding burst of light created the atmosphere of a grand clash, filling the space with powerful energy and making everyone present feel the scale of the battle. The elven knight rushed into battle, using his shield for defense and parrying the enemy's attacks, advancing confidently through the maelstrom of combat. The creatures kept attacking, and the trial continued, forcing the participants to remain constantly on guard and react quickly to new threats. Nine came to the rescue, using her assassin skills to quickly and silently eliminate enemies and turn the tide of battle in the team's favor. Earlier, by observing Moyu, she had significantly enhanced her abilities, which now allowed her to fight more effectively and confidently stand up to her enemies. At that point, they had managed to overcome the challenge, so they could calmly move forward, regaining their strength and preparing for the new trials that lay ahead. Judging by the guy's experience, the main challenge certainly couldn't be that simple after all. This was only the beginning, and far more complex and dangerous stages lay ahead. Spectators followed the 30,000 teams and actively commented on the competition, discussing every battle, the participants' mistakes, and unexpected twists in the arena. In the Abyss Dog's dimension, the creatures continued to relentlessly press the group, forcing the participants to constantly defend themselves and look for opportunities to counterattack in this chaotic space. The participants were fully focused on the mission and did not lose their strength, acting in unison in battle to advance effectively and overcome all obstacles in their path. Ning performed exceptionally well, eliminating creatures quickly and precisely, demonstrating great skill, composure, and confidence in every move she made during the battle. Many monsters were defeated by her techniques, which were striking in their effectiveness and speed, allowing the team to advance confidently without unnecessary delays. Sister Dao kept pace as well, assisting the girl by supporting her attacks and coordinating the team's actions so they could eliminate enemies more quickly together. The energy of their magic surged through the air, coalescing into a merciless assault that swept away the creatures before them and made the surrounding space tremble from the powerful blows. The monarch watched them all and couldn't understand why the apprentice was moving so slowly. He closely tracked his movements, trying to figure out the reason for such behavior. He noticed that all the other teams had scored 40 points each, while only his team had received 23, which filled him with surprise and a strong sense of injustice. Anwin said that these were merely trials, and quietly added, "Could it be that the senior leader didn't trust Moyu at all during this test, and the senior leader's assessment of his loyalty?" Smiling Bai said that if the young man didn't become the champion, he would have to fight the supreme leader, viewing this challenge as a test of his strength and will to win. In this dimension, the team was in a state of confusion, not understanding what was happening around them or how to proceed in this unfamiliar space where everything seemed chaotic and dangerous. A winged monster hovered in the air before them, slowly soaring above the ground and radiating a menacing power that made the team freeze with fear and tension. They had to be careful, because this was a boss that could deliver a devastating blow at any moment and change the course of the entire battle in an instant. The young man had already faced such a monster while completing missions, so he clearly remembered its strength, behavior, and the danger it posed in every battle. It also seemed that his teammates had reached the limits of their strength, exhausted by the prolonged battle and the tension that was gradually sapping their endurance and fighting spirit at this critical moment. And the monster could summon its monster minions, which made it an even more dangerous opponent, since the battle could turn into a chaotic clash with numerous enemies all at once. Sister Dao reflected inwardly that she hadn't expected it to be this difficult, and she felt the tension of the battle gradually replace her confidence with caution and inner focus. Moyui told them not to worry and assured them that he was ready to take everything upon himself, assuming responsibility for protecting the team at the most critical moment of the battle. Everyone else couldn't even lift a finger. They had lost so much strength from exhaustion and the tension of battle that they were completely frozen in place. The girl apologized to him for not being able to help, sincerely acknowledging her helplessness in battle and feeling guilty toward the team for her own weakness at that critical moment. However, the hero understood that he hadn't demanded anything of them. He accepted the situation calmly, realizing that he was prepared to bear the responsibility for the battle alone, without making any unreasonable demands on others. Summoning his skeletons, he ordered them to stand in his defense, and they immediately formed a protective barrier, ready to repel any enemy attacks and hold back the advance. Moyui's warriors were far stronger than the demons, demonstrating superiority in strength and coordination, which gave them a significant advantage in battle against the enemy. The battle began, and the monsters charged, rapidly closing in on the team's positions and filling the battlefield with chaotic roars and menacing power. The undead cut them down with a single swing of their swords, quickly breaking through the enemy ranks and leaving behind only debris and silence amid the chaos of battle. Sister Dao watched everything unfold, deeply astonished, unable to believe how quickly the tide of battle was turning and how powerful her allies had become. The abyssal demon did not stand idly by either, moving swiftly on its wings, maneuvering over the battlefield and seeking the right moment to attack the enemies. Thus, the necromancer took full responsibility for the war against them, single-handedly commanding his forces and holding back the onslaught of enemies attacking from all sides in a relentless battle. There were only a few attacks left, and it was all about to end, for every strike brought closer the decisive moment when the fate of the battle would be finally decided on the battlefield. The team members saw that the hero had managed to destroy the demon with a single blow, and this left them in shock and made them realize his extraordinary power, which exceeded all their expectations. The monster fell to the ground, shattering into tiny pieces that slowly rose into the air, vanishing into the darkness after it had been definitively defeated. The results immediately appeared on the scoreboard, instantly displaying the outcome of the trial and shifting the mood of the participants, who had been closely watching every number. The Moyu team took first place, instantly rising from the lower ranks, an unexpected result that immediately shifted the balance of power and caused surprise among the other participants. Finally, they returned to the square where the trials had taken place, concluding their journey and watching as calm gradually returned to the area after the intense competition. Even the young men themselves couldn't believe they had come in first and defeated the boss in 5 seconds, only now realizing the magnitude of their victory and how improbable it was. Moreover, on that day, the hero had planned to compete alone, deciding to rely solely on his own strength and experience to prove his superiority without the support of a team. Everyone wished him luck and believed in his victory, sincerely supporting his decision and hoping that he would succeed in the upcoming competition. Tan Jianfei was confident that he would take first place and make a name for himself, determined to prove his superiority and earn recognition among all the competitors. But when they returned, his teammate looked at the battle results, carefully analyzing the outcome and trying to understand exactly how events had unfolded during the fight. They realized that there was a group that had finished faster than they had, which surprised them and made them realize that their result wasn't the best among all the participants. As soon as the leader read the name, he realized he had heard it before and seemed to recall having encountered this person or his achievements at some point. Furthermore, he knew that Moyui would definitely take part in the solo trial, so this time he didn't want to give up his spot, saving it for his own participation. A few hours later, the young man was already heading toward the portal that would transport him to the mission site, concentrating intently on preparing for the upcoming trial and mentally bracing himself for new dangers. Thus began the individual trial, in which each participant had to prove their strength and endurance by facing challenges at the limits of their abilities completely alone. The hero decided that one skeleton would be enough, analyzing the previous battle and assessing his own strength as he calmly planned his strategy for the next trial. The demonic wolf of the abyss was his opponent at that moment, standing before him as a dangerous foe, ready for battle as part of this trial. To himself, the young man mused that it would be more interesting if the monster were real rather than a replica, since a real battle would provide more experience and a sense of genuine danger. It wasn't long before the student's score was posted, quickly appearing in the system and concluding his participation in this stage of the trial. The system calculated that the young man had completed the trial in 1 minute, while his opponent, Tan, had not yet returned, which immediately highlighted the difference in their completion times. After waiting for everything to wrap up, it turned out that he had returned 3 minutes later, an unexpected outcome for the observers that sparked further discussion. Delighted with his result, Jianfei smiled ominously, confident in his own superiority and future victories, which he believed would surely bring him even more glory. But then he simply flew into a rage upon seeing the tournament standings and his second-place finish, unable to contain his anger at losing the lead and the unexpected result. Everyone remembered his name and the fact that he had become a national hero that year, gaining fame through his exploits and leaving a lasting mark on the country's history. The young man knew it was a professional competition, but he didn't understand why he hadn't run into his sister there or seen her name on the list of participants, which made him feel anxious and surprised. But as he walked along the path, he heard someone call out to him from behind, causing him to stop and listen to the familiar voice echoing in the silence. Looking up, Moyu saw that it was his sister, whom he hadn't seen in so long, and this unexpected moment immediately filled him with emotion and surprise. The young woman looked completely different. Over the years, she had grown up and developed considerable physical strength, which was immediately evident in her confident posture and movements. Finally, the family was reunited, if only for a few free minutes after a long separation, and each of them felt a sense of calm and joy from being together. The young man ran toward her because even then he couldn't believe his eyes, and he kept running, still in disbelief, as he drew closer to her, unable to stop even for a moment. Trees were planted all around, reminiscent of a park, and Moyui reached out his arms to his loved one, feeling intense excitement and hope for the long-awaited reunion that was transforming his state of mind. Even then, they embraced each other quite tightly, breathing in that familiar scent, and didn't want to let go of one another, feeling the warmth of their reunion and keeping their arms locked around each other. The girl realized that they hadn't seen each other for a whole year, and her brother had grown so much that his appearance and posture had changed so much that she barely recognized him from a distance at this reunion. Sitting down on a bench, they decided to share with each other news about the past year, the changes in their lives, and everything that had happened to each of them during that time. Muyi asked how his sister had found out where he would be, trying to understand her journey and the circumstances that had brought her right here at this important moment of their long-awaited reunion. As it turned out, Mohan had been closely following him all year and knew his every move, while her own journey had led her to become a national heroine and enroll in the academy. The young man wondered why his sister had never looked for him before. After all, he had long been unable to understand her silence and aloofness throughout all that time while they were apart. She replied that there was nothing she could do. Her teacher was too strict and constantly made her train, so she had almost no free time during that entire period. Out of curiosity, the hero asked many questions, including about Mohan's level of combat skill and her progress during her training, trying to understand how much stronger she had become. However, the girl didn't answer. She merely noted that she was a sacred sword dancer and didn't go into details, maintaining her composure and restraint throughout the conversation. He remembered that his sister had changed professions, and it turned out that this new role was completely different for her and not yet fully mastered, even though she was already confident in it. The young man himself was developing quite quickly, but his own sister was honing her abilities several times faster, outpacing his growth and constantly leaving him behind in her progress. In that case, the brother had to awaken his own talent, because everything that was happening to them was connected precisely to him and his inner potential, which was gradually beginning to manifest itself. Also, he must never talk about what was happening to him or about his gift, because that could attract unwanted attention and put him in serious danger in the future. A stranger approached them and unexpectedly interrupted their conversation, causing both of them to become wary and stop exchanging views at that moment. First, he asked Mohan who was with her, scrutinizing them both closely and trying to understand their relationship and the situation between them. The girl immediately explained that this was her younger brother, Lin Moyu, introducing him calmly and confidently, as if it were obvious and required no further explanation. When the man addressed her as a student and greeted the young man, it became clear that he was her teacher and had exerted a significant influence on her education and development over a long period of time. His gaze focused on Moyu's insignia. As a 2-star lieutenant, he immediately assessed the status and potential of the young man standing before him in this situation. By that time, the girl should have already been on her way back, as the team needed to discuss tactics for completing the trial and prepare for the next stages, which required coordinated action. The man quietly withdrew, and the young man noticed that he held the rank of junior lieutenant with 1 star, which immediately gave him an idea of his level and place in the hierarchy. He was surprised that the man was lower in rank. It seemed odd since his demeanor and confidence gave the impression of much higher status and experience. Most likely they were members of his sister's team, which explained their presence by her side in their joint preparation for the upcoming trials and missions. Mohan explained that her acquaintances were prodigies of the Chuan Academy, possessing immense strength and having already attained a high level of mastery among their peers. The young man understood that the strangers could not compare to his sister, for her strength, experience, and rate of progress far surpassed their capabilities and level of training. So she had to return, explaining that she would be constantly busy improving herself and that they certainly wouldn't see each other for a long time, since her path of development required complete dedication and discipline. She also hoped that next time her brother would introduce her to his girlfriend, imagining how his life would change and how she would be able to see his happiness as he entered this new stage of adulthood. Recalling his plan, Moyui asked if they would be able to see each other if he enrolled in the Chuan Academy, hoping that their paths would cross again in the same place. The answer was yes. His soulmate would be waiting for him there, supporting his decision, and instilling in him the confidence that their future meeting was bound to happen. The sun was setting below the horizon, painting the sky in various shades of red, and this peaceful evening scene created a sense of closure to an important day and a quiet harmony all around them. The next day, the official trials were to take place in the arena, following which 1,024 teams would be selected to determine the future roster of competition participants. Sister Dao reviewed the statistics, and their team ranked 512th among the teams that had participated in the qualifying round and the competition to advance. Team number 18 was from the Land of Eagles, as was team number 322 from the Sacred Kingdom of Du, and they were joined by team number 599 from the city of Wu, who were considered strong rivals. Muyi explained that they needed to proceed just as they had last time. First they would fight, and once they had exhausted their strength, he would take over and finish the battle using his own potential. There was a commotion all around. The spectators were cheering, each supporting their own participants, creating a tense atmosphere of competition and anticipation for the upcoming events in the arena. The team gathered their strength and went over their strategy, once again coordinating each member's actions to avoid mistakes and perform as effectively as possible during the challenge. Their team leader stood confidently before their opponents, looking them in the eye and exuding calm and determination, as if she were in complete control of the situation on the battlefield. Facing them was a level 27 knight, who was 3 ranks higher than Dao, which immediately gave the opponent a significant advantage and increased the level of danger for the team. Looking at the guy's team stats, no one realized he was a necromancer, since that class was still rare and caused surprise and wariness among most players. The opponents were complacent about their low level, convinced of their victory even before the battle began, which led them to underestimate their opponents and let their guard down. The competition was about to begin, so all the participants stood at the ready, focusing on the start and waiting for the signal that would mark the beginning of the trial. The opponents were the first to attack, storming the battlefield in an attempt to quickly seize the initiative and force Moyu's team to retreat under their onslaught right from the start. Sister Dao also stood her ground, issuing orders to everyone on how to act, coordinating the team, and maintaining order in battle so that each participant could fulfill their role as precisely as possible. The young mage raised her hand and cast a powerful spell aimed at the enemies ahead, which sliced through the air and forced the opponents to immediately go on the defensive under her strike. Bright flashes lit up the battlefield, working to their advantage by confusing the enemies and disrupting their combat rhythm, causing them to lose their coordination and the upper hand. The enemies hadn't expected this and weren't prepared for it, causing their plans to collapse right at the start of the skirmish and forcing them to chaotically readjust their tactics under the pressure of the situation. 2 fighters found themselves under pressure from the approaching attack, forcing them to react quickly and find a way to hold their position against the enemy's onslaught. The team's coordinated group attack worked well. Their synchronized actions allowed them to break through their opponent's defenses and gain a tactical advantage on the battlefield. The shadow assassin also appeared in the arena and approached the enemies, moving stealthily and quickly to deliver a surprise strike from a favorable position. They closely monitored the course of the battle, keeping the situation under control and gradually seizing the initiative, forcing their opponents to retreat under their pressure. Their opponents came to their senses and decided to deploy their archer, who took up a favorable position and began covering their allies with precise shots, attempting to turn the tide of the battle. They rushed at each other in a fierce clash, giving free rein to their emotions and deploying all the strength they had at that moment in the struggle for supremacy on the battlefield, making no concessions whatsoever in the fight. Turquoise streams of energy raced forward, leaving a trail of light in the air as they continued through space, where every spark dissolved into the darkness. No one could understand why they attacked and moved so quickly, for their movements were so lightning fast and chaotic that they appeared almost as an indistinguishable shadow in battle. The participants retreated to escape the enemy's relentless attacks, trying to find safe positions and conserve their strength for the ongoing struggle in this fierce battle. Their opponents, however, wanted them dead and to take first place, seizing every opportunity to attack in order to completely destroy their rivals and solidify their advantage in the brutal struggle. Above all, they had to be wary of the assassins, as they dealt the most damage with precise and deadly strikes capable of instantly changing the course of the entire battle. Soon, one of the enemy warriors used the eagle eye skill, carefully scanning the battlefield to find his opponent's most vulnerable spots and react instantly to their movements and positions. His main target was Ning, whom they believed to be the strongest, so he focused all his attention on her movements, preparing to deliver a decisive blow at the right moment. But the girl wasted no time and had already approached her opponent from behind, moving so quietly and quickly that her presence went unnoticed until the very last moment of the attack. A dagger, which she had received earlier from a comrade, glinted in her hands, reflecting the light of battle with a cold gleam as she prepared to use it at the decisive moment of the attack. Thus, thanks to her weapon, the girl was able to neutralize her opponent, striking her precisely at a vulnerable moment and ending the fight quickly and decisively, leaving her no chance for further resistance. Sister Dao watched the whole thing unfold, worried that victory would be hard-won, closely observing every move the participants made and fretting over the outcome of the tense battle. Once everyone had introduced themselves and learned about each other's professions, the real competition began, and the participants immediately launched into serious combat, demonstrating their skills and determination to win. The shadow beast was the assassin among the summoned beings. Not only could it become invisible, but thanks to this technique, it could also see enemies through the darkness, remaining undetected and deadly. As Ning moved, her opponent was forced to follow her and keep her in check for a short time, trying to halt her maneuvers and prevent her from breaking ahead in battle. The enemy was only defending and not attacking, so their tactics were ineffective. They were losing the initiative and gradually allowing their opponents to dictate the terms of the battle and increase the pressure. Mui stood in the rear, watching the movements of his team and their opponents, carefully analyzing every shift in position and preparing to intervene in the battle at the right moment. They understood that the necromancer could summon undead, so they became more cautious, keeping a close watch on the battlefield and preparing for the sudden appearance of reinforced enemies. It seemed as though the young men weren't taking their opponents seriously at all, acting too cocky and underestimating the danger that could unexpectedly change the course of the battle. When they began preparing to attack, and Dao noticed this, she shouted for everyone to scatter, warning them of the danger and trying to save the team from a surprise attack. The mage intently controlled the flow of energy, never taking his eyes off his target, maintaining complete concentration, and preparing a precise strike that would decide the outcome of the battle. Explosions of light illuminated everything around them and were a rather powerful tactic, capable of disorienting opponents and changing the course of the battle in a matter of seconds, thanks to their destructive force. The warrior did not retreat and attacked them with increasing ferocity, intensifying the pressure with every strike and giving his opponents not the slightest chance to catch their breath or counterattack. The elven knight was the first to take his blow. She managed to defend herself with her shield, holding back the powerful onslaught and preventing her opponent from breaking through her defenses. Meanwhile, Nine managed to lure the shadow beast into a trap, sharply restricting its movements and preventing it from hiding in the darkness or changing position. The problem was that the healers could quickly heal him, restoring the allies' health almost instantly and preventing the damage dealt from having a lasting effect. Everyone moved cautiously, following the plan and working as a team, coordinating their actions and trying not to leave any weak spots that their opponents could exploit. They couldn't let anything happen to Duan Gao. Since the healer's role was crucial in battle, the entire team's endurance and survival depended on his support. The competition was heating up, and more than half the team was forced to refrain from attacking, focusing instead on defense and looking for safe opportunities to counterattack. The enemy shouted at them to admit defeat, trying to break their opponent's spirit and force them to stop resisting in the midst of a tense battle. Of course, no one could afford to die there, but anyone could have suffered serious injuries as a result of the attack. So every participant was forced to act with the utmost caution and focus. Tao didn't give up and continued to circle the battlefield, dodging her opponent's strikes, constantly changing her path, and looking for the slightest opportunity for a safe retreat. The opponent's next move was a ring of fire, from which she had to flee quickly, as the flames were spreading rapidly and could engulf the entire battlefield in an instant. The lines of flame underscored the speed at which they were closing in on her, creating a sense of imminent danger that was rapidly closing the distance and forcing her to act instantly. Without waiting any longer, Moy decided to join the battle and save the team, abruptly changing his position and entering the fray to support his allies at this critical moment. Sister Dao could no longer hold out either. Her strength was at its limit, so she decided to leave further action to the young man, entrusting him with ending the battle and placing her hope in his resolve. As she exhaled, she wasn't troubled by her decision because she trusted him and his power, calmly accepting the situation and allowing him to take the initiative. So the team relaxed and went about their business while he handled all the issues, difficulties, and organizational details on his own, without outside help. The arena was packed to capacity with spectators who, with great interest and undisguised enthusiasm, watched intently as every event unfolded right before their eyes. Finally, they saw for themselves just how professional and experienced the necromancer was, and were able to fully appreciate the effectiveness and complexity of his techniques. However, his opponent did not take his words seriously and continued to insist that he join the rest of his comrades, believing that such a decision was the most correct and sensible course of action. Moyui paid no heed to anyone and acted confidently exactly as he saw fit, relying solely on his own experience, convictions, and assessment of the situation unfolding around him. Summoning his skeletons, he made them instantly appear on the battlefield, where they immediately took up combat positions and stood ready to carry out any of his orders. Even then, his opponents continued to mock him, completely unaware of what might happen to them in the next moment and what consequences their rash actions would bring. The skeleton mage possessed exceptionally high stats, was highly effective in combat, and was rightly considered a strong and dangerous opponent for anyone. Then he unleashed the snowstorm technique, directing its destructive force forward so that it would mercilessly sweep away everything in its path, leaving no chance for any opponent. His opponent began to retreat hastily, trying to avoid the danger, while at the same time desperately blocking all the attacks that were continuously coming at him from different directions. However, this attack still inflicted extremely heavy damage on him, significantly weakening his condition, undermining his combat capabilities, and greatly reducing his chances of continuing to resist successfully. No healing occurred, which clearly meant that one of his teammates had already been eliminated, could no longer continue the fight, and was definitively out of the battle. This technique proved so powerful and devastating that it was able to destroy all opponents in literally a single second, leaving them not the slightest chance to defend themselves or flee. No one even had time to come to their senses before they found themselves on the other side of the field, where all that remained was to wait for further developments and subsequent decisions. The hero continued to stand calmly beside his pet, closely observing everything happening around him and remaining fully confident in his own abilities. The attacks on his opponent continued without any sign of slowing down, forcing him to constantly defend himself, retreat, and seek any opportunity to escape the relentless pressure. He could not withstand such colossal force for long, as its power gradually drained him, robbing him of the ability to effectively resist and continue the fight. All around there was only the loud buzz of people constantly discussing Moyu, his unusual profession, his fighting abilities, and the results he had achieved in his battles. The young man's own team understood that in the next match, he would act directly without any restraints, relying entirely on his own strength, experience, and determination in every decision. So when the third day of the competition arrived, the young man arrived at the venue, ready to focus on the upcoming challenge and give it his all in the fight. No warrior wanted to fight him, for everyone feared his strength, his reputation, and his unpredictable actions during a confrontation. They discussed that each of them needed to find an opponent of equal strength so that the fight would be fair, balanced, and truly test their true capabilities. When the young man moved on, the other participants unexpectedly began to wish him success and shower him with compliments, which seemed rather strange given the previous tension and rivalry. Moyu didn't know how to respond to them and didn't care for small talk, so he simply remained silent, keeping a calm expression and avoiding unnecessary words in this situation. Ning and her friends couldn't understand why their opponents in the previous trials would give up as soon as the match began, offering no resistance and quickly dropping out of the competition. The spectators were also dissatisfied, as they had expected a spectacular battle, but instead saw the matches end quickly, which did not live up to their expectations. The masters watched the proceedings and saw just how popular their student was, as the spectators' attention and the reaction around him vividly underscored his growing reputation. At that time, Bai wanted the whole world to know that Moyu was not someone to be messed with, as his strength and determination made any confrontation with him extremely dangerous. But too much attention could attract unwanted enemies, since the people of the Land of Eagles and the Kingdom of Holy Do were thoroughly hostile and were closely watching his every move. The monarch was certain they were preparing to attack, and believed he absolutely had to fight back to protect his lands, his power, and his subjects from a potential threat. Anwen was not particularly pleased with the Supreme One's plan, considering it too risky and not well thought out enough for the current situation. The old man also intended to use Moyuya as bait to lure out the hidden venomous snake, which he suspected was lurking somewhere nearby, waiting for the right moment to strike. The brother and sister's talent was truly enviable, and the master could not allow anything to happen to them, so he kept a close watch on their safety and progress. Anvin agreed with him and said they needed to act immediately so as not to waste time and prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. The competition continued, as was evident from the loud cheers of the crowd filling the arena, who reacted enthusiastically to every move the participants made. The young man's next opponent was Tan Jianfei, who had finally made it to the match against him, eager for the chance to test his strength in direct combat. His opponent was the legendary divine swordsman, a profession considered both extremely prestigious and dangerous, as it combined mastery of the sword with extraordinary combat prowess. Ning asked her companion to be as cautious as possible and to keep a close eye on everything happening around them, without letting his guard down for even a moment in this situation. The young man understood that his enemy possessed an advanced profession, which gave him a significant advantage in combat thanks to unique abilities and a high level of skill. So they stepped onto the battlefield and stood facing each other, ready to begin the duel, intently assessing their opponent's strength and waiting for the first move. When they heard that the hero would fight them alone, they grew furious, taking it as a sign of contempt and deciding that he was looking down on them and underestimating their strength. Tan's greatest desire was to fight the guy one-on-one because he wanted to test his strength in a fair duel without outside interference or advantages. So he watched him during the tournament and realized that the undead was indeed powerful, capable of withstanding powerful attacks and effectively holding his own even against experienced opponents. However, he was confident that such tricks wouldn't work on him, and he steeled himself for victory, focusing entirely on the upcoming duel and his own strength. Even among the legendary clans, the Tan family was considered one of the best in the world, as their profession was distinguished by exceptional skill, strength, and centuries-old traditions. Moyui paid no attention to his words and calmly prepared for battle, summoning his pet so he would be fully ready for any turn of events. In response, he merely remarked calmly that Tan was not bad, and as a person, quite good, acknowledging his strengths without unnecessary emotion or judgment. Such words confused his opponent and even threw him off balance, causing him to momentarily lose his concentration and confidence in his own actions during the duel. He immediately readied his blade to block an attack or, at the right moment, instantly launch a counterattack, reacting to any movement his opponent made. It is said that the divine swordsman of the 10th level possessed 1-star ring, while Tan could summon 2, meaning he mastered 2 exceptionally powerful skills. The young man acted as if he weren't paying any attention to him, maintaining his composure and showing no emotion, as if the situation had nothing to do with him at all. The skeleton mage unleashed 5 bolts of lightning that raged in the air above them, tearing through space with a crackle of energy and illuminating the darkness with flashes that made the ground beneath their feet tremble from the spell's power. The opponent's first skill was the elemental sword body, and within 10 minutes he had gained immunity to all elemental techniques, rendering any elemental attacks completely ineffective against him. The skeleton's attacks against him were ineffective, and he took full advantage of this, constantly provoking his enemy into new strikes, confidently maintaining his distance, and exploiting every mistake his opponent made to his advantage. The spectators were worried for Moyu and thought he might lose the battle, since his opponent seemed too strong, and the situation on the battlefield was becoming more tense and unpredictable with every passing minute. His opponent continued to hurl threats his way, as if he wouldn't be able to hold out for even 10 minutes, trying to break his spirit and force him to make a mistake under the pressure of relentless provocation. Suddenly his expression changed. He looked bewildered and disoriented, as if he had just realized something unexpected that completely knocked him out of his fighting rhythm and caused him to lose confidence in his own actions. A sudden attack sent Tan's body flying to the side, causing him to lose his balance in midair, while the shockwave rippled out, kicking up dust and momentarily shifting the tide of battle in his opponent's favor. A skeleton appeared on the battlefield, holding a knife and capable of physical attacks, and its presence immediately changed the atmosphere of the battle, adding tension and a sense of a new threat to the opponent. Riar understood that he could not underestimate Moyu, for every one of his actions concealed a deeper plan, and his confidence in battle attested to experience and strength that could not be ignored. If he had understood correctly, such a warrior was a trump card in the young man's hands, one capable of changing the course of any battle at the most critical moment and turning even a hopeless situation in his favor. The swordsman also wanted to see who was stronger, him or the skeleton standing before him, carefully assessing his opponent's every move and preparing to prove his superiority in a direct confrontation. The apprentice moved very quickly, and within a second was right beside him, closing the distance so sharply that his opponent's reaction might be too late, giving him a decisive advantage in the fight. With his mastery of the sword, he could precisely block all his enemy's attacks, anticipating every strike in advance and turning his defense into a continuous rhythm that left his opponents no chance at all. The weapon trembled in his hands, but he had to hold it firmly, despite his fatigue and the pressure of battle, for only a steady grip could maintain his balance and give him a chance to stand his ground against a stronger opponent. The duel was quite intense, and the tension hung heavy in the air, making every move the opponents made decisive, while the slightest mistake could instantly change the course of the battle. Tan hadn't expected the skeleton to be so strong at all, since his previous assessments of the opponent had proven wrong, and now every second of the fight demanded maximum concentration and caution. Its speed and all its stats were several times higher than the swordsman's, which made every one of its movements seem almost impossible to predict, and its advantage in the fight became obvious. And at times he gripped his weapon even tighter in his hands so as not to let it slip, trying to maintain control of the situation despite the mounting pressure and fatigue that accumulated with every second of the battle. The sword of rage shimmered with new hues in its master's hands, radiating a bright light and amplifying his aura of power, as if the blade itself were responding to his emotions and filling with even greater battle energy. For 5 minutes, all his abilities increased tenfold, dramatically boosting his speed, strength, and stamina, allowing him to dominate the fight and turn the tide in his favor. This was one of the Divine Warrior's exclusive abilities, and far more powerful than Berserk, for it not only strengthened the body, but also radically transformed his combat potential, surpassing ordinary combat states. The skeleton was under control, and the mage was unable to use his skills, feeling as if an unknown force was blocking his access to spells and completely limiting his abilities in the heat of battle. The spectators thought the young man didn't stand a chance, watching as his opponent dominated the fight and gradually closed in on him with no apparent way out. Tan also wanted to see what other tricks his opponent had up his sleeve, closely watching his every move and preparing for any unexpected changes during the match. The hero summoned 2 more skeletons to his army. They instantly appeared beside him and took up combat positions, strengthening his control over the battlefield and putting even more pressure on his opponent. Everyone watched in amazement at what was happening in the arena, unable to believe their eyes and trying to understand how events had changed so rapidly during the tense battle. The necromancer stood confidently, surrounded by his minions, radiating calm strength and complete control over the battlefield, as if every creature around him were an extension of his will. Tan also had skills in his arsenal that he hadn't used before, saving them for the decisive moment when their power could turn the tide of battle and catch his opponent off guard. Then the young man summoned several more undead, who appeared one after another and quickly took up battle positions, bolstering his army and putting additional pressure on the enemy. Within a minute, an entire army stood before the opponent, instilling fear with its sheer numbers and a silent threat that filled the arena with a sense of an inevitable clash. The swordsman was too flustered, trying to figure out how many more Moyu could summon, realizing that his advantage was rapidly fading and the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. The spectators who had come to watch the trial wore the same expression, for they were stunned by the scale of the events and could not hide their surprise and tension. Suddenly the knight turned away from the young man, who asked if he would continue to participate, trying to understand his intentions and how the situation on the battlefield would unfold. Tan drifted away with each passing minute and explained that he would like to come back another time, leaving behind a sense of something left unsaid and a hint of a future meeting. The results were already in, and the system announced that Moyu's team had won the trial, officially confirming their superiority and bringing the tense confrontation to a close. The crowd rejoiced sincerely and cheered at the top of their lungs, overwhelmed with emotion at the unexpected outcome, celebrating the winners and still unable to believe what they had witnessed in the arena. Their performance was so impressive that more and more people were paying attention to them, eagerly following their every move and discussing what they'd seen, as if something truly unique were unfolding before their eyes. Nine noticed that her companion was dissatisfied with something, but he said nothing, keeping his thoughts to himself and avoiding explanations, as if he didn't want to disturb others or reveal the true reasons for his state of mind. The final stage was scheduled for the next day. The teams were expected to be strong, so he had to proceed cautiously, carefully evaluating every move and avoiding even a single mistake. Before leaving, Teacher Bai asked him to perform as well as possible to attract the attention of certain people, emphasizing the importance of this performance for his future opportunities and reputation. Several geniuses born in Shensha over the past few years had been killed during the trials, which had sparked a wave of fear and mistrust among those present and cast doubt on the safety of even the most talented. Mu Yi had to make his move, otherwise the decoy would be useless, for any delay could ruin the entire plan and give the enemy a chance to seize the initiative at a critical moment. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted that they had seen something strange, drawing the attention of everyone present and causing them to look around nervously in search of the source of the inexplicable phenomenon. Indeed, there was a basic magic potion that increased all stats 200-fold and allowed one to master as yet unstudied skills with 100% certainty, completely shifting the balance of power in battle. If all these items were put up for auction, they would be worth at least hundreds of millions of gold coins, since their rarity and power would make each item incredibly valuable to any cultivator or empire. Most likely, these were championship prizes from professional combat tournaments, confirming the winner's status and symbolizing their high level of skill and recognition among the strongest warriors. When Moyu won the championship, he could take his time to examine and study everything, carefully analyzing every detail and using the time he'd gained to gain a deeper understanding of the situation and the world around him. The day had come when all the important matters would be decided and the competition's winners determined, and the participants eagerly awaited the final results and their well-deserved recognition. 3 teams remained in the final round: Country U Orla and the Kingdom of the Holy God, and everyone was particularly interested in which of them Moyu would be sent to for the decisive stage of the competition. Just then, a young woman approached him slowly, accompanied by her companions, drawing the attention of those around her with her confident gait, calm gaze, and reserved demeanor. She was the leader of Group U. Her name was Nana, and she was a unique emissary of God, known for her exceptional abilities, wisdom, and special authority among her allies. Her level and profession were sufficiently advanced, allowing her to confidently carry out complex tasks, demonstrate high skill, and outperform many of her rivals. At first, the young woman greeted him, appearing quite polite and friendly, and her calm smile and reserved manners made a pleasant impression on everyone present. As it turned out, she wanted to convey a message that Country U wished for the young man, with his unique profession, to join their team specifically for further trials. Moyu's friends were visibly annoyed by this proposal and were already ready to pounce on the stranger with words of indignation, openly showing their displeasure at her appearance. The young man himself, however, quietly but firmly told them to stay away from him and the team members, making it clear that he did not wish to continue this conversation or listen to such proposals. Nana turned around and asked him to think carefully about his answer, as if warning him in advance of the possible consequences, and a hidden threat could be sensed in her words and cold gaze. The competition was about to begin, and all the participants took their places, closely watching what was happening around them, preparing for the challenges, and awaiting further instructions from the organizers. Everyone saw that the young lady could summon her pet, who soon appeared on the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention with his unusual appearance and powerful aura. She commanded it, standing at the front and confidently issuing orders, while her pet unquestioningly carried out every command, demonstrating coordination and high combat readiness. The beast possessed an extremely powerful aura that quickly engulfed the entire battlefield, causing many participants to feel pressure, anxiety, and an involuntary fear of its might. Moyui knew this was a Shikigami technique, so he wasn't at all surprised by what he saw. He calmly observed the events and assessed the opponent's capabilities without any unnecessary emotion. His skeletons were to battle the enemy creature, preparing to engage in a fierce confrontation where each side sought to demonstrate its strength, endurance, and superiority over its rival. Snow daggers were launched from the staff of the mage, who knew a multitude of spells and possessed considerable magical experience, allowing him to attack his opponents with a variety of dangerous spells. Opening its enormous maw, the creature seemed to swallow everything hurled at it, effortlessly neutralizing the attacks and demonstrating terrifying strength and endurance. Nana explained that this was the snake god with a human face who was revered in their country, and that he possessed the ability to chew up and completely neutralize almost all of his opponent's elemental attacks. The hero ordered the skeletons to use only physical attacks, quickly adapting to the enemy's characteristics and trying to find an effective way to damage him. The girl had watched videos of the guy's fights numerous times and was fully prepared for each of his attacks, anticipating his moves in advance and adjusting her own tactics to his fighting style. A new monster appeared in the arena, unquestioningly carrying out everything its mistress commanded, demonstrating complete obedience and dangerous synchronicity with her commands during the fight. This activated the divine possession skill, which strengthened the bond between the master and the creature, granting them exceptional synchronization and control in the heat of battle. The creature charged forward, rapidly closing in on the enemies and narrowing the distance between itself and its opponents, preparing to deliver a devastating blow at the height of the battle. Most of the other team members were also under the influence of a technique that altered their perception, distorting their view of reality and forcing them to act under the influence of imposed illusions. In response, the skeletons launched a coordinated attack, advancing in unison from different directions and coordinating their strikes to put maximum pressure on the enemy and break through its defenses. Their speed was too great, so reaching the enemy was no trouble at all, and they instantly closed the distance, leaving the enemy no time to react. Everyone tried to hold their ground and not give in to the enemy, focusing their efforts on defense and maintaining their fighting spirit, even under intense pressure and amid the chaos of battle. The country of Wu's team defended against the undead's attacks with their shields, holding their ground firmly and trying to withstand the enemy's relentless onslaught during the fierce battle. The Moyu army was extremely powerful, so much so that even a knight was knocked back a considerable distance during the clash, demonstrating the force of their strike and the superiority of their forces in battle. The leader boosted all their stats to win the battle at any cost, dramatically increasing the team's combat capabilities and giving her allies an advantage in strength, speed, and endurance. There wasn't the slightest sound around them, as everyone watched the proceedings in complete silence, closely following every movement of the combatants and anxiously awaiting the unfolding events in the arena. The attacks stood in stark contrast to the warm hues of the magical bursts, creating visual tension on the battlefield, where cold, destructive power clashed with the vibrant energy of magic. The bewildered spectators quietly commented on everything that was happening, exchanging glances and discussing what they had seen, trying to make sense of the events in the arena and their possible consequences. Nana believed she had won, rejoicing that her assistants had been able to stand up to the skeletons and withstand the onslaught, confidently interpreting the situation as a successful conclusion to the battle. To himself, the young man realized that he hadn't given them a single order, and that his opponent was too confident in her victory, underestimating the true course of his strategy. The young woman's magical attack spread out, enveloping the entire battlefield and shifting the balance of power, forcing her opponents to react quickly and cautiously to avoid defeat. This radiance signaled the activation of a spirit possession technique, which strengthened her control over creatures and expanded her influence across the battlefield, turning the tide of battle in her favor. The necromancer's warriors stood on guard, awaiting an attack, intently watching their enemy's every move and ready to engage in battle instantly at their master's first signal. Nana said she knew all of the young man's tricks and wanted to see something new from him, as if testing his limits and demonstrating her confidence in her superiority in this battle. The young man found it amusing that the young lady was behaving so boldly and, at times naively, underestimating the situation and displaying a confidence bordering on arrogance. Team Country U had absolutely no idea who they were actually dealing with or what lay ahead, clinging to a confidence that could prove deceptive. Everyone was immediately bound by chains that instantly restricted their movements, depriving them of freedom of action and forcing the participants to react to the new dangerous situation. There was no escaping this curse, and everyone knew it well, aware of its inevitability and feeling helpless in the face of its power. Moy approached them calmly and quite confidently, showing no sign of haste, as if he were in complete control of the situation and certain of his superiority. A commotion arose all around, and no one knew how it would all end, for the tension was mounting with every passing second, and the course of events remained unpredictable for everyone present. One moment they saw that the hero was losing, and just a second later his opponents found themselves trapped in front of him, unexpectedly caught in a pre-planned strategy. He stated that her professional skills should not have been used against living people, emphasizing the line that should not be crossed even in the heat of competition. The student immediately realized that the members of Country U's team were not living people, but rather created or controlled beings, which explained their unnatural behavior in battle. Nana listened to his speech in confusion, unable to understand how he had found this out, feeling her confidence gradually give way to anxiety and doubt about her own actions. In response, Moyui explained that it was all due to his profession as a necromancer, which allowed him to sense and control the undead, which is why he had immediately understood the true nature of her powers. The girl continued to try to break free from the chains, straining with all her might, but they held her fast and wouldn't let her escape, despite her desperate attempts. Outraged spectators heatedly debated how her teammates were too weak and had shown not a shred of true courage at the critical moment. The flame of her soul engulfed her from head to toe, spreading within her like a hot wave of determination that transformed her state of being and filled her with strength. Everything seemed so weightless as she soared through the air, as if the whole world had lost its weight, leaving her with only a sense of freedom and ease of movement. Nana realized even then that she had lost, and this realization slowly washed over her like a cold wave from which it was impossible to turn away or escape. Without getting too upset, the team leader from Country U wished that the boy would stay with them, helping them through future trials and challenges. The system announced that Team Moyu had won the battle, confirming their superiority thanks to their coordinated actions and precise decisions at the decisive moment. Next, everyone awaited the results to determine the overall winner of the competition, and the tension grew with every passing second as all the participants eagerly awaited the final announcement. When the Holy Kingdom team lost, spectators in the stands shouted at the top of their lungs, expressing shock, outrage, and disbelief at the unexpected outcome of the match. Thus, they were disqualified, leaving only two teams, and the battle for the final victory became even more intense and unpredictable. Academy leader Jia Jing stated that there was a huge gap between them, one that could not be bridged by ordinary efforts or random decisions in battle. They were supposed to advance to the finals as another group, but due to changes in the qualifying round results, their path to the decisive match became more difficult and unpredictable. Their opponent was the Moyu team, which had already demonstrated its strength in previous matches and was preparing for the decisive showdown with the utmost focus. The young man was surprised that the necromancer had made it to the finals, since no one had expected him to perform so well and play with such confidence throughout the entire tournament. Stepping closer, he asked if they were ready to accept the challenge right there, without postponing the decisive showdown and demonstrating their confidence in their own abilities. The leader wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible and claim the scroll he had come for, eager to end the fight as quickly as possible and without any unnecessary complications. Without the slightest hint of panic, Moyu agreed to his proposal, calmly accepting the challenge and demonstrating confidence in his abilities ahead of the upcoming confrontation. So the final battle was set to begin shortly, and both teams were preparing for the decisive clash, knowing that it would determine the tournament's ultimate winner. All around, people were placing bets on their favorites and sincerely rooting for their victory, creating an atmosphere of excitement and tense anticipation ahead of the final match. Sister Dao knew they wouldn't interfere with the young man, for he could handle any threat on his own, demonstrating strength and confidence in his own abilities. His opponents mocked the fact that the young man had entered the battlefield alone, considering him a reckless and inexperienced opponent who could easily be crushed right at the start of the battle. But then he decided that his own team members shouldn't have participated either, since their chances seemed slim, and their confidence in victory had gradually begun to wane. Upon returning, they carried out their leader's orders, acting in unison and swiftly so as not to lose the momentum of the battle and to execute their strategy as effectively as possible. Xia Jing had heard of Moyu before, how he earned points by guiding people through dungeons, using his knowledge and experience to ensure safe passage through dangerous areas. In his opinion, this was a disgraceful act, contrary to the honor of a true warrior, and one that caused him deep disappointment and inner rejection. Bowing his head, the mage said he was ashamed to have studied at the same academy as the hero, since the latter did not live up to his ideals of true dignity. Moyu asked if his opponent was in his right mind, since it was none of his business how the other earned his points, and everyone had the right to act as they saw fit. An enraged Sheng could not accept such words and considered them rather presumptuous, which only made him even more irritated and determined to prove himself right. The girls were also chatting among themselves and commenting on the situation, exchanging opinions and speculations about how events on the battlefield would unfold. And so the Holy Light Mage's weapon was ready, radiating a bright glow and giving off a sense of powerful magical energy that was about to burst forth at any moment. Su Sheng wanted to get down to business as soon as possible to destroy the young man, without giving him a single chance to prepare or dodge the decisive blow. Meanwhile, Moyu had also summoned his skeletons, and bone warriors began to emerge from the darkness, ready to carry out his orders in the decisive battle. The undead were to face the punishment of the Holy Light, which radiated a purifying power capable of destroying dark entities and restoring balance to the battlefield. The figure stood at the center of a blinding explosion, holding back the torrent of destructive energy that was tearing apart the space around her and testing the limits of her endurance. The hero reacted quickly, knowing exactly what to do, and instantly assessed the situation to choose the most effective way to counter the threat. In response to such an attack, he immediately activated his skeletal armor to protect himself from a blow that could have destroyed him in the blink of an eye and turned the tide of battle. He addressed his opponent loudly, declaring that such tactics had no effect on him, emphasizing his resilience and complete confidence in his defenses. Golden rings of light swirled around the mage, forming a powerful protective barrier that deflected attacks and amplified his magical aura on the battlefield. Shen's next technique was a blade of light, which was also directed at Moyu, slicing through the air at incredible speed and leaving a blinding trail in its wake. The young man's protective barrier destroyed everything that touched it, instantly dispelling any attacks and turning them into harmless remnants of energy. Completely caught off guard, his opponent froze in shock, losing his concentration for a moment and unsure of how to overcome his opponent's unexpected defense. The skeletons closed in on him, weapons in hand, closing the distance step by step, ready to carry out their master's orders at any moment. A bright flash engulfed the entire area, obscuring the details of the surroundings, completely blinding everyone present, and altering the course of the battle for an indefinite period. The hero realized that all his movements had been a ruse. The skeleton had suffered no damage, and this forced him to quickly reassess his battle tactics. The necromancer's next move was to summon mages, who were to reinforce his army and put additional pressure on the enemy in the heat of battle. Even then, Shen was trying to understand how it was possible that his holy sword had no effect on the undead, despite all the power of light he had channeled into it. Finally, he admitted that he had underestimated his opponent, and this realization forced him to reevaluate his own decisions and his approach to the battle. Magical power burst forth, creating a wave of light and heat that spread across the battlefield, forcing everyone around to feel its crushing might. Defending himself with his shield, Shang was quite flustered, trying to figure out his opponent's next moves and maintain control of the battle. Thoughts constantly swirled in his mind that Moyu was a truly mighty warrior, capable of turning the tide of battle even in the most difficult and unpredictable situations. By that time, an aura had settled over the area that evoked nothing but tension and misunderstanding, causing everyone present to feel anxiety and uncertainty about how events would unfold. The Mage of Holy Light knew he could have reached the 30th level 2 months ago, but he had deliberately held back his progress in order to prepare for and take part in the grueling trials, as well as to test his own strength. Therefore, he could not hand over his title of champion to some young student who did not yet have sufficient experience, strength, and endurance to hold such a high and responsible position. The radiance all around was so intense and blinding that it completely filled the space, turning the warrior's figure into a dark, almost indistinguishable silhouette against the bright light. Shen decided to use the armor of Holy Light because it gave him a significant advantage in battle, strengthened his defense, and allowed him to withstand the blows of even the strongest opponents. This was one of the unique abilities of mages, and this armor was so durable and resilient that, in the eyes of the spectators, not even Moyu could overcome such a level of defense and break through it. The mage looked completely different. His gaze had grown colder and more focused, and his confidence in his own abilities had grown even stronger, as if he had finally realized his superiority over the situation. The young man's gaze did not waver. He continued to study his opponent intently and persistently, as if trying to find the slightest weakness or an opening for a decisive attack in the upcoming battle. Then Shen calmly and confidently declared that the young man should not even hope to break through his defense, for it was forged from the power of holy light and could withstand blows that others would deem impossible. The skeleton warriors stood behind their master like a solid wall, standing their ground and ready at any moment to rush into battle, protecting him from any threat approaching them. He could summon familiars of the four elements, and this was the first time it had happened during the entire tournament, which immediately caught the spectators' attention and evoked a sense that something extraordinarily powerful was approaching. Only the sheer number of undead threw the mage off balance, causing him to lose his confidence for a moment and reassess the situation, for he clearly hadn't expected to see such a massive force. But then, gathering his thoughts, he declared loudly that a handful of new skeletons would pose no problem for him and would not change the outcome of this battle, in which he felt confident. The mages raised their spears into the air, preparing for a swift attack, closely watching their opponent's every move and waiting for the slightest signal to strike a powerful blow in unison. The spell was multifaceted, and a multitude of elements coalesced, creating a powerful, chaotic stream of energy that gradually grew in strength and threatened to engulf everything around it. However, the enemy stood his ground, not moving a muscle, maintaining complete calm and confidence, as if the powerful attacks surrounding him posed no real threat. In his opinion, nothing could pierce the armor's defense, for he considered it nearly impenetrable and was convinced that no attack could overcome its strength. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the warrior of light, growing louder and causing everyone present to tense up, for it signaled that his defenses were beginning to show their first cracks. What had seemed utterly impossible was happening right before his eyes, leaving him frozen in shock and unable to believe the reality of what he was witnessing. A few seconds later, all his armor shattered into tiny pieces, scattering through the air under the force of the powerful blow, leaving the warrior without his protective shell. Energy circles radiated in all directions, filling the air with power and causing the space around them to vibrate from the incredible force that gradually spread throughout the entire battle arena. The spectators cheered that Moyu had won, while the legendary level mage had ultimately been defeated, unable to withstand the onslaught of power and finally succumbing in this decisive battle. The men watched everything from a special room and patiently waited to see how many snakes would take the bait, carefully analyzing every movement in the arena and discussing the possible consequences. Ning ran up to her companion and was genuinely delighted with this outcome, overwhelmed with emotion and relief after what she had seen, while her grandfather was enraged by what had happened and made no attempt to hide his displeasure. Suddenly, an incredibly strong wind picked up, rapidly gaining strength and approaching them like a destructive whirlwind, kicking up dust and causing the surrounding area to tremble from its power. From there emerged a man who was a complete stranger to them, and his sudden appearance immediately caused tension and wariness, for no one understood his intentions or origins. Some concluded that he was a grandmaster above the 80th level, and this thought immediately caused alarm among those present, for such power posed a serious threat to everyone around them. In fact, it was Xu Wei, one of the 12 members of the Empire's High Council, who, after carefully assessing the situation, praised the young men for their strength and determination in this difficult trial. Suddenly, he raised all the prizes that were to be awarded to the winners, displaying them before everyone present and emphasizing the significance of the achievement of those who had triumphed in the competition. In any situation, Mr. Xu was ready to help Moyu if it were within his power, for he sincerely respected his talent and saw in him great potential for the Empire's future. The hero wondered if perhaps Mr. Shu was trying to win him over to his side, carefully weighing Mr. Shu's words and actions as he tried to understand the hidden intentions behind this offer of support. The awards were presented to the young man, and he sincerely thanked them, accepting them with respect and recognizing the value of the recognition he had received for his victory. When he touched the object, his fingers entered a sphere of light that gently parted at his touch, reacting to his presence and changing its shape around his hand. It felt rather strange, but the young man was still eager to carefully examine all the objects, analyzing their properties and trying to understand their true purpose in this trial. Anwen saw what was happening and concluded that the fish had taken the bait, closely watching the unfolding events and making sure his plan was working exactly as he had intended. Meanwhile, as the necromancer surveyed his surroundings, he sensed that something was amiss and carefully analyzed the situation, trying to find a hidden threat or a mistake in his calculations. Ning, noticing his state, asked what was going on, but her companion assured her that everything was fine, trying to hide his own anxiety and not reveal his true concerns. Monarch Bai wanted to know who it was who had caused such chaos, carefully analyzing the remnants of energy and trying to understand what kind of power could have caused such destruction. Of course, Anwen replied that it was Shu Wei, though he wasn't entirely sure. Nevertheless, he voiced his assumption based on fragments of what he had seen and the energy he had sensed. In that case, the situation took a completely different turn, and no one expected the devil's followers to go so far, causing events to unfold in such a dangerous and unpredictable way. The man wanted to take a closer look at him, for he was a member of high society and was accustomed to assessing people and situations with particular care, not missing a single detail. Mohan also emerged victorious, leading her team to the top tier, which allowed them to solidify their success and demonstrate significant growth in strength and cohesion. Nothing else was expected of her, as her tenacity and strategic thinking had proven time and again that she was capable of achieving results even under the most challenging conditions. As soon as Ning saw her, she immediately realized that the young woman was very beautiful and couldn't help but notice her delicate features and her confident, composed demeanor in the crowd. Shu Wei also approached her, congratulating her on her victory, expressing sincere respect for her efforts, and noting the significance of her achievement in this competition. His words were the same for both the brother and the sister as Shu Wei strove to show equal respect to both, acknowledging their achievements without any distinctions or prejudices. The girl also received as a prize the very same pouch that Moyu had touched, and this piqued the curiosity of those present, as the object seemed more important than a typical prize for winning. The hero felt very strange, but he couldn't understand what was happening. It was as if something invisible was influencing his perception and preventing him from getting the full picture of events. Only later did he ask Ning to examine the pouch of gold, as he wanted to verify its true contents and make sure there were no hidden surprises or traps inside. Using her shadow gaze skill, she set about fulfilling his request, carefully scanning the pouch and focusing on hidden energies to detect any anomalies or camouflaged structures inside. Her eyes found the target she needed to examine, and she focused all her attention on it, trying to discern the hidden signs as accurately as possible and understand the object's true nature. In fact, something was amiss, and she felt the presence of dark matter around her growing stronger and stronger, as if an invisible force were constantly influencing her thoughts and perception of the world. The brother and sister shared something in common that manifested in their habits, outlooks on life, manner of communication, and ability to react in the same way to various events and circumstances. Nine cried out that the abyss was at her sister's wrist, and this eerie sign immediately caught the attention of everyone present, sparking alarm, fear, and a flood of questions. The young man had the same mark, and it was precisely this unusual trait that quietly united them, creating a special bond understood only by the two of them. The hero realized that he wasn't imagining things, and that all events were actually unfolding exactly as he saw them, so he no longer doubted his own perceptions and conclusions. A pack of enemies had scattered among the crowd, remaining almost invisible to those around them, and they openly called themselves followers of the devil, sowing anxiety and tension all around. Above all, they worshipped the demon kings of the abyss and sought by every means possible to help them invade the human world, subjugating it to their dark will. The individual competitions were scheduled for the next day, and many participants and spectators were eagerly awaiting them, for it was there that the strongest and most resilient competitors would be determined. Moyu hoped that he and his sister would be able to spot their enemies among the huge crowd, closely watching every suspicious movement and strange behavior of those present. It was a restless night. There was a sense of tension in the air, as if the darkness itself were holding its breath in anticipation of something inevitable and dangerous that was about to happen. Suddenly, a powerful natural disaster swept through the entire coastal area of the city, destroying everything in its path and forcing people to seek shelter in panic and flee from the looming danger. A massive wave destroyed everything in its path, sweeping away buildings, trees, and other obstacles, leaving only chaos and devastation in its wake along the entire coastline. Lightning also flashed across the sky, a sign of the powerful storm that was tearing through the dark clouds and illuminating the surrounding area with sharp flashes that terrified the people. The portal was opening and dark forces were about to emerge, filling the surrounding space with an ominous energy that threatened to destroy the world as people knew it. Chaos and the cries of terrified residents engulfed the city as they ran frantically through the streets, trying to find a safe place amid the general chaos and destruction. Escape was impossible because everything was happening incredibly fast, and events were unfolding so rapidly that people didn't have time to grasp the scale of the danger or find a way out. Anyone who ventured out onto the streets had no idea what was happening around them, because the chaos and the speed of events left them no chance to make sense of reality or gather their thoughts. Only someone of at least divine rank could overcome such an incredible barrier, for its energy and structure surpassed the capabilities of ordinary beings and even powerful mages. My companion realized that the demon worshippers had begun to act, and their hidden intentions were turning into concrete actions that threatened the safety of the entire area and demanded an immediate response. Their goal was to strike all the winning teams simultaneously, thereby weakening humanity, breaking its defenses, and sowing chaos among the strongest warriors. People were screaming and fearing for their lives, for no one wanted to die, and everyone was trying to find even the slightest chance of survival amid the chaos and destruction. Unidentified masked figures began appearing on the outskirts of the city, moving quietly and cautiously, as if preparing something dangerous and carefully planned against the residents. They were all true masters, none of whom were below the 70th level, and this made them extremely dangerous opponents, capable of easily outclassing most rivals. Just the sight of them and their gaze sent chills down one's spine, for their presence radiated a cold menace that made even experienced warriors feel fear. Moyu realized to himself that they all belonged to the same rank as Shu Wei from high society, and this realization compelled him to assess their true strength and intentions even more carefully. The knights could see that not even the monarch Bai frightened them, and they behaved with such confidence that they dared to invade their territory, showing complete disregard for any authority. The monsters from the abyss had only one goal: to annihilate all the professionals, leaving them not the slightest chance to resist or survive this chaotic and deadly invasion. They sprang into action quite quickly, their numbers constantly growing, as if the abyss itself were ceaselessly spewing forth new creatures to reinforce their assault. The chaos unleashed upon the land spread to everything around it, engulfing cities, fields, and people, gradually transforming the familiar world into a vast zone of destruction and fear. The sea creatures, monsters of the abyss, also appeared in the city's outskirts, surfacing from the dark waters and bringing with them a new wave of destruction and fear for the inhabitants. They said they had been hiding for a long time, but now the time had come to emerge and destroy everyone, openly declaring their intentions and making no secret of their aggressive goals. All the knights were ready for battle and wanted to rid themselves of their enemies, gathering their strength and weapons to decisively repel the threat looming over their world. The necromancer, too, refused to give up, continuing to resist even as the situation grew increasingly hopeless, clinging stubbornly to his last reserves of strength. Dark red energy swirled around him, creating a menacing vortex of power that grew and pulsed as if it were about to tear space apart with its destructive might. Looking up, the young man saw a vast number of monsters flying toward them, rapidly approaching from the dark sky, blocking out the light and evoking a sense of imminent danger. Exhaling calmly, the young man knew that they were all bound to fall into his trap, and this confidence allowed him to remain cool-headed, even in the face of a great threat. The demon's followers saw his courage but said it would do him no good, for their strength and numbers outweighed any single warrior's courage or resolve. No one wanted to accept what they were saying, because everyone believed in their own strength and hoped there was still a chance to change the course of events and prevent the inevitable. Master Bai appeared on the battlefield and told advisor Shu Wei not to pretend he hadn't been expecting him, since their meeting was only a matter of time. As he tore the mask from his face, the man revealed his true face, which immediately exposed his real intentions and hidden nature which had long remained a mystery to those around him. He would not have undertaken such a dangerous incursion if he did not have a clear plan, for every step he took was carefully calculated and aimed at achieving a specific goal. Soon the demon king of the abyss appeared, namely the queen of the succubi, whose presence immediately changed the atmosphere of the battle, filling it with even greater darkness and a sense of danger. Bai realized that they had reached a point where they had become servants of a human, and this realization stirred in him mixed feelings of surprise and disbelief at what he was seeing. But she replied that she had been waiting a long time to play with the monarch. However, she hadn't had any free time due to her constant duties and preparations for events requiring her attention. Humanity wanted them to be held accountable for the chaos they had wreaked on their lands, demanding just punishment and the restoration of the destroyed order. The queen had her own plans, and she was there to kill the geniuses who had won the trials, eliminating the strongest opponents to weaken humanity. Bright red flashes illuminated the dark surroundings around the demons, highlighting their sinister silhouettes and creating an even more menacing atmosphere on the battlefield. The atmosphere of the battle grew increasingly dangerous due to the concentration of power, which gradually intensified with every passing second, straining the very fabric of space and forcing all participants to act with greater caution. A new creature appeared before them, the fiery demon king, radiating a searing aura that scorched the air and made the ground beneath their feet crackle with heat. Tyrion hated all the monsters he saw before him, and this hatred only strengthened his resolve to continue fighting and not retreat in the face of any threat. The queen believed this would be far more just, and she had long pondered the consequences of her decision in the silence of the palace during her nightly reflections, concluding that this was the only correct course of action. Purple energy spread throughout the city, enveloping the buildings, streets, and squares in a mysterious glow that altered the atmosphere and caused alarm among the residents. Monsters roamed there as if they were true natives, moving freely through the city streets and behaving as though they had always belonged there among the people. A sudden glow engulfed everyone's bodies, destroying everything it touched, penetrating deep into every cell, and gradually stripping living beings of all signs of life and resistance. Muyi was a true monster, which is why he was able to defeat Shen, but that didn't mean he was any worse. After all, his strength and determination only underscored the complexity of their confrontation and the different paths they had taken. The demon worshippers did not expect the students to engage in battle, as they were confident in their superiority and underestimated the students' determination and willingness to defend themselves even in the most dangerous circumstances. Therefore, in response, they attacked the young man, trying to quickly suppress his resistance and break his will in order to demonstrate their strength and ruthlessness to the other combatants. The queen kept telling everyone that resistance was futile, convincing her subjects of the inevitability of her rule and trying to crush their hope for any resistance or salvation. Talented warriors were a delicacy, so she sought to test their strength in battle and assess their skill in combat, as well as to feast on them. Every student always had something to fight for they had their own dreams, goals, and convictions that drove them forward even in life's most difficult moments. The battle raged on, sowing chaos all around, shattering order, and forcing all participants to fight even more fiercely amid the noise, dust, and constant danger. Suddenly, the tower began to radiate its power, filling the space around it with energy that transformed the air, caused the earth to tremble, and made everyone present stop in surprise. Chains were spread out in all directions, like traps lying in wait for unwary travelers, ready to instantly immobilize anyone who happened to approach them in the darkness. Only then did the demon queen realize that everything had been prepared in advance by humans who had meticulously planned every step of the trap, anticipating her arrival and exploiting their knowledge of her weaknesses. The power radiating from the building was such that the monsters could not cope. Its energy suppressed their strength, robbed them of coordination, and gradually destroyed their ability to resist. It enveloped everything around it, sweeping the creatures into their abyssal dimension, where reality was distorted, and every step became increasingly dangerous and unpredictable for those who found themselves there. It looked as if they were simply dissolving into thin air, turning into ash that slowly settled to the ground, leaving behind only silence and emptiness. Even Moyui was stunned that Master Anwen had harnessed the tower's power. He hadn't expected such a level of control over the energy, nor that it would be wielded with such devastating precision. In that desperate moment, the queen could not pull herself together, yet she had no intention of giving up, continuing to search for a way out, even as everyone around her had already lost hope and accepted defeat. The wielder of the divine fist prepared his strike, concentrating his inner strength and focusing all his energy into a single decisive moment before the attack. The blow was so powerful that the sky trembled, and a wave of energy spread in all directions, distorting the air and causing the ground to shake beneath the feet of everyone present. The creature began to flee, trying to escape, realizing that danger was approaching and that every second of delay could prove fatal for it in this battle. Then Tyron entered the fray. Unwilling to stand idly by, he decided to aid his allies and turn the tide of battle with his strength and decisive actions. The man's fiery dragon swept across the terrain, unleashing flames all around him, burning everything in its path and leaving behind only scorched earth and hot ashes. Hellish tongues of flame engulfed the monster's body, destroying it, gradually consuming its power, and reducing its form to scattered ashes in the blazing battlefield. The remaining warriors gathered for a council to discuss what had happened, trying to understand the consequences of the events and find a common solution for how to proceed in this difficult situation. Their faces were tense and grim, reflecting the exhaustion after the battle, anxiety about the future, and an awareness of the gravity of the situation, which demanded an immediate decision. None of those present wished to spare those who had betrayed the empire, for their betrayal provoked anger and a desire for severe punishment without any exceptions or mercy. As it turned out, the humans had planned everything in advance. The barrier had collapsed too quickly, and even the Shenjia Tower had fallen into their hands, which attested to their preparation, strategic advantage, and deep penetration. The monsters had lost and were forced to taste defeat, realizing their inability to withstand the humans' well-planned strategy and gradually accepting the inevitability of their downfall. The queen ordered all the survivors to flee since no one wanted to surrender, realizing that this was their only chance to save their lives and avoid total annihilation in this battle. Behind her, she heard a voice that refused to let them go, as if it were echoing through space and time, forcing them to stop and sense the danger approaching from behind. Even the Supreme One appeared to prevent any monster from returning to the abyss, controlling the battlefield with his power and blocking all possible routes of retreat. At that moment, the queen sacrificed her own blood to open the gate, realizing that this was her last chance to change the course of events and give her subjects a chance to escape. The portal was as black as the creature's intentions, radiating a cold void that swallowed the light and instilled a sense of imminent danger in all who approached it. No one wanted to give them a chance to escape, doing everything possible to halt their retreat and completely destroy the remnants of the enemy's forces in a final decisive strike. However, just before the attack, everything closed in, there was no way through, and any chance of escape vanished in an instant, leaving the creatures completely trapped with no hope of salvation. The demons laughed at the master's failure to harm them, confident in their superiority and considering his efforts futile in the face of their strength and endurance. However, the men were in no mood for laughter. They understood the consequences of the chaos, realizing that every moment of unchecked destruction could lead to even greater losses and irreparable consequences for everyone. Their next encounter was destined to be their last, for each of them understood that after this confrontation, there would be no turning back, and everything would be decided once and for all. Thus, the monsters were on their way back to their own dimension, gradually moving away from the human world and returning to where their laws and nature reigned. The portal closed just as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind only a brief flash of energy and the sensation that everything had happened in the blink of an eye, without a trace. Not a single monster remained on the ground. They had all vanished, leaving behind only silence, ashes, and the feeling that the battle was over. Finally, the young men awaited their next trials, preparing themselves mentally and physically for the new challenges that would determine their future fate and strength. The battlefield was a rather formidable location, where every detail of the surroundings could influence the course of the fight and where even the slightest mistake had serious consequences. The individual competitions were set to begin shortly, and the participants were preparing for the decisive duels, in which each would have to prove their strength, endurance, and skill. Moyu expected the masters to prove themselves, but no one could have anticipated that they would decide to turn the demons' attack into a battle, using the chaos as an opportunity to demonstrate their strength and alter the course of events. In the trials, 1 point was awarded for each monster, while a demon was worth a full 100 points, which forced the participants to approach the battle strategically and choose the most advantageous targets to boost their score. There were two conditions for victory. First, to survive, and second, the champion would be the one who scored the most points, which forced the participants not only to fight for their lives, but also to constantly take risks. Shen didn't want to lose. His magic was far more effective at destroying demons, so he resolutely engaged in battles, striving to earn more points and prove his superiority over his rivals. The hero replied that he hoped the other man would be able to earn at least a couple of points, though his words carried a hint of mockery and doubt regarding his opponent's ability to achieve any significant result. So the master shouted loudly across the entire training ground that the long-awaited competition had officially begun, after which the participants immediately moved forward, preparing for the grueling trials. Everyone taking part in these dangerous competitions was extremely focused on their goal, closely monitoring their surroundings and their opponent's actions. Shen immediately activated the Holy Light technique, filling the surrounding space with a bright radiance that significantly enhanced his combat capabilities and frightened many demons. In this way, he managed to quickly destroy several dangerous creatures, capitalizing on the power of his technique and leaving his opponents no chance of escape. By then, he had already defeated 1,000 monsters, so he sincerely hoped that none of the other participants would be able to surpass his record and pull ahead. Moyu, on the other hand, was in no hurry at all, performing each action as deliberately and thoughtfully as possible, carefully assessing the situation around him and avoiding any careless mistakes. It seemed as though he had no desire to summon his skeletons at all, as if he were deliberately hiding his true strength from the other participants and biding his time for the most opportune moment to take decisive action. Turning to Shen, the hero sincerely thanked him for the hundreds of creature corpses scattered across the battlefield, as their presence had greatly simplified the completion of his own tasks. The explosion thundered so powerfully that many of those present immediately felt their ears pop, and the shock wave swept across the battlefield, causing even experienced participants to flinch at the force of the blast. When it was all over, the mage couldn't figure out for a long time exactly what had been happening around him, as the sudden events had unfolded too quickly and completely thrown him off his usual rhythm. No sooner had the dust before his eyes begun to settle than a hellish fire appeared in his field of vision, relentlessly destroying everything in its path and leaving behind only ash and ruin. Its light was nowhere near the incredible power the young man had unleashed, for the difference in strength between their techniques proved far too great and obvious. Standing his ground, the hero calmly continued to act as he saw fit, relying not at all on his skeletons and demonstrating confidence in his own abilities. Displeased, Shen continued to closely watch his opponent's actions, trying to understand his intentions and find a way to gain the upper hand in this tense standoff. The other warriors quickly realized that the young man was capable not only of summoning skeletons to battle, but also of controlling a vast number of corpses simultaneously, using them to achieve his own goals. Almost all the monsters were thus destroyed in a relatively short period of time, leaving behind only numerous traces of battle and astonishing the participants with the scale of the destruction they had wrought. The young man's next target was the demons, as defeating them would earn him a significant number of points, so he decided to focus his efforts specifically on destroying them. Everyone on the battlefield decided to act as quickly as possible in order to achieve at least some results and keep up with the other participants in this intense competition. Shen also decided to destroy as many demons as possible, hoping in this way to secure a decisive victory in the competition and solidify his lead over all the other participants. His next move was to don his golden armor, which glinted brightly in the light of battle, giving him added confidence and protection as he faced new challenges. However, he heard a strange noise behind him that sharply caught his attention, causing him to freeze for a moment and turn around to assess the potential danger. The warrior glanced sharply over his shoulder, sensing an unexpected shift on the battlefield, where the atmosphere had suddenly grown tense, forcing him to instantly assess the new threat. Standing before him was the necromancer's pet, that very same silent guardian, radiating a cold aura and clearly ready to defend his master to the very end. It moved so quickly that only its blurred silhouette was visible in the arena, one that was nearly impossible to track even with an experienced eye. The spell created a vast area of effect around its target, enveloping the surrounding space with powerful energy that altered the very structure of the environment. Most of the demons found themselves trapped in a trap skillfully set by the young man, which completely restricted their movements and deprived them of any chance of breaking free. The outpost guard acted exactly as his master had ordered, carrying out every command without hesitation and remaining fully focused on defending the designated territory. Those present made no secret of their astonishment. They were amazed again and again by what they saw and grew increasingly curious about how many more hidden techniques the hero might know, techniques no one had ever even suspected existed. Even at that moment, Shen was trying to figure out what strange and unusual profession his opponent had, since his fighting methods seemed far too atypical and unpredictable. A red haze shrouded the battlefield, giving the entire scene a gloomy and ominous appearance, as if reality itself were filled with a foreboding of an inevitable catastrophe. Dynamic lines vividly highlighted the incredible speed of the energy vortex, creating the impression that space itself was warping under the influence of its power. Mui felt quite good, confidently continuing to fight for the championship title, moving closer to his goal step by step, despite the intense competition in the arena. But even then, he had already managed to raise his military rank to 3-star junior lieutenant, which was a significant achievement and a testament to his growing authority among the other warriors. One could only guess how many demons he had destroyed, since no one had had time to count the exact number amid the chaos of battle and the rapid pace of events on the battlefield. A disheartened Shan wore only a 1-star private's insignia, which reflected his modest rank and left him feeling disappointed at falling behind the other participants. Everyone who knew him expected much more from the mage than he was currently demonstrating, placing great hopes in him and counting on his far greater abilities. Still confident, he told his companion that he could catch up to him in just a few days, since as a Knight of the Holy Light, he possessed sufficient strength and endurance. In response, his companion calmly replied that Shen could try to catch up to the young man, emphasizing that it would be much more difficult than he imagined. In his opinion, even a whole lifetime wouldn't be enough for the mage to fulfill this condition, as it seems so difficult and nearly impossible, even for experienced warriors. There were no demons left on the battlefield, for Moyu had destroyed more than 7,000 creatures, leaving behind a devastated landscape and witnesses stunned by the scale of his power. Addressing the examiners, the hero calmly stated that he had done everything he could, demonstrating confidence in his actions and a willingness to accept the final outcome of the trial. It later became known that the city of Nanhong had been fully restored thanks to the Shenjia Tower, which rebuilt its infrastructure, restoring life and order to the devastated areas. Someone shouted loudly that there were bodies lying nearby, drawing the attention of everyone present and causing them to look warily toward the source of the alarming news. As it turned out later, these were the demon's followers, operating covertly and trying to remain unnoticed amid the general commotion following the battle. The young man stood nearby, closely observing everything that was happening, taking in every detail of the events and trying to understand the underlying meaning of the situation. Bai Yuan appeared before the residents to calm them down and restore order, speaking in a calm voice and trying to ease the tension following the recent events. Upon seeing him, they were overjoyed and said that with an emperor like him, no enemy could intimidate them, for his presence instilled confidence and hope for protection. The man added that they had known about the invasion in advance and had prepared for it, and he was pleased that they had not given in to the danger but had bravely stood up to it. All opponents had been defeated, so it was time to announce the champion of the competition, the one who had proven his superiority and deservedly emerged victorious among all the participants. The winner in the professional group, levels 20 to 29, was Lin Moyu, who confidently outpaced all his rivals and claimed the honorable first place in the competition. In addition, a tournament was scheduled for the following day, open to anyone who wanted to test their skills, and the masters had prepared lavish prizes to further boost interest in the competition. His sister asked how his day had gone, what had been happening in his life lately, whether everything was going well, and how he was feeling and what his mood was like. In response, the young man assured her that everything was fine, he hadn't encountered any serious difficulties, he was feeling well, and things were going quite successfully. As it turned out, she had come to say goodbye before a long separation, to share some important parting words, and to leave him with warm memories of her. The woman had no intention of participating in the tournament, since she had already reached level 45 and saw no need for it, so she gave up her spot to Moyu without hesitation. After she left, Ning approached the young man unnoticed and very quietly, She had been watching the events unfold from the sidelines for some time, waiting for the right moment to speak. The girl explained that she had been completely unprepared for the unexpected encounter with his sister, so she had felt somewhat flustered, not knowing how to behave properly in that situation. The young man then asked what exactly had happened outside after he entered the tower, since he was unaware of the events that had taken place during his absence. The girl reported that they had managed to lure the succubus queen and the fiery demon king out of the abyss, but the masters intervened in time, and through their combined efforts, were able to hold back their advance. Then a creature appeared whose power far surpassed even that of Emperor Bai, so the demons retreated in panic and fled as soon as they sensed its presence. Upon hearing this story, the young man concluded that he had encountered the fire demon king before, which was why some of the details he heard seemed familiar to him. He was far from an easy opponent, so the young man eagerly awaited the day when he would become strong enough to defeat him with his own hands and put an end to this threat. A deep, dark night reigned in the streets, enveloping everything around in thick darkness, hiding the outlines of distant buildings, and filling the surroundings with an unusual silence. And when asked whether his companions had managed to visit the place they were supposed to go to, and whether they had been able to carry out everything they had planned without any difficulties, Bai was frustrated that they had failed to capture either the Demon Queen or the Fire King, despite all the efforts they had made during the pursuit. For his part, Tyron had already been fully prepared to destroy her and put an end to the threat she posed, but events did not unfold according to his plan at all, and the situation changed rapidly. The old man appeared too soon, so as soon as the enemies noticed his presence and sensed danger, they immediately abandoned their plans and hurried to flee. If there hadn't been civilians nearby who needed to be protected from the consequences of the battle, a full-scale war would undoubtedly have broken out between the two sides that day. It couldn't be said that everything had happened in vain, since Xu Wei, being in power and wielding considerable influence, had ultimately revealed his true intentions and covert actions himself. It seemed the time had come to conduct a thorough investigation within their own ranks. For after the recent events, serious suspicions had arisen that there might be other traitors among them. The next morning, as the sun shone brightly over the land and the sky was clear and cloudless, the long-awaited tournament was set to begin, drawing numerous participants and spectators. Residents were commenting on both the upcoming tournament, which was about to begin, and the earlier attack, discussing them with concern and offering various theories about the causes of what had happened. In the first round, contestants had to defeat an opponent who was 5 levels higher than themselves, which made the task extremely difficult and required maximum concentration and skill. In the entire history of the trials, no one had ever managed to advance beyond the 4th round, as each stage became increasingly difficult and demanded extraordinary strength and endurance. Level 40 professionals will receive a skill scroll for a victory, a second-degree scroll for completing the 2nd stage, and a miraculous elixir for the 3rd stage. No one had ever reached the final stage, so the reward for it had never been officially announced and remained a mystery to all participants. To the young man, this prospect sounded very tempting, for the very possibility of obtaining rare rewards and testing his own strength to the limit aroused in him genuine interest and excitement. The first participant in the tournament was a level 34 sword and shield knight, whose confident bearing and combat experience immediately caught the attention of everyone present in the arena. They stood on the battlefield alongside their opponent, watching each other intently, assessing each other's strength, intentions, and the slightest movements before the battle began. His opponent was another knight, this one a level 39, whose superiority in experience and strength immediately gave him a noticeable advantage before the battle began. The tournament was the most challenging stage of the competition, as the opponents were selected from among Shensei's elite warriors, each of whom possessed significant combat experience and high skill. Not only was his level higher, but his skills and armor also went beyond those of an ordinary professional, so an ordinary fighter would hardly have been able to pass even the first trial without serious preparation. From the arena came the knight's words that his opponent had proved too strong, and that despite all his experience, he had not expected such a level of skill and pressure in battle. As a result, he was defeated and failed to clear the level, as he was unable to overcome his opponent's advantage or withstand his onslaught in battle. Consequently, none of the remaining contestants were able to defeat him either, as each new fighter lost due to his superiority in strength, experience, and fighting skill. Next in line was Shen, who was determined to restore his honor, prove his own strength, and turn the tide of the battle, despite the difficulty of his opponent. The Mage of Holy Light's opponent was the very same Knight of Sword and Shield who had already defeated the previous contestants and had returned to the arena, confident in his strength. He immediately employed his Holy Light technique, which he considered quite powerful, attempting to turn the tide of the battle in his favor right away and catch his opponent off guard. But the warrior charged forward, defending himself at the same time, not allowing his opponent's attacks to break through his defense, and gradually closing the distance for a counterattack. The Ring of Holy Light served as a space where he remained safe, creating a protective zone that deflected some of the attacks and allowed him to hold his ground in battle. The opponent advanced as if seeing no obstacles, confidently closing the distance and paying no attention to the defensive maneuvers his rival employed. His footsteps were loud and rapid, echoing throughout the arena and signaling a resolute advance without the slightest doubt or hesitation. The two fighting styles clashed in a single battle, demonstrating their full destructive power during their mutual assault, as neither side yielded to the other in intensity or energy. Shen wanted to test which was stronger, the enemy's defense or the mage's shield, to determine which defensive technique would withstand his assault and give him the upper hand in the fight. At that moment, the battle was entering its decisive phase and the tension in the arena was only mounting, forcing both combatants to act with even greater precision, speed, and determination. It later became known that Su Shen managed to defeat his opponent, overcoming him through composure, skill, and the judicious use of his techniques at the decisive moment. The spectators cheered and celebrated him, as they had finally witnessed the moment when someone managed to advance past this stage and break the tournament's long losing streak. The mage himself realized he had been just seconds away from defeat, for his shield was already creaking under the onslaught and was on the verge of complete destruction, barely holding back the force of the blows. As a reward, just as promised, he received a skill scroll symbolizing his victory and opening up new opportunities for further growth. Seeing that Moyu also wanted to participate, the residents realized that he would have to pass at least 2 trials to prove his strength and his right to continue in the competition. Some even placed bets that the hero would be able to last 5 rounds, despite the difficulty of the trials and the strength of the opponents awaiting him at each stage. And so, on the battlefield, his opponent turned out to be a level 32 mage, who apologized to the young man in advance, as if foreseeing his defeat even before the duel began. However, Moyu felt very confident. Ignoring these words, he calmly and coolly focused on the battle and prepared for the decisive clash.